These guards are becoming increasingly unreliable. I warned them that there might be some conflict, and now look, the main figure has yet to arrive, and they appear utterly cowed. In the grand hall of the Celestial Master's residence, a young Taoist, appearing to be in his early 20s, lounged languidly upon the main seat. The attendants beside him kept a vigilant watch on the entrance, as if a fierce beast were about to emerge. Not long after, a contingent indeed appeared outside the hall, led by a young man clad in luxurious garments, whose visage strikingly resembled that of the young Taoist seated within. The expressions of the attendants grew increasingly tense, with some even having their collars dampened by sweat. "Brother, it has been a long time since we last met. How has your health been of late?" The young man outside did not enter, but halted 3 paces from the main door, offering a respectful bow to the one who bore such a close resemblance to him. "Brother, I have neglected to inquire after your well-being. May I bring my guards into the hall?" The young man outside inquired once more, though this time he refrained from bowing. As if finally registering the words from without, the young man inside stirred, rising slowly to approach his nearly identical counterpart. Both youths wore expressions of serene indifference, yet their respective guards instinctively rested their hands upon the hilts of their swords. In a tense atmosphere, the threat of conflict loomed ever nearer. From the moment you made your appearance, the Celestial Master's residence has become but a mere trifle in your possession. Why must you inquire about entering? The young Taoist did not step into the hall, but rather spoke slowly from a mere step away. "However, should you insist on asking, I must express my reluctance for you and your sycophants to enter. My foolish brother merely serves as a temporary custodian of the Celestial Master's residence on behalf of my elder brother. Once he is restored to health, I shall certainly return it with both hands," replied the youth in splendid garments, his expression unwavering as he performed another bow. The young Taoist exhibited an ambiguous demeanor before producing a token from his bosom and tossing it to the youth clad in finery. A mere inferior servant, seeking to turn the tables? As their forms brushed past one another, a whisper ensued. The youth in opulent attire did not proceed into the hall, waiting patiently until the Taoist and his retinue had departed. Only then did he gradually withdraw the calm facade from his face, revealing an expression of distaste. The expelled young Taoist, known as Qin 16, was more a moniker than a true name. The Qin family of Shengxin Kingdom had long held the position of celestial masters, appearing to the common folk as an exalted lineage elevated above the mundane realm. Qin 16 was the 16th generation heir within this direct bloodline, and indeed the last of his kind. In the realm of mortals, no family can claim eternal prosperity. Even the imperial lineage of Shengxin Kingdom, after more than a century of succession, has seen the current emperor no longer a descendant of the founding ancestor. Yet he continues to bear the same royal surname, resolutely asserting his legitimacy. The Tianzifu Qin family is similarly affected after enduring centuries. The direct descendants of the Tianzifu have dwindled, and Qin 16's parents had passed away long before his memories began to form. How cowardly! Qin 16 had no intention of departing in such a dejected manner, but the beads of cold sweat the guards behind him wore were enough to shatter his resolve to resist. The bearers and attendants are unfamiliar faces, yet they carry the sedan chair with remarkable steadiness. "More my people." Qin 16 pulled back the sedan curtain and gazed vacantly at the bustling traffic, only to find with dismay that the guards he had hired had been pushed to the periphery by those of the Tianzifu. A growing commotion echoed from a distance as a troop of cavalry galloped directly towards Qin 16 sedan. The townsfolk along the roadside halted their tasks and began to retreat from the oncoming disturbance, causing Qin 16's heart to quicken with alarm. "The Prince of Li is passing all travelers. Make way." A splendid carriage closely trailed the cavalry, adorned with dragon patterns and intricately crafted, a hallmark of royal lineage. As it approached the Tianzifu, a deep male voice emerged from within the carriage. "Qin Tianzi, it has been a long time. Would you care to join me at my residence for a discussion?" Qin 16 gradually drew back the curtain, a warm smile gracing his face. Since it is the Prince of Li extending the invitation, I shall gladly accompany you. Notably, the three bearers of the sedan appeared unaffected, maintaining the balance of the chair with unwavering poise, revealing that these four men were indeed masters of their craft. No matter, the esteem of His Highness the Li Prince far surpasses my own physical state. A broader smile spread across Qin Shili's face, while the prince's guards subtly encircled the members of the Heavenly Master's mansion. The passers-by and merchants further down the road remained blissfully unaware of the impending tension, engrossed in their own affairs. For Qin Shi, the success of this scheme hinged entirely on whether the Li Prince would honor his commitment to extricate him from his predicament, rather than on how he would escape once the prince arrived. He understood that the moment the prince engaged him in conversation, he had already secured victory. At this moment, Qin Fun was seated in the position recently vacated by Qin Shi at the Heavenly Master's mansion, experiencing a perspective reserved solely for the legitimate heirs of the Qin family for over 260 years. Although Qin Fun was chosen by the family to serve as a proxy for Qin Shi, and his future status promised to be illustrious, his origins were rather humble. His father was an ordinary clansman responsible for training menial laborers outside Tiansheng City, while his mother hailed from a family of rice merchants. Even with the prestigious endorsement of the Heavenly Master's mansion, Qin Fen's household was only marginally better off than the average citizen. His ascension as Qin Shili's substitute was merely a result of his similar appearance. Thus, he was brought into the royal capital, afforded the finest education, and meticulously trained in all the knowledge and etiquette befitting a heavenly master. It can be said that the Qin family's investment in Qin Fen's upbringing surpassed that of Qin Shili's by a considerable margin. Is this the esteemed position of heavenly master that the clan leader has always coveted? It is rather unremarkable, merely offering a broader vista. By the way, what is that rope overhead? The establishment of Shengxin has spanned over 260 years, with the inaugural Tianshi being one of the pivotal figures in the founding of the nation by Shengxin Taizu. Historical records depict the first Tianshi as a celestial being who descended to bestow protection upon Shengxin as it forged its empire. Consequently, the Qin family has been conferred the title of Tianshi through generations. During times of war, the Tianshi is tasked with petitioning the heavens for the justification to engage in battle, while in periods of peace, their duties are chiefly reduced to presiding over certain royal sacrificial ceremonies. Chapter 2. Qin Momoer, you must remember, the lineage of the Celestial Master has been passed down through generations. As long as you refrain from seeking a wife, you shall live a long and prosperous life. But the little one is merely 3 years old. Why speak of such matters? My lady, I fear if I do not speak now, it may be too late. I sense I may not endure the night. You have uttered those same words for 3 years. I am utterly weary of hearing them. But, is this how I address myself? I am Qin. Is this the voice of my parents? I have heard that before one departs this world, memories flood back like a revolving lantern. It appears to be true. Brother, may I enter the palace with the guards? Qin Fun inquired anxiously, directing his question once more towards the youth within the hall. Gazing at the familiar visage before him, memories of Qin Shiryo's past resurfaced. Do you run swiftly? How does the Celestial Master know? I am the fastest runner in our village. I have discerned that. Should the Celestial Master have any errands, I am at your service, though my fees are separate. Dreaming? Or perhaps a nightmare? The incessant chatter of the guards had long ceased to penetrate Qin Shiryo's consciousness, as his mind was utterly bewildered. Am I dead or alive? Is this a dream or reality? Qin Shi resolved to employ the most rudimentary method to ascertain his current state. Slap. Does it hurt? No. No. No, I don't. It hurts. Does it truly hurt or not? Qin Shi rolled up his sleeves, preparing to strike again. It doesn't hurt. Tears shimmered in the eyes of the towering guards, and Qin Shi felt a pang of compassion, for he feared that if he continued to gaze upon them, the tears welling in their eyes would soon cascade down. The man, known as Luan, spoke with a voice tinged with sorrow. Qin Shi found himself at a loss for words. Had the esteemed men of this era truly become so fragile? After calming himself, Qin Shi finally gathered the resolve to confront Qin Fun, who resembled the same sedan chair bearer from that time. Perhaps it was not merely a dream. His father's words warranted consideration. Did the lineage of the Celestial Master harbor secrets? Although his mind was rife with doubts, the deadlock before him remained unbroken. What is your name? Qin Shilu finally inquired of the throng outside the palace. Qin Fun. Perhaps due to the prolonged wait, Qin Fun no longer wished to engage in pretense with Qin Shilu. Brother, please proceed. Qin Fun remained steadfast, unconcerned about Qin Shilu's potential escape. For he had brought more than just the few present. The area outside the Celestial Master's residence was already encircled by disguised private soldiers, and the servants within were all his own. Qin Shilu was not genuinely preparing to gather his belongings. He sought merely to buy time, to ready himself for the impending crisis. After all, if everything were to start anew, his chances of survival would be significantly enhanced. The most pressing issue was no longer whether Prince Li would offer assistance, but rather how he might break through the encirclement of the Qin family. Slowly, Qin Shilu made his way toward his study, his mind abuzz with strategies to unravel the predicament. Along the way, the servants and maids stood in a line, watching Qin Shilu enter the study. Although Qin Shilu was acutely aware that his every move was being scrutinized, he had never experienced such blatant surveillance without any attempt at concealment. Out of the corner of his eye, he even glimpsed a rather peculiar maid, her ample form straining against her dress, clearly an individual disguised as a woman. Upon closing the door to the study, Qin Shilu finally exhaled a sigh of relief, his expression turning solemn. At least in this moment, no one could gaze directly at him. Dismissing his inner doubts, Qin Shilu began to search through his belongings. Having long been surrounded by peril, how could Qin Shilu truly be unprepared? Before the official appearance of his substitute, Qin Fun, Qin Shilu had attempted numerous escapes, most of which ended in failure. The substitute at that time was simply not sufficiently developed, and thus, the Qin family refrained from delivering a fatal blow each time they uncovered Qin Shilu's schemes. Recently, however, Qin Shilu had noticed that several activities within the palace, which he had not attended himself, had been carried out by someone impersonating him, leading him to deduce the existence of Qin Fun. Moreover, it appeared that those who had been observing him were not solely from the Qin family. After Qin Fun had substituted for Qin Shilu on several occasions, Prince Li, a member of the royal family, had also approached Qin Shilu during a sacrificial ceremony, boldly offering his assistance in helping him escape his predicament. Though aware that the assistance from King Li would not stem from benevolence, Qin Shilu could not help but feel tempted by this solitary external support. Even if it meant traversing from a den of wolves to a lair of tigers, he accepted the risk. For surely King Li would not be so merciless as to end his life as Qin Changsong had done. Qin Shilu and King Li made an agreement. When the time came for his need, he would release the red falcon tethered to the beam. Once King Li's men spotted the falcon soaring from the Tianshi mansion, he would intervene. Initially, Qin Shilu intended to approach the situation with minimal baggage, placing all his bets on King Li. However, reflecting on his previous brush with death, he realized he must contribute some effort himself. Otherwise, he would perish before King Li could act. Fendi, I am ready. Let us set forth. Fully equipped, he felt a renewed sense of confidence, which in turn shifted his attitude toward Qin Fun. Observing his brother, whose attire bulged with the weight of its contents, Qin Fun could not help but find it amusing. Since you are prepared, let us embark with ease. Despite this, Qin Fun harbored a sense of disdain for the young master. After years of nurturing within the Qin family, he had gained profound insight into the power dynamics led by Qin Changsong. Although the Tianshi mansion's Qin family appeared to lack real authority, it stood as one of the most prosperous families since the founding of the Shang Exine Kingdom. The title of Celestial Master is a nominal position, yet it carries an esteemed status akin to that of other noble families in Xingxin. The Qin family of the Celestial Master's residence possesses the privilege of extensive land acquisition without the burden of taxation. Due to the nature of this nominal position, the Qin family remains untroubled by the potential upheavals of the political arena, particularly since Qin Changsong assumed the role of clan leader. The Qin family's standing within Xingxin has become increasingly solidified. Numerous court dignitaries have forged alliances with the Qin family, and many officials across various regions have ascended to their positions through the patronage of the Qin family's wealth, an influence that had never been possessed during the tenure of previous heads of the family. At this moment, Qin 16 found himself too preoccupied to ponder the thoughts of his younger brother. As he prepared to enter the sedan chair, He resolved to undertake a course of action distinct from previous occasions. Shaoanzi, I am feeling rather fatigued. Please regale me with tales from your village to alleviate my weariness, Qin 16 declared suddenly, sitting upright within the chair. Due to Luwen's prior display, the Qin family harbored no suspicion towards him. Furthermore, when Qin 16 hired this group of guards, the Qin family had thoroughly investigated their backgrounds. They were merely rustic fellows from the same village, possessing little more than physical strength and having taken advantage of the naive Qin 16 in terms of remuneration. All right, my lord, but please do not strike me again. Luwen, who had only just comprehended that he had been called upon, approached the sedan with a face full of grievance, cautiously observing Qin 16's expression in fear of incurring unwarranted wrath. Brother, wait a moment. Where is the Celestial Master's decree? Though Qin 16 had settled into his seat, the palanquin remained unlifted, as the overseer, Qin Fun, had yet to issue the command. Let us depart. Qin Fun waved his hand with impatience. He was hardly concerned about the talisman of the Celestial Master, merely a relic passed down through the generations of the Qin family. Chapter 3. Life and death intertwined. The official palanquin of the Celestial Master progressed slowly through the city of Tiansheng, and the incessant chatter emanating from Luwen became a source of solace for Qin 16. Despite the opportunity for a miraculous revival from the brink of despair, a sense of unease still enveloped his heart. The merchants by the roadside seemed somewhat different from the last encounter. Was it simply because my departure from the Celestial Master's residence was later than before? Suppressing his worries and blocking out the surrounding clamor, Qin 16 began to analyze the circumstances around him earnestly. Not far beyond the apothecary ahead, he would soon encounter King Li. He hoped there would be no significant disruptions. Celestial Master, you have scarcely acknowledged me since earlier. Is it my words that bore you? Luwen's earnest grin intruded upon Qin 16's focus. Seemingly oblivious to the earlier reprimand, as he leaned closer to the curtain, Qin 16 abruptly raised his right hand. Luwen immediately recoiled like a turtle, his small eyes brimming with vigilance and fear. It's fine. Please continue, Qin 16 said, scratching his head. Luwen resumed his tale, while Qin 16 lowered the curtain and began to fidget with the concealed arrow within his sleeve. The initial assailant of the soldiers of Prince Li was the sedan bearer positioned at the front right. Thus, Qin 16 intended to eliminate the sedan bearer at the rear right with a concealed blade. And while the surrounding Qin family attendants engaged in battle with the soldiers of Prince Li, he would make his escape from the side. The small arrows hidden in his sleeve could only be fired once. However, they would release 3 bolts simultaneously, which should suffice to dispatch one individual. As for breaching the outer defenses before the other 3 sedan bearers could react, that would rely on Luwen, the swiftest man from Zuma village. In his previous brush with death, Qin 16 had witnessed Luwen recklessly charge through, disregarding his own injuries, and forcefully create an opening in the encirclement. His Highness Prince Li is departing. Please clear the way. The familiar voice finally reached him, and Qin 16 summoned all his focus. Yet, his plan remained unchanged. Qin Tianshi, it has been a long time. Today, let us indulge in a drink at my residence, shall we? Not only had the passage of time altered their circumstances, but even the words of Prince Li had shifted from their initial encounter, though the essence remained intact. Qin 16 slowly drew back the sedan curtain, revealing a warm smile. Since it is His Highness Prince Li who extends the invitation, I shall gladly oblige. The face of the sedan bearer was etched with a menacing aura. However, given the demands of his lordship, I dare not defy. After all, to offend the royal family would not bode well for the Qin clan. Qin 16 donned a guileless expression, mimicking Luwen's demeanor perfectly. Commander Fong, please fetch the Tianshi. As Qin Shilu found himself in a standoff with the bearers, King Li had already sensed something amiss. By orders, the leader of the Fong clan began to approach Qin Shilu. Heavenly Master, I know an exceptional doctor who specializes in treating hemorrhoids. He cured my uncle's condition. I can take you to see him. He is effective, though his services come at a price. Luwen inappropriately interjected. You must take me to see him. I have suffered from hemorrhoids for many years, tormenting me to the point of sleepless nights. It feels like a living hell. Qin Shilu unusually picked up on Luwen's remark. Money is no object. Our Qin family is affluent, right, my dear bearer? As the leader of the Fong clan drew closer, the bearer's expression grew increasingly grim. And the remaining 3 bearers began to relent, the palanquin descending slowly. Qin Shilu maintained an innocent smile, yet his hands trembled uncontrollably. Sometimes,
the more one knows. The greater the fear, especially after having experienced peril once before. Heavenly Master Qin, please. The leader of the Fang clan had barely begun his sentence when a flash of steel cut through the air and a massive head tumbled to the ground. Simultaneously, as the bearers turned to attack, Qin Shilu struck back. Though fear gripped him, he had never been indecisive. 3 small crossbow bolts pierced through the side of a bearer, and Qin Shilu seized the moment to leap from the palanquin. Ah! Yikes! Wah! Murder! Murder! Luan, splattered with warm blood, erupted into screams. Run! Qin Shilu shouted angrily at Luan. At that moment, the guards of the Li Wang mansion finally realized that someone dared to assault the royal family in Tianqing City. The expressions of the guards, filled with rage, indicated that this commander was quite popular among the people. Protect Master Qin. The furious Li Wang, having lost a trusted aide, ordered merciless retaliation. Run now? Qin Shilu kicked Luan, simultaneously throwing a thunderbolt pill towards the approaching assassins of the Qin family. Luan, in pain, stifled his tears and instinctively crouched down, clutching his head. The situation was utterly absurd for Qin Shilu. Although plans often falter in the face of change, the thunderbolt pill proved surprisingly effective. The explosive sounds resonated incessantly as the ground was pockmarked with craters, momentarily preventing the Qin family's assassins from reaching Qin Shilu. Despite the formidable power of the thunderbolt pill, Qin Shilu's aim left much to be desired. Within a few breaths, he had exhausted the thunderbolt pills in his possession. Among the Qin family's assassins, aside from a few desperately fending off the guards of Li Wang, 2 others, undeterred by their injuries, launched an assault on Qin Shilu. Due to the chest armor he wore, Qin Shilu faced his adversaries head-on, yet he still sustained numerous lacerations on his arms, face, and back, and even lost half of his right ear in the fray. Exhaustion was setting in. Qin Shilu's movements grew increasingly languid. As an ordinary individual devoid of any martial arts foundation, facing 2 well-trained assassins simultaneously was a daunting challenge. The fact that he had persevered this long, having drawn upon every ounce of his potential, was nothing short of remarkable. Was this the end? Would there be a chance to start anew? A fresh blade pierced his back once more, and the deep wound on his left hand laid bare the bone. His consciousness began to fade. I cannot endure any longer. It is time to conclude this. He had initially believed that the forces of King Li had finally arrived at his side, only to discover, upon closer inspection, that it was Luan, who had been lurking in the shadows, suddenly erupting into action. Grasping one of the dead warriors by the thigh, he swung it like a hammer, launching a frenzied assault on the other assassin. It hurts. It hurts. Who struck me? Initially, he thought Luan had experienced a change of heart, finally recognizing his duty as a bodyguard. It was only upon seeing the foot-long gash on Luan's back that Qin Shilu realized this coward had only lashed out due to his own pain. Had he known this earlier, he might have struck first. Qin Shilu chuckled bitterly, feeling a sense of relief. The guards of King Li had finally broken through, and the 2 assassins, held at bay by Luan, were predictably dispatched by the furious soldiers of King Li. The expression on King Li's face was a mixture of solemnity and hesitation. The situation had escalated to a point where it would be challenging to resolve without consequences. As I owe my gratitude to His Highness Li Wang for his timely rescue, the words of thanks had yet to escape my lips when, with a resounding thud, a piece of the golden armor on my chest was violently dislodged and fell to the ground, struck by a descending arrow. Be back. There's an assassin. Protect His Highness. The clamor erupted once more. My lips parted weakly as I struggled to articulate the urgency. I need a few pieces of armor. Brother, it has been quite some time. How fares your health? No significant ailments, save for a recent flare-up of hemorrhoids. Do you have any esteemed physicians you could recommend? My response this time was markedly quicker than before, and just as Luan seemed poised to interject, I interrupted him. Luan, this is not your concern. Hold your tongue for now. Faced with such inquiries, the self-proclaimed elegant gentleman, Qin Fan, refrained from engaging further. If you are prepared, brother, then let us depart without delay. With that, he strode directly into the grand hall. Now, I pondered what transformations I must undertake to extricate myself from this perilous predicament. Qin 16 gazed at Qin Fan with a smile that was both enigmatic and teasing, his mind swirling with new strategies for their journey. Regardless, he resolved to equip the armor on his back, affirming to himself that this would be his first course of action. Brother Fan, grant me but a moment to gather my belongings, so I may embark on our journey with ease. He called out, Xiao Anzi. Come here and assist me with my things. Certainly. Chapter 4. A bloodbath with a swift motion. Qin 16 easily evaded the concealed arrow aimed at him from behind, retaliating with a decisive strike that felled his assailant. Though his long blade bore cracks from the encounter, Qin 16 continued to slash fiercely, undeterred by the potential loss of his weapon. Clang. The 3 remaining assassins from the Qin family closed in once more. Qin 16 raised his blade in defense, then executed a nimble maneuver to retreat against the wind, swiftly producing a powder from within his garments and casting it into the air, without a moment's hesitation. As the enemy was momentarily disoriented, Qin 16's blade descended, embedding itself into the chest of one of the assassins. In that instant, he had successfully exchanged his damaged weapon for a new one and unleashed a ferocious attack upon the 2 remaining foes. By now, Qin 16 had long lost count of how many times he had faced death this day. His mind, dulled by the relentless chaos, had transcended into a state of ethereal clarity. While his physical capabilities had not visibly improved, his mental and spiritual essence had evolved far beyond the original Qin 16. Suddenly, a frantic merchant burst forth from the crowd, stumbling and nearly colliding with him. Yet, as if he possessed a sixth sense, Qin 16 moved with ghostly precision, deftly bringing the merchant down to the ground. The struggling vendor still yearned to deliver a fatal blow to Qin Shi with the dagger concealed in his sleeve. Yet he was obliviously forced to swallow a spherical hard object. With a resounding boom, blood splattered forth. There was no need to fret over the effects of the thunderbolt pill, for Qin Shi had already turned to commence his new spree of carnage. No. Please. No. Upon the appearance of King Li, the Grand Master suddenly erupted in fury, swiftly eliminating 2 bearers before leaping to the ground to unleash his wrath upon the unsuspecting. In no time, the king's guards joined the fray, chaos erupted, and arrows rained down from the rooftops on either side of the street, while ordinary citizens dashed forward, unwittingly courting death. Who would have thought that this scion of the Qin family was such a valiant young man? The area surrounding King Li remained relatively calm, as the assassins and death warriors seemed solely intent on targeting Qin Shi. Truly, he is a youthful deity of slaughter. Commander Fong, ever vigilant at King Li's side, remained alert for the potential descent of hidden arrows from above. Regrettably, born into the Grand Master's lineage, had he the chance to engage in battle, he would undoubtedly be a formidable general. However, the malevolence he exuded was rather excessive, lacking the grace befitting a Grand Master. King Li's attention was suddenly drawn to the fervent Qin Shi, who bore an unnatural bulge in his lower half. Not only was he killing, but he was laughing and reveling in the act. What a disgraceful display. The sound of hooves echoed once more, accompanied by the clatter of armor and weaponry drawing nearer. The city guard of Tianxing City had arrived. Protect His Highness. The commanding general swiftly encircled the carriage of Prince Li, dismounted, and bowed respectfully, acknowledging his tardiness. I beg your highness's pardon for my lateness. I am unharmed. First, save Master Qin, Prince Li directed, gesturing towards the still fiercely battling Qin 16. Understood, rescue the master. Was it not said that Prince Li had been ambushed? It appeared that the actual circumstances diverged from the intelligence received. One could only hope that this did not devolve into yet another instance of royal infighting. Though the commander of the city guards remained somewhat perplexed, his inherent duty as a soldier compelled him to issue the order for rescue without delay. In truth, even prior to the arrival of the city guards, the assassins and death warriors from the Qin family had begun their gradual retreat. The street was a tableau of chaos, with a substantial expanse of bloodied ground surrounding Qin 16, littered with the fallen bodies of the slain. Extracting his blade from the last surviving assassin, a spurt of blood sprayed onto the wielder's face. Qin 16, unperturbed, merely licked the blood trickling down his cheek, revealing a serene smile. At last, it is over. In stark contrast to Qin 16's moment of relief, the hearts of the city guards were heavy with oppression and dread. Although their general had commanded them to protect this assaulted young master, the scene before them painted a different reality. The boy, adorned with a sinister grin and surrounded by the corpses of the townsfolk, who even savored the taste of blood, seemed to require no protection at all. Indeed, given his apparent demeanor, the title of killer felt far more fitting than that of young master in this moment. It is not surprising that for those who have not personally experienced the entirety of this harrowing event, it is indeed difficult to fathom that Qin Shi is the greatest victim amidst such scenes of slaughter. Your Highness, did you not previously invite me to your residence for a drink? Today, having worked up quite a sweat, I shall take the opportunity to unwind at the royal manor. Without waiting for the timid city guards to approach, Qin Shilu took the initiative to advance. What flows from you is blood, not sweat. The corners of Prince Li's eyes twitched slightly. Although the onlookers were somewhat taken aback by Qin Shilu's actions, none dared to voice their surprise. Ha! The Celestial Master is indeed a youthful hero. Very well, having exerted himself in battle, the Celestial Master should rest in the carriage for a moment, while I shall ride. Observing the blood-soaked Qin Shilu, Prince Li reluctantly relinquished his carriage. The reason Qin Shilu had brought Luin along was quite simple. Amidst the countless past experiences of death, there had been one occasion when Luin had mustered the courage to protect Qin Shilu. Although Luin in this timeline remains unaware of this, it does not hinder Qin Shilu's altered perception of the timid giant. A new contingent of royal guards arrived, accompanied by the city guard, and at this moment, Qin Shilu found himself in the safest period of his life, allowing him to rest at ease. Once in the carriage, Qin Shilu quickly succumbed to slumber, for he had completely exhausted his strength. He was never truly the youthful killing god. Rather, he had simply grown accustomed to the tactics of assassins through repeated encounters with death. The treatment at the Wangfu is indeed exceptional. Even my bathing was attended to. When Qin Shilu awoke, it was already noon the following day, and Luin lay soundly asleep on the floor beside his bed. Unbeknownst to Qin Shilu, it is a rarity for the nobility of Xingxin Nation to bathe themselves. Even the young masters of the Qin family as collateral branches always have attendants during their baths. The only exception to this privilege was the one who had long been marginalized by his family, himself. Summon someone from the Wangfu. I wish to see Prince Li. With a swift kick, he roused the deeply slumbering Luin, preparing to formally meet the emperor's uncle. Chapter 5. The princess in the southern part of Tianxing City. At the residence of Prince Li. How is Master Qin Tian faring? Under normal circumstances, the guest should initiate conversation. But Qin Shilu's manner of eating was so unrefined that Prince Li could no longer restrain himself and had to speak first. It is satisfactory, quite satisfactory. Qin Shilu did not lift his gaze, engrossed in devouring the tea pastries before him, having scarcely eaten since the previous day. Bring me 5 more servings of the Songhua cake, 2 for immediate consumption and 3 to take away. Also, refill my tea, but ensure it is cold. The maidservants in the main hall exchanged glances of consternation, as they had never encountered such an eccentric guest being brought into the Wangfu. Nevertheless, at Prince Li's nod of acquiescence, fresh pastries and tea were soon served. Ahem. Yesterday, a band of bandits infiltrated Tianxing City. They caused a ruckus at Liukuei Tower, leading to a brawl. Prince Li cleared his throat and began to speak to himself. Due to the overwhelming number of bandits, many innocent civilians were harmed. Fortunately, the city guards, under the command of the land general, arrived in time to slay the robbers and capture their leader. Without concern for whether Qin 16 was absorbing this information, the Prince of Li continued, "Is there any news from the Celestial Master's residence?" Qin 16 wiped his mouth and voiced his query. In truth, he was not surprised by the resolution of the incident. Yet he remained uncertain about the subsequent actions of the Qin family. Just yesterday, Qin Changsong had informed the court of his illness, claiming to be afflicted with pulmonary tuberculosis. The Prince of Li lifted his teacup, taking a delicate sip, adding, "The imperial physician has also visited the Qin household and confirmed what Qin Changsong stated. Why do you assist me?" Qin 16 maintained a calm demeanor, recognizing that bribing a royal physician was trivial for the Qin family. The crux of the matter was finally at hand. The Xingxin kingdom has stood for 268 years, enduring the reign of 19 emperors. The Prince of Li gazed at Qin 16 with profound significance, his eyes glimmering with hidden meaning. However, the last 3 emperors are not direct descendants of the founding emperor. Li Hao, do you know why? I do not. Upon hearing the prince mention the word emperor, Qin 16 began to gather the pastries from the tea table, wishing to remain uninformed. Once he had heard the entirety of the prince's statement, he rose without hesitation, prepared to depart. He had never anticipated that the prince would broach such a sensitive topic at this moment. It must be noted that throughout the Xingxin kingdom, from the highest court nobility to the lowest common folk, no one dared to revisit this forbidden old tale, as it pertained to the very legitimacy of the current emperor. Rubbish. Stand right there. A low, rumbling roar echoed through the air. The patience of Prince Li had reached its zenith. Although he belonged to the esteemed royal lineage, he was willing to go to great lengths for the seemingly inconsequential Qin family outcast, even allowing the bloodstained Qin 16 to occupy his carriage. Yet, the youth showed no sign of gratitude, igniting a tempest of fury within him. In the capital of Xingxin, under the gaze of the emperor, the actions of the royal family were scrutinized with utmost intensity, for the reigning monarch harbored a profound aversion to his relatives. Consequently, the extraordinary measures that Prince Li had taken for Qin 16 had heaped tremendous pressure upon him. Qin 16's strides did not falter in response to Prince Li's admonitions. Rather, they quickened considerably. In less than 3 breaths, he dashed away to the main hall of the prince's residence, leaving the astonished Prince Li behind as he vanished around the corner of the external corridor. The emperor's intent to eliminate someone is an entirely different matter compared to that of Qin Chongsong. Even though Qin 16's ability to awaken could grant him multiple chances at life, it bore its own set of vulnerabilities. Drawing from the experiences of death he had accumulated during the previous day's street skirmish, Qin 16 began to form a rough understanding of his resurrection abilities, which exhibited 3 distinct characteristics. First, regardless of how the timing of his subsequent deaths fluctuated, he would invariably resurrect at the same moment. Second, the moment of his resurrection was intrinsically linked to the time of his initial demise. Third, should he fail to transcend the trials of death, time would perpetually loop. Based on yesterday's experiences, it could be inferred that his resurrection occurred approximately half an hour prior to his first death. At this moment, Qin 16 was concealed within the gardens of the Li Wang residence, lost in contemplation, crouched amidst the foliage. He remained oblivious to the nearby servants who were whispering and gesturing in his direction. Should he be encircled by the military in advance? A mere half an hour would prove futile, plunging him instead into a cycle of endless despair. Such a fate would drive him to madness. This was precisely why Qin 16 dared not confront the Li Wang. His current resources were insufficient to embolden him to challenge the imperial authority of this nation. It appeared that any gratitude owed to the Li Wang for his assistance would have to be deferred for another occasion. For now, his priority was to devise a means of escape. Who was that individual? How could he be so indiscreet in the garden? He seemed to be a guest of the prince. How could the prince entertain such a guest? Surely he was not an intruder from the outside. It was undoubtedly true. Just yesterday, it was Brother Huan who had helped him bathe, and that particular part of him had remained quite prominent, giggling. How irritating. It was rumored that a guest had recently consumed tea pastries as though they were a meal in the main hall, even requesting to take some away. He must be the one. Yet, he ought not to be so indiscreet here. Could it be that he had not even removed his trousers before engaging in such behavior? Unbeknownst to Qin 16, the servants of the Li Wang were currently discussing him with unrestrained candor, while his thoughts were solely focused on how to exit the Li Wang residence safely. A direct flight was hardly feasible. Severing ties with the Qin family only to clash with the Li Wang was hardly a prudent course of action. Perhaps he could feign compliance with the Li Wang's demands, biding his time until a suitable opportunity for escape presented itself. Upon the flawless, porcelain-like skin rests a pair of enchanting eyes, while the delicate, rosy tip of the nose adds a playful touch. A subtle, fragrant aroma wafts from her waist-length hair, and her peach-hued, exquisite lips are slightly pursed. Even Qin 16, who frequently traverses the royal palace and is accustomed to the sight of stunning maidens, finds himself utterly captivated by the unparalleled beauty before him. Your Highness, you must not approach him. He is quite unclean. 2 maidservants rushed over, their faces etched with terror. One hand was pressed firmly against their mouths and noses, while the other waved vigorously, as if such frantic gestures might prompt their young mistress to heed their warning. With the arrival of the young lady, Qin 16's thoughts shifted imperceptibly. For reasons unknown, he found himself reluctant to depart from the perilous confines of the Li Wangfu. Having been brought in as an injured party, the garments provided to Qin 16 by the manor were exceedingly loose, so much so that when he crouched, the fabric sagged, leading the household staff to mistakenly believe he was attending to his needs. Originally, Qin 16 did not concern himself with his appearance within the Li Wangfu, considering himself merely a transient visitor. Yet now, he felt compelled to uphold the dignity befitting the successor of a celestial master, especially in the presence of this charming princess. It was utterly mortifying to find himself in such an embarrassing predicament, as he had not even had the decency to fully disrobe. Alas, the distant Qin 16 could hardly hear the murmured whispers that trailed behind him. Chapter 6. The Lord's Executioner in the main hall of the Li Wangfu, Qin Shilu. Having just changed into a fresh attire, sat upright with an expression reminiscent of a Taoist master, his demeanor exuding an air of stoic detachment. The master of the Wangfu seated at the head of the table remained silent, though the visible veins on his hands betrayed his current psychological state. Qin Master, why did you flee just now? Although the Li Wang, the rightful lord, hesitated to speak, his daughter felt no such restraint. Apologies, Your Highness and esteemed princess. I was unkempt and feared I might lose face before the esteemed lord, which compelled me to withdraw. Qin Shilu maintained his gaze downward, unwilling to meet the eyes of the young lady across from him. The veins on the Li Wang's hand grew more pronounced, and even a minute crack appeared on the teapot's handle. Now that the master has donned appropriate attire, shall we commence our serious discussion? The sweet, gentle voice resonated again, causing Qin Shilu's heart to waver anew, prompting him to lower his head even further. I am eager to hear the details, he conceded. Had it not been for me yesterday, you would not have endured for so long, the Li Wang remarked, gradually setting down his teacup while casting a knowing glance at his daughter. Had I not been present, even if you fought until dawn, the city guards would not have appeared. Even crows understand the virtue of reciprocation, and lambs know the debt of nourishment. The playful young lady seized the opportunity to interject, having understood her father's unspoken message. Reciprocation and gratitude for nourishment? Are you my mother? You certainly take advantage of me. The youth remained silent, head bowed. And Qin 16 felt that today he had gained further insight. Although the assertions made by this father-daughter duo were largely correct, was their method of seeking gratitude not a tad too direct? The King of Li has bestowed upon me the grace of rebirth, whatever lies within my capacity. I shall undoubtedly strive with all my might. At this juncture, retreat was no longer an option. Though Qin 16 could surmise that the King of Li's commission was fraught with peril, he had no choice but to acquiesce for the time being. Master Qin embodies profound righteousness, reminiscent of our illustrious ancestors. With the upper hand, the King of Li finally relaxed his brow, the tension in his veins slowly dissipating. The earlier dialogue with Qin 16 had truly vexed him. I too have a request. Having boarded this proverbial pirate ship, Qin 16 did not intend to remain overly courteous. He sought to borrow the King of Li's strength for his own purposes. Tianxing City is encircled by mountains on three sides, making it easy to defend yet difficult to attack, with only the eastern city gate leading to an expanse of open terrain. Hence, Emperor Xingxin established the capital here. The imperial palace resides at the heart of the city, while the southern side of Tianxing City boasts the most picturesque scenery, predominantly inhabited by officials and nobility. The eastern side, due to its convenient transportation, has attracted numerous influential merchants and wealthy clans, including the recently expanded estate of the Qin family from the Master Qin's residence. As he gazed at the letter in hand, seated in the position of authority within the Qin family's council hall, the family patriarch, Qin Changsong, found himself enveloped in a whirlwind of emotions. Qin 16's formidable prowess was already astonishing. The involvement of the King of Li had rendered the situation even more intricate. Elder brother, what does the letter from the King of Li convey? In response to the prolonged silence of Qin Changsong, an elder of the Qin family was the first to break the stillness, aware that his name had been mentioned. Qin Changsong sighed heavily. Having acquired formidable skills unbeknownst to us, while Qin 16 had spiraled out of control, a collective gasp emanated from the side elders present. A puppet bearing the title of the Qin family's heir had eluded their grasp. Did this not imply the emergence of a new master? This was a future they could not abide, accustomed as they were to wielding the influence of the Qin family through the Tianxing mansion. Patriarch, what shall we do? Inquired another elder, filled with reliance on the venerable leader who had guided the collateral branches onto the historical stage. He is merely a child. We can simply find someone to eliminate him. Before Qin Changsong could respond, another elder proposed. What capability does Qin 16 possess to slay an assassin? I suspect it was primarily the work of the King of Li's subordinates. We could enlist the help of Empress Lu from the King of Li's side. She has always been quite pleased with our tributes. After a brief period of astonishment, the elites of the Qin family, who were accustomed to governance, immediately began deliberating solutions. Yet, strangely, the usually loquacious patriarch Qin Changsong remained fixated on the letter in his hand, silent. Let us take a look. The elders gradually sensed the patriarch's unusual demeanor and fell into silence. It was at this moment that Qin Changsong finally spoke. This is. Upon receiving the letter, the second elder could not help but display a look of astonishment, prompting the other elders to leave their seats and converge towards him. As everyone finally read the brief 8 characters inscribed on the letter, an eerie silence enveloped the entire council chamber. In truth, The request made by Qin 16 to King Li was quite simple. He sought assistance in delivering this handwritten letter directly into the hands of Qin Chongsong. While he could have dispatched someone else for the task, entrusting it to King Li would more aptly symbolize their alliance, a nuance that the shrewd Qin Chongsong would undoubtedly grasp. Simultaneously, King Li tacitly approved of Qin 16's opportunistic maneuver. At the conclusion of the letter, he deliberately pinned the name Qin Mo, intending to convey to the Qin family that he no longer wished to be regarded as a mere puppet. He would never forget that 4 years ago, when he entered the palace to be conferred as a celestial master, the edict bore the name Qin 16 as his designation. The actions of the collateral branches had long since exceeded Qin 16's threshold, as they did not regard him as a worthy individual. As the saying goes, the character reflects the person, for the essence of one's writing is a tangible manifestation of their spirit. The elders of the Qin family were seasoned veterans. They would not fail to perceive the implications embedded within Qin 16's handwriting. Though they recognized it as the work of the same person, the character's essence had transformed entirely. We have nurtured you all along, yet remain oblivious to where you have honed such sharpness. Gazing at the letter, feeling the chilling and austere atmosphere enveloping him, it seemed as if the unfamiliar yet indignant whispers of Qin 16 echoed in his ears. For the first time, Qin Chongsong's heart wavered. Could it be that your family, the Qin clan, truly descended from immortal beings, perhaps under the protection of genuine celestial spirits? Upon the letter spread out by Qin Chongsong, 8 imposing characters glimmered ominously. Betrayers of the master, I shall surely slay them. Chapter 7. Secrets of the royal family exiting the Li Wang mansion and heading northward. One need only traverse a few main streets to behold the magnificent Xingxin imperial city. The meandering moat was crystal clear, revealing its depths, while 2 ancient bridges served as the sole passage to the inner city. The city walls, renovated every few years, were constructed of smooth, blue bricks, as even as the ground itself. Within the city, palaces stood in abundance, resplendent and grand, with hundreds of chambers dedicated to the imperial family, and countless quarters for palace maids and attendants. The current emperor of Xingxin, Li Ji, had secluded himself within these walls, not having ventured beyond the imperial city for over a decade. The discussions between Li Wang and Qin Shilu that transpired overnight were intimately connected to this enigmatic sovereign of Xingxin. Li Ji was at least 120 years of age. The first utterance from Li Wang left Qin Shilu utterly astonished. A mortal's lifespan typically spans merely a few decades. How could there exist a being whose years exceeded 100? Moreover, the emperor, whom he had encountered, did not appear to be in his dotage. Noticing Qin Shilu's momentary bewilderment, Li Wang refrained from further speech. Unperturbed by Qin Shilu's reaction, he sipped his tea and remarked slowly, though you are constrained by Qin Chongsong and hold no position at home, you are, after all, a descendant of founding nobles. You must have heard of Yuxiao Mountain. Yuxiao Mountain. Qin Shilu had certainly heard of it. It was a name that could incite fierce rivalry among the powerful elite of Xingxin. Are you suggesting that the current sovereign is connected to the practitioners? Qin Shilu inquired directly. Though ordinary citizens may find it challenging to comprehend, for the aristocracy of Xingxin, cultivators are not beyond their reach. Within the Yuxiao Mountain, located less than 300 miles to the east of Tiancheng City, cultivators maintain a constant presence. What the Prince of Li mentioned is far from a secret. The enigmatic Yuxiao Mountain has piqued the curiosity of the youthful Qin Shilu, who, despite being unable to acquire intelligence from the Qin family, has managed to gather a wealth of useful information during his monthly visits to the palace. The sole interaction between the cultivators of Yuxiao Mountain and the powerful elite of the dynasty lies in the recruitment of servant disciples. Although they are termed servants, the aristocrats of Xingxin willingly send their illegitimate offspring to the mountain to serve the esteemed cultivators, and at times, they fiercely compete for a mere position as a servant, all for the chance to receive a few precious elixirs bestowed by the mountain's cultivators. Li Ji may have no connection to Yuxiao Mountain, but he is undoubtedly a cultivator, the Prince of Li asserted emphatically. Qin Shilu fell silent, aware that it would be best for him to refrain from speaking at that moment. Approximately 90 years ago, an event transpired that shook the very foundations of Xingxin. At that time, the 16th sovereign of Xingxin, Li Jingxian, unexpectedly announced his abdication in his prime, transferring the imperial throne to the 9th prince, Li Ji. Strangely, Li Ji appeared out of nowhere, with no prior knowledge of his existence among the populace. The Prince of Li continued. Shortly after Li Ji ascended to the throne, the late emperor, and the other 8 princes succumbed to sudden deaths. With the causes remaining a mystery, Li Ji ruled for 30 years, indulging in a harem but producing no heirs. However, in the 30th year of his reign, he astonishingly proclaimed that he had fathered a son named Li Xian. In the same year, Li Su was proclaimed crown prince, and shortly thereafter, Li Ji passed away. As Qin 16 began to lower his head and fidget with his sleeve, Prince Li paused, and a profound silence enveloped the room for nearly the duration of a tea light. It was not until Qin 16, with a hint of resignation, lifted his gaze to meet the prince's eyes once more that Prince Li continued. In the 2nd year after Li Ji ascended the throne, the officials and royal relatives of the Shengxin dynasty were almost entirely purged in a bloody sweep. Anyone in the populace who dared to utter words questioning the emperor's identity faced denunciation, and regardless of the truth, they were all relegated to laborious exile. The few surviving members of the Shengxin royal family were granted the surname Bailey, marking the end of the Li dynasty in history, apart from the emperor. The Li surname persisted solely among the common folk. My forebears were executed, and my name was changed from Li Yao to Bailey Yao. The anguish of bearing a name that cannot be spoken and the pain of not being able to acknowledge my ancestors have tormented me incessantly. The vengeance for my father's murder and the humiliation of losing my surname are memories I shall never forget. The prince's words grew fervent, and his body trembled slightly. I do not wish for my daughter to endure the shame of having no surname, which is why I allowed her to inherit her mother's surname, naming her Xiao Muxua. So, her name is Xiao Muxua. Qin 16 absorbed the prince's emotionally charged words. Yet this name alone lingered in his mind. Is it not better to live? The emperor is already a formidable adversary, and he is also a practitioner of the arcane. Faced with the prince, who now seemed almost deranged, Qin 16 buried his thoughts deep within. What does your highness wish for me to do? He inquired, waiting for the prince to regain his composure before speaking again. Li Ji practiced demonic arts, requiring a new corporeal form every 30 years. This year marked the 29th year of his reign, and by customary standards, his new body would soon manifest. The king of Li fixed his gaze intently upon Qin Shilu, his tone chillingly grave. When the old and new bodies materialized simultaneously, it would be his moment of utmost vulnerability. In the name of the celestial master, I command you to expose Li Qi's true identity to the world, after which our Li clan shall rally the strength of the nation to eradicate the demon cultivators. Certainly, I shall comply. Qin Shilu responded with feigned eagerness. However, the king had lost his senses, and Qin Shilu had no desire to play along with such reckless games. Though he verbally acquiesced, his mind was already devising an escape plan. Rest assured of the veracity of our intelligence. Our Li clan has been preparing for this day for over 20 years. It seemed the king could discern Qin Shilu's thoughts, for he added, do not entertain notions of fleeing. You possess too much knowledge. Should you vanish, we will unleash our entire clan's might to hunt you down. Huh? How could that be? Am I such a person? Qin Shilu exclaimed, raising his hands to cradle the teacup and taking a large gulp, attempting to wipe the sweat from his brow in the most casual manner possible. They are all mad. This place is no better than the Qin household, he thought, feeling an overwhelming exhaustion. Chapter 8. The art of murder. His body was violently shaken, and urgent whispers pierced his ears. Warm, viscous liquid slid down his face. The acrid scent of blood invaded his lungs. The occupant of the bed struggled to catch his breath, and upon finally prying his eyelids open, he was met with a horrifying scene that would haunt him for a lifetime. A grotesquely bloodied visage loomed uncomfortably close, as a youth clad in crimson garments leaned in, a dagger in his right hand glistening with crimson droplets, exuding a foul stench. The breath of King Li momentarily caught in his throat. After a prolonged silence, he finally discerned the hushed words of Qin 16. Your Highness, there is an assassin. I have seen him. With a parched throat, King Li managed to rasp. What do you mean? Qin 16, taken aback, inquired with confusion. How did your Highness perceive both assassins within my chamber? King Li remained silent, still grappling with the unfolding situation. Your Highness? The youth inched closer. Have you been attacked? Avoiding the youth's blood-soaked hands, King Li rose to his feet. What of the guards stationed outside my chamber? I rendered them unconscious, the boy replied with a matter-of-fact demeanor. I deemed it prudent to keep this matter discreet, which is why I sought you directly. At that moment, King Li recalled that this youth was not merely a celestial master in the guise of Shang Exine, but also a youthful harbinger of death. In a flash, the dagger clashed with a short sword, the sparks igniting the room in a brief illumination. The assassin's face registered shock, yet his speed remained undeterred. With a powerful kick against the bed's edge, he retreated swiftly, vanishing into the shadows beyond the door. Qin 16 did not pursue. Instead, he sidestepped gracefully, leaping to evade two dark arrows that flew towards him from the eaves. Silently, he released several slightly bulging oil paper packets, which landed mere inches from the bed, before slipping into the darkness. The room fell into an eerie silence, abruptly shattered by the whoosh of poisoned arrows slicing through the air. Before long, a muffled groan emanated from the corner of the room, suggesting that someone had been injured. The assassin from the eaves leaped into the bedroom, while the killer outside darted towards the window. The breathing from the shadows grew heavier, and the occupant of the room appeared to be on the brink of peril. Suddenly, a loud thud echoed. Dust swirled through the air as the crossbow-wielding assassin inadvertently stepped on a small package containing a mind-altering powder. Although a veil shielded his mouth and nose, the searing pain in his eyes was nearly unbearable. Seizing the moment of his adversary's disarray, the occupant of the room struck. A flash of steel glimmered, leaving a faint trace of blood as it sliced through the opponent's neck, delivering a fatal blow. The sound of the body hitting the ground was fleeting, and silence enveloped the space once more. In a moment of carelessness, the sword-wielding assassin outside finally grasped the complexity of his target. The encounter between the youth and his blade was intended to spark a flurry of action. The brief illumination within the room was captured by a hidden companion in the eaves. Only after confirming that the ground below was clear did he leap down. From the outset, every move they made had been anticipated by the young man inside, a testament to his cunning and lethal prowess that was nothing short of chilling. Cold sweat dripped from the sword-wielding assassin. Despite his desire to escape, he found himself paralyzed, knowing that any movement could spell his doom. Click, click. The sound of delicate chimes filled the room as the youth toyed with his spoils, a rapid-fire crossbow. He was deliberately revealing his position, intending to use himself as bait to provoke a response. The heart of the outside assassin raced to his throat, finding himself at a psychological disadvantage in his duel with Qin Shirlu. Thump, 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 thump. Your heart beats with such fervor. A whisper, tinged with a semblance of a smile, drifted through the air, while the persistent clicking within the room continued unabated. Yet, the young man's dagger had already pierced through his own heart and lungs, blood gushing forth to swiftly choke his throat. The assassin, wielding a blade, met his demise without ever uttering a word, unable to inquire how the youth had managed to set the crossbow within the room to fire on its own. It appeared that no one else remained. Lighting a short candle, Qin 16 tore away the damp cloth that obscured his face, dragging the assassin from outside into the room. The defenses of this royal residence were woefully inadequate. I must have a word with Prince Li, without the intention of wiping the blood from his garments. Qin 16 closed the door and slipped into the night surrounding the prince's estate. Click, click, click. The candlelight flickered slightly within the room, where a mouse, fiercely bound to the crossbow string, struggled in vain. Squeak. That is the gist of it. However, the assassin this time possessed considerable skill. Concealing his own resurrection abilities, Qin 16 recounted his assassination attempt with nonchalance. The body still lay within the room, not resembling a member of the Qin family, but rather an outsider hired for the task. Qin Shongsong's obsession with Qin 16 ran deeper than anticipated, and Prince Li found himself in a predicament. Qin 16 was one of the pivotal figures in the uprising of the Li clan. Many impoverished citizens and lower-ranking soldiers held him in high esteem. Should Qin 16 rise to rally them at a critical moment, he could undoubtedly invigorate the morale of the troops and offer solace to the populace. However, the existence of Qin 16 would undoubtedly draw the attention of the entire Qin family from the Heavenly Master's mansion towards my side. Assassination is a trivial matter. Should the Li family's pivotal actions be discovered by the adversary, it would escalate into a dire situation. You shall stay here tonight. Tomorrow I will arrange for your departure. Although I am concerned that Qin 16 may seize this opportunity to flee, at this moment, the King of Li has no alternative. He is well aware of the gravity of the situation. Where to go? On the following dawn, Luan, who had been soundly asleep in the lower quarters, was awakened by the second steward of the Wang residence. Upon learning of the master's assassination, this stout man wept profusely on the spot. However, Luan was not the only one departing from the Li royal estate that day. Several temporary guests summoned to bolster the security were also dismissed. 3 large, foul-smelling sacks were incinerated in the backyard, the acrid fumes lingering around the Li royal estate throughout the day. Are you truly dead? After receiving the scout's report, Qin Chongsong abruptly opened his eyes, his gaze piercing, resolutely continuing to monitor every movement of the Li royal estate, without a moment's respite. Yes. The scout turned to depart. Outside the eastern gate of Tiansheng City, 3 miles away. Princess, I can scarcely hold on any longer. Let me come up. Absolutely not. Father decreed that you must remain within the city for 10 miles before being allowed to disembark. I truly cannot endure any longer. My hands are nearly dislocated. You are deceiving me. Father said your martial prowess is exceptionally high, placing you among the elite in the martial world. This journey is surely within your capability. I suspect you are merely attempting to escape. Indeed, miss, you must not allow him to come up. With both hands and feet bound beneath the cart, Qin Shilu found himself suspended upside down, pressed against the bottom of the wagon, enduring a journey filled with dust and sand for the very first time. Far removed from his birthplace, the illustrious Tiansheng City. Yet, his hands were indeed on the verge of dislocation. Chapter 9. The Xiang family of Wanglu City is renowned for its willows, lush with branches and adorned with floating catkins, particularly during the transition from spring to summer. As the gentle breeze begins to stir, the entire city becomes enveloped in a myriad of white fluff, creating a spectacle reminiscent of snow in June, which never fails to astound the visiting poets and travelers alike. The Xiang family stands as the foremost noble lineage within this city. The common folk often remark that the commands of the city lord pale in comparison to the playful banter of the Xiang clan, highlighting the family's considerable influence within the community. However, the direct descendant of such a prestigious family, the only daughter of the current prince, Xiao Muxue, finds herself squatting beside a street vendor in a narrow alley, clad in coarse fabric and smeared with dirt, while her ears are assaulted by the crude and vulgar remarks surrounding her. This young lad has a discerning eye. Clearly, he is no stranger to physical activity. The vendor leered, frequently glancing at the beautiful maiden beside him. If you don't have anything worthwhile, I might just take my leave. The youth insisted once more. Of course, I have fine goods, but they come at a different price, the merchant replied, his demeanor shifting to one of seriousness as he addressed the matter of cost with a solemn expression. The pure-hearted young princess, who faintly comprehended the conversation, felt a delicate blush rise to her cheeks. Although her heart brimmed with a myriad of grievances and resentments towards the young man, this was not the moment for words. Such an ethereal beauty, resembling a blossoming peach flower, stood amidst the squalor of this narrow alley, inevitably drawing the attention of passers-by. Some even had the audacity to linger nearby, gazing at her in quiet observation. As the number of curious onlookers increased, the princess's originally fair complexion became increasingly flushed with embarrassment. At that moment, the young man, having settled the price, turned to her and said, "Princess, it is time to pay." In response, Xiao Muxue indignantly tossed her purse at his unrefined face, while Qin Shilu graciously accepted it, though not with his face. In truth, Qin Shilu felt a sense of grievance as well. Ever since arriving in Wanglu City, the young princess had taken to clinging to him, rarely leaving his side. Though she claimed to be monitoring him on behalf of King Li, her true desire seemed to be to have him accompany her on her shopping excursions. Xiao Muxue's status was extraordinarily elevated. As the legitimate daughter of the Xiao family and a princess by title, she was the offspring of the powerful and influential King Li, the foremost relative of the prominent Bilishi clan. In a time when the current emperor had yet to produce an heir, it was unlikely that another individual in the Xingxin kingdom could rival her privileged position. Yet, despite her esteemed status, Xiao Muxue bore a profound sorrow that few could truly comprehend, the ache of solitude. The young princess, having lost her mother at an early age and with her father preoccupied with his grand pursuits, has spent the past 16 years of her life largely in the embrace of solitude. This experience bears a striking resemblance to that of Qin Shilu, who has suffered greatly at the hands of her own family. Thus she has endeavored to accommodate the princess as best as she can. However, today, Qin Shilu's venture to procure equipment was explicitly forbidden for Xiao Muxue, and she had employed a rather stern tone in her prohibition. Yet, when the spirited nature of Miss Xiao ignites, no one can deter her resolve. To illustrate the extent of Xiao Muxue's tenacity, this morning, as Qin Shilu prepared to depart from the Xiao family estate, the young princess boldly dashed forward to grasp Qin Shilu's leg, not one to easily yield. Qin Shilu dragged Xiao Muxue along as they exited the estate, a sight that left the household servants utterly astonished. While it was relatively simple to bring Xiao Muxue along, the challenge lay in the difficulties of departure. Upon standing, both Qin Shilu and Xiao Muxue suddenly realized that the alleyways had been obstructed by a group of nearby ruffians. Their numbers quite substantial. "Let me have a go and see just how slippery this fairskin is," one of the ruffians exclaimed, emboldened by the prospect. The sheltered and pampered Princess Xingxin had never before encountered such brazen advances. Her delicate countenance was flushed crimson, her lower lip gently gnawed between her teeth, her fragrant shoulders trembling ever so slightly. Yet, when confronted with the grimy hand reaching towards her, she showed no intention of yielding. As the daughter of the esteemed Prince Li, she would not be cowed by a mere local ruffian. Besides, she had Qin Shilu at her side. This infamous celestial assassin of the prince's manor had been acknowledged by her father as a first-rate martial expert and currently served as her personal guard. In a sudden turn, the young man in the alley cast but a single glance, and the petty rogue who dared to touch Xiao Muxue collapsed, frothing at the mouth. Then, a crimson aura emanated from Qin Shilu, his sanguinary essence scattering, causing the scores of ruffians gathered in the alley to feel their scalps prickle, as if trapped in the lair of a bloodthirsty beast. One particularly frail and weak old rogue even perished on the spot. It remains unknown who initiated the escape. But upon witnessing someone take the lead, the remaining scoundrels naturally scattered like startled birds, leaving behind only the unconscious petty rogue and the petrified old rogue sprawled on the ground. Despite his heroic rescue, Qin Shilu was now aggrieved. So aggrieved that he was on the verge of tears. Due to her proximity, Xiao Muxue was the first to succumb to unconsciousness. Having expended a significant amount of his lifeblood, Qin Shilu lacked the strength to carry her. Thus, they remained nestled together, leaning against the alley wall. In the martial world, all grandmasters who have cultivated the ability to project their inner energy are uniformly regarded as first-rate experts. It was precisely this uncontrollable murderous aura that the well-informed Prince Li sensed in Qin Shilu, leading him to assess his strength accordingly. However, true masters of the highest caliber, each a paragon of physical cultivation, would never find themselves in a state of weakness and fatigue, as Qin 16 did after releasing his internal energy. Thus, the title of a first-rate master he possesses seems somewhat illusory. How could such a seemingly hollow master hope to simultaneously safeguard Xiao Muxue while vanquishing so many adversaries? Left with no other recourse, Qin 16 resorted to reckless expenditure of his stamina, unleashing a vast wave of internal energy to intimidate these ruffians, inadvertently causing one of them to succumb in fright. The youth covered his left cheek, with tears welling in his clear eyes. Chapter 10. Farewell in the Xiao family's villa. Two young men of strikingly different demeanor sat across from each other, engaged in lively conversation. Judging by their seating and poise, the elegantly attired young man in azure robes was the master of this abode, while the pallid youth clad in gray before him was none other than the current celestial master, Qin 16, who had recently fled from Tiansheng. Achieving the prowess of a grand master at such a tender age, if Qin's remarkable talents were to spread throughout the martial world, it would surely incite chaos within the Sheng Xian sect. The young man in azure set down his teacup and jested, "I have heard that yesterday." Brother Qin unleashed his internal energy in a street alley on the western side of the city, driving away dozens of ne'er-do-wells with great aplomb. The elegant youth, named Xiao Kuang, was the young master of the illustrious Xiao family and a cousin of the princess, Xiao Muxue, with the Li clan, led by King Li. Striving to overturn the status quo, it was inevitable that they would seek the support of local strongmen. Thus, the young master of the Xiao family was certainly aware of Qin 16's true identity. Haha. The ramblings of ruffians should not be taken to heart. Brother Xiao, your tea is delightful. Might you spare me some? Qin 16 began to steer the conversation elsewhere. The commotion he caused yesterday was indeed considerable, and the escapees had already spread the news. As the local power in Wanglu City, the Xiao family must certainly be aware that the extraordinary individual discussed among the ruffians these past few days is none other than Master Shang Xintian. Do not fret. Brother Qin, those individuals from yesterday's alley shall not trouble us again. The young master of the Xiao family remarked nonchalantly as he set aside the small plate in his hand. The fate of those ruffians who dared to disrespect the Xiao family's eldest daughter in Wanglu City, even attempting to lay hands on her, was all too predictable. Qin 16 felt a twinge of regret. The wares of the street vendors in that alley were rather impressive. This tea is truly exquisite, rivaling even the tribute tea from the palace. He continued to feign ignorance. Even if the young master of the Shao family were to witness it firsthand, he would never confess. Wearing such a high hat could be fatal. Shao Kuang remained silent, and both began to savor their tea in solitude. Whether at the Qin family in Tianqing City or at the Shao family in Wanglu City, he felt as though he were invisible, with no secrets to speak of. After his conversation with Shao Kuang earlier in the day, Qin 16 came to understand this reality. Thus, under the cover of night, he was about to embark on an endeavor to escape the Shao family's grasp, specifically, to flee. Leaving the Shao family and freeing himself from the control of King Li had long been among Qin 16's plans. It was precisely for this reason that he had dared to reveal his abilities before the multitude of ruffians in the narrow alley the other day. He had never intended to linger here for long. A suspicious shadow darted through the Shao residence under the cover of night, weaving left and right with agility, before swiftly scaling the outer wall and vanishing into the delicate moonlight of Wanglu City. The following day, when Shao Mushua kicked open Qin Shirlio's bedroom door, as was her custom, she found only a hastily scribbled note awaiting her. Princess, I have some personal matters to attend to and shall return within 3 months. By the way, your purse is with me. Consider the money alone. Qin Shirlu. The young princess's scream echoed throughout the Shao residence. The boy's handwritten message was soon delivered to the Lihua Manor in Tianqing City, where a powerful hand gripped the paper tightly, as though intending to crush the ordinary letter into oblivion. Veins bulged on the back of the hand. And after a prolonged moment of suppressed fury, the words finally escaped. If you do not return within 3 months, a nationwide announcement shall be made. Kill without mercy, leaving no complete corpse. Traveling south from Wanglu City for roughly 200 li, one arrives at the renowned Jiangma City. Much like Wanglu City, the name Jiangma City bears its own distinctive character, prominently featuring the character for horse. Geographically, Jiangma City shares similarities with Wanglu City, both flourishing in proximity to the heart of Xingxin. However, the sights the young man encountered along his journey were starkly different from the picturesque landscapes of Wanglu. Jiangma City is famed for its horses, serving as the headquarters for the largest gang in the realm, the Horse Gang. The ceaseless flow of gallant steeds and bustling merchant caravans embodies the essence of this vibrant city. Within the Tang GT house in Jiangma City, a young lad clad in gray was striving to expel the sediment mingled in his tea. Subsequently, he began to voice his grievances to the shopkeeper. Master, there are grains of sand in this tea. The proprietor, engrossed in counting money at his desk, merely glanced up without raising his head, replying with indifference, Youngster, I presume this is your first visit to Jiangma City. The tea was free of sand, but after sitting for a while, it naturally settles. Next time, drink more swiftly. Observing the accumulated dust on the table and hearing the neighing of the horses outside, the boy relented. Master, do bring me another pot, and make it extra strong. Certainly. Esteemed guest, please hold on. At last, the tea master lifted his gaze, a subtle smile adorning his face. This gray-clad youth was none other than Qin Shirlu, a celestial master who had fled from Tianqing City to Wanglu City, and from there to Jiangma City. Qin Shirlu was pressed for time. He was uncertain how King Li would react upon learning of his escape. That letter left behind might not serve to delay matters for 3 months. Hence he had to hasten his journey without a moment's respite. After settling the tea bill, he donned his cloak and hood, then departed directly towards his destination, the headquarters of the Horse Caravan. The Horse Caravan was the largest grassroots organization in the realm of Xingxin, with branches throughout the nation and a membership exceeding 100,000, engaging in all manner of tasks. The leader, renowned as the foremost expert in Xingxin, was the master of the Tiger Claw Fist, Yu Huayin. The nearest caravan was bound for the Liang Kingdom. After a tiresome journey filled with dust, Qin Shirlu finally arrived at the headquarters of the Horse Caravan, and once again parched, he understood why there were more tea houses than inns in Jiangma City. In the main hall, the responsibility of attending to travelers fell upon a one-eyed ordinary lackey. Upon observing the frail, delicate youth before him, a hint of disdain crossed his face as he remarked, Young man, are you fleeing or merely seeking refuge? The journey to Liang Kingdom will take half a month by horseback. Can your fragile frame endure such a trek? The youth reiterated, emphasizing that he was escaping the wrath of the Li King and evading the deadly vendetta of the Qin family, insisting that time was of the essence. The Liang Kingdom was in opposition to the Xingxin state. During the establishment of Xingxin, a significant portion of its territory had been seized from the Liang Kingdom. aided by the ancestral lineage of Qin 16's first-generation celestial master. Thus, any citizen of Shengxin traveling alone to the Liang Kingdom was often in search of shelter from vengeful foes. 20 Tails does not include meals. We depart tomorrow at the hour of the snake. Bring your own water. The lackey, growing weary of the youth's lack of enthusiasm, displayed a certain impatience. Without further ado, Qin 16 settled the payment, received the registration plaque, and turned to leave. Despite the lackluster service, the reputation of the horse caravan was commendable. At that moment, he felt it unwise to linger in such a crowded and scrutinizing environment. Aware that both the Celestial Master's office and the Li King's subordinates were likely in pursuit of him, he found the nearest inn, and after days of exhausting travel, Qin 16 finally laid down on the bed, a sensation he had not experienced for a long time. How hard! The Shao family's beds are far more comfortable. With that thought, the youth drifted into a deep slumber. Chapter 11. The burden of oppression. The Liao-branded horse caravan set off yesterday at the hour of the snake. Why have you only arrived today? The one-eyed attendant, still present in the main hall, now wore a mocking expression as he addressed the gray-clad youth before him. Upon hearing this, Qin 16 realized he had been outwitted. Alone and evading his adversaries, adorned with a hood and appearing feeble, the members of the gang within the main hall were evidently convinced that he would not dare to cause trouble here. Their assumptions were not unfounded. Qin 16, simultaneously pursued by both the King of Li and the Celestial Master's residence, indeed refrained from stirring up conflict in such a conspicuous gathering of the horse gang. He had resolved to endure this silent humiliation, yet the foolish one-eyed thug, driven by insatiable greed, uttered a fateful remark just as Qin 16 turned away, a statement that would seal his doom. It seemed that the curtain was about to rise on a dramatic scene. As the other gang members closed in, scorn and mockery etched upon their faces. The youth's body began to tremble slightly. His hood obscured his expression from the onlookers, yet his slender silhouette conveyed a vulnerability akin to that of a bullied maiden. What a coward! Someone laughed first, and soon, the gang members encircling the boy erupted into raucous laughter. Ha ha, ha ha ha, ha 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 ha. Had they gone too far? Perhaps it was best to let it go. With a soft sigh, the youth could no longer contain himself, and just as he spoke, a dozen small spheres rolled from beneath his cloak in all directions. Witnessing this, the seasoned members of the gang froze, their expressions stark, while the oblivious young thugs continued their uproarious laughter. A cacophony of explosions and screams ensued, as the dagger at the youth's waist glimmered ominously through the encroaching smoke, emanating a strange red light. Those who remained alive fled in terror, while the fallen were either dead or on the brink of death, with but one exception. The youth's eyes gleamed with an eerie red light, the last thunderous ball tossed up and down in his hand. The sole surviving member of the one-eyed gang had long since collapsed to the ground, a pale yellow fluid seeping incessantly from his lower body. Do you know? The boy slowly approached the one-eyed gang member, gently inserting the small orb into the other's mouth. The one-eyed man's resistance was negligible. His spirit had already crumbled. I have only 30 tails left. A thunderous roar erupted behind him, the flickering flames dancing in tandem with the blood-stained ground. As the bloodied youth clad in gray stepped out of the grand hall of the Shengxin First Gang. Outside the hall, the open space was devoid of merchants and steeds. Surrounded by hundreds of gang members, led by an elder with white hair yet youthful visage, whose eyes sparkled with intensity and exuded a fierce aura. I almost forgot. The blood-clad youth scratched his head, muttering to himself, "There's still a troublesome old man here." Moments later, Qin Shilu endured 5 punches, while the elder received a single blade wound to his back. After another quarter, Qin Shilu absorbed over 20 punches, his sternum slightly fractured. Yet the elder sustained merely 1 cut, albeit a grazing blow to his scalp. Half an hour later, Qin Shilu's left knee shattered, his right hand broken, as malevolent energy coursed through him, replacing his damaged meridians and shattered bones. The elder bore 5 knife wounds, one of which exposed bone in his leg, while the others were of little consequence. Approximately an hour later, Qin Shilu's body was riddled with fractures, his malevolent energy leaking out, leading to his exhaustion and demise. The elder had endured 9 knife wounds, 3 of which were deep enough to reveal bone, and 2 fingers on his right hand severed. This marked the first deadly confrontation between the celestial master Qin Shilu of Shengxin and the grandmaster of Tiger Split Fist, Yu Huayin. The battle raged on for an extended period, and even if he were to resurrect half an hour prior, he would still bear grave injuries. Qin Shilu wielded his blade to deflect the incoming force of a punch, yet his mind was consumed with thoughts of how to break free from this life-threatening predicament. Had he employed hidden weapons, the tide would have already turned in his favor. He suppressed the urge to launch the concealed arrows from his sleeve and surged forward. The glint of his blade narrowly grazed the elder's right cheek, leaving a faint crimson mark, igniting a restless fervor within him. Having destroyed the main hall of the caravan, the leader Yu Huayin remained silent, engaging Qin Shilu in direct combat, clearly intent on a one-on-one duel. Should Qin Shilu resort to his lethal skills and unleash an all-out assault, he would undoubtedly face the onslaught of Yu Huayin's several hundred subordinates lurking behind him, rendering such an endeavor futile. Sensing the rapid depletion of his bloodthirsty energy, Qin Shilu felt a tightening in his chest. Although his previous death had granted him a deeper understanding of Yu Huayin's formidable punches, the undeniable disparity in strength still loomed large before him. A flash of inspiration struck him, and he met the punch with his palm, bracing against Yu Huayin's tiger-like force. A trickle of blood seeped from the corner of his mouth, yet he moved like the wind, leveraging his opponent's strength to retreat swiftly. A red light swept down, and a short dagger, lodged diagonally in the ground, perfectly severed the space between them. The youthful figure before him wielded power far beyond his expectations, and the incongruity of such strength with his tender years left Yu Huayin astounded. Though perplexed by the blood-clad youth's peculiar decision to abandon his weapon, Yu Huayin hesitated not a moment. He leaped forward, his inner strength surging into his fists like a raging torrent, poised to deliver a fatal strike to his opponent. In the realm of skilled combatants, hesitation was not an option, as the formidable fists of the tiger bore down upon him, accompanied by the resonant roars of the beast. Qin Shilu made no defensive gestures. Instead, he merely parted his lips, whispering in a tone just audible enough for the adversary to hear, "I am a servant of King Li." The fierce winds from the punches stirred the strands of the youth's hair behind him, as he and the elder stood in the arena, enveloped in a profound silence. Qin Shilu's eyes ached slightly as he watched the powerful fists halt mere inches from his brow, and a smile of relief finally graced his features. He recognized that he had wagered correctly this time. Within the side hall of the horse gang's main complex, Yu Huayin gazed intently at the composed and extraordinary young man before him, and he was the first to voice his perplexity, as a subordinate of the prince. "Why then did you set fire to my headquarters? Qin's family vendetta remains unavenged, and I sought to infiltrate Tiansheng City under the guise of the horse gang. However, I was deceived by one of your one-eyed members, who, after accepting my silver, provided me with expired horse tokens. Unable to contain my anger, I acted out of line. I asked for the leader's forgiveness." Qin Shilu clasped his hands in respect, slightly bowing, and subtly altered his original intentions. For many years, Emperor Xingxin had turned a blind eye to state affairs, allowing power-hungry officials to run rampant while noble clans flourished in the populace. Yet, an organization like the Horse Gang, boasting tens of thousands of members, was undeniably conspicuous. How could they remain undisturbed amidst the court's machinations? The great masters of the martial world numbered but a handful. Yet King Li was intimately familiar with his internal energy, leading the youth to deduce that this Yu Huayin must also be an ally of King Li. What if he was mistaken? Ultimately, it would merely mean facing death once more. Qin Shilu was not one to fear the end. "This matter shall be decided after I consult the prince," Yu Huayin mused. He was well aware of the character of his subordinates, and the portrait of Qin 16 had already reached the headquarters of the caravan. Although he had not paid attention during their earlier encounter, Yu Huayin now confirmed that the individual before him was indeed the one sought by Prince Li. Qin 16 once again clasped his hands in acknowledgement, indicating his acceptance. When he departed, he had left a note to ensure some room for maneuver. Given Prince Li's temperament and disposition, it was certain that he would not resort to lethal force against him. The matter of his departure could be deliberated upon at a later time. Chapter 12. Just because of you, the gentle patter of rain fell upon the muddy ground as a weary caravan approached from the distance. The caravan leader, Yu Huayin, was accompanied by his two most trusted subordinates, escorting a young man towards a nearby thatched cottage. Although they appeared to be apprehending him, the youth bore no restraints and rode a horse of his own. This arrangement was a directive Yu Huayin had given to his two strongest subordinates, his adopted son Yu Lu and Lu Yufeng, the branch leader from Wanglu City, just 2 hours prior. Thus, this peculiar ensemble emerged upon the vast plain, where a gray-clad youth led the way, closely followed by a formidable elder. Half a mile behind them trailed two middle-aged men, maintaining a leisurely pace. Upon reaching the thatched cottage, the young man and the elder took their seats, while the two middle-aged men dismounted and stood at a respectful distance, still keeping half a mile away. As the youth brushed off the droplets of rain from his body, he was the first to shatter the tranquility. Master, you. Why must you regard me with such suspicion? Why not invite the two gentlemen outside to join us and seek refuge from the rain? The elder remained silent, yet his gaze never wavered from the young man. The youth, feeling somewhat awkward, rubbed his nose and offered a sheepish smile. The summer rain, swift in its arrival and departure, had transformed the sky within less than half an hour, allowing the group to resume their journey. Once the horse caravan had ventured far, the previously deserted thatched cottage began to tremble, soon collapsing to the ground, from which emerged two muddy figures, diminutive in stature, engaged in conversation. Master, you. Do you think this is directed at you, or perhaps at me? After riding for about a mile, the youth addressed the elder once more, his words imbued with an air of audacious bravado. Truly, he was the foremost adept of Xingxin, the formidable master of the Dark Key Pavilion. Perceiving the elder as but a child, it seemed they had indeed crossed swords before. The youth's mind raced, speculating on the connection between these two legends of the martial world. If it were aimed at you, I would not interfere. Perhaps the arrival of clear skies had uplifted his spirits, for the elder's words had noticeably increased. The youth, however, found himself at a loss, unable to decipher the Grandmaster's intentions. The journey from Jiangma City to Wanglu City necessitated traversing a small hill known as Kunqiu, a mere several dozen zhang high. Easily crossed by horses, with a tea house perched atop, a favored resting spot for passing merchants. Yet today, Kunqiu appeared rather different from its usual self. Initially, it was not the elderly man and the young boy who discovered the anomaly, but rather Lu Yufeng, the submaster of Wanglu City, who frequently traversed between Wanglu and Jiangma. Now, as the group approached the base of Kunqiu, they found the vicinity desolate, with scarcely a trace of wildlife. Not even the flutter of birds or the scurry of beasts. Remembering the words imparted to him by the leader that morning, Lu Yufeng's heart grew increasingly anxious. The young man and the elderly gentleman had already reached the summit, where the bustling tea house should have been alive with chatter, yet it now housed but a solitary figure. Seated at a table, a middle-aged scholar clad in a flowing white robe leisurely sipped from his tea, emanating an air of tranquility. The elegant teacup he held exuded an ancient charm, clearly not a product of this mountain tea house. The young man observed the scholar with curiosity, while the elder promptly found a place to sit and addressed him, saying, "Qi Xiao, if your intentions are directed towards this young lad, I shall refrain from intervening, allowing you both to engage in your duel." Ignoring the other's demeanor, the elder casually took a sip from his cup and continued, "If your aim is towards me, then do not delay. I have further journeys ahead." Cold sweat beaded on the young man's forehead. This old man seemed rather unwelcoming towards him. In truth, Qin Shilu was not mistaken. The elder indeed harbored a disdain for him. For you, why? Individuals like Qin Shilu, ruthless and capricious, were unstable elements that ought not to linger near the Li Wang, as he perceived no semblance of loyalty within the youth. However, bound by the commands of Li Wang and reluctant to defy his superior, he found himself contemplating that if the current leader of the Dark Key Pavilion could assist him in eliminating this young man, he would indeed welcome the outcome. After a while, the two leaders of the caravan followed suit. Upon seeing the still-present gang leader and the youth, they refrained from taking their seats, instead opting to stand aside and observe, somewhat perplexed. After approximately the time it takes to brew a cup of tea, the gentleman in white finally spoke. "I have heard that a young grandmaster has emerged in Jiangma City, and I have come today to meet him." A jolt ran through the young man's heart. Indeed, they were here for him. The elder chuckled softly, remaining silent, and resumed pouring tea from a nearby pot, drinking leisurely. The gentleman in white ceased his discourse, and once again, silence enveloped the scene. Qin Shilu felt a chill creeping up his spine. On that fateful day, unable to bear the humiliation, he had set fire to the main hall of the caravan and had engaged in a fierce confrontation with Yu Huayin, an incident that had already spread throughout the martial world. During their scuffle, his hood had been knocked off, and unlike during his time at the Xiao family, where he could rely on others to disguise him, Qin Shilu could no longer conceal his identity as a first-rate grandmaster under the watchful eyes of numerous caravan members. Uncertain of what insights Master Qi might offer, and sensing that Yu Huayin would not assist him, Qin Shilu decided to take the initiative to speak. Upon hearing him, the gentleman in white finally turned to face Qin Shilu, looking into his eyes and casually remarked, "Someone has offered 100,000 taels of gold to my dark key pavilion for your life." At that moment, Yu Huayin, who was sipping tea, spatted out in laughter. "Ha, ha ha, what a grand sum. Qin lad, it seems you have made quite a few enemies, eh? Ha ha, today you must seek your own fortune," in stark contrast to the indifference of their own leader. The two masters standing at a distance were already drenched in sweat, their garments clinging to their backs. Before them stood none other than the current head of the Dark Key Pavilion, the most formidable assassin in the martial world, Qi Jiao. One could easily deduce, even with the simplest of thoughts, that this was the handiwork of Qin Chongsong. 100,000 taels of gold, a fortune that rightfully belonged to Qin 16, had now been usurped by the family's distant servants to hire an assassin against him. How intriguing. Observing this, a sly smile crept across the face of the scholar in white. "Alas, your fate is still sealed." Yu Huayin rose, taking the teapot to one side, ensuring ample space for the two grandmasters. Meanwhile, his two disciples, overwhelmed by the day's shocking events, had already retreated timidly behind their leader, struggling to comprehend the unfolding drama. Ha 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 ha. Unable to suppress the bitterness within, Qin 16 erupted into wild laughter. "You wish to kill me?" Initially, Qin 16's intentions were quite simple: to survive, though he had inadvertently awakened a peculiar resurrection ability, providing him with a glimmer of hope for survival. His fundamental desire remained unchanged. He simply wished to live. As the sanguine aura surrounding him intensified, his reckless laughter continued to echo. "Ha ha, ha ha ha, kill. Kill me?" With newfound abilities and strength, his demeanor became increasingly cautious. Is it truly a blessing to evade death? Countless times, Qin Shilu has felt her skin scorched, experienced her insides being shattered, and witnessed her body pierced and torn apart. These harrowing experiences do not render her immortal. Rather, they make existence feel worse than death itself. "You have mentioned something intriguing." Qin Shilu stifled her laughter, observing the already risen Qi Yao with a playful glint in her eyes. Unfazed, Qi Yao gently set down the ancient cup in his hand and casually remarked, "Indeed, I intend to kill you, just based on that." A thunderous roar erupted, leaving behind a fleeting shadow. With a short dagger in hand, Qin Shilu unleashed an unprecedented wave of overwhelming fury as she swept forward. "I shall dispose of you in the instant our blades clash," she whispered against her opponent's ear. "I need but half an hour." Chapter 13. Deathmatch. With internal energy entwined around the sword's body, Qi Yao lunged forward, executing an elegantly precise thrust. Qin Shilu's approach was simpler. The tip of her dagger brushed against the sword's shadow, charging directly at its wielder. Observing this, Qi Yao remained composed, executing a flourish with his sword, sidestepping to evade the blade's edge while simultaneously launching another exquisite thrust. Qin Shilu, undeterred, mirrored his tactic, pressing her dagger against his sword in a relentless assault. The two adversaries engaged in this mirrored exchange for quite some time, with the expressions of the two hall masters of the caravan shifting from initial curiosity to a current sense of tedium. Only the caravan leader, Yu Huayin, continued to watch with keen interest, his eyes gleaming with intrigue. From the onset of the battle until now, the perplexity within Qi Jiao remained unresolved. How could the youth before him possess such profound knowledge of his every move, consistently countering with precision? After numerous attempts, a disheartened Qi Jiao was compelled to relinquish his once proud swordsmanship, resorting to the most fundamental techniques to engage in a direct confrontation with the boy clad in gray. Yet, Qin Shilu exhibited no haste. The exchange of blows played to his advantage. In order to decipher Qi Jiao's swordplay, he had previously engaged in deadly duels with him 6 times, risking his own life, 4 of which resulted in his demise, and 2 ended in mutual destruction. Thus, Qin Shilu had become intimately familiar with Qi Jiao's techniques. The battle remained stalemated, and even Ma Bang's deputy leader, who was observing from the sidelines, began to stifle yawns. Time trickled by, inching closer to the half-hour mark that Qin Shilu had boasted about. With careful consideration of the exchanges between them, a subtle smile crept onto Qin Shilu's lips. Rising from the ranks of the most basic assassins to establish the Dark Key Pavilion, becoming a formidable force in the martial world. Qi Jiao's prowess stemmed not only from his innate talent and diligence, but also from a meticulousness deeply etched into his soul since childhood. The youth before him emanated an eerie aura, possessing the strength of a grandmaster, yet lacking the imposing presence typically associated with such power. A few simple words were enough to incite his ire, yet he demonstrated remarkable skill, adept at swiftly comprehending Qi Jiao's renowned sword techniques, and his methods of attack clearly revealed him to be a seasoned killer. Thus, the moment the youthful countenance of the boy shifted, the observant Qi Shan naturally recalled the initial agreement made in time. He believed that such a composed and fierce youth must possess a formidable trump card that posed a considerable threat to him. Sensing that Qi Sha had taken the bait, Qin Shilu was eager to commence his own performance. Throughout their several encounters, Qin Shilu unearthed a despairing truth, no matter how diligently he exerted himself. It was impossible for him to vanquish Qi Sha without sustaining injuries or remaining unscathed. Although Qi Sha's prowess did not rival that of Yu Huayin, he exhibited an exceptionally tenacious quality, caution. Every move Qi Sha executed was meticulously balanced between offense and defense. He would never resort to reckless actions merely to gain a fleeting advantage in technique. Each step he took was calculated to afford him an escape route. In the wake of his previous near-fatal encounters, Qin Shilu had only managed to engage in a mutual demise with Qi Sha on 2 occasions by completely sacrificing himself as bait. In a state already pierced by a sharp blade, he had approached Qi Sha closely to unleash a concealed projectile from his sleeve, thus achieving a measure of success. As Qi Sha assumed a defensive posture, preparing to absorb the blow, Qin Shilu unexpectedly refrained from attacking. Instead, he retrieved a pouch of powder from within his garments and consumed it with haste. Consequently, the bloodthirsty aura surrounding Qin Shilu began to expand at a visibly accelerated rate. It was a ruse. Recognizing the situation, the seasoned Qi Sha fully understood that Qin Shilu had employed cunning tactics to ingest the mysterious substance meant to replenish his vitality. In the realm of martial arts, numerous forbidden drugs exist, particularly those capable of swiftly unleashing latent potential and enhancing strength, often accompanied by certain side effects. With the sword intent radiating the master's indignation, it surged towards Qin Shilu. Yet, at that moment, Qin Shilu performed a startling maneuver that left onlookers astounded. He casually tossed his dagger into the air. Qi Xiao, once again taken aback, lunged forward with his sword, only to notice a barely perceptible smile flickering across Qin Shilu's face, an ominous premonition flooding his heart, causing the leader of the Dark Key Pavilion to retreat once more. Qi Xiao's subsequent strike indeed arrived too late, but it was not so delayed as to fall prey to Qin Shilu's reckless punch. In an instant, his long sword sliced through the youth's right forearm, blood trickling down the blade, while Qin Shilu's fist hovered mere inches from Qi Xiao's face. This time, Qi Xiao's eyelids remained closed longer than a typical blink, yet it was only the span of a breath. As he sensed the shift in the air before him, he opened his eyes in haste, just as 2 short arrows arrived at his chest. Defeated, with his heart and lungs pierced, Qi Xiao collapsed to the ground, feeling a mix of regret and self-mockery. Though he was indeed the king of the dark world, he had unwittingly engaged in a fair duel with this younger generation, all because of Yu Huayin's words promising single combat. Little did he anticipate that this seemingly impulsive and irate youth would strike first with underhanded tactics. Casting a glance at the composed Yu Huayin, who continued to sip his second-hand tea, Qi Xiao inwardly cursed the old rogue, and finally, the leader of the Dark Key Pavilion resignedly closed his eyes. Having concluded their battle, it was time to depart. Ignoring the bloodied arm of Qin Shilu, Yu Huayin began to lead the horses. He tore off a piece of his sleeve to perform a rudimentary bandage for himself, and Qin Shilu mounted the horse as well. Only the 2 hall masters under Yu Huayin remained rooted in place, their expressions increasingly bewildered as they watched the lifeless body of Qi Xiao being slowly dragged away by 2 green hands emerging from the ground. Chapter 14. The Dark Key Pavilion. Across the vast expanse of the wilderness, 2 swift steeds galloped side by side. A half-mile ahead, 2 more magnificent horses trotted, one ridden by a frail young scholar, and the other by a wise elder of considerable age. Yu Huayin's eyes narrowed slightly as he observed the blood-stained youth before him, his mind beginning to drift into disarray. Although he appeared unfazed after Qi Xiao's demise, maintaining a facade of composure, turmoil surged within him. The titles of Grandmaster-level swordsman, head of the Dark Key Pavilion, and the foremost assassin of the Xingxin Kingdom, each of these held enough weight to terrify an ordinary martial artist, such as the inept hall masters behind him, who had gone pale upon realizing that the individual before them was indeed Qi Xiao. Yet, this young man had slain Qi Xiao, a peer of his own caliber, right before Yu Huayan's eyes. How could he not be astonished? Yu Huayan was not only astonished by the prowess displayed by Qin Shilu, but also taken aback by the exceptional cunning he exhibited. From initial rage to ultimately exchanging injury for life, it became apparent that Qin Shilu's performance throughout this confrontation was nothing short of theatrical. Although Yu Huayan possessed a sharp eye, there was one thing he misjudged. The early fury of Qin Shilu was not feigned. He was genuinely enraged. The sharp pain in his right arm relentlessly assaulted the youth's delicate nerves. In the heat of battle, he could overlook such discomfort, for each moment was a matter of life and death. However, now, jostled upon the horse, he could no longer endure. Qin Shilu feared not death, but rather pain. Especially the incessant torment he currently faced. Caught in a reverie, Yu Huayan noticed the youth turn around, causing a flutter of alarm within him. His fists clenched instinctively, almost raising a defensive posture. Upon discerning the youth's words, he slightly deflated, grasping the reins and stating, "At our current pace, we shall reach Wanglu City by tomorrow. Any detour will undoubtedly delay our appointment with the prince." "Yu Gongzhong, I am not asking you," Qin Shilu replied with a smile, his tone undeniably assertive. The elder narrowed his eyes, a fierce aura emanating from him, clashing directly with the bloodthirsty energy radiating from the young man before him. A series of cracking sounds echoed through the air. Through their earlier exchange of internal energy, he had discerned that the youth's vitality was nearly depleted, with barely a fraction of his strength remaining. Originally, he could have compelled the youth to continue their journey. For as long as he brought him to the Shao family alive, his mission would be accomplished. Yet, for reasons unknown, he always felt that should he defy the will of the youth before him at this moment, calamity would befall him. This rare opportunity for respite not only afforded Qin Shilu a chance to recuperate and catch his breath, but also brought relief to his two companions, Yu Lu and Lu Yufeng, who had been loyally following their leader. The water flasks they carried had long since been drained. However, it appeared that the supplies they had missed at the Kunqiu tea house could now be replenished in the nearby town. The sweltering heat of early summer was intolerable without water. The duo pondered. After briefly inquiring about directions from some passing wanderers, the group set forth towards the closest town in a grand procession. In stark contrast to the soon-to-be organized caravan, the two guardians of the Dark Key Pavilion were embroiled in a heated argument upon gazing at the lifeless body of Qi Yao. The existence of the Dark Key Pavilion was relatively ephemeral, having been established solely on the reputation and prowess of Qi Yao. Most of the ordinary assassins within the pavilion were not their subordinates, but merely individuals who came to the Dark Key Pavilion to accept tasks. Thus, with the demise of their leader, the pavilion now faced its gravest crisis, dissolution. The opinions regarding whether to disband and divide the assets were entirely opposed between Yang Jingxian, the left guardian, and Cheng Zi, the right guardian, both of whom held ranks just below Qi Yao. To discuss the Dark Key Pavilion, one must inevitably mention its founder, Qi Yao. After a few years of a primal existence in the mountains, the child was eventually discovered by a renowned herbalist named Qi, who had ventured into the mountains to gather medicinal herbs. Given his origins, he was named Qi Yao, and from that moment, he became a mere apprentice in the medicinal family, living among the practitioners of healing arts. Qi Jiao rose to prominence at a remarkably young age. At merely 17, he committed the heinous act of slaying his adoptive father, a renowned physician of the Qi lineage, along with the entire Qi family. This massacre instantly transformed Qi Jiao into a notorious fugitive sought by the authorities. Speculation abounded regarding his motives for such a brutal act. Some claimed that the Qi doctor had subjected him to relentless abuse, while others suggested that Qi Jiao, having ingested wolf's blood in his youth, succumbed to uncontrollable primal instincts, leading him to murder. Regardless of the reasons behind his family's annihilation, Qi Jiao became a wanted man, evading capture for several years. When he re-emerged into the public eye at the age of 34, he single-handedly infiltrated the Huayun gang in London City, ruthlessly slaughtering 127 members, including the gang leader, Su Yu. As the bloody Qi Jiao exited the gang's stronghold, the approaching officials and soldiers hesitated to draw near, for they discerned an ethereal azure light emanating from the seemingly deranged man, a hallmark of a grandmaster's presence. Subsequently, the authorities discreetly rescinded the warrant for Qi Jiao's capture. Demonstrating a sense of prudence, he refrained from provoking the powerful families of the realm. Several years later, the Dark Key Pavilion was established, drawing in idle assassins and mercenaries from across the land, all eager to align themselves with the formidable grandmaster, Qi Jiao. The Dark Key Pavilion has increasingly received assassination commissions, gradually establishing itself as the foremost assassin organization within the realm of Xingxin. They welcome individuals from all walks of life in the world of martial arts. Anyone with sufficient wealth can procure a killing, with even the most formidable masters willing to lend their hand for the right price. However, with the demise of Qi Xiao, it is akin to losing the pavilion's prestigious emblem, rendering the guardians unable to maintain order among the professional assassins within. Although he holds the title of Left Guardian, his martial prowess is quite lacking, and his primary responsibility within the pavilion has merely been to manage Qi Xiao's accounts. Assassins seeking tasks at the pavilion must relinquish 30% of their reward as a service fee, which, accumulated over the years, amounts to a considerable sum. Yang Jingxian found himself captivated by this prospect. "Have you lost your mind?" thundered the Right Guardian, Cheng Zi. "There are numerous resident assassins within the pavilion. Should news of the leader's demise circulate, and the treasury's funds vanish, would they not pursue us relentlessly across the world?" Despite bearing the title of Right Guardian, Cheng Zi exercises his authority within the pavilion, yet his skills are inferior even to Yang Jingshuan's. His duties primarily involve overseeing Qi Xiao's daily needs and handling some administrative affairs within the pavilion. "What shall we do then? Depart empty-handed?" Yang Jingxian lamented, reluctant to leave behind a fortune of 100,000 taels of silver and several 100,000 taels of gold. "There is another option," Cheng Zi declared, his eyes glinting with determination, "that could secure our wealth and status." Qi Jiansheng was an exceedingly cautious individual during his lifetime. The two loyal aides who flanked him were meticulously chosen servants and accountants, selected not for their strength, but for their unwavering loyalty, as they were to be his constant companions. Now, these two trusted confidants stood before his lifeless body, discussing the appointment of the new head of the Dark Key Pavilion and the matters concerning their master's murderer, Qin Shilu, right in front of his unblinking eyes. Chapter 15. Sleeping with the tiger in West Village, there were no inns available, so Yu Huayin and his companions sought refuge in a farmer's home, offering a modest sum of silver in exchange for shelter in the barn. The secure water source and sturdy wooden dwelling provided a sense of safety for the group. Taking advantage of the situation, Qin Shilu summoned a nearby barefoot doctor to tend to his wounds. As night deepened, Yu Lu and Lu Yufeng took turns keeping watch, while Yu Huayin leaned against the mast, eyes closed in a semblance of rest, unsure if he had truly fallen asleep. Only Qin Shilu, utterly exhausted, lay curled up in a corner, soundly asleep. Suddenly, a curious weasel stealthily entered the room. This common creature did not capture the attention of the watchman, Yu Lu, who was already drowsy and struggled to keep his eyes open. In a flash, the weasel darted into the arms of the youth, gently licking the exposed skin as if trying to rouse him from slumber. An hour had passed, and the salivary secretions of the yellow weasel had all but dried up. Yet the boy who had slept like a pig remained oblivious. The sound of a faint chick, crack, echoed as the yellow weasel neared its end, while the green-skinned dwarf controlling it from several miles away was also nearing exhaustion. Cheng Zi, who stood nearby directing the operations, was drenched in beads of sweat, pacing anxiously around the short man before him, his heart heavy with unease. Why hasn't he woken yet? This was perhaps Cheng Zi's countless inquiry, the count of which he had long since lost track of. Lick harder. The green-skinned man, known as Danu, remained silent, shaking his head in resignation, emitting a series of desperate wah-wah-wah sounds to indicate his efforts had reached their limit. Cheng Zi's impatience grew ever more pronounced. If this continued, dawn would break, and with Yu Huayin watching closely, they would lose their chance to approach Qin Shilu. Enough was enough. Cheng Zi resolved to take a risk, his expression darkening as he decisively commanded, "Bite him." Upon hearing the command, beads of sweat appeared on Danu's forehead, yet he nodded in understanding. Almost simultaneously, the yellow weasel nestled within Qin Shilu's arms glared menacingly, baring its sharp teeth as it lunged forward to deliver a fierce bite. "What happened?" the impatient Cheng Zi inquired once more. Danu shook his head in apparent despair. The feedback from the yellow weasel revealed nothing but hopelessness, for the bitten boy remained in a deep slumber. Cheng Zi violently scratched his scalp, and in stark contrast to the refined scholar he had been an hour prior, this disheveled middle-aged man bore no resemblance to the esteemed right protector of the Dark Key Pavilion. He clutched the yellow weasel, which had not yet relinquished its grip, intoxicated by the long-lost taste of sustenance. The parched little creature, nearly depleted of strength, greedily lapped at the trickling blood with evident delight. Though he felt some pain and irritation, The loss of blood was minimal, and he deemed it inconsequential. As a master of the highest caliber, Qin Shilu had awakened long ago. The small beast had been licking him for nearly an hour, and how could he truly remain oblivious to its presence? However, another master, Yu Huayin, had been subtly locking onto him with a faint energy throughout the night, rendering him unable to act rashly. Clearly, the individual who commanded the weasel to connect with him was utterly ignorant of the profound terror held by a grandmaster. A first-rate grandmaster in the martial world possesses the essential trait of being able to project their inner energy outward. Yet, this inner energy serves purposes beyond mere enhancement of attacks. For seasoned grandmasters like Yu Huayin, who had traversed the martial realm for decades, the control of inner energy had been cultivated to the point of being able to manipulate it at will with remarkable precision. Why did Qin Shilu dare provoke Qi Xia, the most feared assassin of Xingxin, yet refrain from challenging Yu Huayin, the foremost master of Xingxin? The reason is rather straightforward. In the early stages of his confrontation with Qi Xia, Qin Shilu had indeed momentarily lost his rationality. Due to Qin Changsong's circumstances, he had been forced into a life of turmoil, pursued relentlessly, and had endured countless agonies beyond what ordinary people could fathom, wishing for death yet finding it elusive. It is essential to understand that even an ordinary person, when faced with an unjust demise, may experience a surge of resentment within their heart. In contrast, Qin 16, merely a month ago, was nothing more than a powerless figure masquerading as a heavenly master. Yet, within this very month, how many times has he met his end? He refrains from voicing it, but the pent-up animosity in his heart has accumulated to the brink of eruption. Engaging in combat with Qi Jiao serves as both a catharsis and a form of tempering for him. At times, Qin 16 must allow himself to become a frenzied madman. For only a madman can retain clarity after enduring countless deaths, refraining from self-destruction and descent into despair. However, Yu Huayin is different. During their first encounter, Qin 16 sensed an unmistakable distinction in Yu Huayin. Amidst numerous brushes with death, beyond the overwhelming aura of bloodshed, Qin 16 acquired something profound and understanding of the art of killing. Each time he faced his demise at the hands of an adversary, an unusual emotion stirred within him. The sensations of a near-death experience, the anguish of impending death, and the elation of resurrection embody the essence of humanity. Through the relentless cycle of these experiences, Qin 16 has gained insight into the vulnerabilities of human nature. Thus, in every battle, he instinctively targets his opponent's weaknesses, which explains his frequent triumphs against stronger foes. Yet, upon his initial clash with Yu Huayin, he was astounded to discover that this elder possessed no discernible weaknesses. Their first confrontation endured for an entire hour, marking the longest battle Qin 16 has experienced since awakening his abilities. What could account for such an extended engagement? Why did Qin 16 miss the opportunity for a painless resurrection point for half an hour? It was simply because he could not discern the emotional weaknesses of Yu Huayin. In his quest to uncover Yu Huayin's vulnerabilities, Qin 16 was compelled to strike repeatedly, to probe incessantly. Yet, even until the moment of his demise, he failed to uncover even the slightest flaw in his opponent. The absence of a weakness rendered the prospect of overcoming the stronger adversary impossible, rendering his efforts futile, regardless of how many times he attempted. Thus, the current predicament of Qin 16 is not rooted in a lack of desire to act, but rather in an inability to do so. Chapter 16. Unspoken understanding. The horizon gradually began to glow with the first light of dawn, and the sounds of roosters crowing and dogs barking resonated through the village, signaling that daybreak was nigh. The occasional chirp of the yellow fox echoed, seemingly awaiting its master's praise. Although this small creature had not fulfilled its task, the azure-skinned man still produced a small morsel of meat and placed it in the fox's mouth. The rewarded yellow fox, now brimming with excitement, began to dart about, occasionally weaving between the legs of the dazed Chengzi, reveling in its playful antics. Suddenly startled by the fox's antics, Chengzi gasped and instinctively seized it. Perhaps fearing that the right protector might pose a threat to his pet, the azure-skinned man promptly rose, emitting a series of pleading sounds, seemingly interceding for the little beast. Nevertheless, Chengzi remained unmoved, his gaze fixated on the yellow fox in his grip, until, after a moment, he erupted into hearty laughter. Ha ha. Ha ha ha. I understand now, I understand. After a considerable interval, Chengzi found himself laughing so heartily that he began to cough, prompting him to gradually cease his mirth. Yet, his erratic behavior was far from over. he suddenly hurled himself onto the ground, fervently sifting through the piles of grass and wood shavings. Has he lost his mind? Although the short, blue-skinned man beside him was rendered speechless, the disdainful glint in his eyes unmistakably revealed his thoughts. Danu, instruct the yellow weasel to deliver this piece of wood to Qin Shilu, and do so swiftly. In a sudden burst of determination, Changzi sprang to his feet, thrusting a small wooden piece inscribed with tiny characters into the hands of his subordinate, his voice resonating with urgency. Although the blue-skinned man, named Danu, was somewhat perplexed, he accepted the wooden piece and summoned a small beast to communicate the new task. The yellow weasel, still rattled by Changzi's earlier antics, was clearly reluctant to accept anything bearing the scent of its master, thereby resisting cooperation. In exasperation, Danu resorted to offering a morsel of meat to appease his pet, which reluctantly set off on its errand. The yellow weasel arrived promptly, leaving the wooden piece at the youth's chest before turning to depart, casting a lingering glance at the pale-skinned figure from whom it had just drawn blood. With a great yawn, Qin Shilu stirred awake, his eyes still heavy with sleep, while simultaneously, Yu Huayin's eyelids flickered. I need to relieve myself, Qin Shilu muttered casually as he turned and exited the room. Oh, Lu Yufeng, tasked with keeping watch through the latter half of the night, clearly showed signs of fatigue but still managed to respond with effort. Casting a glance at the ineffectual Lu Yufeng, Yu Huayin closely followed Qin Shilu out of the room. Logically, it should have been Lu Yufeng, the night watch, who trailed behind as Qin Shilu departed from everyone's sight, rather than the latter himself. Upon stepping outside, Yu Huayin discovered that Qin Shilu was indeed relieving himself beside a pile of firewood, which brought him a sense of relief. Master Yu, I trust you are resting well? Qin Shilu inquired cheerfully upon noticing Yu Huayin trailing behind him. Ignoring the youth before him, Yu Huayin stood still, fixated on Qin Shilu, creating an awkward atmosphere. Meanwhile, while Qin Shilu and his companions were holed up inside consuming their rations, Chengzi was not idle. Understanding Qin Shilu's subtle hints, he quickly exercised his utmost authority as the right guardian of the Dark Key Pavilion. Before the news of Qi Jian's demise spread, his words still held weight. Once he disseminated a substantial bounty through the channels of the Dark Key Pavilion, all manner of rogues and adventurers within a 50-mile radius of Shizhai town began converging towards this direction. The bounty Chengzi issued was straightforward: to encircle and eliminate the horse caravan members Yu Lu and Lu Yufeng, offering 10 taels of gold for participation, and 100 taels for anyone who could injure the targets. Naturally, he concealed the fact that Yu Huayin, the leader of the caravan, was also present, intending to gather people first before revealing this information. With a generous reward, valiant individuals would undoubtedly emerge, once enough had gathered. He planned to disclose Yu Huayin's details and subsequently double the bounty, ensuring they would be reluctant to depart. The intent was not to have them eliminate Yu Huayin himself, but merely to dispose of his subordinates. Standing at a distance and releasing an arrow might inadvertently strike the intended target. A reward of 100 taels of gold could be swiftly acquired. What could be more advantageous? In the Shengxin Kingdom, the reputation of the Dark Key Pavilion was impeccable, ensuring that incidents akin to the bullying of Qin Shilu by the caravan would not occur. After all, for a killer organization like the Dark Key Pavilion, a single breach of trust would spell the end of future business opportunities. After a brief meal, Yu Huayin urged everyone to resume their journey. They had already fallen behind schedule, and he could not afford to cause further worry to King Li. Having received rest and recuperation, Qin Shilu was surprisingly compliant, at least on the surface. Even though the swift movements caused his wounds to reopen, he uttered no complaints, for he anticipated that assistance would soon arrive. The hint Qin Shilu left for Changzi was quite straightforward: blood. Upon noticing the bloodstains at the corner of the yellow weasel's mouth, Changzi comprehended immediately. It was he who had urged the weasel to bite, yet he could not gauge the severity of the bite, lacking the profound connection with animals that Danu possessed. However, now that blood had been drawn, how could Qin Shilu remain oblivious? Although he was unaware of the identity of his contact, he instinctively knew it would not be a new adversary. Such was his intuition and confidence. He had acquired a measure of self-preservation. Once he distanced himself from Yu Huayin, it would be challenging for anyone to restrain him. Surely, it was unlikely that another formidable master like Qi Zhao would emerge to hunt him down. Sometimes, the affairs of the world unfold with remarkable serendipity. Chengzi's goodwill was successfully conveyed, and Qin Shilu was willing to cooperate. The inscription on the wooden piece was quite simple: Merely 4 words. Act at noon. Yet, Qin Shilu grasped the deeper meaning, understanding much despite their lack of prior acquaintance. A tacit connection had already begun to form between him and Cheng Zi. This was one of the reasons why Cheng Zi had sent away the left protector, Yang Jingxian. He sought to cultivate a favorable relationship with Qin Shilu, the future lord of the pavilion. At least, from the current perspective, he had already succeeded halfway. In West Village Town, Madame Ma was preparing to gather some firewood to cook a meal for her husband who was laboring in the fields. However, it was peculiar that the firewood refused to catch fire today. It seemed damp and carried a strange odor. Meanwhile, the horse caravan, led personally by the caravan chief Yu Huayin, was gradually distancing itself from West Village Town. Their destination, Wangliuching, lay just over 80 miles ahead, and with a swift gallop, they could reach it by nightfall, provided there were no unforeseen circumstances. Chapter 17. Escape at the same moment. On the mountainous terrain, less than 4 or 5 miles ahead of Qin Shilu, the right protector Cheng Zi was grappling with the cacophony of voices, striving to clarify the key points of the day's battle with these undisciplined ruffians. "You bunch of cowards, silence yourselves," Cheng Zi bellowed hoarsely, having endured a sleepless night. "Yu Huayin is but a single man. What is there to fear? The bounty is doubled. Those willing to stay, stay. Those lacking courage may as well leave at once." "Protector Cheng, you did not mention Yu Huayin when you sent the message. Are you not putting all of us at risk?" A defiant, bald man stepped forward, undeterred by Cheng Zi's menacing gaze. Indeed, once someone took the lead, the remaining brave souls began to voice their opinions as well. "Increase the bounty 5-fold. Cheng Zi shouted once more, realizing that he had no time to squander on these lowly mercenaries. He needed to organize an operation immediately, otherwise, he would miss the opportunity with Qin Shilu. As anticipated, under the pressure of Cheng Zi's substantial reward, most of those who had been debating gradually fell silent. "Is the participation reward also increased 5-fold? Someone in the crowd inquired. Cheng Zi, feeling somewhat impatient, nodded and declared, "This is the final offer. Those unwilling to accept, leave at once." Earning 50 taels of gold was a sum that many present could scarcely hope to earn in a lifetime, given their lack of skill. Observing the crowd slowly quieting, Cheng Zi recognized that his strategy had succeeded, albeit at a greater cost than he had anticipated. Nevertheless, he had no choice but to seek additional funds later from Yang Jingxian, the treasurer. Although some had departed, around 70 or 80 remained. Yet, Cheng Zi understood that those who left were the true capable warriors, while the remainder consisted merely of those seeking to earn a quick coin. However, he was clearly in no position to be choosy. The assassins within the Dark Key Pavilion were predominantly elite members of the underworld, agile and professionally trained. Yet their numbers were scant. Therefore, it was impossible for Cheng Zi to gather them in such a short span of time. Originally, for this journey, Qi Zhao intended to bring along merely 2 guardians and 2 young attendants. Thus, Cheng Zi had no choice but to act pragmatically in the face of urgency, resorting to hiring some lower-tier warriors to risk their lives for him, despite the fact that most of these individuals hardly warranted the title of warrior. As midday arrived, he occasionally cast glances at Yu Huayin, pondering how best to collaborate with him in order to extricate themselves from the clutches of the troublesome old man. However, uncertain of the actions of those expected to assist him, he found himself without a clear plan. Unbeknownst to whether he sensed Qin Shilu's gaze or simply detected the peculiar tension in the air, Yu Huayin's expression deepened, and he gestured for the 2 individuals behind him to remain vigilant. With a swift flick of the reins, he urged his horse forward, overtaking Qin Shilu and leading the way. In response to Yu Huayin's maneuver, Qin Shilu refrained from any reaction, recognizing that his companion was an experienced individual. It was prudent to remain silent at this juncture to avoid any potential missteps, even though he had yet to discern any anomalies in their surroundings. Suddenly, dozens of long arrows erupted from the thickets on either side, hurtling towards the back of the horse convoy, targeting the 2 leaders, Yu Lu and Lu Yufeng. Although the accuracy of these arrows was lacking, the element of surprise left both men injured. Lu Yufeng was even cast from his startled steed, landing heavily upon the ground. Shadows flitted through the underbrush, accompanied by a cacophony of voices. "You're talking nonsense. That arrow was clearly mine, and it bears blood. It was I who struck the horse. Thus the man's injuries should be attributed to me. The mission is not yet complete, yet some have begun to vie for accolades, resulting in numerous individuals clashing amidst the underbrush. Others, lacking crossbows, charged towards the two with swords and daggers in hand. The seasoned Yu Huayin seemed to grasp the situation. Despite his helplessness, he cast a significant glance at Qin Shilu and cautioned, "Do not flee recklessly. While the Grand Master is formidable in the martial world, he holds no power before the court." Understanding the gravity of the warning, Qin Shilu immediately spurred his horse in the direction indicated, dismissing Yu Huayin's admonition from his mind. When Yu Huayin reached Yu Lu's side, he found him adorned with numerous wounds, yet still striving to hold his ground. He was not only tasked with fending off the enemies before him, but also with the daunting responsibility of protecting his injured companion, Lu Yufeng, leaving him utterly drained. Fortunately, the skills of the assailants were lacking. Some even inflicted a wound upon themselves before frantically fleeing, proclaiming their newfound fortune, leaving him bewildered. The overwhelming aura of the tiger surged through several hapless soldiers who could not escape, and the arrival of the Grand Master swiftly altered the tide of battle. Chapter 18. The new pavilion master. After galloping for approximately half an hour, a luxurious sandalwood carriage appeared before Qin Shilu, nestled behind a small hill, with two men of varying heights standing at its forefront. The tall man was none other than the mastermind behind this operation, the renowned right protector of the Anyao Pavilion, Chengzi. As for the short figure with green skin, he was a medicinal servant crafted by Qi Jiao in his lifetime, possessing the remarkable ability to communicate with animals from a distance, known as the Qingnu. Having been adopted by a physician at a young age, Qi Jiao was well versed in the art of medicine, albeit not employed for righteous purposes. Nonetheless, the Qingnu was indeed an extraordinary creation. There were two Qingnu in total, and the one accompanying Chengzi was named Danu. Upon observing the tall scholar adorned in a white scholar's cap, Qin Shilu initially discerned that the man's strength did not reach the level of a Grand Master, and thus spoke candidly, "Pray tell, why do you assist me?" With a sudden thud, as soon as Qin Shilu's words fell, the man before him knelt down. Despite having contemplated over a dozen possible scenarios during his journey here, including recruitment, commission, and even matrimonial alliances, he never anticipated that the individual before him would bow in such a manner. Even if he were a Grand Master, it seemed implausible that a stranger would prostrate themselves upon sight. Though taken aback, Qin Shilu maintained his composure, eager to discern the true intentions of this enigmatic figure. The fact that one had already knelt, yet remained silent, suggested that he was not an easy person to negotiate with. Despite the sweat beginning to bead on the nape of Chengzi's neck, he resolved to hold his ground against Qin Shilu. The scholar had knelt, yet he remained reticent. What was he waiting for? Qin 16 found himself in a state of bewilderment. However, the prolonged mistreatment he had endured within the Qin family had instilled in him a prudent habit, to listen and observe more, speak less, and assess situations before acting rashly. Observing Qin 16's reluctance to speak, Chengzi felt a profound sense of despair. Were all Grand Masters so peculiar? The two remained locked in a silent standoff, the duration of which Chengzi could not recall, for ultimately he succumbed to unconsciousness. On that scorching summer day, kneeling upon the bare earth, he collapsed. Chengzi was not particularly renowned for his martial prowess. He was most accurately described as a strategist within the ranks of the Dark Key Pavilion. Coupled with a sleepless night and the daunting task of orchestrating a major assassination during the day, his lack of physical training had left him utterly exhausted. When he regained consciousness, it was already evening. As he slowly opened his eyes, he was startled to discover that he was lying in a lavish carriage, a privilege typically reserved for the future pavilion master, Qijian. The shock he experienced was profound, especially as he realized that the carriage was still in motion. Pulling back the curtain and gazing outside, Chengzi's heart sank into a state of panic. This was disastrous. He had allowed the future pavilion master to take the reins. In stark contrast to Chengzi's alarm, Qin 16 was in high spirits, relishing the cool evening breeze and savoring the descending sun. Having been under constant supervision for so long, he had not experienced such a sense of freedom in quite some time. "My lord, this cannot be." Chengzi's frantic voice echoed from behind. Hastily seizing the reins, Qin 16 brought the horses to a halt, once again standing firmly on solid ground. Glimpsing at Chengzi, who was still rolling on the ground due to inertia, a thought crossed his mind. Could this person be mentally unhinged? After rolling several times, Chengzi finally came to a halt, trembling as he approached Qin Shilu, and once again prostrated himself on the ground. This time, however, he had learned to speak first. "I, a lowly individual, deserve death. Please punish me, esteemed master." Chengzi adopted a humble demeanor. Upon hearing his words, Qin Shilu was taken aback, for he had never referred to himself as master. Have you mistaken me for someone else? He pondered. The absurdity of being mistakenly identified as another person and consequently being saved amused him, and a playful smile danced upon his lips. I have made no mistake. You are indeed the new master of the Dark Key Pavilion, Chengzi insisted, allowing the blood from the abrasions on his face to flow slowly. He kept his head bowed in submission. The name Dark Key Pavilion resonated with familiarity, deeply entwined with Qin Shilu, for just yesterday, he had slain its former master, Qi Zhao. Do you know who I am? Qin Shilu inquired, gazing intently at the middle-aged scholar kneeling before him. And do you know how Qi Zhao met his demise? The smile on Qin Shilu's face widened, for he had not encountered something so entertaining in quite some time. Master Qi was killed by you. Chengzi finally lifted his gaze, meeting Qin Shilu's wicked grin, and his heart began to race uncontrollably. Before Qin Shilu could pose another question, Chengzi immediately continued. The former leader of the Qi sect once decreed that whoever could slay him would become the next master of the Dark Key Pavilion. Thus, I took the liberty of bringing you here. The situation had grown intriguing. The remnants of the Dark Key Pavilion actually wished for him to assume control of this mess, a mere den of assassins in disarray. Qin Shilu had no desire to wade into such murky waters. He fixed his gaze on Chengzi, remaining silent, unfazed by the cold smile on Qin Shilu's face. Chengzi, despite facing the oppressive aura of a grandmaster while seriously injured, suppressed the surge of congealed blood rising within him and continued. There are still assets available. 1,860,000 taels of silver and 570,000 taels of gold, all at your disposal. What? Qin Shilu gasped, a look of astonishment crossing his features, questioning the accuracy of his hearing. He felt somewhat dazed. Previously, when he had heard that Qi Yi had taken 100,000 taels of gold from the Qin family to assassinate him, he had been shattered. For everything belonging to the Qin family was rightfully his. Yet now, wealth far exceeding that 100,000 taels lay before his eyes. Though it could potentially be a trap, the temptation was too great for Qin Shilu to resist. His heart was stirred. Suddenly, he turned his back, his body trembling slightly, and sighed skyward, alas. Observing Qin Shilu's moment of contemplation, Chengzi chose to remain silent, patiently awaiting the words of this prominent figure. In truth, I had long shared a profound connection with the leader of the Qi sect, yet that day, I had lost control and mistakenly slain a dear friend. With a visage marked by sorrow, Qin Shilu lamented, turning away as if tears were forced from the corners of his eyes. Each time he pondered this matter in recent days, a sharp pain pierced his chest. Indeed, how could the astute Chengzi not discern the need to provide an escape for the other party? He had risen to prominence solely through his eloquence. Given that the esteemed gentleman shared a close friendship with the late elder, it was paramount not to betray the elder's final wishes. Still wearing a troubled expression, Qin Shilu inquired with a tone of deep melancholy, Your reasoning holds merit, yet I am still unaware of your esteemed identity? I cannot bear the weight of such an honorific. I am but Chengzi, the newly appointed right guardian of the Dark Key Pavilion. Chengzi replied hastily. What my late brother Qi valued most in life was this Dark Key Pavilion. In his absence, it is only right that I oversee its affairs. Clutching his chest, Qin Shilu continued, speaking as if to himself, I would appreciate it if you could proceed to the Dark Key Pavilion. The left guardian has already arranged for the handover. We await your presence. As if fearing a change of heart from Qin Shilu, Chengzi quickly continued the conversation, having conveyed all that was necessary. The remaining tasks could be entrusted to the subordinates. Having lived in a noble household, Qin Shilu was not oblivious to such matters. Chapter 19. Clamor the following day. Under Chengzi's guidance, Qin Shilu finally arrived at the Dark Key Pavilion's stronghold located in Tongzhou City, a desolate and dilapidated mansion. The sign outside bore the unevenly inscribed characters of the Qi residence, and dust enveloped the doorposts. Guardian Cheng, are you certain we haven't taken a wrong turn? Qin Shilu asked, his gaze filled with disdain. Upon the opening of the grand gate, the view of the courtyard was instantly laid bare, yet the arrangement within remained disappointingly lackluster. The ground was strewn with dead leaves and weeds, neglected and unattended, while the door at the front of the main hall stood half dilapidated, presenting a scene devoid of vitality, resembling a residence long abandoned. As if eager to curry favor, Chengzi, with a beaming smile, ventured once more, My lord, what do you think? Is this place not spacious enough? It was I who found it, after all. I do not appreciate jesting, Qin Shilu replied coldly, suppressing the urge to strike. Sensing a shift in the new master's demeanor, Cheng Zi's heart tightened. It dawned on him that this young sage, who had long resided at the foot of the imperial city, might be oblivious to certain rudiments of the martial world. He quickly interjected, "My lord, please do not take offense. Allow me to elucidate. Organizations such as ours, which prefer to remain concealed from the public eye, typically establish their strongholds underground. As for the surface, it merely needs to be sufficiently large and spacious." Noticing a slight easing of Qin Shilu's expression, Cheng Zi continued, "In truth, only large organizations like the horse caravans and grain guilds, with their substantial numbers, would dare to establish visible halls. As they're in collusion with the upper echelons, haha." Qin Shilu grasped the implication. Indeed, clandestine factions in the martial realm must operate under the shadows. He then spoke indifferently, "Take me down to see." He was solely interested in verifying whether the wealth within the Dark Key Pavilion was as Cheng Zi had claimed. Should he discover deception, he would not hesitate to purge this underground force, lacking a master to safeguard it. Casting a glance back at Qin Shilu, noticing his nonchalant demeanor, Cheng Zi refrained from further explanation. He extracted a wooden key from his pocket and inserted it directly into the slot. With a click, the underground mechanism was activated, and the floor tiles slowly shifted apart, revealing a passageway suitable for a single individual. "After you, my lord," Cheng Zi said, bowing slightly and extending his hand. Qin Shilu approached the dark entrance, which seemed to stretch into an abyss, and calmly replied, "You go first." Sensing the new leader's distrust, Cheng Zi felt a pang of disappointment. He had endured injuries in hopes of garnering favor, yet the outcome appeared rather meager. After a couple of awkward chuckles, he complied and descended into the passage. With Cheng Zi leading the way, Qin Shilu followed suit. Shortly thereafter, the ground emitted another series of clicks as the tiles automatically returned to their original state. A gentle breeze swept through, shrouding the surface dust once more, erasing any trace of human presence. The tunnel was not lengthy, yet it twisted and turned. After navigating 5 small bends, Qin Shilu finally caught a glimpse of light. In stark contrast to the desolation above, this hidden subterranean realm exuded an extravagant aura. Before him stood a jade-carved table laden with fine wines. Exquisite and delicate vessels scattered haphazardly across its surface, and a resplendent golden plaque situated at the back. Numerous ancient and ornate artifacts lay carelessly abandoned in the corners. This was merely the first chamber that met the eye, and within it, 2 concealed doors hinted at undiscovered paths beyond. Suppressing the impulses within, Qin Shilu feigned composure and said, "Take me to the storeroom." The speaker, Tian Kuei, was a resident assassin of the Dark Key Pavilion. His prowess second only to Qi Zhao. Although his words had been interrupted, Cheng Zi found himself at a loss for words, feeling quite uncomfortable caught between Tian Kuei and Qin Shilu. Despite holding the title of Right Protector within the Dark Key Pavilion, where most assassins were obliged to heed his commands, there were a few exceptions, specifically the resident assassins ranked among the top in the 36 celestial stars. The assassins of the Dark Key Pavilion were divided into 2 categories, 36 resident assassins and 79 peripheral assassins. The 36 resident assassins were recognized as elite figures by Qi Zhao, granted the privilege to enter this stronghold, while the remaining peripheral assassins could only remain outside, undertaking tasks deemed unworthy by the resident assassins. These resident assassins were named after the 36 celestial stars. The one who had just spoken was Tian Kuei, the foremost among them and the strongest of the resident assassins. Beside Tian Kuei sat several others, and when Cheng Zi focused his gaze, he recognized Tian Gang, Tian Ji, Tian Xiong, and others, individuals who ranked prominently among the 36 celestial stars, all of whom were not to be trifled with. Noticing that neither Cheng Zi nor Qin Shilu spoke, Tian Ji, ranked 3rd, interjected, "We have yet to hear anything regarding Qi Zhao bestowing his position upon an outsider. Right, Protector? Perhaps you might clarify?" Cold sweat continuously dripped from Cheng Zi's forehead. In the silence of Qin Shilu, he dared not utter a word. The formidable assassins before him were not individuals he could provoke. Caught in a dilemma, he could only stand foolishly in place. Where did this spineless coward come from, daring to approach our Dark Key Pavilion? Soon, the other resident assassins joined in the mockery, refusing to accept an outsider as their leader. They had never heard of anyone becoming the pavilion master simply by killing Qi Jiao. Are you referring to yourself or to me? Qin Shilu, who had remained in deep contemplation, finally spoke. Upon entering the room, he noticed that the 6 individuals seated at the table were all wearing masks. None possessed the prowess of a master-level warrior, making them easy to disregard. I see, Qin Shilu said, a smile of amusement gracing his features as he turned to Cheng Zi. Now I understand why Qi Jiao appointed you as the right guardian. No sooner had Qin Shilu's words left his lips than an unprecedented sense of crisis surged within Tian Kuai. However, before he could rise, he was engulfed by an overwhelming aura of bloodlust. In the blink of an eye, a gruesome head had already rolled onto the floor. Because you are exceedingly weak, Qin Shilu continued, as if he had merely accomplished a trivial task. As the individual who had encountered Qin Shilu's bloodlust most closely, Cheng Zi was already knocked to the ground. Though he had not lost consciousness, his mind had suffered a tremendous shock, and it would take him some time to recover from the overwhelming impact. Turning around to gaze at the few remaining assassins who were still alive, Qin 16 spoke once more. Who among you was instigating just now? The intended lesson had already been imparted. The young grandmaster before them would not resort to further violence. After all, he was a member of the esteemed Dark Tea Pavilion. The remaining Tian gang-level assassins shared this sentiment. They had witnessed death numerous times. An inner energy was hardly a novelty. Qin 16's bloodthirst might terrify those who relied on their words for a living, like Cheng Zi, but it would not intimidate those who thrived in the bloodshed. As no one paid him any heed, Qin 16 surveyed the room once more, a chilling aura emanating from him, as if to say, since we are all complicit, we shall perish together. The bloodthirst once again engulfed the entire chamber. It is too noisy, Qin 16 muttered, pinching his left ear. He then turned his icy gaze towards Cheng Zi, inquiring, where is the storeroom? Here. Cheng Zi, overwhelmed with fear, trembled as he stood, struggling to force a sound from his throat. This way. Following the sluggish guide before him, Qin 16 proceeded into the next chamber. Chapter 20. Reunion in Recent Days. The events that had unfolded were so numerous that Cheng Zi began to question whether he was witnessing mere illusions. It was not until the putrid stench of decay assaulted his nostrils, to the point of drawing blood, that he realized the grotesque. Maggot-ridden corpse before him was none other than his former colleague, the left protector Yang Jingxian. How could this be? The odor emanating from the second room was truly unbearable. Sidestepping the muttering Cheng Zi, Qin Shilu forcefully pushed open the small door leading to the second chamber and strode towards the third. There, he finally beheld the treasures he had longed to see, gold and silver. Before him lay countless wooden crates, each brimming with precious metals. However, it was evident that many of the boxes containing gold had been forcibly opened, indicating that their valuable contents had been pilfered. Right, Guardian? Qin Shilu, feeling a surge of irritation, called for the still-dazed Cheng Zi, disregarding the lifeless body on the floor. My lord, what commands do you have? Cheng Zi, though fatigued, mustered his strength to address the man before him. These crates? Qin Shilu gestured towards the scattered, damaged boxes on the ground, his tone tinged with hostility. Cheng Zi surveyed the room before responding slowly. There are 2 keys to the storeroom. One is held by Qi Jiao, and the other by the left guardian, who is now deceased. Given the current circumstances, it appears Yang Jingxian was unable to maintain control. Not only has he perished, but the treasures within the storeroom have also been left unguarded. The 2 who had relied on Qi Jiao's authority only now realized their own frailty in his absence. The thought of his wealth being compromised, particularly the most precious gold, stirred a sense of indignation within Qin Shilu, as the pent-up rage within him began to spiral beyond his control. Who was responsible for this? Qin Shilu demanded. Who else could it be but those few who dared to speak disrespectfully to you moments ago? Cheng Zi replied. The top-ranking assassins have gathered underground. Who else could tamper with the storeroom? It was undoubtedly one of them who killed Yang Jingxian. Before he could finish his thought, Cheng Zi was hurled against the wall by a wave of crimson energy, the impact of his bones against the stone resonating with a deafening crash. Crack. Already clinging to life by a thread, Cheng Zi felt his breastbone crack under the pressure. With great difficulty, he opened his eyes to behold the approaching crimson demon. Striving to suppress his cough, he understood that if his forthcoming words failed to satisfy the figure before him, he would undoubtedly meet his end here. Much like the left guardian, Yang Jingxian, who was being gnawed upon by rats. Cough, cough, Cough. Master, this place is exceedingly remote. Within just 2 days, they could hardly transport much, merely over 1,000 taels at best. To deliver the latter half of his statement intact, Jiang Li fought against the blood rising in his throat, finally managing to articulate a coherent explanation. Noticing that Qin Shilu, with bloodshot eyes, showed no intention of halting, Jiang Li took a final breath, exerting all his strength to say, even with this small reduction, there remains over 560,000 taels of gold. Upon hearing this specific figure, Qin Shilu indeed paused his advance, the crimson light in his eyes flickering as if caught in an internal struggle. After a lengthy contemplation, Qin Shilu ultimately subdued his impulse to attack and, after surveying the mountains of gold and silver in the room once more, slowly inquired, "How long will it take to count the exact amount?" There was no choice. Having sustained grave injuries, the left guardian, responsible for the accounts, had also perished. Although most of the chests remained untouched, it was still no simple task to tally the ones that had been pried open amidst the vastness of the storeroom records. First, take me outside. Ignoring Jiang Li's condition, Qin Shilu yearned for fresh air, feeling the dampness of the underground oppressive and unpleasant. Yes, indeed, my lord. Exhausted, Jiang Li finally managed to rise, his trembling legs guiding Qin Shilu out of the subterranean stronghold. As the saying goes, a cunning rabbit has 3 burrows. While the entrance to the Dark Key Pavilion lay within a dilapidated manor, the sole exit was located at a small temple a mile away at the foot of the mountain. Of course, this temple, too, was a forsaken structure, devoid of attention. Unlike the curious Qin Shilu, who was filled with wonder, Jiang Li endured excruciating pain, each step accompanied by the sound of his bones grinding, often doubting whether he might faint along the passage. Disregarding the sweat-soaked and breathless Jiang Li, Qin Shilu strode purposefully away from the small temple. With his spirits lifted, he prepared to explore the landscapes of Tongzhou City. I shall wander the city for a few days. Should any miscreants dare to intrude, they may seek me out. This was the last command Jiang Li received before his fainting spell. As for where to locate him, Qin Shilu did not elaborate, for that was a matter for Chang, the guardian, to contemplate. At noon the following day, after a day of unconsciousness, Jiang Li slowly regained consciousness. He rubbed his heavy head. And this chief steward under Qi Yao did not rush to rise, but rather took a moment to organize his thoughts on the tasks ahead. With only 9 days remaining, he had to prepare the meticulous accounts for Qin Shilu. With the death of the left protector and several Tian gang assassins, it appeared necessary to promote a few from the outer circle of assassins into Tian gang. This would be beneficial, as newcomers tend to be more compliant. However, first and foremost, after massaging his chest and neck, Jiang Li finally stood up, resolving to find a doctor for himself. In contrast to the diligent right protector Jiang Li, the carefree deputy head of the Anyao Pavilion, Qin Shilu, was currently indulging in leisure within the city of Tongzhou. Though somewhat hindered by his hood, he was thoroughly enjoying exploring the picturesque Jiangnan water town. Unfortunately, this idyllic respite was short-lived. As the moment Qin Shilu caught sight of a familiar and enchanting figure amidst the bustling streets of Tongzhou, he realized that his leisurely time here had come to an abrupt end. Qin Shilu, stop right there. Why are you running? Return my purse. Your choice of hood is still as poor as ever. In the picturesque city of Tongzhou, a youthful and enchanting maiden is pursuing a frail boy adorned with a black hat, accompanied by a retinue of guards. Chapter 21. Tongxiang Building. Within the entire domain of the Li King's influence, there exist but 2 individuals whom Qin 16 dares not provoke. One is the leader of the caravan, Yu Huayin, for he is no match. The other is the Li King's sole daughter, the young princess Xiao Muxua, for he lacks the courage to confront her. Smack. Your Highness. Smack. Please cease. Smack. Your hand is swelling. In the opulent private chamber on the 2nd floor of Tongxiang Building, a seemingly immaculate maiden is unleashing her wrath upon a slender boy clad in gray. Strangely, despite the pain reverberating through her delicate hand, the boy's countenance remains unperturbed. Smack. The young princess, summoning all her strength, delivers her final slap with her right hand. Then finally speaks, "How thick-skinned are you?" Originally, with Qin 16's speed, it was impossible for Xiao Muxue and her guards to catch up to him. Yet, as he sprinted further away, on the verge of disappearing, the melodious sound of the girl's weeping reached his ears, compelling him to slow his pace and surrender willingly. However, the formidable maiden before him now displays no semblance of sorrow. From the moment he received the first slap, Qin 16 began to doubt whether his hearing had been compromised. Smack! The young girl's right hand indeed struck with considerable force, prompting her to rub it gently before commencing to slap the boy's other cheek with her left hand. Qin 16 found himself once again compelled to close his mouth. Although the princess's strength could not pierce his master-level defenses, a bite of the tongue would certainly be detrimental. The rhythmic sounds of slapping from within the private room sent shivers through the guards stationed outside, who feared that the master-level youth might erupt in fury and wreak havoc upon the establishment. Yet, they dared not defy the princess's orders, and thus stood silently outside, straining their ears and perspiring profusely. "Princess?" One of them ventured tentatively, only to find that no further slaps ensued. It was then that the boy resumed. "May we dine now?" Qin 16 indeed felt a pang of hunger. Initially, he had been wary of revealing his whereabouts and had only indulged in the local delicacies from street vendors within the city. While this offered a unique charm, the absence of a sumptuous meal at an esteemed establishment remained a lingering regret. Now, with his cover blown, he saw no reason to don his hood any longer, nor did he need to be concerned about the awkwardness of dining alone. Qin 16 could finally relish the renowned dishes of Tongzhou City in peace. Perhaps wearied from the exertion and somewhat hungry, Xiao Muxue was also tempted by Qin 16's suggestion, lifting her chin slightly. With the girl's tacit approval, Qin 16 felt a surge of elation. At last, he would savor the celebrated cuisine of Tongzhou City. He opened the small door of the private room, donning a warm smile, and addressed one of the guards standing outside with a soft voice, "Please fetch the..." However, before he could complete his request, he was abruptly interrupted by the guard's unusual behavior outside. When the door of the chamber was opened from within, the guards outside had already poised their hands upon the hilts of their swords, brimming with anticipation. The moment the boy's face emerged, the nearest young guard unsheathed his blade with a soft whisper. Although the act of drawing his sword was executed with considerable flair, his trembling legs utterly undermined the elegance of his stance. The other guards displayed slightly less reaction, yet their own swords were partially drawn, ready to engage at a moment's notice. The commotion outside left the young man feeling perplexed. Was there a sudden surge of hostility? Was his gaze now tinged with blood? As he leaned closer to the unsheathed long sword, Qin Shilu intended to discern the hue of his own eyes through the reflection on the blade. However, unbeknownst to him, this very action caused the young guard before him to faint in shock. The guard, who had locked eyes with Qin Shilu, collapsed to the ground, the thud of his head striking the floor mingling with the sound of numerous swords being drawn. "I am already dead," was the last thought that flickered through the young guard's mind before he lost consciousness. The considerable disturbance outside naturally caught the attention of the young princess. Thus, Xiao Muxue pressed down on Qin Shilu's form, extending her petite head to inquire with a tilt, "What is it? Are we ordering food?" It was one thing for Qin Shilu to receive no response, but surprisingly, the princess's query also went unanswered. After a brief pause, an elder guard finally regained his composure, stammering, "Why yes, your highness." Then, he dropped the knife from his hand and hurriedly dashed down the stairs. The heavy footsteps created an uncomfortable noise against the floor, causing the diners in the nearby rooms to frown in discontent. Xiao Muxue ordered a vegetarian dish, which Qin Shilu found somewhat unappealing. Yet he lacked the courage to defy the young princess before him. After placing their orders, the two resumed their conversation, and this time, the topic was decidedly less dreary. "Where's my purse?" Without acknowledging Qin Shilu's smirk, Xiao Muxue addressed the matter directly, as it was one of the few cherished mementos left to her by her mother. Naturally, she carried it with her. As she spoke, Qin Shilu produced a small pouch from within his garments and handed it to Xiao Muxue, the pouch emanating a faint, delightful fragrance. "It has now returned to its rightful owner," he chuckled. However, at the moment he presented the purse, Qin Shilu recalled another matter. Although he currently possessed a fortune of 1,000,000 taels in gold and silver, all of that wealth remained buried underground. The few pieces of silver in the pouch constituted his entire fortune at that moment. Slap! Another sharp sound echoed, striking not only Qin Shilu's face, but also resonating in the hearts of the anxious guards outside the door. Chapter 22. A sudden turn. Why is the princess in Tongzhou City? After indulging in a sumptuous meal, Qin Shilu wiped his mouth and inquired with satisfaction. Glancing at the unrefined demeanor of Qin Shilu, Xiao Muxue set down her cup of tea and began to speak slowly. "My father has sent me to stay in Tongzhou." "Why is that?" Qin Shilu questioned, perplexed, wondering if a rift had developed between the father and daughter. From the countenance of Qin Shilu, one could discern the astonishment that resided within him. The young princess reiterated, "There has been a deviation in time. Our plans have been disrupted. My father is concerned for my safety, hence." As she spoke, a profound melancholy enveloped Xiaomuxu's visage, her voice dwindling to a whisper. Qin Shilu felt a pang of unease, sensing that this young maiden before him was on the verge of tears. In a bid to divert the conversation, he remarked, "Tongzhou is quite delightful, is it not? Just look at the verdant mountains and the vibrant flowers. The food is exquisite too." Upon hearing the mention of scenery and cuisine, Xiaomuxu's spirits lifted slightly. Yet, Qin Shilu's subsequent words ignited her emotions once more. "Ah, and there is the Yuxiao mountain, where the cultivators reside, not far from here. We must certainly visit it when we have the chance. Don't you agree, princess?" The young princess, whose furrowed brow had begun to relax, found her mood plummeting again at the mere mention of Yuxiao mountain. Her gaze fell, and her delicate teeth gently bit her lip as she endeavored to suppress the tears that threatened to overflow her eyes. Yet, sorrow has a way of piercing the heart, and the more one tries to avoid it, the more it resonates. Ultimately, the first tear of the young girl cascaded down her cheek, accompanied by a swift and formidable phoenix feather arrow that pierced through the small compartment. The arrow was aimed squarely at Qin Shilu, but it was evident that the archer lacked accurate intelligence regarding their target. To employ a mere ordinary feathered arrow in an attempt to take the life of a grandmaster was indeed a fanciful notion. At this moment, Qin Shilu genuinely felt grateful for the unexpected arrow, as the little princess before him had ceased her tears. Her pair of sparkling eyes was fixated on the long arrow in his hand, her exquisite face adorned with a look of astonishment and bewilderment. "What is this?" The adorable little head turned back and forth, glancing at the wooden window that had just been pierced by the sharp arrow, then turning again to observe the arrow held by Qin Shilu. Xiaomuxu stammered, "What is it?" before Qin Shilu could respond. The tranquility of Tongxiang Tower was shattered by the sound of neighing horses and the clash of metal. Qin Shilu squeezed his head through the shattered window to look outside, only to see several more arrows flying towards him. After effortlessly dodging them, he realized that the inn had been surrounded. "Ah, what army is this?" Xiaomuxu still had not grasped the situation. Amused by her confusion, Qin Shilu took the initiative to speak. "Princess, we are surrounded by the city guard's troops, and judging by their demeanor, they seem to be after you." After confirming the number of soldiers below, which amounted to only a little over 100, Qin Shilu deemed it insufficient to encircle a grandmaster, concluding that their intentions were indeed directed towards Xiaomuxu and likely related to the situation with Shang Xian. In stark contrast to Qin Shilu's nonchalant sense of annoyance, Xiaomuxu's personal guards were nearly in a state of frenzy. Though they temporarily resided in Tongzhou City alongside the princess, they did not take refuge in the lord's mansion. Instead, they dwelled in a residence purchased by the Xiao family. The intentions of the Tongzhou garrison commander, who had come to demand their presence, were all too apparent. Even if Xiaomuxu was naive to the ways of the world, she could discern from the frantic expressions of the guards and the shouts of the assailants that they intended to coerce her, perhaps even to leverage her against her father. "The king, princess?" The leading guard inquired once more, his hands trembling more violently, prepared to lay down his life to protect her, despite her seemingly delicate and unassuming demeanor. Xiaomuxu quickly regained her composure in this perilous moment. She turned to her captain of guards with utmost seriousness and declared, "You all must disguise yourselves as commoners and escape. Do not concern yourselves with me, princess." Her words brought tears to the eyes of the guards outside the chamber. Rather than fleeing, they rallied their courage and resolved to sacrifice themselves for her safety. "Huh? What did you say?" The broken arrow in his hand fell to the ground as Qin 16 and Xiaomuxu engaged in a silent standoff. Their eyes locked in a fierce contest. The mere presence of Qin 16 instantly assuaged the fears of the guards, although they had briefly worried that the youth before them might erupt in violence. It did not take long for this legendary bloodthirsty boy to become their sole beacon of hope. Humanity is indeed peculiar. In the face of despair, it often places its hopes upon anything that possesses power. Watching helplessly as Xiaomuxu's guards stormed into the nearby private rooms, shedding their armor and seizing the garments of patrons, Qin Shilu felt a sense of despair as a petite girl perched upon him, tugging at his collar while a barrage of reprimands and warnings echoed in his ears. "Hey, Qin Shilu, do not forget who saved your life back in Tianqing City. Even a lamb recognizes its benefactor. do you? Are you not even as worthy as a beast? You even stole my pouch and squandered my money. Speak to me. Look at me. Do not turn away. Chapter 23. Strolling leisurely, having already afforded ample time, it seemed that Princess Xiao had no intention of making an appearance, leaving him with no choice but to adopt a more forceful approach. The commander of the city guard, Fong Xin, felt somewhat disheartened. If given a choice, he would prefer to remain uninvolved in such royal disputes. Yet, in light of his duties, he issued a command to his aide: bring the princess out. Eliminate any who resist on the spot. To his astonishment, however, his aide, Lin Kuei, did not immediately comply, but instead displayed a look of concern, stating, "General, there are formidable experts beside the princess." According to feedback from the archers stationed in the adjacent building, the opponent single-handedly caught several of our Funyu arrows. Humph, what kind of master could possibly annihilate over 100 of us? Fong Xian scoffed at his aide's words, raising his voice, "Bring her out." Observing the commander's palpable impatience, Lin Kuei could only suppress his inner confusion and commenced directing the soldiers into battle. He understood that disobeying orders on the battlefield was the gravest of transgressions. A succession of light-armored troops began to enter the tavern, while the trembling innkeeper dared not show his face, cowering beneath the counter, fearful of being struck down by an unexpected barrage of arrows. The patrons below also bowed their heads, crouching on the floor, scarcely daring to breathe, silently awaiting the resolution of the tumult. Given the narrowness of the staircase, the city guard sent only a squad as the vanguard to ascend and assess the situation. The rhythmic sound of soldiers' footsteps echoed up to the second floor, only to vanish inexplicably, strangely, and abruptly, without a trace, while the eerie atmosphere on the second floor unsettled the squad leader of the second team. The dire consequences of defying military orders loomed larger. He steeled himself and pressed onward, his mind racing with visions of glory and accolades to soothe his racing heart. It seemed the princess's guards were no ordinary men. They were either valiant warriors with impeccable teamwork or cunning individuals adept in the arts of poison and stealth. Only these two possibilities could account for the simultaneous disappearance of the soldiers who had ventured in. Lin Kuei, the deputy, could scarcely fathom that on the second floor there were neither skilled attendants nor extraordinary figures, but merely a young master, the squad leader of the third team. Drenched in sweat and feeling as though liberated from a prison, hastily fled the strange tavern, racing back to his general. She is but a mere woman. How many formidable individuals are willing to stand by her side? Commanding Lin Kuei to lead the charge, the order was given for swift resolution. Displeased with the efficiency of his aide, Fong Xian once again urged him to hasten. Upon receiving the new command from the general, Lin Kuei felt a sense of resignation but had no choice but to comply. Meanwhile, on the second floor of Tongxiang building, Qin Shilu sat beside the door of the box closest to the corridor, counting the fallen soldiers with keen interest. Indeed, the guards were solemn expressions, for their mistress had resolved to serve as bait to ensure their escape. Be cautious, everyone. We shall meet again in Tianshang. A trace of melancholic beauty graced the face of Xiao Muxue as she slowly turned her back. Your Highness. The guards were profoundly shaken, and even the young guard, who had just been frightened into unconsciousness by Qin Shilu, spoke with a quivering voice. Go. Xiao Muxue issued her final command. Hearing the sobs behind her, a faint smile of triumph appeared on her delicate face. Unfazed by the display of authority from the young princess before the guards, Qin Shilu merely yawned in boredom. Once the guards retreated to their respective compartments, she slowly spoke. Your Highness, may we depart? Yes, let us go. Xiao Muxue responded joyfully, devoid of any trace of sorrow or resolution. This time, Lin Kuei had brought all the soldiers from the tavern, intending to meet the extraordinary individuals surrounding the young princess. However, just as he was about to ascend the stairs, an unforgettable scene unfolded before him. A frail youth clad in gray approached him step by step, an ethereal crimson glow emanating from his being. The soldiers clearing a path before him, upon locking eyes with the boy, fell to the staircase one after another without warning. Though the urge to flee surged within him, the boy's blood-red gaze ensnared his attention, rendering Lin Kuei unable to move, even before the youth turned his eyes towards him. To Qin Shilu, there was little distinction between an ordinary foot soldier in uniform and a commanding officer in armor. Merely a glance sufficed to unleash a subtle aura of bloodlust, causing them to faint, a task so effortlessly simple. Furthermore, at the very moment Lin Kuei succumbed, The astonishment reflected in his eyes bore no greater intensity than that of the other soldiers. Thus, while Qin Shilu would forever remain etched in the memory of this vice officer Lin, he himself had already forgotten Lin Kuei as he turned his attention towards the next soldier. It was indeed a nuisance. Killing was off the table. After clearing the first floor of the tavern, Qin Shilu strolled outward, murmuring to himself how troublesome it was to have women around. This was not due to any direct admonition from Xiao Muxue against lethal force, but rather Qin Shilu's own belief that it would not be proper for the young princess to witness bloodshed. As for the reasons behind this sentiment, he could not articulate. Outside the tavern, a considerable number of soldiers remained encircled, with a conspicuous commander mounted on a towering steed. Qin Shilu felt it prudent to capture the leader before subduing the rest. Though he had become quite adept at controlling his malevolent aura, such energy was not inexhaustible. Who could tell if reinforcements lurked nearby? Who approaches? Halt! As the bloodthirsty youth advanced step by step, an overwhelming dread gripped Fong Xian's heart. Although the entrance of Tongxiang Tower obscured his view of the interior, he knew that his soldiers had surrounded the building. How could this youth emerge unscathed? Moreover, the soldiers within remained eerily silent. Ignoring Fong Xian's astonishment, Qin 16 continued to stride forward, the crimson aura surrounding him intensifying. Attack! Fong Xian commanded in a panic as the youth drew nearer. Before the frontline infantry could react, the archers at the rear had already knocked their arrows, poised to unleash a barrage upon the approaching figure. The number of arrows was formidable, and the youth, aware of his own vulnerability, after all, even a grandmaster was merely flesh and blood, did not dare to underestimate the threat. This time, Qin 16 refrained from showcasing his skill of catching arrows with one hand. Instead, he unsheathed the dagger at his waist, deftly parrying the relentless onslaught of arrows. Stop. Do you know who I am? As he beheld the ghostly figure of the youth casually approaching him, Fong Xian was utterly disconcerted. Regret flooded through him. He lamented not heeding Lin Kuei's counsel to summon reinforcements. How could this blood-drenched demon be subdued by a mere 100 men? If he were indeed invincible, it would not be unreasonable for the entire garrison of Tongzhou to emerge in a desperate bid to confront him. With a swift motion, Qin 16 intercepted a hidden arrow shot from the adjacent building, snapping it effortlessly with a crisp crack. Emotionless, he stroked Fong Xian's warhorse, contemplating where to take the young princess next. What do you desire? Faced with the blood-soaked youth mere inches away, Fong Xian summoned his last vestige of courage to inquire. The figure before him was exceedingly peculiar. The soldiers who had accompanied him had long since abandoned their commander, retreating a considerable distance. The archers, wary of causing harm to Fong Xian, refrained from taking aim due to the proximity of the threat. Thus, at this moment, the commander of the Tongzhou garrison, Fong Xian, found himself in the awkward predicament of being forsaken by his troops, confronting the enemy alone. Rest assured. Interrupted by the query that pierced his thoughts, Qin Shilu lifted his gaze to the commander before him, a grin spreading across his face. I shall not take a life today. No sooner had the words left his lips than Fong Xian felt a prickling sensation at the back of his head. For he witnessed the youth before him spring forth with sudden ferocity, a pale fist tinged with crimson hurtling towards his visage. With a resounding crack, the sound of shattering cheekbones echoed, and the garrison commander was rendered unconscious before he even touched the ground. Chapter 24. Journeying with beauty with their general fallen, and lacking a deputy to assume command, the remaining soldiers were unable to orchestrate any semblance of a coordinated offensive. Nevertheless, they were indeed regular troops of the Shengxin kingdom, and they did not abandon their fallen leader. Instead, they lingered at a distance, observing the unfolding events with trepidation. Before long, patrons and staff began to emerge from the tavern, but the first to step out was not the small princess, Xiao Muxue, whom Qin Shilu most keenly awaited. Rather, it was the other diners and attendants who spilled forth. With a curious gaze, Qin Shilu discerned that the princess's bodyguards were intermingled among the commoners, dispersing in a frantic escape. It is evident that it was these guards who drove the commoners out, facilitating their own escape. As for the soldiers stationed in Tongzhou, they lacked the courage to prevent the fleeing citizens while the malevolent Qin Shilu remained within their midst. Moreover, their commander had not issued any orders concerning the treatment of the populace. Only after the crowd had dissipated from Tongxiang Tower did Xiao Muxue emerge, her spirit radiant. She reached out to touch the warhorse led by Qin Shilu, expressing her discontent. This horse is rather filthy. We should call for a carriage instead. What a time to be so particular. Yet, Qin Shilu understood her sentiments had it been a month prior when he enjoyed a life of luxury at the Tianchi Manor. He would surely have refused to mount such a soiled steed. However, given their current predicament in enemy territory and the depletion of his inner energy, he could only gently persuade her, "My dear Miss Xiao, the garrison comprises more than just these few men. If reinforcements arrive and encircle us." Though the young princess felt displeased, she recognized the gravity of the situation after hearing Qin Shilu's words. Even the mightiest grandmaster could not withstand the onslaught of 1,000 troops. "Help me onto the horse," Xiao Mushiwei said reluctantly, her large, expressive eyes shifting to the boy beside her as she whispered in a tinkling voice, "I cannot." Upon hearing this, Qin Shilu felt a twinge of helplessness. Yet he complied and assisted the young lady onto the horse. As their skin brushed against one another, he became acutely aware of the warmth and softness of her presence. A faint blush blooming upon his youthful face. "Where are you touching?" Due to the improper posture of the youth, Xiao Mushiwei playfully chided. Her voice as delicate as an orchid. Be sure to support me. I'm about to fall. Hold my leg." "Oh," she exclaimed as the horse moved. "Hold on to the horse. Can you manage it?" "Ah, all right. Foolish." Ignoring the delicate anger brewing within the young princess and the awkwardness on Qin 16's face, the guards of Tongzhou City stood silently, their gazes fixed upon the flirtatious exchange between the young man and woman. Even the archers on the upper floor hesitated, contemplating whether to take advantage of the moment and loose an arrow. Perhaps they could achieve an extraordinary feat and elevate their status. But the sight of their fallen general dispelled such thoughts. The youth below seemed to catch arrows with the ease of a game. Earlier, he had directed his shots at Qin 16, who was still dining with the princess on the second floor, simply because he had witnessed the young man catching his arrows. To confirm if he had indeed seen correctly, he had fired successive shots, only to increasingly realize the formidable skill of his opponent. Even as the princess climbed onto the youth's lap, admonishing him by tugging at his collar, he astonishingly remained focused enough to catch his own arrows, multiple at that. At last, with Xiao Mushiwei mounted upon the steed, Qin 16 exhaled deeply, relieved that the ordeal had come to an end. "We must hurry. What if the reinforcements arrive?" Noticing Qin 16 still standing foolishly, Xiao Mushiwei felt a twinge of urgency in her heart, realizing that their delay in mounting had stretched far too long. As Qin 16 mounted his horse, he gently secured the young maiden before him and galloped away, leaving behind the disarrayed guards of Tongzhou City, who, after a considerable pause, finally remembered to check on their general's well-being. After traversing the wilderness for some time, the anxious Xiao Mushiwei slowly inquired, "Where are we headed next?" Under normal circumstances, a noble family such as the Tianchi house would have arranged a marriage for their offspring long before reaching adulthood, and even prior to the union. It was customary to introduce a few concubines to acquaint the young heir with the ways of the world. However, Qin 16's situation was rather peculiar. Following the demise of his parents, the family's power had waned. The distant relatives, accompanied by thousands of kin, were embroiled in their own pursuits, leaving no room for discussions of concubines or alliances. The maidservants assigned to him were either past their prime or lacking in appeal, diminishing his enthusiasm. Yet now, cradling the graceful princess of the Xiao family, he was acutely aware of her fragrant breath, the enchanting aroma that filled his senses. The delicate features of her visage partially concealed, and the alluring curves that swayed before him, rendering the inexperienced Qin 16 breathless. "Hey, speak to me. I'm asking you." "Qin 16, where are we going?" Having never ridden a horse before, Xiao Mushiwei found the jolting motion unbearable and desperately yearned for a place to rest. Unfamiliar with the circumstances in Tongzhou, she could only rely on Qin 16 behind her. "Where to?" Xiao Mushiwei's question left Qin Shilu perplexed, for he had been in Tongzhou for a shorter duration than she, and aside from a few street stalls, he was entirely unfamiliar with the area. "Indeed. Where shall we go?" Qin Shilu retorted, feeling genuinely bewildered. "Ah, you ask me? Shouldn't you know where to go? Why were you galloping so joyfully just now?" Xiao Mushiwei exclaimed, a mixture of embarrassment and vexation in her tone. She had always presumed that Qin Shilu possessed a clear route, which was why he rode so fervently. Faced with Xiao Mushiwei's inquiry, Qin Shilu appeared somewhat awkward. He dared not reveal to the young lady that he had been entranced by her fragrance, wandering aimlessly since then. Noticing her increasingly heavy breaths, he realized that she was genuinely upset. Back in Wanlu City, he had always struggled with the young princess's temper whenever she was angry. He had to go to great lengths to appease her, lest he descend into a wretched daily existence. Though he had since escaped the constraints of the Shao family, and his own strength had significantly increased, he had yet to shed the old habits instilled by them, which dictated that he must strive to please the princess at all costs. "My lady," he said, gently patting Xiao Mushue's fragrant shoulder, "I shall take you to a splendid place, abundant in gold." Humph. Chapter 25. Malevolence. Qin 16's intention to escort the young princess to a mysterious location naturally led them to the clandestine stronghold of the Dark Key Pavilion situated in Tongzhou City. Although the commander of the city's garrison was a fool, the sheer number of troops was overwhelming. After loitering in the outskirts for an extended period, it was certain that the city gates had long been sealed off. The prowess of a grand master, or rather, the level of mastery that Qin 16 had encountered, could be likened to that of 100 adversaries. In the face of a city's defenders, numbering from a few thousand to tens of thousands, the so-called master-level martial artist appeared somewhat inadequate. Through several encounters with the grandmasters Yu Huayin and Shi Yin, Qin 16 had become adept at controlling the malevolent energy within him. His bloodthirst was primarily derived from his own demise. With each death, his bloodthirst would intensify. However, this power brought with it the perilous side effect of accumulating malevolence, a lingering fury from his tragic ends, poised to erupt at any moment. At times, Qin 16 found himself struggling against his own impulses, becoming increasingly bloodthirsty and murderous. "Princess, this is it." After a considerable amount of time wandering, Qin 16, relying on his hazy recollections, finally guided the young princess to the secluded entrance of the Qi residence. He then, with an expression reminiscent of the once proud Chengzi, proudly showcased his stronghold, exclaiming, "What do you think? Quite spacious, isn't it?" Qin Shilu, in these past few months, gazing at the dilapidated wooden door nearly ensnared by cobwebs, along with the crumbling wall tiles nearby, Xiao Muxue let out a soft sigh, her eyes reflecting a hint of hesitation and sorrow. You must have endured great hardships, haven't you?" Upon hearing the heartfelt words of the young princess, Qin Shilu felt a pang of sadness. Reflecting on the trials he had faced in recent times, being deceived by the riffraff of a caravan, suffering brutal beatings from the remnants of the Tiger Fist, and being ambushed by Qi Jiao, he had perished countless times, each demise marked by excruciating pain. And now, although he was accompanied by a charming beauty, he faced the looming threat of being besieged by the army. His resurrection ability was most vulnerable when surrounded by widespread pursuit, a scenario that could easily ensnare him in a cycle of death. "Princess, I should not have ventured forth," the youth lamented, his tone tinged with regret. Qin Shilu indeed felt remorse for his hasty decision. The treacherous nature of the martial world was not something a fledgling youth like him could navigate with ease. Were it not for the innate resurrection ability bestowed by his celestial bloodline, he would hardly survive 3 days in the outside world. Alas, Xiao Muxue sighed again, her gaze filled with compassion as she looked at the young man before her. Yet, certain truths must be spoken. "Qin Shilu, you may not recall, but this place is unsuitable for habitation." As he gazed into Xiao Mushue's compassionate, flickering eyes, the young man found himself momentarily at a loss. Pushing open the dust-laden door, Qin Shilu forcibly led Xiao Muxue into the Qi residence. However, he soon encountered another dilemma. He could not unlock the entrance to the underground passage. Beneath each tile in the main hall lay a mechanism, which required a specific sequence of steps to activate the keyhole beneath the tiles. Although Chengzi had entrusted Qin Shilu with the key that originally belonged to Qi Yao, he had failed to inform him of the correct procedure to activate the keyhole, assuming that Qin Shilu would remember after a single glance. "Your Highness, please wait a moment. I shall figure it out shortly. Have you lost your mind? My father was right. A life of hardship can indeed drive one to madness." Observing the frail youth, drenched in sweat as he repeatedly stomped on the tiles while muttering to himself, Xiao Muxue thought to herself, "Why isn't it working? I distinctly remember him stepping like this. Chengzi, you worthless fool. I shall surely have my revenge next time. No, if I were to kill him, who would count my money? My wealth. A fortune of 1,000,000 taels, it lies beneath." An hour passed, and the young princess had succumbed to slumber at the table, perhaps due to sheer exhaustion, for her sleep was deep. Yet, Qin Shilu continued to exert himself, his veins bulging on his youthful visage, and a hint of crimson began to seep into his eyes. Having toiled alone for so long, he had long forgotten Xiao Mushue's presence, and a surge of malevolence welled up within him, his will nearing collapse. The swift collision of the blood-drenched dagger against the ground produced a series of frictional sounds. Qin 16's obsession with descending into the depths had reached an overwhelming intensity, plunging him into a state of self-forgetfulness. The bloodlust within him was ignited to its zenith, causing the compact dagger he had long carried to bear numerous chinks. The commotion on the ground finally roused the assassins within the stronghold. With both the new leader and the right protector absent, the substitute Heavenly Gang assassins began to bicker amongst themselves. Such a racket, you claim it's merely a mouse? Tianwei, what do you mean? If it's not a mouse, then what could it be? If you wish to find out, why not go take a look yourself? Oh dear. With Tian Kuei and the others dead, we ought to keep a low profile, so let us not make a fuss. Silence. What is the matter, Tian Ming? Just because those ahead have met their demise, do you think you've become the boss? In the underground, where 6 other Heavenly Gang assassins now sat, indulging in fine wine, they were evidently lacking in cooperative spirit. According to the original rules established by Qi Jian, all Heavenly Gang assassins were entitled to descend and claim tasks from the Golden List. However, as time passed, the 6 strongest assassins led by Tian Kuei monopolized this realm. And without their consent, the remaining resident assassins were forbidden from entering. The 6 individuals who once occupied the top ranks have now vanished. Yet the newly emerged assassins show no intention of relinquishing the esteemed traditions established by their predecessors. Thus, a new sextet has arisen, steadfastly dominating the rankings and voraciously devouring the meager earnings of the lower-tier assassins. At this very moment, within the underground stronghold of the Dark Key Pavilion, a heated debate ensues among several figures. The former 6th through 13th ranked assassins, Tian Ming, Tian Wei, Tian Ying, Tian Gui, Tian Man, and Tian Gu. Notably, Tian Gu was initially absent from this newly formed group, however, feeling somewhat disgruntled by his rank, which was merely 1 position shy. He stealthily eliminated the original 11th ranked Tian Fu, thereby ascending to his current status. During Qi Jiao's tenure, a rule prohibiting infighting was established, but with his demise, the decrees of the deceased hold little sway over these unruly assassins. Only the living strong can impose restraint upon them. After nearly a quarter of an hour, the discord below began to subside. Ultimately, the freshly inducted Tian Gu was unanimously ostracized and appointed as the executor of the upcoming reconnaissance mission. A pack of cowards. Do not grant me an opportunity. I shall eliminate you one by one. Tian Gu muttered fiercely, fastening his black attire as he traversed the underground passage. Meanwhile, on the surface, Qin Shirlu remained with a bloodthirsty gleam in her eyes, wielding a dagger as she relentlessly scraped the floor tiles. Nearby, the young noblewoman Xiao Muxue, with her rosy cheeks, slumbered soundly, seemingly finding in Qin Shirlu's scraping the most soothing lullaby. Chapter 26. Tian Gu. The exit of the Dark Key Pavilion's underground stronghold lies a full mile from the entrance at the Qi residence. On that day, as Tian Gu approached the gates of the Qi residence, the setting sun lingered on the brink of descent. The faint twilight reflected on the ground contrasted sharply with the blinding crimson emanating from within the estate. This extraordinary sight halted Tian Gu's advance, evoking fragmented memories of the ominous message relayed by the Right Protector. The new master was a bloodthirsty individual. One must not meet his gaze, challenge him, or obstruct his path. A stern warning indeed. Tian Gu maintained his distance from the mansion, cautiously circling around it, drawing upon years of experience and instinct honed in the crucible of conflict. He recognized that the faint aura of murderous intent emanating from within was far beyond that of an ordinary person. The oppressive atmosphere was more intense than that exuded by the former master, Qi Jiao. The occupant of this estate had to be the new master, Qin Shirlu, a ruthless figure who had dispatched Qi Jiao and seemed to revel in chaos. Having discerned the identity of the troublemaker, Tian Gu had no desire to linger. After all, this new master had already eliminated several Tian Gang assassins, and he had no intention of becoming the next victim. However, just as he steeled himself to make a discreet escape, an unexpected occurrence unfolded. The sounds of digging within the courtyard abruptly ceased, and so too did the rhythm of Tian Gu's own breath. What to do? What to do? What to do? With bated breath, Tian Gu found himself confronted with the most challenging decision of his life. He could not ascertain whether Qin Shirlu had halted his actions due to his presence or for another reason entirely. If it was indeed his arrival that prompted Qin Shirlu to stop, then the wisest course of action for Tian Gu was to flee. Yet, what if Qin 16 halted his actions for another reason? Wouldn't a hasty escape merely draw his attention? faced with the relentless pursuit of a frenzied grandmaster. Such a confrontation would be unbearable. To flee or not to flee? Beads of sweat poised to cascade down his brow. He was compelled to make an immediate decision. Ultimately, fear eclipsed all else. Tiangu released his breath, propelled himself forward with a powerful thrust, and sprinted into the distance. As Tiangu's breath became erratic, Qin 16 turned his head, his form coiling tightly, transforming into a streak of crimson light, hurtling towards Tiangu's direction. The barriers of the courtyard posed little hindrance to Qin 16 in the face of such overwhelming speed. It was merely a matter of time before he caught up with his target. Beyond the estate lay desolate fields, devoid of any refuge. Sensing the oppressive aura of death closing in, Tiangu made a bold choice. Escape was futile. The wild, beast-like intensity of his pursuer offered no room for negotiation. The only available cover in the vicinity was the very place Qin 16 had emerged from, the chief family courtyard. Tiangu, who had danced on the precipice of life and death countless times, would not waver once he had made his decision. He abruptly halted, pivoted, and was met with the sight of a grotesque figure, drenched in bloodlight, eyes fierce and twisted in a sinister grin, drool pooling at the corners of his mouth. Suppressing the shock in his heart and the tremors of his body as the approaching bloodlust threatened to engulf him, Tiangu struck. The first breath. Tiangu released his grip and launched a full-scale assault. Dark arrows, daggers, flying needles, and grappling hooks were all directed towards Qin Shilu, who effortlessly evaded them. Yet they momentarily hindered his advance. With the second breath, Tiangu slightly adjusted his stance, angling his body as a coarse net, adorned with barbed hooks. Shot forth from his sleeve, aimed directly at the Qin Shilu, who was but a step away. The blinding glint of blades flashed as the net ensnared and shattered, scattering hooks into the air. At that moment, Qin Shilu's dagger was perilously close to Tiangu's face, yet he managed to execute a subtle sidestep. With the third breath, Tiangu drew a short sword from his right sleeve, blocking the incoming bloodied dagger. Concurrently, his left hand retrieved a pouch of fine powder, which he cast towards Qin Shilu's visage. The dust provoked Qin Shilu to squint, causing a slight delay in his movements. After a brief pause, the malevolent energy surged into the dagger, enveloping the blade in a crimson glow as Qin Shilu shattered the short sword before him. In that instant, Tiangu completed his final sidestep. The blade grazed his face, claiming half an earlobe, as he narrowly escaped the clutches of the bloodthirsty new lord. Making his way toward the Qi family estate. Having exhausted all his trump cards, Tiangu found himself devoid of any means to resist Qin Shilu. Even the slightest delay in his movements was out of reach. If he could merely conceal himself first, holding his breath and gathering his focus, there remained a significant chance he would go unnoticed by the frenzied Qin Shilu. With this thought in mind, Tiangu leaped into the Qi family courtyard. Having doused Qin Shilu with a faceful of powder known as arsenic powder, a lethal toxin to ordinary individuals. For the Grand Master, whose internal energy flows throughout his body, the toxicity he faced could be expelled in mere moments with a few breaths. Almost losing his sanity, he felt a surge of anger as the poison encroached upon him. Tiangu, leaping into the courtyard, hesitated not for a moment, striding swiftly through the halls of the mansion. A fleeting glance at the exquisite maiden slumbering peacefully and the shattered bricks strewn across the ground deepened his understanding of Qin Shilu. As he moved aside the low stone by the small pavilion in the backyard, a hidden passage revealed itself before him. The long-abandoned tunnel was replete with stagnant water and a musty odor. Yet, at this moment, he had no alternative but to leap into its depths. Tiangu's presence vanished entirely, and without a target, Qin Shilu grew increasingly agitated. A series of primal roars erupted from the youth's mouth, echoing eerily in the stillness of the night. "How annoying. Be quiet," the young princess murmured, her delicate head lifting slightly, her eyes still heavy with slumber. It was uncertain whether she had truly awakened or was merely speaking in her dreams. After uttering those words, Xiaomushiwei drifted back into sleep. Oh. The crimson hue faded slowly from Qin Shilu's eyes. He obediently acknowledged her and collapsed onto the ground beside the maiden, surrendering to sleep. His consciousness restored. He made a remarkable discovery before succumbing to slumber. In this world, the only force that could temper his surging wrath, aside from gold, seemed to be the maiden named Xiaomushiwei. Chapter 27. An audience in stark contrast to the 6 assassins who spent the entire day reveling in the underground world. Cheng Zi was acutely aware of the turmoil that unfolded within Tongzhou City during daylight. The enigmatic youth who had attacked the commander of the city guards was unmistakably their new sect leader, Qin Shilu. Shaking his head in exasperation, Cheng Zi remarked, "This is how the new sect leader behaves. Perhaps most grandmasters possess a certain eccentricity. At this moment, it is best not to disturb him further." Having finally secured a day of respite, Cheng Zi felt a throbbing headache return, as the new sect leader had an uncanny knack for attracting trouble. They were, after all, an underground organization that thrived in the shadows. Now it seemed that while inviting the divine was simple, sending them away proved challenging, thereby increasing Cheng Zi's workload. The following day, Cheng Zi arrived early, accompanied by the newly appointed 6 assassins, standing outside the gates of the Qi residence, awaiting the summons of Qin Shilu. After an hour had passed, the 7 outside began to faintly hear sounds emanating from within, the tinkling of a feminine voice, interspersed with pauses, igniting the imaginations of those waiting outside. Indeed, such a life is one of indulgence. Tiangu, standing outside, pondered this, resolutely deciding to keep the new sect leader's penchant for enjoyment a secret, as it was information he had paid for with his very life. It is worth noting that the title of Grandmaster held significant weight for the assassins of the Dark Key Pavilion. It was not merely a prestigious label to attract business. More importantly, the intermittent guidance from a Grandmaster-level sect leader proved invaluable for these assassins, especially those with unorthodox backgrounds, significantly aiding them in enhancing their own prowess. Tiangu held the notion that if he could first win the favor of Qin Shilu, he might receive greater guidance. Should he ever venture into the realm of the Grandmaster, it would be his chance to turn the tables. Qin Shilu, of course, had long sensed the presence outside the door. However, with a young princess in his company, he refrained from summoning them prematurely. After fetching some fresh water from the well in the backyard and allowing the young princess a moment to tidy herself, he addressed the crowd outside. "Please, come in." Upon hearing this, Cheng Zi promptly pushed open the grand door, leading the 6 mightiest assassins of the Dark Key Pavilion, who respectfully greeted Qin Shilu. "Master, these are the strongest assassins of our Dark Key Pavilion, here today to pay their respects." "Master." The 6 bowed deeply, offering their salutation to Qin Shilu. Noticing that the master was fixedly staring at him, Tiangu felt a surge of alarm. He had initially believed that the seemingly deranged Qin Shilu would not recall the events of the previous night. Moreover, as he was masked, he had approached with unwarranted confidence. Yet, it was evident that the Grand Master recognized him. Recalling that he had even thrown a handful of arsenic powder at Qin Shilu's face, Tiangu grew increasingly anxious. Nevertheless, as a professional assassin, particularly one of the top-ranked Tiangang level, he possessed his own measure of courage. Realizing that he could no longer conceal the truth, Tiangu steeled himself and stepped forward, kneeling on one knee. "It was I who acted presumptuously last night, disturbing the Master's enjoyment. I am willing to accept any punishment." Before the Grand Master, particularly one as bloodthirsty as Qin Shilu, any form of eloquent argumentation holds no weight, for the palpable disparity in strength is unmistakable. In the eyes of such a formidable opponent, one's life is utterly inconsequential, especially considering that even those more powerful than oneself, like Tian Kuei, have succumbed to Qin Shilu's might. Bowing his head, Tiangu remained oblivious to the fact that, at this moment, admiration rather than discontent flickered in Qin Shilu's gaze. The other 5 Tiangang assassins were in a state of bewilderment, pondering whether Tiangu had somehow forged an early connection with the new guild master. Their speculation was not unfounded. Tiangu had indeed engaged with this new master ahead of them, but that interaction had arisen amidst life and death struggles, a truth Tiangu was reluctant to share. At this juncture, the young princess, having completed her grooming, gracefully emerged from the hall to stand beside Qin Shilu. Observing the unfamiliar faces before her, she candidly inquired, "Qin Shilu, who are these individuals? Is it safe to meet with them?" The princess's concern pertained to whether her association with Qin Shilu might be exposed. Although she yearned to exchange a few words with Tiangu, her untimely interruption disrupted this rare opportunity for dialogue. This left Tiangu, kneeling on the ground, in a predicament. He could not rise, yet he could not remain bowed. Qin Shilu's initial response was directed elsewhere. "Rest assured, my lady. These individuals are all elite members of my command. Our departure from Tongzhou City relies upon their efforts." Upon hearing the words of Qin Shilu, Tiangu, drenched in perspiration, became increasingly apprehensive. What did the new leader's disregard for him signify? Had he become a mere specter in Qin Shilu's eyes? Unable to perceive Qin Shiroyo's gaze and unable to discern his attitude from the monotony of his tone, the anxious Tiangu even began to doubt whether, with the next breath, his shoulders would be crushed under the grip of Qin Shiroyo's hand. In stark contrast to Tiangu's taut nerves, the remaining 5 assassins of the Tian gang clearly observed the satisfaction gleaming in Qin Shiroyo's eyes. Given the commotion at the stronghold the previous night and Qin Shiroyo's current demeanor, they could not help but deduce that Tiangu had likely garnered the new leader's favor. As Qin Shilu and the Tian gang assassins concluded their communication, Cheng Zi promptly stepped forth to make his presence known. This young lady accompanying the leader must surely be the esteemed daughter of the king of Li. Presently, the whole of Tongzhou City is in search of the leader and the princess. If the leader intends to leave the city, preparations must be made forthwith. Why would the lord of Tongzhou City take action against the princess? What upheaval has transpired in the political landscape of the Xingxin kingdom? I have heard that the peculiar crown prince has been born ahead of time, Qin Shilu inquired, voicing his most pressing concern. Ordinarily, matters pertaining to royal taboos were not openly discussed in public. However, for the desperate rogues of the Anyao Pavilion, there existed no topic too perilous to broach. My lord, let us descend to converse, Cheng Zi said gravely, gesturing with his hand to indicate the way, and spoke with solemnity. It seems that there are indeed certain matters that even the unscrupulous individuals of the Dark Key Pavilion dare not discuss under the broad daylight. Princess? Qin 16 turned to Xiao Muxue and inquired. The young princess, who had been listening intently, appeared to grasp the unusual nature of the situation. Though her heart was filled with anxiety, she still nodded in affirmation. The Dark Key Pavilion, situated in the underground stronghold of Tongzhou City, is divided into 5 distinct areas. During their previous visit, Qin 16 had accompanied Cheng Zi to 3 rooms, the main chamber housing the Golden List, a smaller room for organizing intelligence, and a storeroom for gold and silver. As for the remaining 2 areas, which Qin 16 had yet to enter, they belonged to the former pavilion master, Qiao, and were private quarters. At this moment, Cheng Zi was leading Qin 16 and the young princess to a negotiation point, which was one of the luxurious private chambers that once belonged to Qiao. Now, do tell, what exactly is the situation? Although this chamber was the most opulent in the stronghold, to nobles like Xiao Muxue and Qin 16, who were raised in the capital, Qiyao's almost nouveau riche taste was hardly worthy of note. What about my father? Upon hearing this news, it was the young princess Xiao Muxue who first lost her composure. Almost springing up from the soft chair she had just settled into, she exclaimed, "Is there any news of my father? Princess, please remain calm. Currently, not even a bird can fly out of the capital, let alone any useful information. However, based on the reports from the scouts, there were no signs of battle within the city." Qin 16, having a close relationship with Xiao Muxue, knew that offending her would be unwise, and thus, Cheng Zi hastened to respond. Although the news received from Cheng Zi was not particularly dire, the young princess, anxious for her father, could not help but redden her eyes, plunging the entire scene into a profound silence. Both principal parties remained taciturn. Cheng Zi, naturally, did not dare to speak. After a moment, Qin 16 took it upon himself to shatter the stillness. Despite harboring a certain fondness for the delicate princess before him, this nebulous sentiment was insufficient to compel Qin 16 to recklessly endanger himself by venturing into the perilous depths of a power struggle over the throne. Some words were unsuitable for the leader to express, thus he mustered the courage to convey them himself. Cheng Zi, ever willing to alleviate Qin 16's concerns, was not merely a figure of empty rhetoric. He swiftly commenced his adept art of persuasion. The leader was indeed correct. The princess need not fret excessively, for with the capabilities of His Highness the Li Prince, she would surely be able to safeguard herself within the capital. Should the princess rashly proceed now, she would not only jeopardize her own safety, but also disrupt the Li Prince's plans. It was imperative for her to reflect deeply on this matter. Casting an appreciative glance at Cheng Zi, Qin 16 now comprehended even more clearly why Qi Zhao had always kept him close during his lifetime, entrusting him with the management of various affairs. Some matters were certainly beyond the purview of mere warriors. It was essential for those in power to have eloquent advisors capable of attending to trifles by their side. Yet, contrary to the expectations of Cheng Zi and Qin 16, the tearful young princess before them was not as easily swayed as they had imagined. In Xiao Muxue's steadfast gaze, her enchanting and unparalleled beauty was imbued with an air of solemnity. Her tear-filled, large eyes fixated intently on Qin Shilu, awaiting his response. Cough, cough. Unable to withstand Xiao Mushue's unwavering stare, Qin Shilu cleared his throat twice and turned his head once more towards Chengzi, his eyes conveying an undeniable message that the task at hand must be accomplished. Having overheard their exchange, Chengzi, the right protector of the Dark Key Pavilion, found himself utterly perplexed. It was not that he was oblivious to the circumstances, but rather that he was astounded by the unfolding situation. At that moment, he suddenly realized that the new pavilion master, whom he had painstakingly brought in, was not only a discarded scion expelled from his own family, but was also ensnared in the whirlpool of power struggles within the Xingxin royal family. Your Grace, the pavilion master has long been removed from the Tian, he stated. The commission we received from the Qin family merely instructed us to eliminate an individual named Qin Fun. However, upon witnessing our pavilion master's nearly predatory gaze, he steeled himself to explain. Following Qin Shiryo's upheaval within the caravan, showcasing the prowess of a grand master, Qin Chasong dispatched envoys to the Dark Key Pavilion, delivering a bounty of 100,000 taels of gold, specifically requesting Qi Yao to take action against a mere substitute of their family's young master. Yet, according to the intelligence we later gathered, it became clear that the target we were meant to assassinate was none other than the Xingxin celestial master, Qin Shilu himself. This implies that our pavilion master had already been supplanted, rendering him unable to act under the guise of a celestial master. One must ponder, which family would employ a substitute endowed with the capabilities of a grand master? While the Dark Key Pavilion accepted the commission, it did not blindly trust the employer's intelligence. Thus, they conducted their own private investigation, for the commission at stake was substantial and the target formidable. The ever-cautious Qi Jiao was not keen on meeting his downfall in a gutter, yet ultimately, he still stumbled. Observing Xiao Mushue's reaction, which had grown rather subdued, it seemed she had heeded his words. Qin Shilu hastily added, "Should I receive a decree from the prince, I shall dutifully comply and give my utmost effort." Seeing the sincere expression on Qin Shilu's face, and recalling his diligent protection over the past few days, the young princess finally relented, her voice tinged with a slight sob. "If that is the case, I shall wait a few more days, hoping my father remains safe." He had finally managed to placate her. And Qin Shilu exhaled a sigh of relief within. At that moment, he was unaware that the so-called decree from Wang Li was already drawing near to Tongzhou City. Merely 2 days after he had boasted to the princess, the imperial edict from Tianxin calling for a nationwide campaign against demonic cultivators arrived in Tongzhou City. The slap in the face came swifter than he had anticipated. When the young princess, Xiao Mushue, came to confront him once more, Qin Shilu could no longer divert the conversation through Chengzi. Most critically, the individual who had informed the secluded princess of this news was none other than Qin Shilu himself. Casting a glance at the obsequious attendant following the princess, a wave of frustration washed over Qin Shilu. This was truly a predicament of his own making. "Princess, do take a closer look. The decree does not summon me for reinforcement. It states that the Emperor and the Celestial Master within the capital of Tianxing are merely impersonators of demonic cultivators." Qin 16 wished to struggle a little longer, thus he stubbornly attempted to argue his case. It was true that his numerous escapes were all aimed at breaking free from the king's control. Presumably, the King of Li had already lost faith in him. Hence it was unlikely that the true Celestial Master would be mentioned in his summons. Furthermore, the defenses of Tianxing City were formidable. Even if they managed to reach the outskirts, infiltrating the city would prove exceedingly difficult. Perhaps they should wait for the allied lords from the surrounding regions to launch an assault. When Tianxing City fell, they could then seize the opportunity to infiltrate. Qin 16 began to devise new plans in his mind. He was resolutely unwilling to venture into Tianxing City at this moment. The chaos of battle amidst thousands of troops was no trifling matter. One misstep could ensnare him in peril. His resurrection ability could only grant him a mere half-hour advantage. The combat prowess of an ordinary Grand Master, even at its zenith, could only contend with a few hundred soldiers, for Grand Masters, too, were mortal and susceptible to exhaustion. However, Xiao Mushue was not swayed by Qin 16's reasoning. The young noblewoman, with her ruby lips slightly parted, spoke with unwavering determination. Since the edict could be transmitted from Tianxing City, it implies that the emperor's control over the city has become less stringent. It is even plausible that the situation within the city currently favors our Li clan. The Xingxin royal clan of the Li family has prepared for decades to overthrow the current emperor. Having been immersed in this since childhood, Xiao Muxue possessed an extraordinary sense of mission. When faced with choices that would affect the rise or fall of the Li clan, she would never retreat an inch. Qin Shilu found himself at an impasse with Xiao Muxue. It seemed he had no choice but to venture into Tianxing City. Yet, along the way, he intended to delay as much as possible. If he could prolong the situation until a conclusion was reached between the two parties, he would naturally avoid becoming embroiled in the conflict. Tiangu, please summon Chengzi. We need to discuss our departure arrangements. Faced with the inevitability of the situation, Qin Shilu resigned himself to compromise. After casting a glance at the princess, he turned to his attendant beside him. Over the past few days, he had grown increasingly pleased with Tiangu's performance. Following the demise of the left guardian, Yang Jingxian, Chengzi's workload had significantly increased. To ensure he was not left without support, Qin Shilu had retained Tiangu by his side for assistance. At that moment, Chengzi was still in the storeroom, meticulously inventorying Qin Shilu's vast assets. Before Tiangu could articulate the purpose of his summons, Chengzi already discerned the reason for Qin Shilu's call. The decree emanating from Tianxing City had stirred the city into a frenzy, instilling fear in all its residents. As the right guardian of the Anyao Pavilion, responsible for overseeing the organization's intelligence and information sources, he was naturally among the first to be informed. Following the direction of Qin Shilu's evasion, Chengzi encountered a countenance of unparalleled beauty, the owner of which was currently fixated on the back of Qin Shilu's head, her large eyes unblinking. The same scene as 2 days prior unfolded once more. However, this time, Chengzi was mentally prepared. Through their interactions over the past days, he had come to understand two significant truths. Firstly, the master of the house is indeed a type easily captivated by the charms of this delicate young princess. Secondly, given the current situation in the Xingxin kingdom, our Dark Key Pavilion can no longer avoid becoming embroiled in these affairs. Might I inquire, dear master, what is the purpose of your summons? Chengzi, with a smile gracing his lips, positioned himself conscientiously between the male and female leads, subtly diverting the princess's gaze while bowing respectfully to Qin Shilu. Chengzi's display of emotional intelligence further elevated his standing in the new master's eyes. Upon hearing this, Qin Shilu slowly turned his head and spoke. Prepare yourself. The princess and I intend to depart for Tianxing in the next couple of days. No preparations are necessary. I wish to set out today. Ever since the news from Tianxing City reached her, Xiao Muxue had been in a state of considerable agitation, and at this moment, she was even somewhat irked. I can leave right now. If you are unwilling to accompany me, then I shall go alone. Dear princess, do not be hasty. Currently, Tonggo City is conducting a thorough search for your whereabouts. Even if I were to discreetly assist you two in your departure through the channels of our Dark Key Pavilion, we must make adequate preparations in advance. Tiangu's interjection was somewhat unexpected, yet the astute Chengzi quickly grasped the situation. He could not allow this minor assassin to usurp his position. He promptly added, Indeed, princess, you must grant us a little time to make the necessary arrangements. You are to make arrangements immediately. By tonight at the latest, I must depart, said Xiao Muxue, her tone devoid of warmth. As she discerned that the trio before her was clearly being dismissive, turning her frosty countenance towards Qin Shilu, she coldly remarked, Come or go. It's up to you. Faced with Xiao Muxue's almost coercive words, what could Qin Shilu possibly do? Thus, that very night, the newly appointed leader of the Dark Key Pavilion, along with the right protector Chengzi, escorted the young princess of Xingxin to the tumultuous and chaotic Tianxing City, embarking upon a treacherous journey. As night fell, in the northern part of Tongzhou City, a carriage cloaked in black oilcloth moved slowly forward. Seated within was none other than the true master of the Dark Key Pavilion, the eldest daughter of the Xiao family, Xiao Muxue. The driver, perched atop the carriage, was the renowned right protector Chengzi from the Xingxin assassin community. Qin Shilu and Tiangu walked alongside the carriage, ever vigilant of their surroundings. The carriage came to a halt at a corner near the city wall. Chengzi gently pulled aside a corner of the carriage curtain and softly inquired, Princess, we have arrived at our destination. Qin Shilu nodded, stepping towards the carriage to carefully draw back the curtain, addressing his lady with utmost respect, Princess, all is prepared, we may exit the city. His demeanor was that of an attentive bodyguard. In truth, Xiao Muxue had not been asleep. She was merely lost in thought when Chengzi posed his question, momentarily caught off guard. With a strikingly beautiful yet slightly fatigued countenance, Xiao Muxue turned to Qin Shilu and offered a gentle nod. Subsequently, with Qin Shilu's assistance, she exited the carriage. As he held the delicate hand of the princess, warm as jade, a ripple of emotions surged within Qin Shilu. Although he cherished his own life greatly, he realized that he could never abandon Xiao Muxue, no matter the circumstances. Princess, why is it that your maidservant is absent during our visit to Tongzhou? In a bid to spark conversation, Qin Shilu, his thoughts adrift, posed the question without forethought. Having just disembarked, Xiao Muxue gazed up at the luminous moon in the night sky, her voice tinged with melancholy as she replied, "This was arranged by my father. My departure from Tianxing must not attract attention." Upon witnessing the growing despondency on the fair maiden's face, Qin Shilu silently reproached himself for his clumsiness in conversation, and chose to remain silent thereafter. Arriving at the wall alongside the young princess, they found Tian Gu and Qing Zi had already excavated a tunnel wide enough for a single person to pass through. The bricks in this area had been tampered with by the Dark Key Pavilion, making them easily penetrable. Carefully retrieving a robe from his bundle, Qin Shilu draped it over Xiao Muxue, fastening it gently. After securing the ties, he spoke once more. "Princess, the underground may be rather unclean. You will need to endure a little discomfort until we reach the first town where we can rest and change our garments." Xiao Muxue shook her head, indicating that it mattered little to her, and promptly ventured into the tunnel. Chengzi and Tian Gu had long since arrived outside the city walls, poised to assist Xiao Muxue and Qin Shilu. As soon as the young princess had nearly finished her ascent, Qin Shilu urged the carriage forward into an uninhabited direction, slipping into the tunnel as the last to do so. Almost simultaneously, as Xiao Muxue crossed the city walls, a young and handsome cultivator clad in white slowly opened his eyes within the ancient hall of a Taoist temple atop Yuxiao Mountain, several dozen miles from Tongzhou City. Had there been an observer nearby, they would have noticed that the cultivator's profound gaze seemed to encapsulate an entire starry sky, with luminous celestial bodies dazzling in a resplendent display, captivating any who dared to look, ensnaring their very souls. "Is the young princess well?" Qin Shilu, the last to emerge from the tunnel, had just steadied himself, brushing the dirt from his clothes, when he inquired of Xiao Muxue. Suddenly, the soft whisper of drawn blades pierced the stillness. Before Xiao Muxue could finish her sentence, Qin Shilu unsheathed his dagger, and in an instant, crimson light surged forth, illuminating the desolate wilderness outside the city. A graceful young cultivator appeared behind Xiao Muxue, yet curiously, none present, save for Qin Shilu, could respond. Chengzi and Tian Gu stood rigidly in place, their eyes vacant. As for the young princess, her state was even more peculiar. Her cherry lips remained slightly parted as if in speech, yet the radiance of her countenance had vanished, as though time itself had come to a standstill. The evening breeze swept through, stirring up a swirl of dust. Disregarding the alarmingly vigilant crimson youth, the white-clad cultivator's feet never touched the ground, instead gliding directly towards Xiao Muxue. He extended his delicate, pale left hand, poised to rest upon her fragrant shoulder. Qin Shilu's heart raced with unprecedented fervor. The manner in which the white-clad man appeared was so bizarre that it transcended Qin Shilu's understanding of human capabilities. Though hesitation lingered in his mind, his body was resolute and unyielding. As he witnessed the imminent touch of this strange man upon the young princess, he gathered strength in his legs, channeling his fierce aura, and surged forward with a fierce determination, brandishing a crimson dagger that glimmered with the essence of blood, intent on severing the white-clad man's left hand. The menacing blood dagger flashed before him, yet the expression on the white-clad man's face remained as tranquil as still water. He did not even bother to glance at the nearby Qin Shilu, continuing instead with his intent to seize Xiao Muxue, undeterred. With a resounding thud, the dangling right hand was forcefully struck to the ground, causing Qin Shilu to spring up, swiftly transferring the blood dagger to his left hand. The malevolent energy surged wildly within him, enveloping his body within a 10-inch radius. His bones creaked ominously, and his internal organs quivered incessantly. There was no time for respite. His crimson eyes were fixed intently upon the heavens, a boundless killing intent sweeping across the land. At this moment, Xiao Muxue was lifted into the air by the white-clad man, gradually drifting away into the distance. She remained in a state of stupor, her eyes wide open but devoid of their usual vivacity. The bloodlust within her intensified, intertwining with the malevolent energy coursing through her. And Qin Shilu once more concentrated all his fierce energy within his legs. Gently bending his knees, the ground began to tremble, fissures radiating outward from Qin Shilu, spreading towards the nearby city wall. Moments later, a tremendous crack resonated from the earth, an endless torrent of bloodlust surging forth from beneath his feet. Qin Shilu leapt once more, transforming into a streak of crimson light, darting straight toward the white-clad cultivator. Chapter 28. Self-sacrifice. The sky was ablaze with blood-red light, accompanied by the earth-shaking roar of Qin Shilu's actions, which were truly astonishing. The patrolling guards atop the city walls of Tongzhou naturally took notice of the spectacle, with squads hastily assembling and rushing toward the scene. The white-clad cultivator now hovered more than 10 zhang above the ground, appearing like a nascent star ascending into the vast expanse of the cosmos. The first group of guards, having converged nearby, were utterly mesmerized by the celestial phenomenon overhead. Behind the brilliantly rising star trailed a long, blood-red tail. Was a shooting star departing from the earth? This thought resonated collectively among the guards who had arrived. Meanwhile, Changzi and Tiangu, still standing outside the wall, had long been disregarded. At last, amidst the astonished gazes of the ground troops, the blood-red tail caught up with the star itself, resulting in a fierce collision that erupted in a dazzling burst of light, momentarily delaying the ascent of the celestial body. Learning from the lessons of their previous encounter, Qin Shilu refrained from recklessly crashing into the white-clad cultivator's protective barrier. Instead, at a close range, he swiftly unleashed a lethal blade strike. The frenzied blade's malevolence exuded an endless thirst for blood, spanning across the tranquil night, instantly staining the starry sky above Tongzhou with a deep crimson hue. The crackling sound echoed continuously. Before Qin Shilu, numerous fine fissures emerged, severing the invisible aura between him and the white-clad cultivator, shattered by the blade's radiance. The chaotic airflow incited a gust of wind, which swiftly dissipated into nothingness. After breaking through the barrier of energy, Qin Shilu hesitated not, utilizing the wind to slightly adjust his stance, once more channeling the blade's malevolence to strike at the left hand resting upon the fragrant shoulder of the white-clad cultivator, Xiaomuxue. Sensing the encroaching intent of the blade and experiencing the chill of the night breeze, Qin Shilu's reckless behavior finally garnered the distinct attention of the white-clad cultivator. Casting a downward glance at the frenzied, blood-eyed youth, the cultivator's expression remained unperturbed. A faint starlight flickered within his eyes as he scoffed lightly, deeming the situation laughable. Simultaneously, his right hand danced rapidly, conjuring a star formation that radiated a blinding white light, pressing down towards Qin Shilu below. The relentless intent of the blade faced yet another obstruction, as Qin Shilu's vision became engulfed by the overwhelming brilliance. The blade shattered, starlight dazzling. And when Qin Shilu's sight was restored, the night sky revealed no trace of the young princess or the white-clad cultivator. His body continued its descent, and at that moment, Qin Shilu had exhausted all his inner energy, rendered incapable of coalescing the blood fury to cushion his impending fall. The slender frame collided with the ground, producing a muffled thud that fractured the surrounding earth and stirred up clouds of dust. Awakened from a long stupor by the resounding tremor and the acrid dust that filled the air, Tiangu blinked. And the first sight that met his astonished gaze was somewhat shocking. A frail boy, drenched in blood and clad in tattered garments, lay in a small pit, his demeanor oddly reminiscent of their own lord. The youth coughed weakly, expelling a few mouthfuls of blood, before retrieving a broken dagger entangled in the rubble and, with a swift motion, drew it across his own neck, causing blood to surge forth like a fountain. Had the lord taken his own life? The carriage of the Anya pavilion silently traversed the desolate path, with Chengzi, seated at the reins, guiding the horses forward at a steady pace, while Tiangu stood guard beside him, ever vigilant of their surroundings. Stop! The abrupt command shattered the silence of the group. Believing they had encountered an enemy, Chengzi nearly lost his grip on the reins. The voice belonged to the recently revived Qin Shilu, whose foremost concern was the relationship between Xiaomuxue and the cultivator. Undoubtedly, this cultivator had come for her. Before the carriage came to a complete halt, Qin Shilu stepped onto the carriage's edge and swiftly entered the interior. His sudden intrusion startled the young girl within, prompting her to instinctively clutch her garment. With a look of suspicion, Xiaomuxue inquired, "What do you intend to do?" In this moment of peril, there was no time to consider the girl's feelings. Fixing his gaze upon her enchanting eyes, Qin Shilu posed his question directly. "Princess, what is your connection with the cultivator from Yuxiao Mountain, in the realm of Xingxin?" It is a well-known fact among the noble youth that the towering Yuxiao Mountain is home to practitioners who possess the ability to soar through the skies, and enjoy eternal tranquility. Tongo City, being the nearest settlement to these esteemed practitioners, lies merely a few dozen miles from the mountain's base. Outside the carriage, a sudden commotion arose, and upon hearing the name of Yuxiao Mountain, Chengzi was so startled that he tumbled out of the vehicle in haste. The existence of these practitioners is not solely confined to the privileged elite of Xingxin. Even unique entities like the Anyao Pavilion have their own channels of information. Chengzi understood well what was prudent to hear and what was best left unheard. Sometimes, possessing too much knowledge can lead to peril. After disembarking, he quickly pulled the bewildered Tiangu to a distance, awaiting the emergence of their esteemed pavilion master. Why inquire about this? Xiao Mushue's gaze faltered, her small head turned downward. Avoiding the eyes of Qin Shilu, you need only to focus on the journey. Seizing Xiao Mushue's delicate hand, Qin Shilu drew her close to his chest. His eyes fierce as he pressed her further, his tone grave. Princess, it would be wise for you to speak the truth. Xiao Mushue furrowed her brows lightly. Though her hand was painfully gripped, she remained silent, acutely aware of the boy's increasingly labored breaths, her petite form beginning to tremble slightly. An unspoken silence enveloped the carriage. Moments later, it was Qin Shilu who relented first, having caught sight of the glimmer of tears in the corners of the young princess's eyes. Princess, there is a formidable presence outside the city, and it seems to be approaching us. They are likely not of ordinary origin. Release my hand, Qin Shilu softly uttered, realizing that he could not exert force upon the young princess before him, whether it was due to his genuine sincerity or her understanding of the gravity of the situation. Xiao Mushue acquiesced. The tears in her eyes had yet to dry, and she gently rubbed her delicate hands, sorrowfully declaring, I am a disciple of Yuxiao Mountain. What? Upon hearing this revelation, Qin Shilu was left in astonishment. Chapter 29. Confession. After the young princess, Xiao Mushue, spoke, the dynamics of the situation shifted dramatically. Inside the carriage, Xiao Mushue was seen rubbing her graceful hands while gazing intently at Qin Shilu with her large, glistening eyes. In contrast, Qin Shilu kept his head lowered, unable to meet her gaze. The disciples recruited by Xingxin from Yuxiao Mountain were merely menial servants. How could a princess possibly? Qin Shilu continued to ponder. His head bowed. The words spoken by Xiao Mushue surpassed his understanding, for based on his knowledge of Yuxiao Mountain, the identity of the legitimate daughter of the Li Wang was not suitable for ascending the mountain. I did not ascend as a menial disciple, but rather as a formal disciple, Xiao Mushue clarified, addressing Qin Shilu's confusion. Yet, Qin Shilu remained perplexed, whispering, what difference does that make? The fleeting years of life amount to but a few decades, vanishing in an instant. How could the Li Wang truly bear to send the princess to that desolate mountain temple to squander her life? Upon hearing this, a trace of sorrow appeared in Xiao Mushue's eyes as she murmured, ultimately, where I am destined to go is the cultivation realm of Lingzhou, not Yuxiao Mountain of Xingxin. You do not understand. Lingzhou? The cultivation realm? Qin Shilu encountered a plethora of unfamiliar terms, leaving him utterly perplexed by the realm of cultivators. Yet, what did it matter? A flicker of struggle crossed his eyes, swiftly suppressed by his resolve. The formidable power of the cultivators and the impending departure of Xiao Mushue plunged him into despair. However, he was acutely aware that certain words, if left unspoken now, would forever remain unuttered. Your Highness, I do not wish for you to leave. Qin Shilu lifted his gaze, bashfully meeting the eyes of the enchanting maiden before him, his eyes brimming with tenderness. Xiao Mushue was taken aback by Qin Shilu's sudden shift in demeanor. Initially fixated on him, she now felt a twinge of shyness. Although Qin Shilu's words were somewhat veiled, she grasped the essence of his sentiment. The two shared a moment of silent understanding, and soon, the young woman's cheeks blossomed with a delicate flush. Ultimately, the proud little princess succumbed, lowering her charmingly haughty head. In contrast, Qin Shilu's complexion remained unchanged, yet his slender neck had turned crimson, as he had forcibly restrained his breath and circulation below his neck to avoid embarrassment. A faint scream emanated from within the carriage, quickly subsiding into silence. From a distance, Changzi and Tiangu exchanged glances, both wearing exceedingly mischievous smiles. The pavilion master is still quite young. He ought to be more mindful of his surroundings and exercise restraint. Indeed, well said. You, young man, are truly formidable. They chuckled. Just moments ago, Qin Shilu was still fuming over his previous act of self-harm. Yet now, he has resolved to embark upon yet another round of such actions. Indeed, some precedents should never be set. Where there is one, there will inevitably be another, particularly for a youth like Qin Shilu, who is just beginning to experience the whims of affection and is thus prone to impulsiveness. However, the response of the young princess was rather subdued. Initially startled, she merely let out a soft exclamation before naturally allowing Qin Shilu to take her delicate hand. Feeling the warmth emanating from the boy's grasp, Xiao Muxue shyly turned her body and spoke first. So, how do you intend to? To speak with father? It's all right, I will handle it. Qin Shilu replied casually as he gently squeezed the princess's fragile, fair hand. At that moment, he had no inclination to ponder the troubles concerning King Li. And what about the matter of Yuxiao Mountain? The bashful princess inquired again, presenting the most pressing question. Yet, the situation regarding Yuxiao Mountain was markedly different. The realm of cultivators was a vast departure from the mundane existence of common folk. Having recently encountered practitioners, Qin Shilu had experienced this firsthand. A grandmaster, standing at the pinnacle of martial arts, felt utterly insignificant and powerless before true cultivators. Leaning closer to Xiao Muxue, Qin Shilu casually wrapped his arm around her delicate shoulder, drawing the young girl into his embrace. Only then did he speak in a calm tone. Princess, please tell me more about Yuxiao Mountain. Xiao Muxue nestled into Qin Shilu's embrace, hesitating momentarily before adjusting into a comfortable position, then uttered a soft murmur. Through her heartfelt confessions, Qin Shilu came to understand that the world in which they resided was comprised of 9 great continents and 8 seas, collectively referred to as the 9 continents and 8 seas. The land they inhabited was known as Lingzhou, one of the 9 continents. At the southernmost tip of Lingzhou, adjacent to the Wangxian Sea among the 8 seas, lay a small region known as the mundane realm of Lingzhou. It is said that each continent possesses a designated mundane realm, within which seals are established to prevent cultivators from indiscriminately entering. The Xingxin Kingdom is situated within this mundane realm of Lingzhou, and is merely a borderland nation within this earthly domain. Each nation in the mundane realm has an entity akin to the Yuxiao Mountain, serving to facilitate the interactions between the realms of cultivation and the mundane world. The most significant distinction between the cultivation realm and the mundane realm lies in the presence of spiritual energy. The vital essence required for cultivation is absent in the mundane world. Thus, even in the absence of seals, cultivators are reluctant to dwell in this earthly realm, which would hinder their training. In stark contrast, the cultivation realm is replete with abundant spiritual energy, teeming with cultivators, and brimming with exotic birds, beasts, and an array of extraordinary flora and fauna. Moreover, there exist venerable cultivation families and sects that have endured for millennia, standing resilient through the ages. Xiao Muxue's upcoming journey as a descendant of the royal lineage of the mundane realm will lead her to a prestigious cultivation sect known as Lingxiao Palace, which has existed for an indeterminate span of over 10,000 years, establishing itself as a dominant power within the entire realm of Lingzhou's cultivation world. Is it possible to journey to Mount Yuxiao and relinquish this disciple's identity? Qin Shilu inquired, gently caressing the girl's soft hair. After a heartfelt exchange, their bond grew closer, with the young princess resting her head upon Qin Shilu's knees, allowing him to tenderly stroke her delicate face and flowing locks. I have yet to make contact with Mount Yuxiao. I must consult with my father before knowing the answer, the young princess replied. Chapter 30. An attempt. Having shared their innermost thoughts within the carriage, the connection between them surged rapidly. However, the most pressing issue remained unresolved: how to evade the cultivators from Mount Yuxiao stationed outside the city. What Qin Shilu previously claimed about sensing a formidable presence beyond the city walls was, without a doubt, a ruse. At this moment, the white-clad cultivator was still several dozen miles away atop Mount Yuxiao. Even if this cultivator were to approach the city, with Qin Shilu's limited ability to project a mere few inches of malevolent aura, he could not discern any movements beyond the city limits. Princess, I shall disembark to assess the situation, Qin Shilu stated, releasing his grip on Xiao Muxue's fragrant shoulder as he drew back the carriage curtain. Though unaware of what Qin Shilu was on guard against, Chengzi and Tiangu remained respectfully silent, recognizing that a grandmaster's perception was beyond their comprehension. As another half-hour passed, the surroundings remained eerily quiet. Chengzi, growing increasingly anxious, approached Qin Shilu and tentatively asked, Master, in another hour, dawn will break. Shall we not exit the city? Currently, the entire Tongzhou city is engaged in a search for their whereabouts. As a member of the Dark Key Pavilion with the least martial prowess, he finds himself more concerned about the safety of his team than about Qin 16, the pavilion leader. For should they fall into the encirclement of the army, it is certain that no one would extend a hand to safeguard his position as the right protector. Aside from the northern city wall, what other areas in Tongzhou possess secret passages of the Dark Key Pavilion that lead to the outside? After a brief contemplation, Qin 16 posed a counter-question to Jiang Li. Despite being unaware of what changes the newly appointed pavilion leader might instigate, he answered truthfully that preparations to head westward had only just commenced, and time was certainly insufficient. After a moment of contemplation, Qin 16 declared, "We shall now set forth towards the western part of the city. Today, he must ascertain the connection between that cultivator and Xiao Muxue. Otherwise, not only would it be impossible to leave Tongzhou, but even remaining within the confines of the Dark Key Pavilion stronghold would offer no solace. Should he attract the attention of such a formidable cultivator, sleep would be a distant luxury. Hence, he resolved to make one more attempt. Though Jiang Li could not fathom the rationale behind Qin 16's orders, he was acutely aware of his responsibilities as a subordinate. Without further inquiry, he swiftly coordinated with Tiangu, and some individuals began their journey toward the west of the city. In stark contrast to the desolate scenes of the northern city, the closer they approached the west, the more densely populated and structured the area became. The black-clad carriage stood out prominently against the morning streets. Occasionally, patrolling guards would come to investigate. But these scattered soldiers were quickly incapacitated by Tiangu. Had it not been for Qin 16's command against bloodshed, the wheels of the carriage would have surely been stained with crimson. As they approached the western city wall, the number of guards encountered along the way increased. Qin Shilu, who had been nestled in the carriage with the princess, leapt down to join Tiangu, taking position on either side of the vehicle. The master of the Dark Key Pavilion and the elite assassin of the Tiangang level joined forces, rendering most of the guards unconscious before they could even utter a cry. However, the methods of incapacitation varied. Those who crossed paths with Qin Shilu were knocked out through sheer force, while those who encountered Tiangu were left in agony, having suffered dislocated limbs. The dawn was gradually illuminating the sky, making Qin Shilu's bloodlust less conspicuous than in the darkness of night. Shortly after Qin Shilu surged onto the city wall, Jiang Li and Tiangu darted to the base of the wall to begin their excavation. Eager to avoid endangering themselves alongside their master, wishing instead to exit the city as soon as possible. "Wait," Qin Shilu commanded, diving headfirst into the earth, quickly burrowing his way out of the city. Although digging a tunnel was a time-consuming endeavor, the thickness of the wall was merely a few bricks. And with Qin Shilu's speed, he swiftly emerged above ground, in stark contrast to the desolate landscape outside the northern city. The area beyond the western walls was teeming with lush grass and flowing streams, vibrant with life. "Master, the dawn is nearly upon us," Tiangu warned, his voice tinged with urgency. Jiang Li, drenched in sweat from the labor of tunneling, was now in a state of complete disarray. The sky continued to brighten, and the time for the shift change at the southern and western gates drew ever nearer. Soon, the soldiers passing through would number far beyond the mere dozens currently stationed atop the walls. The new leader's approach starkly contrasts with that of the former leader, Qiao, whose nature was marked by caution and a reluctance to oppose the authorities. In stark opposition, Qin Shilu not only defies the officials at every turn, but is also embroiled in the internal strife of the Xingxin royal family. One could assert that each of Qin Shilu's decisions provokes the fragile heart of Jiang Li. "Have the princess come over?" After a moment of contemplation, Qin Shilu spoke slowly. "Hurry over." His slightly impatient voice echoed once more from outside the wall. Sensing the urgency in his tone, Xiao Muxue pinched her delicate nose, stifled her breath, and began to crawl into the pit. The sounds emanating from the hole were sparse. Her movements were somewhat sluggish. Listening to the languid activity below, Tiangu and Jiang Li, still positioned against the wall, were already drenched in cold sweat. In the distance, the faint sound of marching troops heralded the arrival of the city guard for a change of duty. Frustrated by the lack of response, the young princess climbed out by herself, tugging at Qin Shilu's sleeve, her ruby lips parting to utter, "You." At that moment, an unexpected turn of events occurred, and Xiao Muxue's movements once again came to a halt. Chapter 31. The battle with the cultivator. A flash of light swept through the air as the white-clad cultivator descended slowly, his expression as impassive as ever. In his disdainful gaze, glimmers of starlight flickered, deep and resplendent, perhaps due to the proximity between Qin Shilu and Xiao Muxue. The landing spot of the cultivator was precisely before Qin Shilu. Xiao Muxue, clutching the sleeve of Qin Shilu, abruptly halted, her small mouth slightly agape, her expression turning somewhat dazed. They have arrived. A warning bell resonated within Qin Shilu's heart, as a surge of malevolence coursed through him, blood light emanating fiercely. The dagger at his waist had long been drawn, its tip gleaming a vivid crimson, seemingly vying for brilliance against the stars in the eyes of the white-clad cultivator. The appearance of the white-clad cultivator, the little princess's stupor, and Qin Shilu's swift draw of the blade all transpired in an instant. This was the swiftest strike Qin Shilu had ever executed since embarking on his path, an unwavering slash that cleaved the air, the condensed blade light stretching between the two. Yet, his target was not the white-clad cultivator before him, but rather the invisible barrier that lay between them. From the moment he departed the city, Qin Shilu had begun to release a faint aura of malevolence, so faint that it scarcely radiated its characteristic bloodlight, yet sufficient to extend his perception within a 10-inch radius. This was the utmost reach of his malevolent aura's projection. Any form of existence within this distance would be sensed. All would fall under the dominion of his blade's intent. Thus, at the moment the white-clad cultivator manifested, Qin Shilu instinctively perceived the presence of an invisible obstruction between them. The tumultuous malevolence intersected with the intangible aura, blood light scattering, fissures splintering in the surroundings, and the familiar sound of shattering echoed once more in the air. It was akin to a wandering poet in the mountains, startled by a squirrel darting across the path. After the initial shock, one would soon find the encounter rather mundane. Shattering the barrier of compressed air before him, Qin Shilu pressed onward without pause, once more focusing his malevolent aura, poised to unleash his second strike. Crimson light coalesced again at the tip of his blade, and with both hands gripping the dagger, Qin Shilu traversed the area once obstructed by the air wall. Aiming for the white-robed cultivator's face, the white-robed cultivator's hands conjured a radiant astral array, instantly enveloping Qin Shilu in a faint, ethereal white membrane. Beneath this luminescence, the savage blood aura writhed restlessly. Qin Shilu felt a potent suction emanating from the ground, anchoring him firmly in place. Yet, at this crucial moment, his entire being was immobilized, rendering him incapable of movement. Qin Shilu's teeth gnashed together audibly as he desperately fought against the binding force. The malevolent aura within him yearned to break free, but the more fiercely he struggled, the tighter the white starlight constricted around him. Now utterly ensnared, Qin Shilu was unable to escape or exert force, his very breath becoming restricted. Veins bulged across his body, his jaws contorted with the tremor of his teeth, and blood trickled from the corners of his mouth. Qin Shilu's struggle persisted, but the white-robed cultivator had already bypassed him, advancing toward the young princess, Xiaomushiwe, behind him. His lungs emptied of air, his vision obscured by the blinding light, he could no longer discern what lay before him. Was this to be his end? Was he, once again, powerless to protect her? Despair and resentment filled Qin Shilu's heart. He refused to yield, even if death was inevitable. He would leave his mark upon the white-robed cultivator, even if that mark lasted but a fleeting moment. As Qin 16 teetered on the brink of asphyxiation, his struggles intensified, with the frenzied malevolent energy wreaking havoc upon his bones and vital essence. Externally, blood flowed profusely, and although enveloped in a radiant white light, one could distinctly sense the crimson liquid coursing beneath the skin. Suddenly, with a sharp sound, the protective white light surrounding Qin 16 was finally pierced. However, it was not the blood malice within him that caused this rupture. Rather, it was the genuine blood flowing across his surface. Qin 16 had always relied on the malevolent energy within to combat his foes, but when that blood malice faced formidable suppression, what remained for him? Since the blood malice within could not breach the cultivator's luminous barrier, he resorted to testing his true blood instead, a desperate gamble born of sheer madness. While the blood malice could not disrupt the outer light membrane, it could indeed ravage his internal meridians, forcing the blood out to condense into needles, which, shrouded in malevolent energy, broke through the external constraints. Freed from his bonds, Qin 16 pivoted and struck, once more aiming his blade at the white-clad cultivator who had just captured Xiaomushiwe. The expression on the white-clad cultivator's face shifted again. The ordinary youth before him had astonished him twice today. Qin 16's assault, accompanied by splattering blood and infused with a fierce momentum, surged towards the upper body of the white-clad cultivator. Although somewhat taken aback, the cultivator remained composed. This time, Qin 16 faced no hindrance. The blood dagger sliced smoothly through the cultivator's form, yet it failed to sever any part of his attire, not even the edge of a sleeve. As the tip of his blade grazed through the air, the figure of the white-robed cultivator transformed into an ephemeral shadow, allowing the bloodied sword to glide past without leaving a trace upon him. Gently releasing the grip on Xiao Mushue's hand, the white-robed cultivator conjured a cascade of starlight anew, this time imbued with a sense of earnestness. 3 layers of star formations materialized in his hands, radiating resplendent luminescence. Concurrently, as the starlight flickered, Qin Shilu found himself ensnared once more. Breath became an impossibility. At this moment, he was bound to the ground by the luminous membrane, emanating the weight of threefold force from the white-robed cultivator. The membrane constricted relentlessly, slowly crushing his bones, and the scant blood within him was once again forced out. The agonizing demise inflicted upon him by the white-robed cultivator was excruciating. Qin Shilu, trapped in the earth, felt his eyes clouding with crimson, filled with resentment, fury, and humiliation. Despite exhausting all his strength and risking his life for a strike, he could not even graze the hem of his opponent's garment. Was this the chasm of power? After entrapping Qin Shilu, the white-robed man reached for Xiao Mushue once more, lifting her as one would a mere beast, intending to carry her away. Yet, just as his hand brushed against her shoulder, time came to a standstill once again. At this moment, Qin Shilu had succumbed to asphyxiation, and the bloodline of the Celestial Master was activated once more, causing time to reverse. Chapter 32. Identity. The same scene unfolded once more, the only distinction being that before Qin Shilu entered the vehicle, the seasoned Chengzi bore a lecherous grin, an expression that suggested he understood the unspoken, as he voluntarily disembarked from the carriage. Without offering any explanation to his 2 subordinates, Qin Shilu remained the paramount authority within the Dark Key Pavilion. As for the little princess, Qin Shilu's justifications seemed rather implausible, as he claimed to sense formidable presences emanating from the walls in all 4 cardinal directions, a peril surpassing that of a grandmaster, likely attributed to the cultivators of Yuxiao Mountain. Enamored and entranced, the little princess naturally acquiesced to Qin Shilu's words, transferring much of her prior reliance on the Li King to her beloved, rendering the notion of departure less pressing for her. Meanwhile, Chengzi and Tiangu, who had anticipated a brief respite, wore expressions of dismay. Having endured a sleepless night, they were now obliged to accompany their capricious leader on yet another whimsical escapade. At this juncture, Qin Shilu's demeanor was notably grave. The white-clad cultivator seemed capable of manifesting at any location outside the city at a moment's notice. Compared to such an adversary, it was not merely a matter of mounting a semblance of resistance. He doubted he could even brush against the hem of the opponent's garment. Chengzi, what insights do you possess regarding the Lord of Tongo City? Qin Shilu inquired, aware that his own intelligence was scant. This was a moment that demanded collective wisdom to uncover an avenue for advancement. Stifling a yawn, Chengzi promptly stepped forward, bowing deeply. Master, our Dark Key Pavilion, being stationed in Tongo City, has indeed gathered intelligence on the city lord. The current lord, named Kong Ji, was appointed from the Tiansheng faction 2 years ago and hails from the illustrious Kong family of Tiansheng, wielding considerable influence within Tongzhou City. Qin Shilu nodded, reflecting on the years of Emperor Xingxin's indifference to worldly affairs, during which the aristocracy and powerful clans proliferated across the land. It was hardly surprising that some formidable families had infiltrated the officialdom. Upon assuming his position, this individual had brought along his family's private troops and merchant caravans. Over the course of 2 years, he had systematically eradicated and annexed several prominent families under various pretexts, compelling the remaining smaller clans to seek refuge under the city lord's authority for a modicum of survival. Noticing Qin Shilu's silence, Chengzi continued, Tiangu, if we were to summon all the Tiangong-level assassins from the Dark Key Pavilion, how many soldiers do you believe you could contend with? Qin Shilu then turned to Tiangu and inquired. Qin Shilu's thoughts leapt ahead too swiftly for Tiangu to respond, leaving him momentarily bewildered. What did it mean to summon all the Tiangong-level assassins? These were clandestine operatives who typically operated solo. Under unusual circumstances, they might collaborate in pairs or trios at most. The notion of gathering them all was perplexing. Tiangu, still grappling with fatigue, was disoriented. While Chengzi began to comprehend the implications, surely this new pavilion master did not intend to storm the city lord's stronghold. Tiangu? Qin Shilu's questioning tone pierced the silence, revealing his dissatisfaction with Tiangu's reticence. Tiangu spoke the truth. He himself preferred to work alone. Assassination was inherently fraught with peril and unpredictability. Companions were not guaranteed to be allies and could easily become burdensome liabilities. If carelessness on their part led to the exposure of his movements, the consequences could be dire. Have I truly supplanted Qi Xiao and become the master of the Dark Key Pavilion, with news spreading through the martial world? Qin Shilu glanced once more at Cheng Zi and inquired, Master, the news of your residence in the Dark Key Pavilion is known only to the Tiangang-level assassins. As for the Jianghu, even your name has not been disseminated. Since your debut, you have faced the Grandmasters on 2 occasions. The first instance was when you incinerated the headquarters of the Ma Bang while engaging with Yu Huayin. There were numerous witnesses to this event, and it has circulated through the Jianghu. Though your visage has been revealed, your name and origins have not been disclosed by the Ma Bang. Sensing a hint of comprehension regarding Qin Shilu's thoughts, Cheng Zi continued, as he remained silent. The second encounter occurred when you clashed with Qi Yao, which also transpired in the presence of Yu Huayin. However, only he and 2 of his subordinate leaders were privy to this knowledge. Since your arrival at the Dark Key Pavilion, there has been no news of Qi Yao's demise from the Ma Bang. Thus, very few within the Jianghu are aware of his death. Having recounted the turbulent past of Qin Shilu in one breath, Cheng Zi stepped back quietly and ceased to speak. At this moment, Qin Shilu kept his head bowed, lost in contemplation. He had never truly assessed his current predicament. While he could be considered the celestial master of Xingxin, there was already an impostor in Tianshang City who had taken his place. Therefore, it could not be said that he was the celestial master of Xingxin, for he could not even gain entry to the celestial master's residence. If one were to claim that he is a figure of the underworld, it would indeed hold true, for he has dominion over the most formidable assassination organization within the realm of Xingxin, known as the Dark Key Pavilion. It was, after all, the members of the Dark Key Pavilion who extended an invitation for him to join their ranks. It would not be an exaggeration to describe him as a prominent titan of the martial world. Yet, paradoxically, the name Qin Shilu has scarcely echoed within this realm, as if an insurmountable chasm separates him from the world of martial arts. After musing for nearly a quarter of an hour, Qin Shilu found himself still ensnared in a web of confusion. Despite possessing the gift of immortality and having mastered the profound energies of a grandmaster, he now appeared to lack any true identity. The Qin family of the Heavenly Master's estate referred to him as Qin Fen, a mere substitute for the illustrious Heavenly Master Qin Shilu. Those associated with King Li recognized him as Qin Shilu, the genuine Heavenly Master. Yet they remained reticent to affirm his true name. The remnants of the Dark Key Pavilion and the Ma Gang Su Huayin were aware of his true identity as Qin Shilu, yet they chose to remain silent. Most critically, his given name is not Qin Shilu. That is merely an alias. His true name is Qin Mo. Who am I truly? Qin Shilu pondered aloud. Upon hearing their leader's murmurs, Cheng Zi and Tiangu felt a thin sheen of perspiration break out on their brows. They vividly recalled the last time Qin Shilu had succumbed to frenzy in the dead of night, wielding a dagger and furiously carving into the ground for an entire night. Especially for Tiangu, who had personally witnessed that episode, a singular thought consumed him. Should a glimmer of bloodlust manifest upon Qin Shilu, he would take flight without hesitation. Chapter 33, The Underground Treasure. Fortunately, the current Qin 16 remained composed, as the recent joy of winning the affection of a beautiful woman, coupled with the threats from the cultivators of Yuxiao Mountain, compelled him to calm his mind and contemplate a strategy. Tiangu, if I were to allow you to infiltrate the city lord's mansion alone, how many soldiers do you believe you could eliminate? After much pondering, without reaching a conclusion, Qin 16 once again posed the question to Tiangu, deciding to momentarily set aside concerns about his own identity. Feeling a shiver as he met the indifferent gaze of Qin 16, Tiangu dared not refuse and quickly replied, Yes, my lord. Cheng Zi was genuinely unsettled this time. His worst fears had materialized. He had initially thought that Qin 16 was merely speaking casually, but it became evident that he truly intended to take action against City Lord Kong Qi. Although timid, there were certain things Cheng Zi felt compelled to express. As soon as Tiangu acquiesced, he stepped forward, interjecting before Qin 16 could speak further. My lord, you must not. Cheng Zi performed a deep bow, nearly touching the ground, yet he dared not raise his head. Some words he could only utter while gazing at the floor for this way. Should Qin 16 become enraged and seek to end his life, he would not have to witness it, allowing for a swifter demise. A direct confrontation between the forces of the Jianghu and the government would sever all escape routes for the Dark Key Pavilion. Henceforth, there would be no refuge for us in the vast Xingxin kingdom. Cheng Zi's unexpected outburst took Qin 16 by surprise. He had not anticipated that the typically timid Right Guardian would dare to oppose him at this moment. Beside him, Tiangu was equally startled. Although he had previously held a disdainful view of the sycophantic guardians who merely flattered their superiors, he had come to realize over the past few days that Chang Zi possessed many exceptional qualities. Had it not been for Chang Zi's adept handling of the myriad trifles within the Dark Key Pavilion, the organization would have descended into chaos long ago. Guardian Chung, is this Dark Key Pavilion not mine? Qin Shilu observed the man before him, who was currently bowing and scraping, with a bemused expression. When Chang Zi initially invited him to assume leadership of the Dark Key Pavilion, he had assured Qin that he would have complete autonomy in his decisions. Are you not all merely my blades and swords? Each of Qin Shilu's words struck Chang Zi's timid heart like a hammer. Master, our treasury holds vast quantities of gold and silver, amounting to millions. Chang Zi revealed his trump card, money. He was acutely aware of Qin Shilu's weakness for wealth. This money cannot be exposed to light and cannot be deposited in banks in large amounts. It must remain buried and accessed gradually. Chang Zi kept his head bowed. Slowly elaborating, the Dark Key Pavilion harbors more wealth than many noble families of Shinshin, yet this wealth cannot be transferred. The banks in Shinshin are limited in number, each backed by substantial power. While storing a mere 10 or 20,000 taels poses no risk, attempting to deposit hundreds of thousands or millions in an underground organization like the Dark Key Pavilion raises questions about ownership. Thus, the pavilion's funds have always remained underground, accumulating over time. This was also the rationale behind Chang Zi's collusion with the Left Guardian, Yang Jingxian, to invite Qin Shilu after Qi Jiao's demise to establish control. Such an immense sum of money could never be exhausted all at once. As long as a master-level leader presides, the wealth remains firmly within their grasp. Ultimately, it is they who dictate its expenditure. Although the plan encountered an unexpected deviation with the demise of the left protector, Yang Jingxian, at the hands of the Tian gang assassins, everything thus far continues to unfold favorably for Chang Zi. Qin Shilu is not well acquainted with the Anyao Pavilion and has entrusted all affairs to him. Even if the favored Tiangu successfully ascends to power in the future, it would merely entail establishing a partnership akin to that which Yang Jingxian had, with the wealth remaining intact, an endless reservoir for all. Chang Zi possesses a profound understanding of Qin Shilu. Upon hearing the mention of gold, Qin Shilu indeed hesitated. The Anyao Pavilion's stronghold lies within Tongzhou City. Should they provoke the adversary, leading to a military upheaval, all that gold and silver would vanish without a trace. Is it truly impossible to transport it? Qin Shilu inquired, his voice laden with skepticism, casting a questioning glance toward Tiangu. Tiangu shook his head, affirming that Chang Zi spoke the truth. This vast fortune is precisely the reason the Tian gang assassins are willing to risk their lives here. Beneath lies a veritable treasure mountain, an exhilarating thought in itself. Leader, even if we eliminate the city lord, Kong Ji, the Tian Sheng faction will simply appoint a new one. This action bears no significance. Sensing a wavering in Qin Shilu's tone, Chang Zi hastily continued to persuade him, cautioning that once the authorities dispatched troops to encircle and meticulously search the territory, the vast fortune of gold and silver might soon slip through their fingers. Alas, Chang Zi spoke with a palpable sense of anguish. While Qin Shilu lamented the loss of gold, Chang Zi felt an equal sorrow. Within the Dark Key Pavilion, there existed a peculiar phenomenon. All members believed the wealth stored in the treasury belonged to them. As the pavilion masters, Qi Jian and Qin Shilu naturally considered the funds as their own. Chang Zi and the deceased Yang Jingxian, serving as the right and left protectors, regarded the money as theirs as well, for they had the authority to utilize the pavilion's riches at will, even requiring the pavilion master's consent for any expenditure. The assassins within the Dark Key Pavilion presented an even more intriguing dynamic. While the peripheral assassins were oblivious to the location of the base, the Tian gang-level assassins were well aware of it, knowing that a vast trove of treasure was stored in the underground treasury. They harbored a peculiar fantasy, the hope that one day they might attain the status of a Grand Master and usurp the old pavilion master. This aspiration explained why many Tian gang-level assassins, despite possessing enough wealth to live comfortably for a lifetime, chose to remain. The allure of immense treasure was indeed captivating, even capable of leading one astray. With an abundance of money, who among them would refrain from utilizing it? Ultimately, to whom would it truly belong? Such questions remained shrouded in uncertainty. In a certain sense, anyone aware of the treasure's existence held a chance. which perhaps constituted an alternative form of cohesion within the Dark Key Pavilion. Qin Shilu was indeed shaken. Having been constrained by the collateral branches of the Qin family since childhood, he harbored an extraordinary desire for wealth. Yet, at this juncture, there was something even more pressing than riches: concern for the safety of Xiaomuxue. Sheng Hufa, I have never stated my intention to kill Kong Ji. I merely wish to issue a warning, Qin Shilu remarked languidly, his heart wavering. If he were to recognize the situation, he might relent. But should he fail to comprehend the gravity of the circumstances, then the Anyao Pavilion is not to be trifled with. Sheng Zi trembled slightly, still not daring to raise his gaze. He had not anticipated that his desperate counsel would ultimately fail to sway Qin Shilu's resolve. At that moment, he began to regret having brought Qin Shilu here, realizing it was akin to inviting a wolf into the fold. Nevertheless, Qin Shilu's words resonated once more. And unlike his previous hesitance, this time his tone was resolute. We must ensure that the gold beneath us does not come to harm. Chapter 34. Kongji. The following evening, within the city lord's manor, Kongji sat in the main seat, listening to the routine report from his subordinates regarding the affairs of Tongvo over the past few days. In the prime of his life, his face remained impassive, yet his eyes glimmered with sharpness. Today, they had conducted thorough searches in the vicinity of the Western Bridge and the surrounding woodlands, yet had still failed to uncover the whereabouts of the princess. Tomorrow, they planned to shift their search area to the eastern side of the city. Furthermore, the inspections at the city gates had yielded no issues. It was likely that the princess still concealed herself within Tongzhou. Standing at the forefront to report the situation was a middle-aged man named Kong Hohu, a trusted confidant brought by Kong Ji from his family. Through diligent management over the past 2 years, Kong Ji had elevated him to the position of vice commander of the garrison in Tongzhou City. Were it not for the court's decision to dispatch garrison commanders uniformly to counterbalance local officials, the Tongzhou commander, Fong Xian, who had recently been injured by Qin 16 and was recuperating at home, would likely have already been replaced by someone from the Kong family. Regarding the assailant who had gravely injured Commander Fong outside the tavern, the reports from Vice Commander Lin and other soldiers were rather vague. With one common detail, the attacker radiated an aura of bloodlust. In recent days, our scouts have uncovered that there is but one Grandmaster of internal energy known for his blood-red aura in the martial world, the young master who had engaged in a fierce battle with the leader of the Ma gang in Jiangma City half a month ago. His true name remains unknown, with only his likeness circulating. The Ma gang is a faction allied with the Li King and is unlikely to provide us with intelligence. However, there are rumors in the martial world that he was once a substitute warrior for the Qin family of the Celestial Masteress Mansion. Upon hearing his subordinate's report, a shadow of concern crossed Kong Ji's face. The individual aiding the Xie family princess was indeed a grandmaster, and the Li King's schemes were more profound than he had anticipated. My lord, this may incite discontent among the citizens of the city, and what of our business? Closing the city gates is a significant matter. Such actions are typically reserved for times of war. Kong Hohu hesitated. Pay no mind to the grievances of the common folk. I shall address those above, Kong Ji replied coldly. Accelerate the search within the city. I want every inch turned over. As long as Xie Muxue remains at large, I shall find no peace. After the dignitaries exited the council chamber, Kong Jitsai slowly rose to his feet, beginning to pace aimlessly within the hall. His face etched with restlessness, a stark contrast to the composure he had displayed before Kong Hohu. The Li King had audaciously rebelled, even forging alliances with the remnants of the ancient royal families across the nation, intent on a coordinated assault against the capital, Tianqing City. Alas, the Kong family found themselves aligned with the current Emperor Li Qi. The royal capital remained shrouded in silence, the emperor's edicts having long ceased to circulate. While from the Li King's camp resounded a proclamation rallying the world against the so-called demonic cultivators. The present circumstances appeared grim for royalist factions like the Kongs, who were in dire need of securing Xiaomuxue, the sole daughter of the Li King. By doing so, regardless of the eventual outcome between the Li King and the emperor, the Kongs would at least possess a contingency plan. Yet, at this critical juncture, an unexpected and obscure grandmaster had emerged, throwing a wrench into the carefully laid plans of Kong Jitsai, who had anticipated deftly maneuvering Xiaomuxue between the competing powers. It felt akin to striking a fist against cotton. In truth, the nation of Xingxin harbored scant royalist sentiment, for Emperor Li Qi was a figure indifferent to worldly affairs. Even if one sought to curry favor, there were no avenues to do so. Ironically, at the very moment the Li King ignited his rebellion, Several powerful clans willingly proclaimed themselves as royalists. Even though the emperor remained conspicuously inactive, they reveled in their newfound role. As for the Kong family, prior to the uprising led by Jiang Li, they maintained a cordial relationship with his faction, which is why Jiang Li felt secure in entrusting his daughter to their care. However, it was rather perplexing that the Kong family was not summoned to join the rebellion. After all, they had entrusted their daughter to the Kong family's domain. Why were they not included in the insurrection? In truth, Jiang Li harbored his own reservations. He placed his daughter in Tonggo City, partly due to its proximity to Yuxiao Mountain, which served as a potential refuge should unforeseen circumstances arise, given the unique status of Xiaomushui. Additionally, his relationship with the Kong family was one of superficial acquaintance, allowing him to rebel without necessitating their involvement. This, in turn, would prevent the emperor from targeting Tongzhou, thereby allowing the city to remain neutral in the conflict. Until the cessation of hostilities, they could maintain a stance of mutual non-interference, ultimately emerging as the victor. This arrangement served as a sanctuary for Xiaomushui. Little did Jiang Li anticipate that the Kong family would covertly undermine him and directly threaten his daughter. His foresight was indeed remarkable. Any noble family with a bit of heritage would likely comprehend his intentions and reciprocate his goodwill. Yet, the Kong family failed to grasp the gravity of the situation. Over 20 years ago, during the upheaval that questioned the emperor's legitimacy and swept across the entire Xingxing kingdom, many noble families were affected. As old powers fell, new forces arose, and it was during this tumult that the Kong family emerged. There are many nouveau riche families like the Kongs within Xingxing. They lacked sufficient political experience, which led them to resort to their mercantile instincts in the face of such occurrences. Instead of comprehending the disposition of Jiang Li, they fixated on seizing his daughter as leverage. This reflects a significant drawback stemming from their family's deficiency in heritage. Worries did not dissipate with Kong Ji's anxiety. Rather, they accumulated relentlessly. When he finally ceased his futile ruminations, darkness had enveloped the sky. Already agitated, Kong Ji found himself irked, and the guards on duty were destined to bear the brunt of his ire. Where is everyone? Where have they gone? Outside, silence reigned, and unable to endure any longer, Kong Ji forcefully kicked open the tightly shut door and strode out. However, before he could convey his fury to his guards, he was struck dumb by the sight before him. Chapter 35, The Process of Adaptation. The following morning, as a new contingent of guards arrived at the Lord's Manor for their routine shift, the slightly ajar door and the faint scent of blood in the air left them profoundly astonished. Upon pushing the door open, the scene within was enough to make some inexperienced soldiers retch. The courtyard was littered with corpses, yet the bloodstains on the ground were scant. Every body had met its end via a single swift stroke, with the wounds all located on their necks. Flies buzzed restlessly about the ground, and even rats scurried amidst the carnage. The commanding officer, displaying immediate decisiveness, led his seasoned soldiers into the manor to investigate, while dispatching 2 soldiers to seek out Kong Hohu to report the situation. Upon receiving the news, Kong Hohu hastened to the estate with his trusted soldiers. Rushing in without delay, he needed to ascertain whether his lord had met with misfortune. Kong Ji had already been located by earlier arrived soldiers. Though he posed no immediate threat to his life, he lay unconscious by the threshold of the conference hall, drooling in slumber. The soldiers, recognizing his vulnerable state, dared not rouse him, opting instead to stand by in anticipation of Kong Hohu's arrival. The commander of the garrison, Fong Xian, remained bedridden, while the deputy commander, Lin Kuei, was not of the Kong lineage. Thus, the soldiers were acutely aware of whom they should seek in this moment of crisis. My lord, my lord. Kong Hohu gently shook the corpulent form of Kong Ji, calling out softly. Despite the multitude of questions swirling in his mind, his immediate priority was to awaken their lord. Upon hearing the familiar and trustworthy voice, Kong Ji finally mustered the courage to open his eyes. In truth, he had already begun to stir slightly while the soldiers stood vigil beside him, but the immense shock had triggered a subconscious desire to retreat, compelling him to prolong his slumber and remain in a state of light sleep. Pushing Kong Hohu away in a flurry, Kong Ji struggled to regain his composure, retreating timidly into the room. Do not come near. Do not kill me. No, no, no. Assist the Lord as he enters. Ensure he does not harm himself. Kong Hohu instructed his loyal soldiers, deciding to momentarily disregard the terrified Kong Ji. He turned to survey the scene outside the conference hall with a serious demeanor. To him, as long as the Lord remained alive, all would be well. He was elevated by Kong Ji himself, hailing from the same esteemed lineage. Their fates were intimately intertwined, compelling him to ensure the safety of Kong Ji. As he traversed the premises, Kong Ho-hu discerned the origins of the assailant, not only in the grand courtyard beyond the entrance, but also along the corridors, within the kitchen quarters, and even before the conference hall he had visited just yesterday. Every location manned by guards or frequented by servants was littered with corpses, most of whom had met their demise by a single stroke. Recalling his recent report to the city lord about the blood-soaked Grandmaster and the relentless manhunt they had undertaken in Tongzhou, the identity of the assailant became glaringly evident. It was undoubtedly the enigmatic Grandmaster who safeguarded the princess of the Shao family. As for the motive behind the assault on the city lord's residence, it was merely a warning to the garrison of Tongzhou, a caution against persisting in their searches. The slaughter of the city lord's guards and servants, while sparing Kong Ji, served as irrefutable evidence of this intent. Kong Ji was also well acquainted with this individual's temperament, who relished presenting an inscrutable facade in public. Thus, he bowed slightly and remarked, "My lord, it is highly likely that the assailant is indeed the Grandmaster who protects the princess." Kong Ji shifted his stance slightly, averting his gaze from the corpses outside, and coldly instructed, "Expedite the search within the city. Starting today, deploy 500 men to remain stationed at the residence, changing shifts every 2 hours." After a brief pause, he added, "By the way, which area is designated for today's search?" The adversary is poised to launch an assault at this moment, driven into a corner. It is likely that the area the Tongzhou garrison is currently scouring is their hiding place. Pressed to desperation, the enemy has revealed themselves, unleashing a massacre as a warning. Tongzhou City is not particularly large, nor is its geographical position remarkable, resulting in a garrison of merely over 4,000 troops. With more than 100 casualties from the previous night, and an additional 500 required for the escort of Kong Ji today, the morale is wavering, and the personnel shift renders the search increasingly challenging. Why not continue? At this moment, Kong Ji has entirely regained his former vigor, a glimmer of ruthlessness flashing in his eyes. A mere rogue from the rivers and lakes dares to subject him to such humiliation. Their desperation signifies that my direction is indeed correct. Tonight, we shall conduct a thorough search. If the princess is not captured, no one shall rest. Upon receiving the order, Kong Ho-hu responded and retreated with his troops. Acknowledging that Kong Ji was issuing commands in a state of frenzy, he complied. For now is not the time to court misfortune. As the residences in the eastern part of the city were breached one by one, the city gates remained under continuous lockdown. Tongzhou's merchants suffered great losses, and the common folk endured untold distress. Kong Ji's resolve is formidable. He is acutely aware of the might of a Grandmaster, which is indeed substantial. However, that strength is confined to the prowess of one individual. As long as he prepares thoroughly and fortifies his defenses, he harbors no fear of a mere Grandmaster. This understanding is also one of the reasons why peak masters like Yu Huayin are willing to submit under the banner of the King of Li. The might of a Grand Master is exceedingly limited. No matter how formidable an individual's martial skills and agility may be, they cannot withstand the onslaught of 1,000 troops. Now, Kong Ji has increased the number of guards to 500, remaining ever vigilant. Should a Grand Master attempt to breach this stronghold solely by their own strength, they could indeed find themselves ensnared within. The collaboration between infantry, gunmen, and crossbowmen could effortlessly lead to the demise of a besieged Grandmaster. However, despite Kong Ji's courage and meticulous planning, he has miscalculated one crucial aspect, the influence of Qin Shilu. Yet, this cannot be entirely blamed on Kong Ji, for the analysis provided by his trusted general, Kong Ho-hu, was fundamentally flawed. The guards and servants who perished within the Lord's mansion did not fall victim to a single assailant. Rather, they were dispatched by 6 distinct assassins. Each of these assassins was of the highest caliber, employing lethal techniques that were swift and decisive, thus misleading Kong Ho-hu into believing that a singular perpetrator was responsible. In the underground hideout of the Dark Key Pavilion, Qin Shilu sat amidst a treasure trove of gold, silver, and jewels, quietly contemplating the intricacies of life. "Master," a voice interjected, "the search by the Tongzhou garrison continues, and Kong Ji has fortified the defenses of his residence." The door to the storeroom remained ajar as Cheng Zi approached discreetly, speaking with utmost respect. "I shall make the necessary arrangements." Cheng Zi bowed and slowly exited the storeroom. Chapter 36, Collective Mission. As dusk descended, in the conference hall of the Lord's Mansion, Kong Ho-hu, the deputy commander of the Tongzhou garrison, appeared weary as he reported to Kong Ji regarding the day's search efforts. My lord, more than half of the eastern district has been scoured. Yet we have found no trace of the princess. The populace is rife with discontent, and the soldiers are utterly exhausted. The nocturnal operations raise a question. Should they proceed? Kong Ho-hu hesitates, for the current commander of the garrison, Fong Xin, remains at home recuperating, while the other deputy commander, Lin Kuei, has lost the trust of the city lord. Consequently, the military authority in Tongzhou has entirely fallen upon him. This situation presents a splendid opportunity to establish his own authority and to petition Fong Xin's power. Yet, the city lord, Kong Ji, insists on interfering, mandating that every 2 hours 500 men be assigned to guard the city lord's mansion. Over the course of a day, the soldiers entering and exiting the mansion total an astonishing 3,000, while the entire garrison comprises barely 4,000. Moreover, Kong Ji has issued orders for the soldiers to conduct relentless searches day and night for the whereabouts of the young lady of the Shao family, further exacerbating the grievances of the already weary troops. In stark contrast to the fatigued visage of Kong Ho-hu, Kong Ji, surrounded by numerous soldiers, has shed his earlier discomposure and speaks with vivacity. We are but a hair's breadth away from capturing the young lady. We must not falter at this crucial moment. Should we cease our endeavors now and allow the adversary to escape to another region, all our previous efforts would be rendered futile. Kong Ji is not entirely inept. Although he lacks military experience, he can certainly perceive the weariness etched on the faces of the soldiers and commanders under his command. Nevertheless, as the lord of the city, he must sometimes feign ignorance while being fully aware of the situation. If he does not seize the opportunity to capture the young lady now, how could he possibly find peace of mind? Do not assume that the formidable Li Wang, far removed in Tiansheng, will spare him. Even the enigmatic Grand Master within Tongzhou City poses an imminent threat to his life. Therefore, it is imperative that those under his command remain vigilant without a moment's respite. Nevertheless, it must be acknowledged that the brothers have toiled diligently in recent days. After a brief pause, Kong Ji added, "Let us do this. I shall allocate a greater sum from the treasury for this month's wages, as a reward for everyone's efforts." Understood. Kong Ho-hu responded with a solemn bow. As the effective commander of the Tongzhou garrison, he recognized the grave significance of the ongoing search. The fact that the adversaries had been driven to breach the lord's estate indicated they were on the verge of uncovering the princess's whereabouts. Otherwise, they would not have resorted to such desperate measures. Indeed, upon Kong Ji's announcement of increased military pay, one could observe a gradual uplift in the countenance of the guards within and around the council chamber, who were privy to the conversation. At this moment, Kong Ji's chamber was encircled by numerous guards. A squad of 30 stood vigilant outside, while 4 loyal attendants kept watch through the night within, prepared for any unforeseen circumstances. After meticulously verifying the defensive arrangements, he reminded his personal guards to remain alert, assuring them of forthcoming rewards. Only then did Kong Ji recline leisurely upon his couch, drifting quietly into slumber. Shortly after his descent into sleep, Cheng Zi convened a cadre of elite assassins before Qin Shilu. Upon encountering the new head of the Dark Key Pavilion, the assassins respectfully bowed and addressed him, "My lord," seated in a position of authority. Qin Shilu maintained an impassive expression. After a brief survey of the assassins present, he coolly instructed, "Remove your masks." Upon hearing this, Cheng Zi hastily turned away and positioned himself in the corner. The Dark Key Pavilion adheres to its own set of regulations. While the Celestial Talisman-level assassins may enter the stronghold, mutual distrust prevails among them. Who can assert that assassins do not have wives, children, and families? Thus, the assassins of the Dark Key Pavilion must not only guard against the pursuit of their enemies but also remain vigilant against the treachery of their peers, making survival quite a formidable challenge. Consequently, each Celestial Talisman-level assassin dons a unique mask upon entering or exiting the stronghold, inscribed with golden characters to distinguish their identities. The only individual capable of discerning the true identities of all assassins within the Dark Key Pavilion is the Pavilion Master, Qi Zhao. However, with the recent change in leadership, they must now reintroduce themselves to the new master. During this operation, the Right Protector should have briefed everyone. The City Lord's mansion is guarded by as many as 500 men tonight, rendering the task rather arduous. As Qin Shilu began to address the assembly, the assassins and attendants instinctively formed a line once more, attentively listening to his directives. Their swift and orderly movements exemplified the professionalism expected of Celestial Talisman-level assassins. Qi Zhao's training of his subordinates was evidently effective, far surpassing that of mob bands Yu Huayin. Observing the group's performance, Qin Shilu nodded in satisfaction and continued, stating that there was no need for anyone to vie for credit, as this was a collective mission. Achieving the overarching objective would ensure that each individual's reward would be substantial. However, to prevent any lapses in diligence that might compromise team efficiency, he had appointed several supervisors among them. Once the task concludes, should the supervisor inform me of any instances of negligence or sabotage among teammates, it would transcend the mere issue of monetary rewards. Everyone ought to exercise caution. The so-called supervisors embedded among the assassins, orchestrated by Qin 16, are merely the 6 individuals who undertook a mission just yesterday. Tian Meng, Tian Wei, Tian Ying, Tian Gui, Tian Man, and Tian Gu. Although Qin 16 shares a close rapport with Tian Gu, he remains wary of entrusting the authority of oversight solely to him. Granting unilateral power to an individual is detrimental. Thus, he adopts a strategy akin to that of Qi Jiao, appointing several leading celestial-level assassins to exert influence over the lower-ranking assassins. He comprehends the fundamental principle of power distribution. Moreover, with Cheng Zi, his right-hand strategist, devising plans for him, there is little for him to concern himself with. As per the Lord's instructions, Tian Meng exclaimed with a glimmer of delight in his eyes, promptly bowing in response. Last night as command was executed by the 6th-ranking Tian Gu, and he felt somewhat disgruntled, not anticipating it would be his turn today. Qin 16 uttered no further words, merely gesturing for the others to withdraw, leaving only Cheng Zi to step forward. Lord, I have gathered the information you requested, so shall we discuss it outside? Interrupting Cheng Zi, Qin 16 rose with a grave expression, stating in a low voice. Chapter 37, Killing 3 Birds with 1 Stone Under the Full Moon. A gentle summer breeze caressed the air. Qin 16 and Cheng Zi walked in succession, exiting the dilapidated shrine located at the entrance of the Dark Key Pavilion and stepping into the sparse bamboo grove. How prepared are we? Qin Shilu turned around and gradually approached Cheng Zi, lowering his voice to inquire slowly. Sensing the new leader's seriousness regarding the matter, Cheng Zi naturally dared not be negligent and hurriedly responded, as you anticipated, Yu Huayin has not publicly appeared for quite some time. He has likely infiltrated Tiansheng City. The reason Qin Shilu was so certain that Yu Huayin was hiding in Tiansheng was rather straightforward. Did not the King of Li issue a proclamation against the demonic cultivators from the impenetrable Tiansheng City? This would necessitate a messenger possessing the ability to cross the city walls. Has my identity been revealed? Qin Shilu continued to inquire, his tone growing increasingly somber. With an inscrutable glint in his eyes, he nodded thoughtfully, stroking his chin, then turned away, lost in contemplation. Cheng Zi stood by, scarcely daring to breathe, waiting in silence. I do not wish for a third party to know about this. Do you understand? After a moment, Qin Shilu's voice echoed once more, imbued with a chilling sense of foreboding. In the desolate bamboo grove under the night sky, gazing at the imposing silhouette of the young master before him, beads of cold sweat trickled down Cheng Zi's forehead as he bowed his head even lower. I understand, he stammered. To invite the wolf into the house, indeed. It is to invite the wolf into the house. Cheng Zi screamed inwardly, realizing that Qin Shilu was far from the simplistic figure he had initially imagined. Rather, he was a man of profound depth. In the past, when Qi Jiao was present, he would never have risked the entire Dark Key Pavilion, for it was everything to him. However, Qin Shilu was different. To him, the Dark Key Pavilion would forever remain merely a tool. Thus, it is at this critical juncture that Qin Shilu conceived a strategy that would kill 3 birds with 1 stone. The stone in question is naturally the Dark Key Pavilion he holds in his grasp, while the birds are considerably more intricate. The information disseminated by Cheng Zi was, in essence, quite straightforward: the demise of Qi Shao and the emergence of a new pavilion master. However, he made slight alterations to the identity of the new master, substituting Qin Shilu's name with Qin Fun. This implies that before long, the entire Xingxin martial world will be aware that a young master named Qin Fun has slain Qi Shao, thereby assuming control of the Dark Key Pavilion. As for the caravan, since Yu Huayin is currently preoccupied, Qin Shilu intends to exploit this opportunity. A caravan lacking the protection of a Grand Master poses little threat. Therefore, Qin Shilu plans to hire a considerable number of horse teams from the caravan under the guise of an ordinary merchant to assist in transporting precious metals underground, with the sole destination being Tiansheng City. The edict from King Li has been circulating for several days. and the former imperial factions scattered across the land have begun to resurface. However, there has yet to be a genuine clash between the forces of King Li and the royalists. Some cities have chosen to align with the emperor, while others have pledged their allegiance to King Li, nothing more. Until definitive news emerges from Tianqing City, neither side will act impulsively. Tianqing City has been under lockdown for more than 10 days, and the food supplies within are insufficient to sustain the needs of the populace and soldiers. Therefore, at most, in another half-month's time, the city gates must inevitably open. Given the current circumstances, both the Emperor and King Li are eager to determine a victor within Tianqing City. Thus, there would be no need for drastic measures, and the damage to the Xingxin kingdom would be minimized. Should a large-scale internal conflict arise within Xingxin, the troops stationed at the borders from the Liang kingdom would seize the opportune moment to reclaim lost territories. Although Qingzi was filled with remorse, it was he who had actively analyzed and presented this intelligence to Qin Shilu. In his eagerness to curry favor with Qin Shilu, Qingzi had not foreseen that his words would precipitate such a significant upheaval within the Dark Key Pavilion. After listening to Qingzi's analysis of the situation in Xingxin, Qin Shilu conceived a bold idea to relocate the entire wealth of the Dark Key Pavilion to the city of Tianqing, transported by a caravan. Accompanied by elite Tian gang assassins, establishing their base at his Tianshi mansion, Guardian Cheng arranged for someone to contact the caravan tomorrow, he commanded, momentarily pausing his thoughts. Turning to Qingzi, he continued with intent focus. As soon as the gates of Tongzhou City open, we shall depart immediately. He did not wish to leave Shao Muxue behind, yet the enigmatic cultivators outside the city were beyond his control. Thus, he first needed to travel to the royal capital to seek clarification from King Li. Otherwise, he would be unable to take the young princess with him. Perceiving the shift in Qin Shilu's tone, Qingzi felt emboldened to speak rather than merely nodding in agreement. Rest assured, Pavilion Master, I will ensure the young princess is well cared for. However, I wonder how long Kong Ji will hold out before opening the city gates? Upon mentioning the city lord of Tongzhou, Kong Ji, who had ordered the hunt for Shao Muxue, Qin Shilu's expression darkened once more. He scoffed. It matters not if the gates remain shut. How many soldiers does he truly command? Once we have decimated the defending forces, the gate shall inevitably swing open. The menacing words emanating from Qin Shilu, the master of the Dark Key Pavilion, sent a shiver through Qingzi. The audacity of this young master to contemplate the slaughter of a city's defenders was both remarkable and alarming. Chapter 38. Tremors. The summer breeze carried a hint of moisture as Kong Ji, the lord of Tongzhou, slept soundly. In his dreams, he relished the refreshing air and instinctively turned, attempting to push aside the thin blanket. Yet, the blanket had vanished, and his maidservant had not come to cover him. Was the window of his chamber ajar, letting in the wind? A subtle scent of blood lingered in the air. Some thoughts are best left unexamined, however. Once one begins to ponder, the horrifying reality becomes apparent. Kong Ji's drowsiness evaporated in an instant, his eyelids fluttered, and he struggled to resist the reflexive urge to open his eyes. His body began to tremble uncontrollably, and even in his untrained state, he could sense the overwhelming aura of impending death permeating the air. A rhythmic rustling sound approached, the unmistakable cadence of footsteps. Instantly, a chill ran down Kong Ji's spine. Beads of cold sweat soaked his corpulent form. Though he managed to stifle the tremors of his teeth, his quaking legs betrayed his current state. Clang! It seemed the intruder had stepped upon some weapon, and the ground reverberated with the clash of iron against stone. Kong Ji's heart suddenly convulsed, causing his entire body to curl up instinctively, trembling uncontrollably as his substantial frame shook the very bed beneath him. Yet, he still dared not open his eyes. Seemingly resolute in his decision, even in death, he would remain blind to the world. The sound of his shivering form elicited an involuntary chuckle from Tian Gu, who had deliberately created the noise, for he still had words to share with this corpulent man. What surprised Tian Gu, however, was the sheer cowardice displayed by the lord of Tongzhou City, who, despite realizing his presence in the room, chose to feign sleep rather than confront the truth. Kong Ji's tremors intensified, his overindulged body exuding a mix of oils and sweat that soaked the bed and spread across the floor. Nevertheless, these unpleasant odors would not deter Tian Gu from approaching. As a seasoned killer accustomed to the scent of blood and decay, he remained unfazed by the stench. He slowly approached the bedside, leaning in close to Kong Ji's ear, refraining from speaking just yet. With each breath that brushed against his ear, Kong Ji felt his sanity teetering on the brink of collapse. The chattering of his teeth soon echoed in the silence. Overwhelmed by fear, he found himself spiraling into a state of utter panic. Within moments, a foul odor accompanied by a trickling sound emanated from below, revealing the depths of his terror. Feeling as though the play had reached its conclusion, Tiangu retracted his playful demeanor, grasped Kong Ji's ear, and leisurely remarked, "My master has instructed me to convey a message to you. His patience is rather limited." In truth, it was not the foul stench emanating from Kong Ji that irked Tiangu, but rather the apprehension that, should he continue this game, the Lord of Tongzhou might be driven to madness, ultimately jeopardizing Qin 16's plans, which would not bode well for him. Having relayed his message, and noting that the commotion outside was drawing to a close, Tiangu playfully patted Kong Ji's chubby face and reiterated, "Understand this. My plump friend, I have gone 2 nights without sleep, and I do not wish to see you again tomorrow night." Kong Ji remained steadfastly with his eyes closed, curled up in bed, releasing an array of greasy bodily fluids. As Tiangu exited the room, he inadvertently stepped on a weapon that lay on the ground, producing a sharp sound that startled Kong Ji, causing him to shudder reflexively. Only then did Tiangu depart with satisfaction. This manner of toying with a target was a novel experience for him. Previously, he had always undertaken missions alone. Once the target was eliminated, he scarcely had time to flee, let alone linger for amusement. However, this occasion was different, as he was backed by 19 elite assassins of comparable skill, providing him with the luxury of leisure amidst the chaos. Tiangu was the last to exit the Lord's mansion, while the other assassins melted into the shadows of the streets, remaining concealed. Only Tianming, the leader, stood boldly at the entrance, awaiting Tiangu's appearance. "Tiangu, you are excessively slow. Does it truly take this long to convey a single message?" A frosty glimmer flickered in Tianming's eyes as he spoke ominously. Yet, this individual defied all expectations, daring to launch a surprise attack during the transition of the new and old leaders, eliminating Tianfu, who ranked 11th, and thereby allowing himself, who originally held the 13th position, to ascend. Not only did he infiltrate the ranks of the formidable Tian Gang's 6, capable of oppressing the lower-tier assassins, but in just a few short days, he also endeared himself to Qin 16, becoming a favored confidant of the new leader, seemingly on the verge of rivaling the right protector, Chengzi. "What is it, Tianming?" In response to Tianming's scrutiny, Tiangu wore a face of disdain and retorted in a low voice, "Do you deem the tasks assigned by the leader trivial, unworthy of your time?" With Tiangu invoking Qin 16, Tianming felt compelled to refrain from rebuttals in front of the gathered crowd and could only emit a huff. "The leader's directives are undoubtedly significant, yet your prolonged presence in Kong Ji's chamber raises suspicion. As the leader's appointed supervisor and team leader for this mission, I shall report this matter to the leader for determination." With Qin 16's protection, Tiangu was not one to cower. Upon hearing Tianming's authoritative claim as supervisor, he felt a surge of amusement. Perhaps it was due to several days of inadequate rest or the thrill of the night's killings. But Tiangu's exhilaration had not waned since earlier. "Tianming, do you not know who the designated supervisors of the leader are? The brothers below may be oblivious, but surely you are not. Is it necessary to wield this authority to instill fear?" Today, Tiangu was resolute in not providing Tianming an avenue for retreat. His ambition was indeed grand. To him, Tianming, who was not a grandmaster, held no special significance. Not only Tianming, but in the future, given the opportunity, he would even seek to replace Qin 16. Chapter 39. Internal strife. Tianming's eyes narrowed slightly, and he harbored murderous intent towards Tiangu. His earlier words had been an attempt to find a way out, yet he never anticipated that Tiangu would so openly disregard his authority. Now, he found himself with no retreat. It was imperative to establish a hierarchy between himself and Tiangu. The position of the foremost Tian Gang assassin was not easily attained. The leader bore the weight of unique burdens, while those beneath aspired to ascend by stepping on him. In contrast, Tian Wei, currently ranked 2nd, bore fewer concerns. If he performed well, rewards would be his due, and if he faltered, it mattered little, for he was merely second in command, with someone above him to shoulder the burdens. However, Tianming's situation was vastly different. As the foremost Tian Gang level assassin of the Dark Key Pavilion, he could not afford any missteps. His very existence represented the pinnacle of combat prowess among Tian Gang assassins. All eyes were fixed upon him. A single error or failure could deliver a catastrophic blow, and should he prove unable to bear this pressure, he would lose everything. Qin 16, having just arrived, had already eliminated the strongest six-man group, led by Tian Kuei. Though this would directly impact the overall strength of the Dark Key Pavilion, it simultaneously provided an opportunity for assassins like Tian Meng and Tian Gu to rise. After all, not long ago, they had also been among the oppressed lower-tier assassins. What? Are you silent now? Tian Meng remained silent, and Tian Gu felt a surge of confidence, growing increasingly reckless. With Tian Kuei dead, the remaining few possessed comparable abilities, rendering the need for a definitive first or second place unnecessary. Even if some individuals benefited from titles, they lacked the actual prowess to back them up. As the saying goes, in the absence of tigers in the mountains, the monkeys assumed the role of king. Our Dark Key Pavilion is not a monkey mountain, so why allow a monkey to reign supreme? After voicing his thoughts, Tian Gu fixed Tian Meng with a provocative gaze, staring intently at him. Both wore masks, concealing their expressions, leaving their emotions to be interpreted solely through their eyes. Ignoring the taunts directed at him, Tian Meng refrained from meeting Tian Gu's gaze and turned away, issuing a command to the dimly lit corner behind him. The mission has been completed. All personnel are alive. Disband. As his words echoed, the previously shadowy corner gradually illuminated, revealing the twinkling starlight and moonlight that cascaded into the street corner. The departing assassins were reluctant to linger, primarily due to their low rankings. Even if Tian Gu and Tian Meng were to engage in a mutually destructive battle, there would be no opportunity for them to ascend. Conversely, those who remained were the higher-ranked assassins. Among them were not only the current members of the six-man assassin group, but also others ranked just below, eager to take their place, lurking in the shadows, poised for action. To be honest, Tian Meng felt a twinge of uncertainty within him at that moment. His stance diverged significantly from that of Tian Gu. The pressure he faced in killing Tian Gu here was fundamentally different from the pressure Tian Gu would experience in killing himself in this very spot. However, the situation had reached this point, leaving no alternative paths. A ruthless glint flickered in Tian Meng's eyes as he spoke solemnly. Tian Gu, you have lingered far too long in Kong Ji's chamber. As the appointed leader and supervisor by the Pavilion Master, I now demand an explanation from you. Otherwise, I have grounds to suspect that you are conspiring with Kong Ji to betray the secrets and whereabouts of the Dark Key Pavilion. As the foremost assassin of the Dark Key Pavilion, he felt humiliated before his many peers. Had his earlier words succeeded in dispersing all the assassins, he would have swallowed his pride. Yet, a number of individuals remained, evidently eager to witness his disgrace, leaving him with no means of retreat. If he failed to resolve matters with Tian Gu tonight, his authority within the Dark Key Pavilion would be irrevocably tarnished, and he might even risk being ousted from the ranks of the Elite Six by a coalition of others. Although all Tians in the Dark Key Pavilion ostensibly enjoyed equal status, a myriad of unspoken rules existed behind the scenes. Notably, it was neither the venerable Pavilion Master Qi Jiao nor the new leader Qin Shilu who established these conventions, but rather the Tians themselves. Qi Jiao's decree stated that all Tians could enter the base to accept missions, with all tasks posted on the Golden List, allowing capable assassins the opportunity to attempt them. However, in practice, the top 6 Tians monopolized the underground stronghold of the Dark Key Pavilion, making it so that lower-tier assassins had to seek approval from them to even connect with missions, rendering access virtually impossible. For every task, Qi Jiao retains a commission of 30%, while the 6-member assassin group within the stronghold claims an additional 20%, leaving the lower-tier assassins in a state of despair. It is one thing for their hard-earned remuneration to be appropriated by the sect leader, after all. It is their affiliation with the Dark Key Pavilion that affords them the opportunity to undertake such lucrative assignments. However, the imposition of the 6-member group further diminishes their earnings, effectively slashing their rewards by half. Naturally, both the former Qi Jiao and the current Qin Shilu are acutely aware of this reality. Yet, what does it matter? As long as the illustrious name of the Dark Key Pavilion remains intact, clients will continue to arrive in droves. The wealthier and more powerful individuals are often burdened with grievances that they cannot resolve, ensuring a vast market for the Dark Key Pavilion and an unending stream of business. As the sect leader, as long as his portion remains substantial, he is indifferent to the struggles of those beneath him, provided they do not overreach to the point where no one is willing to accept the task. That, of course, depends on their own capabilities. Tian Gu emitted a sharp, thin sound from his throat, while a short sword slipped into his hand from his sleeve. He lunged forward, charging towards the oncoming Tianming. Just as the six-member assassin group dominates the underground stronghold, this first-tier Tian Gang assassin enjoys extraordinary privileges. Although he has never received official recognition from either of the two previous sect leaders, an unwritten rule exists among these Tian Gang assassins that elevates his status. Within the entirety of the Dark Key Pavilion, aside from the Pavilion Master, there exists but one individual capable of temporarily summoning the formidable Tian Gang-level assassins. And that person is Tian Kuei, the foremost among all Tian Gang assassins, a veritable leader. Now that Tian Kuei has perished, the title of first has transferred to Tian Ming. Although many remain unconvinced, should Tian Ming triumph over the doubting Tian Gu, he shall naturally inherit the privileges once held by Tian Kuei. Conversely, if Tian Gu prevails over Tian Ming, he too shall ascend to newfound power and status. Chapter 40. Victory and defeat. The majority of assassins favor the use of dark swords and daggers as their primary weapons, as these are the most suitable tools for their swift movements and stealthy endeavors. This is exemplified by Qin 16's short dagger and Tian Gu's concealed short sword. However, Tian Ming is somewhat exceptional. The long blade in his grasp exceeds 2 feet in blade length, approaching 3 feet in total, a weapon ill-suited for a shadowy assassin. With a resounding clash, the short sword and long blade met, sending Tian Gu sprawling to the ground, his mask stained with droplets of crimson. In terms of physique and strength, the two were not dissimilar. The true disparity lay in their weapons. After successfully repelling Tian Gu with a single strike, Tian Ming did not relent. A glint of coldness flashed in his eyes as he swiftly advanced, roaring fiercely as he aimed a brutal slash at Tian Gu's head. Indeed, in their earlier confrontation, Tian Gu had succumbed. The force behind Tian Ming's long blade was beyond what the short sword could withstand. As Tian Gu fell to the ground, his hands trembled, yet his gaze remained calm as he beheld the approaching edge of the blade. As their gazes interlocked, Tian Ming's heart sank with a silent exclamation of dismay. The long blade clattered to the ground, resonating with a thunderous sound that cracked the earth beneath it. In that instant, a faint, cold smile crept onto the lips concealed beneath Tian Gu's mask as he thrust his short sword directly towards Tian Ming's lower chest. However, Tian Gu was not as formidable. He had merely ranked 13th within the Shadow Key Pavilion, possessing mediocre strength that hindered his rise. Although he had secured a place beside Qin 16, he remained distant from the core of power within the pavilion. Tian Gu lived by the creed that fortune favors the bold, while he was not the strongest. His cunning and adventurous spirit were among the most distinguished among the assassins of the pavilion. As he forcibly altered the direction of his blade, Tian Ming felt a slight backlash from the exertion, yet he was not entirely unprepared for Tian Gu's advance. Catching sight of the slender sword aimed at him, he swiftly deflected it with a slanted blade and rolled to the side, quickly creating distance between them. Anger flickered in his eyes as he retreated a few steps, readjusting his stance to prepare for battle, and once again swung his sword toward Tian Gu. He had shown mercy, only to be met with such blatant defiance. However, this was fortuitous. Should Tian Gu choose to resist, he would possess ample justification to eliminate him. At the same time Tian Ming retreated, Tian Gu seized the opportunity to rise, dodging the fierce onslaught of blades while taunting, "Ha, Tian Ming, you truly lack the courage to kill me." Ignoring Tian Gu's provocative words, Tian Ming's strikes grew even more ferocious and domineering. He had already shown restraint once. It was Tian Gu's incessant taunts that had provoked him. Even if he were to slay his opponent now, he would have sufficient grounds to explain his actions to Qin 16. The relentless onslaught of blade strikes surged forth from Tian Ming's hands, each cut compelling Tian Gu to struggle in vain against the assault. His short sword, already battered and marred, appeared on the verge of breaking with every parry. This exemplifies one of the advantages of long weapons over short ones. The Tian Gang assassins of the Dark Key Pavilion are predominantly skilled fighters, and Tian Ming, before his desperate enlistment into the pavilion, relied solely on his long knife to establish his presence in the martial world. As long as he remained beyond the lethal reach of the blade's arc, he harbored no fear of Tian Gu's short sword. Tian Gu's resistance waned, and he gradually succumbed to several wounds, each violent clash fracturing his grip. Yet, paradoxically, as his injuries worsened, a fierce glint ignited in his eyes. With a distinct advantage in both weaponry and technique, every strike could potentially end his opponent's life. And at this moment, Tian Ming remained oblivious to the steely smirk that grazed Tian Gu's face, obscured by his mask. although Tiangu's ranking fell short of Tianming's. His defeat in combat was not unexpected, and none would dare criticize him for it. However, being cornered to such an extent, Tiangu's desperate resistance and latent potential surged forth, leading to a counterattack that resulted in Tianming's downfall. This was indeed a justifiable turn of events. If we consider assassins like Tianming, who, upon joining the Dark Key Pavilion, are unable to shed the habits of their past, clinging to their original weaponry and the mindset of a wandering warrior, then Tiangu stands as his complete antithesis. The battle between Qin 16 and Tiangu was known only to the parties involved and Chengzi. The other assassins in the Dark Key Pavilion remained oblivious to the events that transpired. They could not comprehend why Qin 16 chose to accompany Tiangu. Nor could they fathom the latter's audacity in provoking Tianming despite his inferior strength. After a series of clashes between blades, a sharp crack resonated through the air as Tiangu's short sword shattered, sending him crashing to the ground once more. The commotion had grown substantial, and Tianming, no longer restrained, let out a thunderous roar, channeling his energy to deliver a final strike to end Tiangu's life. Yet, just as Tianming prepared to unleash his power, he suddenly realized that his entire strength was inexplicably seeping away. With the source of this disarray alarmingly linked to his own heart, the sensation of pain eclipsed the exhilaration derived from combat, racing through his nerves to his brain. A flicker of confusion crossed Tianming's eyes as he instinctively lowered his gaze, only to behold the most incredulous sight. A sword, enveloped in dark light, was slowly piercing his heart, seemingly of its own volition. Tiangu remained sprawled on the ground, his trembling right hand clutching the other half of the broken sword, his eyes glinting with a mocking amusement as he awaited Tianming's demise. Chapter 41. The abyssal inner energy blood surged from his chest into his throat. As Tianming attempted to speak, he instead expelled more blood. The broken sword embedded in his heart continued its inexorable advance, the flicker of dark light intermittently manifesting. Summoning his last breath, Tianming tore away his mask. A weathered visage of middle age emerged, an ineffable shock etched across the features. As he expelled a mouthful of congealed blood, before fresh blood could surge forth within his chest, Tianming exclaimed in fury, You are. Without granting his adversary the time for an explanation, Tiangu hurled the broken sword he held, striking Tianming squarely in the forehead, thus silencing his final utterance. The other half of the sword, which had flickered with a dark luminescence, lost its radiance in that very moment. It sufficed for a grandmaster to possess, but one who could wield the wealth and secrets of the Dark Key Pavilion, whether it be Qin 16 or Tiangu himself. Both harbored this notion. Yet, at this moment, Tiangu dared not reveal himself, for he had merely begun to grasp the essence of inner energy. As Tianming's body collapsed with a resounding thud, the battle had truly come to an end. Tiangu rose, dusting off his garments, casting a defiant and frenzied glance around, a smirk escaping his lips. Heh. The assassins lurking in the shadows began to disperse, leaving Tiangu solitary in that place. However, he could not simply walk away. Though he was the one who had dealt the fatal blow, he could not abandon the corpse there. Should those aligned with Kong Ji discover their internal strife, it would undoubtedly jeopardize Qin 16's plans. At present, he lacked the strength to confront Qin 16 directly. Having only begun to comprehend his inner energy through their skirmishes, the battle today held profound significance for Tiangu, as he eliminated Tianming in the presence of numerous assassins. Although those lurking in the shadows could not discern the precise actions of Tiangu, the outcome was what mattered most to this bloodthirsty crowd. Tiangu's victory signified his superiority over Tianming. After tending to his wounds with a few hastily applied bandages, Tiangu leisurely approached the lifeless body, dragging one of Tianming's feet as he made his way toward the distant riverbank. Disposing of Tianming's corpse was not merely a precaution against Kong Ji's men. It was primarily a measure against Qin Shilu. Should Qin Shilu inspect Tianming's body, the ominous energy within would likely be detected. Tiangu had once engaged in a life-and-death struggle with Qin Shilu shortly after the latter's arrival at the Dark Key Pavilion. Before any introductions had taken place, relying on his exceptional judgment and a stroke of luck, Tiangu narrowly evaded Qin Shilu's blade and escaped into the underground passage, managing to survive. However, that encounter brought him perilously close to the brink of madness, as the bloodlust and malevolence emanating from Qin Shilu enveloped him entirely. Having spent his life as an assassin, Tiangu was acutely attuned to the nuances of human presence, particularly the sinister and murderous energies. After fleeing from the terror radiating from Qin Shilu, he found his sensitivity to such energies heightened, not only regarding others but even concerning his own essence. In the days that followed, Tiangu remained ever vigilant, closely accompanying Qin Shilu. He discovered that whenever Qin 16 fell into deep contemplation or experienced emotional fluctuations, he would unconsciously emanate a faint aura of bloodthirst, albeit extremely weak. Yet, he could perceive it distinctly. With each day spent attuning himself to Qin 16's essence, Tiangu's thoughts began to awaken. No Tiangang-level assassin aspires to remain beneath another for all eternity, and none desires to be anything less than a grandmaster. Thus, while secretly sensing the internal energy of Qin 16, Tiangu also began to delve into his own essence. Finally, during the previous night, as he led a group of 6 to ambush the guards of the Kong family estate, his internal energy was finally stirred. Though it was exceedingly feeble, the astute Tiangu had ascertained that it was the exclusive energy of a grandmaster. He could not be mistaken, having frequently encountered Qin 16's aura. This realization was the source of Tiangu's exhilaration and the foundation of his audacity to challenge Tian Ming, the foremost assassin of the Tian gang. He had irrevocably transcended the identity of an ordinary warrior, having one foot firmly planted in the realm of grandmasters. Each grandmaster's internal energy possesses unique hues and characteristics. Yu Huayan's energy is a pale yellow or transparent, imbued with a hint of tiger's ferocity. Qi Jiao's energy is blue with a trace of yin. As for Qin 16, his energy is the most vivid, manifesting a sanguine hue, infused with a sense of malice. In contrast, the newly emerged grandmaster of the Yinyao, Tiangu, possesses an even deeper shade of internal energy than Qin 16, as his essence is entirely black, suffused with strands of lethal intent. At last, Tiangu arrived at the riverbank. He retrieved the rope he had prepared earlier and swiftly bound Tian Ming's lifeless body to a large stone before casting it into the water. The exertion had taken its toll, and despite the heavy lifting, his hands continued to tremble, particularly for someone like Tiangu, who had once been a lowly assassin. He had recently been deprived of even the opportunity to enter the Dark Key Pavilion, overshadowed by the 6 prominent figures at the forefront. Nevertheless, he possessed a secret abode within Tongzhou City, unique to himself. Though excitement kept him awake, Tiangu was not foolish enough to wander outside after the massacre at the Lord's Manor. His sole advantage lay in his heightened perception, a trait that perhaps even Qin 16 could not rival. Now, he needed to focus on discovering methods to enhance his internal energy. Once the opportune moment arose, he could eliminate Qin 16 and take his place. Masters of the mundane world were few and far between, and those who were renowned seldom revealed themselves, let alone share their secrets of cultivating internal energy. The enigmatic nature of these masters was something Tiangu, who had just recently ascended, could hardly fathom. However, he decided to find a secluded spot to cultivate and stabilize his energy. His excitement had rendered it difficult to maintain control, and he must not allow Qin 16 to perceive his agitation. Feeling somewhat rejuvenated, Tiangu rose to his feet, shook his hands, and a faint black aura enveloped him as he vanished into the night. Chapter 42. Arrangements. No, I don't want this. The tranquil morning was abruptly shattered by the sharp cries of a young girl. Chengzi stood awkwardly to the side, awaiting a resolution to the quarrel between the two masters. My lady, please listen to me. This is the only way, Qin Shilu explained with a gentle tone, fully aware that leaving Xiao Muxue alone was somewhat unreasonable. However, he felt constrained when it came to disclosing too much about the cultivators outside the city. I must accompany you, Xiao Muxue declared resolutely, her cheeks puffed out in indignation as she glared at Qin Shilu. Qin Shilu, feeling helpless, continued to smile apologetically as he elaborated, My lady, my round trip will not exceed 20 days. Once I have resolved matters with the prince. Clang. Before Qin Shilu could finish, Xiao Muxue seized a porcelain vase from the table and hurled it against the wall in an act of frustration. Chengzi, standing by the wall, flinched slightly, inwardly lamenting the loss of those ancient porcelain pieces, which were invaluable treasures of Qin Yao. Several had already been shattered today. My lady, please. While Qin Shilu was indifferent to the destruction of a few jars and vases, he soon noticed that Xiao Muxue had raised her delicate little hands to cover her ears. He approached her gently, attempting to pry her hands away from her petite head without applying too much force. Thus, the two found themselves in a stalemate, their bodies entwined in a dance of tension, As the atmosphere shifted subtly, Cheng Zi, standing by, recognized the moment's delicacy. He quietly stepped back, slowly closing the door, and continued to await the master's instructions from outside. The sound of porcelain shattering echoed once more, interspersed with the shrill screams of a girl and the desperate pleas of a boy. The quarrel within the room persisted for nearly the duration of an incense stick, only gradually subsiding into silence. Once the dust settled, Qin Shilu pushed open the door and stepped outside, his face marked with several scratches. However, he appeared unperturbed as he glanced at Cheng Zi, who stood nearby, and calmly inquired, "Is there any news from Kong Ji? My lord." The city guards have ceased their search operations. Cheng Zi, unable to meet Qin Shilu's gaze due to the visible scratches, hesitated as he looked down at the ground. However, during the mission, Tianming met with an unfortunate end. Qin Shilu remained silent, patiently awaiting Cheng Zi's further explanation. Tianming had been appointed by him as the mission leader and was currently the foremost among the Tiangong-level assassins. It was inconceivable that he would allow himself to fall victim. Tiangu was someone Qin Shilu held in high regard, a fact known to Cheng Zi, who recalled that not long ago, Qin Shilu had explicitly stated his intention to keep Tiangu close to care for the young princess, Xiaomushui. The princess's significance in Qin Shilu's heart was undeniable, and thus, any transgression involving Tiangu would not be treated lightly. Tianming was the leader of the Tiangong-level assassins, while Tiangu was a trusted confidant of Qin Shilu. The rivalry between them made conflict a likely occurrence. However, for such a clash to erupt during the execution of a mission, resulting in fatalities, was a clear indication that they held Qin Shilu in contempt. The capricious temperament of Qin Shilu is well known. Despite his earlier playful demeanor with the young princess, when he unleashes his fury, he could extinguish his own life in mere moments. Cheng Zi, who suffered injuries in the storeroom last time, has yet to fully recover. The city gates are open? Qin Shilu spoke in a low voice. He was not in a hurry to address the matter concerning Tiangu. The princess and the gold and silver within the storeroom were evidently of greater significance. With a slight nod, he pinched his chin and remarked nonchalantly, "Kong Jizhong has ultimately learned to fear. We must expedite the packing of the gold and silver in the storeroom. We cannot allow the caravan workers to discover them during transport." Within the storeroom of the Anyao Pavilion, the combined wealth of gold and silver totals several million taels, stacked in various large and small boxes, forming a small mountain. These riches were bestowed by employers who had purchased their lives with gold. Although the wooden boxes meant for storing the currency were of decent quality, they could not withstand prolonged pressure, leading to many boxes sustaining external damage, revealing the precious contents inside. Thus, Qin Shilu instructed Cheng Zi to arrange for personnel to repack the damaged boxes to prevent any exposure. This was not merely a matter of thousands or tens of thousands of taels. It involved millions of taels of silver and gold. The transportation of such a vast sum at once would inevitably provoke the greed of others. While ordinary wanderers might be manageable, should it attract the attention of the court or military officials, Qin Shilu could not guarantee the safety of his treasures. Therefore, before handing over the cargo to the caravan, he and Cheng Zi must ensure that every box of gold and silver remains sealed, leaving no trace of their contents exposed. As for those tirelessly toiling in the storeroom, mending wooden crates day and night, they are none other than the 9 individuals ranked lowest among the Tian gang assassins. When Qin Shilu took charge of the Dark Key Pavilion, he effortlessly eliminated the 6 highest-ranking Tian gang assassins. At that time, Tiangu seized the opportunity to dispatch a fellow assassin ranked just above him, thereby successfully securing a place among the Elite 6. Consequently, the Dark Key Pavilion under Qin Shilu has only ever boasted 29 members, having dispatched 20 on a mission last night. The remaining 9 were left to labor in menial tasks. The new pavilion master's directives were not few, and upon contemplating the time, Cheng Zi realized it was time for him to commence his duties. Thus, he performed a respectful bow and prepared to take his leave, only to be intercepted by Qin Shilu once more. Cheng Zi bowed again, gradually retreating. Qin Shilu's erratic thought processes were somewhat elusive, yet for Cheng Zi, it sufficed to fulfill his own responsibilities. Engaging in bloodshed was unnecessary for him, and he was entitled to a share of the riches. Why not relish such fortune? Chapter 43. Kong Ho Hu within the city lord's manor. Kong Ji slumped in his study, gulping down water and gasping for breath. The fright from the previous night had utterly drained his confidence as a superior. Now, surrounded by guards, all he desired was a moment of respite. Cease the search. Open the city gates. This was the first command uttered by Kong Ji that day. When the soldiers investigating the estate approached his bedside and called out to him, he suddenly leapt up, seizing one soldier by the collar, and bellowed this order before retreating into his study, barricading himself from any further intrusion. Kong Ho Hu stood outside the study, waiting for over an hour. Yet, without receiving any orders from Kong Ji, he found himself in a state of indecision, both reluctant to leave and unable to remain, his mind plagued by irritation. The gruesome events that unfolded within the Lord's residence had not only startled the portly Kong Ji, but had also left the battle-hardened deputy commander, Kong Ho Hu, deeply shaken. He had received the alarming news at the hour of the tiger, when soldiers scheduled for duty discovered anomalies within the residence and promptly reported them to him. By the time Kong Ho Hu sprang from his bed and arrived at the Lord's abode, dawn had barely begun to break. Had it not been for the faint light illuminating the surroundings, he would have hesitated to venture into the blood-soaked courtyard. The scene within the Lord's residence mirrored that of the previous day. All the guards lay slain upon the ground. However, unlike the prior incident, the wounds inflicted this time bore no uniformity. While the majority were throat slashes, there were also corpses pierced by heavy weapons or strangled by chains. This time, Kong Ho Hu discerned that the perpetrator was not a singular individual but rather a coordinated group. He harbored certain suspicions regarding this organization. Typically, those in the military seldom concern themselves with matters of the martial world, as the court and the realm of martial arts represent two entirely different domains. In the face of national military power, the diminutive figures of martial heroes pose little threat, regardless of their prowess, even if they are grandmasters. Indeed, grandmasters are formidable, yet their capabilities rarely exceed that of 100 foes. Any organized army of the Shinshin Kingdom comprises over 1,000 men, thus. Kong Ho Hu had little regard for the affairs of the martial world, as their realms were simply disparate. Until the appearance of the young master who protected the princess of the Shao family, he had actively dispatched spies to gather information on the recent happenings in the martial world, seeking to grasp the essence of his opponent. Initially, there was little concern, but upon delving into inquiries, he found himself increasingly troubled. The true prowess of Qin Shilu was revealed to the public following his battle with the leader of the horse gang, Yu Huayin. It was this very confrontation that led to the dissemination of his likeness and abilities, prompting the Qin family's collateral branch to offer a staggering sum of 100,000 taels of gold to enlist Qi Jiao's assistance. Through this battle, Kong Ho Hu also gleaned some fragments of information about Qin Shilu. Although he remained unaware of Qin Shilu's name and origins, he inadvertently uncovered two surprising pieces of news. The first pertained to Yu Huayin, the leader of the horse gang, who was rumored to be affiliated with the Li King. While rumors in the martial world are often untrustworthy, the recent series of upheavals within the country suggest that the notion of Yu Huayin's connection to the Li King may not be entirely unfounded. The second revelation concerned the existence of the Dark Key Pavilion. Having emerged from the military, Kong Ho Hu was previously oblivious to the existence of such an assassin organization, which brazenly operated in the open. For someone like Kong Ho Hu, who prided himself on his integrity, the complexities of the martial world often exceeded his comprehension. When Qi Jiao presided over the Dark Key Pavilion, he adhered to a strict code of conduct, refraining from engaging in tasks involving officials or nobility. At that time, the Dark Key Pavilion primarily handled conflicts within the martial realm of Xingxin, such as vendettas between factions or disputes among wealthy merchants and clans. The financial power of martial arts factions and influential families should not be underestimated. Otherwise, how could Qi Yao amass such considerable wealth? Kong Ho Hu's attention toward the Dark Key Pavilion was primarily due to a persistent rumor within the martial world, suggesting that this legendary establishment had long been lurking within the city of Tongzhou. The speculation regarding the location of the Dark Key Pavilion was not without merit, as every time a substantial transaction was undertaken, Qi Yao and his loyal guardians would instruct employers to transport funds to several towns or villages near Tongzhou. Over time, such peculiarities would inevitably attract attention. As midday approached, Kong Ji's delay prompted Kong Ho Hu to consider departing. He was already burdened with numerous matters. The loss of too many soldiers the previous night had left his troops disheartened, eagerly awaiting his guidance for restoration. Moreover, reopening the city gates was no trivial task, requiring a considerable military presence to maintain order among the traveling merchants. Just as Kong Ho Hu was on the verge of losing patience and preparing to leave, one of his trusted soldiers hastily approached, saluting and whispering, "General, There has been a stir at the Dark Key Pavilion. They have appointed a new leader. What? Kong Ho-Hu exclaimed in astonishment. He had merely instructed his subordinates to keep a close watch on recent happenings in the martial world, particularly focusing on the Dark Key Pavilion and the caravan, without harboring much expectation. After a moment of bewilderment, he regained his composure and urgently inquired, "Speak quickly." It is not solely Kong Ho-Hu who is taken aback. As time progresses, the news has spread from the heart of Tongzhou City to its peripheries, reaching nearly all figures within the martial world. This information, disseminated by the underground organization known as the Dark Key Pavilion, announces that they have acquired a new master. Unlike the stringent lockdown imposed by Tianxing, the city of Tianxing, serving as the residence of Emperor Xingxin, is under tight security. The Imperial Guards meticulously patrol both within and beyond the city walls, making it impossible for clandestine tunnels to be excavated unnoticed. Following the Emperor's decree to seal the city, the guards even vigilantly monitor the skies. Any bird approaching the walls is swiftly shot down, a true embodiment of a city under siege. However, the situation in the smaller Tongzhou city differs significantly. Although the city lord has issued a lockdown, the flow of information remains robust, facilitated by various channels among the diverse populace. The sudden commotion nearly overwhelmed Kong Ji, whose current fragility rendered him incapable of withstanding any form of shock. Upon recognizing that the intruder was none other than his subordinate Kong Ho-Hu, Kong Ji felt a wave of relief wash over him. Just as he prepared to express his anger at the uninvited intrusion into his study, Kong Ho-Hu preemptively spoke. "My lord, we have identified the assailant responsible for the attack on the household guards. It is an organization known as the Dark Key Pavilion." With a respectful gesture, Kong Ho-Hu spoke gravely. The mention of assassination sent a tremor through Kong Ji's corpulent frame, prompting him to inquire immediately, "Is there a certainty of dispatching troops to eradicate them?" While Kong Ji had never heard of the Dark Key Pavilion, he was resolute in his desire to eliminate any threat, especially since his commanders had confirmed its existence. Kong Ho-Hu's countenance was grave as he solemnly declared, "My lord, we must not only open the city gates but also withdraw all the guards. In the coming days, regardless of the occurrences within the city, we must refrain from intervening." Kong Ji's eyes widened in disbelief, astonished that such absurd words could spring from the mouth of his deputy commander. Chapter 44. After enduring a full week of blockade, the gates of Tongzhou City were finally flung open. Merchants within the city had already crowded around the four gates, queuing to exit. Meanwhile, 10 miles away in Guqi Town, Chengzi was engaged in discussions with Tian Gu and the members of the caravan, while 5 formidable heavenly ranked assassins stood vigil around their cargo. "Boss Cheng, while it is understandable that we cannot inspect the goods, how is it feasible for your few men to transport these thousands of boxes from the city to here? It must require an immense effort." A rugged, dark-faced man shouted at Chengzi, spittle flying from his mouth. Prior to the opening of Tongzhou, Chengzi had already made contact with the caravan members. The imposing figure before him, known as Liang Guli, was a captain of the Tongzhou branch of the caravan, commanding over 200 men and holding a significant position within the local hierarchy. Dodging the spittle that flew his way, Chengzi offered a wry smile and explained, "Captain Liang, this is the will of my master. I kindly ask the brothers of the caravan to wait a little longer. We will expedite the process as swiftly as possible." When it came to the speed of transportation, Chengzi found himself at a loss. The silver and gold from the Dark Key Pavilion have all been securely packed and are being escorted out of the city by elite assassins of the Tian gang level. However, the sheer volume is overwhelming. It is evident that it cannot be transported in just 1 or 2 trips. Furthermore, today, several city gates are congested with merchants, creating an especially chaotic scene that hampers efficiency. Liang Guli scoffed, asserting that if his brothers were tasked with the transport, they would have already set out. What cargo had the caravan not encountered? Surely they wouldn't covet such trivial items. He had encountered many merchants like Cheng Ziyi, who treated their goods as treasures, reluctant to allow outsiders a glimpse. Now, during this time of the Tianxing City's lockdown, while there exists a crisis of chaos and disorder, many opportunistic traders are eager to seize this chance for profit. Cheng, with his thousands of boxes destined for Tianxing, harbors the same intent. When the capital reopens, there will undoubtedly be a significant shortage of grain, clothing, and daily necessities, marking the peak of inflated prices that speculators would not let slip by. I kindly ask Captain Liang and all the brothers to bear with it a little longer. when we reach the next resting village. I shall treat all the brothers to drinks, Cheng Zi continued to jest, finding it challenging to communicate with these rugged caravan men. The price he offered was not insignificant. He had hired over 200 brothers at a daily rate. Completing this transaction would afford them a substantial respite. Thus Li, despite his incessant complaints, held no true resentment. Huh, as if you were transporting gold. Somewhat displeased, Li scoffed once more, pulling his felt hat down to obscure his face as he began to doze off. With his eyelids shaded by the hat, he remained oblivious to the fact that when the term gold was uttered, all the guards of the Chung family present turned their heads towards him, their gazes imbued with an air of menace. Cheng Zi was also taken aback by Li's sudden remarks, momentarily contemplating whether to order Tiangu and the others to silence him. However, upon realizing that these were mere jests from the adversary, Cheng Zi exhaled in relief, simultaneously casting a glance towards Tiangu, signaling him to refrain from any rash actions. Tiangu stealthily approached and whispered, "Right, Protector, the journey ahead may not be peaceful." In response, Cheng Zi raised an eyebrow, intrigued, and fixed his gaze on Tiangu, remarking, "The entire Xingxing kingdom is currently in turmoil. What makes you think we shall fare any better? Yet, more than the potential trials we may encounter along the way, I find myself more curious about how you explain this to the master." It was inconceivable for a cadre of Tian gang-level assassins to appear in public all donning masks. Thus, each had opted for human skin disguises. Although hastily crafted and somewhat crude, as long as their original features remained unrecognizable, it sufficed. Observing Tiangu's awkward demeanor, Cheng Zi understood his reluctance to elaborate and refrained from probing further. In truth, what piqued his curiosity was not why Qin Shilu had chosen not to reprimand Tiangu, but rather why he had altered Tiangu's assignment. Just days prior, Qin Shilu had explicitly told Cheng Zi that he intended for Tiangu to remain behind to safeguard Xiao Muxue. However, now he must embark on this journey alongside Tiangu. Has the untimely death of Tianming caused Qin Shilu to lose faith in Tiangu? Yet, if there is a lack of trust, why then would he assign Tiangu to accompany him on this mission with the caravan? Although there are several other Tian gang-level assassins accompanying them, it is evident that Qin Shilu has deliberately chosen him and Tiangu to lead the team. Some matters are best left unpondered. Cheng Zi relinquished his musings and began to assist Tiangu in organizing the wooden crates that lay before them. When Cheng Zi inquired about the conversation with Qin Shilu, a fleeting glint of coldness flashed in Tiangu's eyes, though he swiftly suppressed it. Qin Shilu's capabilities far exceeded his expectations, and he was uncertain whether he had inadvertently revealed any weakness to him. Tiangu did not return late out of malice. Rather, having just slain Tianming, he was overwhelmed with exhilaration. Even after a sleepless night, he could not quell the restless, dark energy surging within him, necessitating time for him to regain his composure. This was Tiangu's first experience wielding his internal energy to take a life, and to have slain the foremost assassin among the Tian gang level filled him with an intoxicating sense of achievement, an exhilaration of ascending to the upper echelons, leaving his heart in a state of turmoil. "Princess, please do not cause a disturbance. There are people." Qin Shilu's voice intermittently drifted from within the room. "Come in." "Yes." Tiangu pushed open the door, bowing slightly as he respectfully stood to the side, awaiting Qin Shilu's inquiries. With great reluctance, he averted his gaze from the charming visage of the young princess, and Qin Shilu scrutinized Tiangu with a soft exclamation. The unanticipated response from Qin Shilu instantly ignited a chilling premonition within Tiangu's heart, compelling the hairs on his nape to bristle as he contemplated a hasty retreat from this perilous domain. "Yes," Tiangu responded promptly, bowing as he retreated, reclosing the chamber door. Once more, the sounds of youthful merriment and playful altercations echoed from within, while his back was already drenched in perspiration. As for whether Qin Shilu had truly discerned his capabilities, Tiangu remained uncertain. It was not that he had not considered abandoning his post, but the allure of the golden stash of the Dark Key Pavilion was too formidable to dismiss. Most crucially, remaining in Qin Shilu's proximity afforded him the opportunity to learn internal energy cultivation. Grandmasters were not easily found, let alone the chance to observe their manipulation of internal energy at close quarters. Summer days are invariably protracted, and it was nigh on evening when Qin Shilu arrived with the final consignment of wooden crates. On this occasion, Qin Shilu was adorned in opulent, loose-fitting attire, his face glistening with perspiration and sporting a diminutive mustache. Even while mounted, he appeared to be panting laboriously. As the proprietor of the Dark Key Pavilion, Qin Shiluo's mastery of disguise surpassed that of others. Among the Tiangong-ranked assassins were those adept in the art of transformation. And Qin Shiluo's current guise was the result of half an hour's work by a skilled illusionist. Although it was a human skin mask, it was of superior quality. Despite not recognizing Qin Shiluo at first glance, the individual being attended to by a retinue of Tiangong assassins could be none other than Qin Shiluo himself. Qing Zi hurriedly approached and greeted, "My lord, you have arrived. We have completed the inventory on our side, and the boxes are all in order. However, as night has fallen, might it be prudent to set forth on our journey tomorrow?" Carefully assisting Qin Shiluo down from the horse, Cheng Zi inquired. To perform a role requires thoroughness. Since he presently assumed the identity of a wealthy merchant, he must comport himself accordingly to avoid arousing suspicion. Qin Shiluo grasped Cheng Zi's arm, feigning fatigue, gazing skyward and exclaiming, "Then let us rest for the night. I am weary. Please prepare me some food and clean water. I wish to bathe." "Certainly," Cheng Zi replied in agreement, turning to the accompanying servants and instructing, "Go to the town and find a respectable household. The master wishes to bathe." The administrative divisions of the Xingxin Kingdom are fundamentally organized around cities, each governed by a lord who wields considerable military and political power. Akin to a local emperor, the court's method of balancing local authority is straightforward. Every few years, the lords of various regions are reshuffled. Consequently, the influence of officials remains relatively balanced across the territories. While the city-based administrative divisions facilitate governance for rulers, they also engender a significant flaw: the excessive concentration of social resources. Within the city, all manner of public amenities abound, with no shortage of food, entertainment, or leisure. In stark contrast, the villages and towns surrounding the cities appear quite dilapidated, as all resources flow inward, leaving the rural populace, aside from agriculture, largely indifferent to the development of other industries. Thus, when Qin Shiluo expressed the desire to find a place to bathe, Cheng Zi had no choice but to command the accompanying servants to seek a farmer's house in the town for accommodation. Although the journey was not particularly arduous, carrying several thousand boxes of silver naturally impeded their speed. Therefore, in addition to the maidservants for the young princess, Cheng Zi had also prepared several extra attendants for unforeseen circumstances. Upon learning that Cheng Zi's party would be staying in the town for the night, Liang Guli, from the caravan, unleashed a torrent of curses upon him. "You tender-skinned fools! You're not leaving until tomorrow, and didn't he say so earlier? Making me wait here all day and nearly driving me to illness." Cheng Zi, now splattered with Liang Guli's spittle, could only endure the situation, his expression marked by awkwardness. As a dignified right protector of the Dark Key Pavilion, he found himself compromising for the sake of the gold and silver nestled within the wooden boxes behind him. After venting his grievances to Cheng Zi, Liang Guli spat on the ground and rode away from the camp in the town. Liang Guli's voice was boisterous, and while Cheng Zi certainly heard him, he felt powerless to restrain Liang Guli's actions and allowed him to depart. The caravan's horses typically endured a life of hardship, rarely diverting into cities until their tasks were complete. Having just received Cheng Zi's advance payment, Liang Guli was eager to seize the opportunity to indulge himself. Tongzhou City was a mere 10 miles from Guqi town, and a swift ride would bring them to the city walls in less than a quarter of an hour. As Liang Guli galloped through the streets, he was utterly oblivious to the fact that the very caravan he was escorting, the Cheng family merchants, was the catalyst for the transformation of the temperamental Lord Kongji of Tongzhou. The once closed gates of the city were now flung open throughout the night, a stark contrast to their previous state. Whispers of the Dark Key Pavilion had permeated the air of Tongzhou, and the massacre of hundreds of soldiers from the Lord's estate had caught the attention of Kong Hohu, the deputy commander of the city's garrison, stirring a sense of foreboding within him. Yet, he could not ascertain the validity of his suspicions until the revelations from the Dark Key Pavilion reached his hands, illuminating the entire sequence of events. It was a young master, shrouded in a crimson aura of malevolence, who had incinerated the headquarters of the caravan and rescued the only daughter of the Li King. In a city under lockdown, which organization, if not the Dark Key Pavilion, possessed the audacity to orchestrate the slaughter of 500 soldiers from the Lord's estate overnight? The fact that the Dark Key Pavilion had spared Lord Kongji's life during their calculated strike indicated their desire not for a replacement lord, but rather a warning, a caution against meddling in affairs that did not concern him. This was a clear signal that they required a compliant lord, one who understood the delicate balance of power. After the wanton massacre of the city's defenders, it was audacious for a clandestine faction to brazenly declare a change in leadership, an overt provocation indeed. Thus, Kong Ho advised Lord Kong Ji not only to open the city gates, but also to withdraw all garrison forces within the city. This would serve as an implicit signal to the Dark Key Pavilion, a message that they would no longer intervene. During these ensuing days, the Tongzhou garrison would pretend to turn a blind eye to whatever machinations the Dark Key Pavilion wished to pursue. However, Kong Ji's timidity is indeed quite remarkable. After listening to Kong Ho's analysis, in an effort to demonstrate his sincerity, he not only withdrew the garrison from the city, but also continued to leave the city gates open at night. Should the enemy choose to launch a nighttime assault, Tongzhou City would likely fall within a mere 2 hours. In truth, both Kong Ho and Kong Ji were overthinking the situation. Qin Shilu merely required them to open the gates. The information he disseminated was intended to alert another individual, one renowned as the foremost expert in the Xingxin realm, the leader of the caravan, Yu Huayin. Chapter 46. The obstacle. Qingzi promptly informed Qin Shilu of Liang Guli's unauthorized departure, yet Qin Shilu paid it no heed. Their current strategy prioritized stability above all. Avoiding trouble was paramount. At the first light of dawn, a convoy of approximately 200 individuals and 80 horses set forth on their journey with great momentum. During this time, Liang Guli also took a moment to greet Qin Shilu, displaying a demeanor far more courteous than he had shown toward Changzi. He aimed to curry favor with the true benefactor, as future collaborations might very well be on the horizon. Captain Liang, I have long heard that the leader of the caravan, Yu Huai, is the most skilled master in the Xingxin nation. I hold him in great esteem and wonder if it might be possible to meet him here in the capital, Tiansheng, Qin Shilu inquired, riding alongside Liang Guli. Upon hearing the mention of their guild leader, Liang Guli was instantly invigorated and began to expound enthusiastically. The might of our guild leader is indeed beyond question. In the years since I joined the guild, I have only had the privilege of seeing him a few times. Although I could only gaze at him from a distance, I could still feel the overwhelming aura of his presence. He is truly a remarkable hero. Yu Huayin can be regarded as the collective idol of all the members of the Horse Guild, having established the largest guild in the country from humble beginnings. With a membership exceeding 100,000, spread across the entirety of Xingxin. Do not underestimate the Dark Key Pavilion, which also boasts formidable masters. Many noble officials are unaware of its existence. However, when it comes to the name of the Horse Guild, it is a name that resonates throughout the land of Xingxin, known to all. Yet, our guild leader is perpetually occupied, appearing only as a fleeting shadow. Even the hall masters within the guild rarely encounter him more than a few times a year. Lord Cheng, it seems, you may find it quite challenging to catch a glimpse of our leader's grandeur. Liang Guli's eyes sparkled with pride as he spoke. For Yu Huayin's existence is the source of confidence for all members of the Horse Guild. Qin Shirley sighed deeply, lamenting, what a pity. I had hoped that when the city of Tianqing opened, I would have the opportunity to witness the masterful demeanor of Elder Yu. Now it appears that such an opportunity is rather slim. To catch a glimpse of Yu Huayin's splendor, Qin Shirley was not so mundane. He merely sought to probe whether the captain of the Horse Guild possessed any information regarding Yu Huayin. The grand opening of the capital city of Tiansheng is no trivial matter. Not only will the transportation and commerce within and beyond the capital be revitalized, but it is also likely that the sovereign of the prosperous Xin will undergo a transformation. At that time, heroes from all corners of the world shall converge upon the capital, witnessing the shifts of imperial authority and the tumultuous tides of fortune. What a splendid sight that would be. Alas, such splendid prospects were short-lived. On the 6th day, as the cavalry entered the territory of Ruai's city, they discovered that a checkpoint had been established along the official road ahead. The leader, Liang Guli, approached and inquired of a soldier guarding the checkpoint, "Pray tell, good sir, why has this thoroughfare been closed?" The soldier, noticing Liang Guli's attire as a leader of the caravan, responded with a degree of courtesy. "This is an order from the city lord. Tiansheng is plagued by treacherous rebels disturbing the peace of the court, and Ruai City is a crucial passage to Tianqing. Any convoy wishing to traverse Ruai City must undergo scrutiny." Hearing this, Liang Guli's expression turned troubled. The nation of Xin places great emphasis on agriculture and commerce, which is why the caravans have rapidly flourished. The transportation tasks they undertake are not merely to safeguard their employers' goods, but more importantly, to ensure that the caravans reach their destination smoothly and without hindrance. If they encounter obstacles in Ruai's city, it would indeed be a liability for their caravan. With reluctance, Liang Guli produced several silver ingots from his pocket and, with a pained expression, pressed them into the soldier's hand, imploring, "I hope you can grant us a favor." Weighed down by the heavy silver in his hand, the sentry appeared to be in a state of indecision. He glanced up at the numerous cargo-laden carts ahead and shook his head, saying, "It is not that I am unwilling to assist you. It is simply that the city lord has given explicit orders. If it were merely a handful of individuals wishing to pass, I might turn a blind eye. But your entourage consists of several hundred people." The soldier spoke the truth. Collecting fees from the caravan was no trivial matter. If he were to accept their payment without delivering on the promise, the reputation of the most esteemed guild in the realm would be jeopardized, a situation far beyond the purview of a mere foot soldier such as himself. However, the caravan behind Liang Guli was indeed conspicuous. The official road lay at the edge of the city, and not only the soldiers at the checkpoint, but also those stationed atop the city walls could observe the unfolding events below. Allowing the caravan to pass without scrutiny would be untenable. To divert onto the narrow, winding paths would not only risk wear on the horse's hoofs, increasing the likelihood of injury, but also subject the cargo carts to the rigors of a treacherous terrain. At this juncture, even at the expense of tarnishing the caravan's reputation, he had no choice but to confer with the Chung clan's merchant group to open their boxes for the guard's inspection. Before Liang Guli could rejoin his team, Cheng Zi hastened forward to inquire about the situation. "Captain Liang, what is happening up ahead?" Unable to persuade the sentry, Liang Guli felt a certain detachment and dared not assert himself further. He merely replied in a low voice, "The Lord of Ruai's must have committed some grave error, as he demands a thorough inspection of all passing merchant caravans. I suspect this inspection is but a pretext. His true intent is to line his own pockets." After years of traversing the land, Liang Guli encountered a city lord with an exceptionally unsightly manner of eating for the first time. The commercial atmosphere in Shang Xian Kingdom was robust, with formidable merchant groups often backed by noble families, making them not easily intimidated. For instance, the lord of Tongzhou City, Kong Ji, hailed from a prominent merchant family. Thus, establishing barriers to impede merchant caravans was generally avoided, as it would offend many. However, given the current chaotic state of Shang Xian, with an uncertain future looming, it was not unusual for some city lords to seize the opportunity for personal gain. Cheng Zi was startled upon hearing this. The wooden crates behind him were filled with gold and silver, and he could not allow them to be inspected lightly. As the situation exceeded expectations, he dared not act independently and decided to consult Qin Shilu for a resolution. "Captain Liang, please hold on for a moment. Let me inquire with my master." Cheng Zi gritted his teeth and quickly made his way to the rear of the convoy where Qin Shilu was located. His urgency palpable as the treasures of the Dark Key Pavilion faced a crisis. Chapter 47. Greed. Qin Shilu, riding a small horse at the rear of the convoy, observed the anxious expression on Cheng Zi's face and was the first to inquire, "Has something changed?" The caravan was lengthy and under the sweltering summer heat. Cheng Zi was soon drenched in sweat. Yet, he paid no heed to wiping his brow and breathlessly replied, "Master, the road ahead is surrounded by the guards, who demand to inspect the goods of passing merchants, or we shall not be permitted to proceed." "Ah." Qin Shilu scratched his head, feeling somewhat out of his depth in this matter. He had presumed that with Cheng Zi and the caravan's assistance, their journey would be relatively smooth. However, he was caught off guard by an unforeseen obstacle. Was it not within the capabilities of the caravan members to handle such situations? Casting a sidelong glance at the panting Cheng Zi, Qin Shilu turned to Tiangu, who was waiting nearby, and spoke in a grave tone. "Summon Captain Liang from the caravan. We must confer on how to address this issue." When Tiangu returned with Liang Guli, Cheng Zi had just regained his composure. Qin Shilu's expression was dark, and he was in no mood for pleasantries. He spoke directly, "Captain Liang, how do you propose we resolve this matter?" As a member of the caravan, Liang Guli felt a sense of guilt for failing to ensure a smooth passage. Bowing his head respectfully, he replied, "Master Cheng, the Lord of Ruai's city is resolute in his intent to exploit the roadways. There is little I can do. The official road to Tiansheng is the only one available, and alternative paths would not support the weight of both horses and carts. I suggest we allow them to inspect the cargo." As Liang Guli uttered these words, his face was flushed with shame, and he could not bear to meet the eyes of anyone from the Chung family caravan. "Qin Shilu, A young master who had recently departed from Tianxing City was uncertain how to navigate such matters and turned his gaze back to Chengzi. Yet this time, Chengzi disappointed him once more. Upon meeting Qin Shirlio's gaze, he averted his eyes. Chengzi possesses a certain degree of capability, yet it is merely the skill of a bookkeeper. While accompanying Qi Zhao in the Dark Key Pavilion, he has always enjoyed a life of luxury and abundance. With wealth that seems inexhaustible, why would he need to engage in trade or contend with the soldiers guarding the city? Captain Liang. The inspection conducted by these officials is far from a mere cursory glance. Should they proceed with a thorough examination, we may find our goods significantly intercepted by the time we pass through the checkpoint. Just as the atmosphere was on the verge of becoming awkward, Tian Gu, who had been standing quietly at the side, interjected suddenly. Unlike Chengzi, who had spent years merely directing assassins in Qi Zhao's company, Tian Gu has been on numerous missions in the field, having witnessed all manner of situations. He promptly revealed the underlying trickery of the official's inspection. Qin Shirlu cast an appreciative glance at Tian Gu, who had handled the matter with remarkable finesse. The contents of the wooden crate were not meant for public scrutiny. If they displayed excessive concern for the crate, it would raise suspicions among the caravan members. Even if they managed to pass this checkpoint, it would provoke the curiosity of the horse caravan's crew. Now, Tian Gu deftly redirected the focus of the issue towards the official's interception of goods, not only clarifying the crux of the matter for Qin Shirlu but also successfully misleading the caravan members into believing that it was their reluctance to part with the goods that prompted their aversion to inspection. With a clear understanding of the situation's intricacies, Qin Shirlu knew how to adapt. He dismounted and approached Liang Guli, giving his shoulder a reassuring pat. "These officials are merely motivated by greed," he said. "I kindly ask Captain Liang to communicate with the brothers of the caravan in Ruai City, so that we may meet the commander of the Ruai's garrison. We have our own means to navigate this." Liang Guli, already in a precarious position, felt an even deeper sense of guilt as he was compelled to have the employer bear the expenses for clearing customs. Although it was no simple task to meet with the city's commanding officer, Liang Guli steeled himself and acquiesced. Within the confines of the Ruai's horse gang's branch, he had accrued considerable social debts, ultimately securing an introduction to the esteemed vice commander Yin Kong of the Ruai's guard through the local leader's assistance. Though merely a vice commander, Yin Kong possessed sufficient influence to ensure the smooth passage of the Chung family's merchant convoy. Qin Shirlu intended to retain the gold and silver at the Dark Key Pavilion, thus entrusting Chengzi to accompany Tian Gu in the necessary arrangements. By this juncture, the entire caravan had idled by the roadside for over 4 hours. Qin Shirlu nodded, acknowledging the late hour, yet aware of the complexities within Ruai City. He had already informed Liang Guli to seek a place to rest only after departing the city's confines. Meanwhile, within the military tent of the Ruai's guard, Vice Commander Yin Kong toyed with a gold ingot, a contemplative smile gracing his lips as he inquired, "Old 8, what is your assessment of this Chung family merchant convoy?" As his words hung in the air, a loyal soldier stationed behind Yin Kong stepped forward, bowed respectfully, and replied, "General, the brothers outside the city report that the Qing family's convoy comprises several dozen freight wagons, classifying it as a medium-sized merchant fleet. A medium-sized convoy transporting goods from the south to Tianxing City for profit. How much silver do you suppose they could earn?" Yin Kong's smile broadened as he posed the question. Yin Kong stood up and began to stroll around the large tent, muttering to himself, 3,000 taels of silver translates to just over 300 taels of gold. Yet they have delivered 200 taels of gold to me this time. What does this signify? The other loyal guards within the tent gazed at the 8th prince with envy. For them, a single ingot of gold could be considered a windfall. Upon receiving the gold, the 8th prince was already beaming with excitement. After acknowledging their presence, he swiftly dashed out of the tent, as if propelled by a gust of wind. Having accepted their gold and promised safe passage, I naturally would not go back on my word. Yin Kong picked up another ingot of gold from the table, playing with it, which caused the eyes of the loyal guards behind him to gleam with desire. However, as for how much I would allow them to pass, I had not specified. Yin Kong did not wish to seize the entire cargo of the Chung family caravan, but feared that making such a bold move would draw unwanted attention. Retaining only half of the goods would raise no suspicions. He merely needed to later distribute some benefits to the commander and the city lord. Chapter 48. The 8th prince. The goods of the Chung family caravan slowly traversed the checkpoint, and the guarding soldiers were surprisingly cooperative. hardly touching the loaded carts and granting them passage without delay. However, the line of over 200 people was indeed lengthy, making it impossible for them to pass through the narrow checkpoint all at once. The eighth prince stood aside, his shifty eyes fixated on the caravan passing through, a slight smile curling at the corners of his mouth, curious about the contents of the boxes. Under normal circumstances, if Yin Kong had issued instructions, he would not dare to act recklessly. Yet this time was different. The contents of the box could be worth more than gold. Although Yin Kong instructed him to seize half and refrain from opening the box, who would know if he discreetly reached in to take a little for himself during the interception? At this moment, Qin Shilu remained at the rear of the caravan, feeling secure only with his presence as the Grandmaster amidst such abundant wealth crossing the borders. Qingzi and the leader of the horse team, Jiang Li, were stationed at the front of the convoy, assisting in the inventory of goods, while Tiangu was assigned to the checkpoint, prepared to handle any minor troubles that might arise. The caravan had traversed nearly half of the journey without encountering any issues, allowing Qin Shilu to breathe a little easier. Yet his relief was short-lived as unforeseen complications arose ahead. The atmosphere on-site shifted dramatically. Tiangu stood aside with his hands clasped behind him, ready to draw the hidden blade from his sleeve at any moment. Chengzi and Liang Guli, alarmed by the sudden turn of events, hurried over to inquire about the situation. Liang Guli respectfully clasped his hands towards Lao Ba, saying, "Master Soldier, did not Commander Yin just state that we would be granted passage? Is there some misunderstanding?" Lao Ba revealed a slight sneer, responding, "Ruai City has its own regulations. We chose not to inspect the first half of the goods out of respect for Deputy Commander Yin. However, as per the orders of the city lord, the latter half must be thoroughly examined." Upon hearing this, Liang Guli's face flushed with embarrassment. Despite his considerable efforts, the outcome was far from what he had hoped. He found himself indebted to many, having incurred significant expenses to arrange matters, only to be met with a situation that benefited both parties at his expense. As a member of the escort team, Liang Guli found himself at a loss for words, which was quite understandable in the martial world. No gang possessed the audacity to oppose the authorities. Cheng Zi's mind raced, contemplating whether there had been an issue with the negotiated payment. Perhaps the other party deemed it insufficient? Immediately donning a charming smile, he produced a hefty silver ingot and pressed it into Lao Ba's hand. "If Commander Yin is dissatisfied with the gifts presented, we can certainly offer more. I would appreciate it if you could relay this message to the soldier." Unlike the ordinary guards stationed at the gate, Lao Ba was far less courteous towards a merchant like Cheng Zi. Although he accepted the silver ingot, the disdain on his face remained unabated as he scoffed. "No need. Deputy Commander Yin is occupied with official duties and has no time for you. Hurry and get your cart to the city." In contrast to the bewildered Cheng Zi, Tiangu, seasoned in traversing the realm, discerned the underlying scheme immediately when Lao Ba halted their carriage. The other party was clearly intent on receiving both payment and goods. There was no need for further explanation. Cheng Zi's face fell as he turned to the slowly approaching Qin Shilu. "My lord, what should we do now?" Though Qin Shilu made his way leisurely, he had absorbed much of the conversation. He understood the unfolding situation. However, he chose to disregard Cheng Zi and instead focused on Tiangu, whose heart raced at the realization of Qin Shilu's gaze upon him. Although he was aware that Qin Shilu could not possibly have discerned his master-level combat prowess, a sense of unease lingered within him. Observing the caravan before him, motionless and seemingly indifferent to the orders of transporting goods into the city, Old Ba's temper began to flare. He cracked his whip against the ground, raising a cloud of dust, and shouted, "What's the matter? Do you wish to resist? I suspect what you carry is not merely cargo, but rather supplies for the treasonous rebels of Tianqing. If you continue to dawdle, it won't just be goods we confiscate. We shall detain people for thorough questioning." At his words, the members of the caravan stirred restlessly. As the captain, Liang Gu was hesitant to voice certain sentiments. Yet the underlings, being mere common porters and drivers, had no qualms about expressing their thoughts. "Indeed, my mother's health is frail. I cannot afford to be away for long. I would rather forfeit my wages for this trip than waste time here. If the guards take us, how easy will it be to escape? Brother Liang, what do you think?" Despite the cacophony of voices among his men, Liang Gu gritted his teeth, choosing silence in this moment. The disorder among his subordinates was his responsibility as captain. It reflected poorly on him. Should he lose his composure, it would tarnish the reputation of the entire caravan. In stark contrast to the turmoil of the caravan, the guards of the Chung family remained composed. their expressions betraying no sign of disturbance, though the guards stationed throughout the group subtly turned their heads towards the unfolding scene. Their attention was neither on the arrogant bodyguard, Lao Ba, nor on the beleaguered caravan leader, Liang Li, but rather on Qin Lu. At that moment, all the Tianshan-level assassins turned their gaze toward Qin Lu. Lao Ba merely observed the chaos of the caravan with a detached demeanor, sensing that the time was ripe for him to reap his own rewards. "Everyone, step aside," Lao Ba exclaimed, cracking his whip once more, which sent the burlap covering the crate tumbling down, revealing the seal at the crate's opening. The sight of the seal only heightened Lao Ba's excitement, prompting him to lash out again. A sharp crack echoed through the air, accompanied by a scream as an unfortunate member of the caravan clutched his bloodied face, collapsing in agony. The guards protecting the cargo hastily dispersed, taking refuge at a distance to avoid becoming collateral damage from Lao Ba's whip. Liang Li remained silent, merely dragging his fallen comrade away and maintaining a respectful distance. Qin Lu, however, did not utter a word. He fixated intently on Tiangu standing to the side, his expression inscrutable. At this moment, Lao Ba had climbed onto the cart, a sly grin spreading across his face as he prepared to tear open the seal on the crate. Having already pocketed an ingot of gold and silver, he now had a crate of unknown goods before him, eagerly awaiting his exploration. Lao Ba felt he had become the luckiest person in the entirety of Ruai City that day. Yet, as the saying goes, fortune can be fleeting. If one accumulates too much good luck at once, misfortune is never far behind. Chapter 49. Chaos. A flash of cold light pierced through the air, the seal on the box remaining intact, albeit splashed with the sudden spray of blood, as he beheld the severed arm soaring before him. Old Eight's face was etched with terror. Just as he prepared to unleash a cry of anguish, Tiangu's second sword strike came once more, swiftly and decisively severing his throat. Indeed, this day was remarkable for Old Eight, as fortune and calamity befell him simultaneously. With his throat slashed, his body crumpled helplessly to the ground, his lips quivering faintly as if attempting to convey some unspoken message. In the instant Old Eight collapsed, a strange smile flickered across Qin 16's face, and he commanded, "Execute." With the approval of their lord, the assassins masquerading as ordinary guards revealed their true ferocity, baring their fangs as they launched themselves at the nearest soldiers. Although the defenders of Ruai City were numerous, the soldiers stationed at the checkpoint numbered only a couple of hundred. To the Tian gang assassins, who had grown accustomed to slaughtering guards in Tongzhou City, the prospect of repeating their gruesome exploits in Ruai City posed no challenge at all. The clamor of clashing weapons and the cries of the dying filled the air, leaving Liang Li stunned in place while the members of the caravan scattered in a panic. Cheng Zi had, unbeknownst to anyone, slipped to Qin 16's side, while Tiangu plunged into the throng, commencing a savage massacre. Despite the soldiers holding a numerical advantage, few possessed the strength to withstand even a few blows from the Tian gang assassins. In merely a brief span, the defending soldiers had been nearly annihilated. The chaos at the checkpoint had already attracted the attention of the guards within the city walls, and the rhythmic beating of drums from the watchtower signaled the imminent assembly of the city's defenders. From the moment he executed the Old Eight to the reckless slaughter that ensued in the crowd, Qin 16's gaze upon him had never wavered. The perceptive Tiangu, adept at sensing the atmosphere, was acutely aware of Qin 16's scrutiny. However, he dared not defy it. The killing of Old Eight had been a unilateral decision on his part. Before Qin 16 had given any orders, he had rashly acted. An act that not only disrespected Qin 16, but also violated the established rules of the Dark Key Pavilion. The motive behind Tiangu's actions was straightforward. He had felt the weight of Qin 16's gaze upon him for too long, inducing a sense of unease. His heightened anxiety manifested in his dark internal energy, which began to show signs of becoming uncontrollable. Thus, in a fit of desperation, he resorted to violence, allowing his murderous intent to pour forth, while simultaneously seeking to alleviate the turmoil within him. Having said that, Liang Li clasped his hands together and turned to leave. Yet, the moment he took a step, he discovered that the right hand of the old Master Cheng was firmly pressed upon his shoulder. This pressure felt akin to a mountain descending upon him, rendering Liang Li immobile. The immense weight caused his legs to tremble uncontrollably, and beads of sweat poured down his back. Gritting his teeth, he managed to force out a few words through clenched jaws. "Old Master Cheng?" Though he detected a tone of pleading in Liang Li's voice, Qin 16 remained unyielding, instead intensifying his grip and responding in a deep voice. Captain Liang, the transportation of goods to the designated destination was an agreement established between us. The roads are currently in disarray, a predicament stemming from the shortcomings of your caravan. While it is understandable that you have struggled to manage the situation, I shall lend my assistance. The path has now been cleared. Where do you intend to venture next? As Qin Shirlio's grip tightened, Liang Guli's teeth clattered, sweat pouring from his brow like a spring. The ground bore the imprint of his shoes, and his gradually bending knees were tinged with a trace of blood. Liang Guli, devoid of the strength to utter even a single word through clenched teeth, could only listen to Qin Shirlio's words. This shipment is of utmost importance to me. If you help deliver it, you shall not be without your rewards. Should it fail to reach its destination, do not blame Cheng for his ruthlessness. The chilling tone echoed in his ears, and Liang Guli understood that his life hung by a thread. With a firm clenching of his jaw, he mustered the last of his breath and managed a slight nod. Though the movement of his head was minimal, it caught Qin Shirlio's attention. As Qin Shirliu released his hold, Liang Guli collapsed to the ground, gasping for air, a trickle of blood flowing from the corner of his mouth. Very well, my lord. Cheng Zi quickly responded, rushing to Liang Guli's side to assist him. With utmost seriousness, he implored, Captain Liang, please hasten to gather the nearest members of the group to escort us. Upon our arrival at the grand city of Tianqing, our Cheng family shall bestow an additional 5 gold ingots to each brother as a reward. Naturally, Captain Liang, we have further generous compensation for you. This was not merely a game of good cop and bad cop between Qin Shirliu and Cheng Zi, but rather a necessity. As the treasures of the Dark Key Pavilion were so abundant that without the protection of the caravan, the elite assassins of the Dark Key Pavilion could only transport a fraction of the wealth. With a forceful shove, Liang Guli pushed away Cheng Zi, shaking his head as he spoke. Do I have any other options? There's no need to mention heavy rewards. I merely hope that once we reach our destination, you will spare me. Liang Guli, a seasoned veteran, had observed during their earlier confrontation that many of the guards from the Qing family caravan wore human masks that, tainted by blood, were beginning to peel and detach. It was evident they were not legitimate warriors. To transport a consignment of equally dubious goods while preserving one's life was already a commendable achievement. Once Liang Guli's affairs were entrusted to Cheng Zi, Qin Shirliu turned his attention away from subsequent developments, focusing entirely on the city gates of Ruizhe City, where a gaunt figure, flickering with a dark light, was engaged in combat with the guards. Chapter 50. Breaching the city. Though he wished to flee, Tiangu ultimately could not summon the resolve to escape, for he sensed a chilling gaze fixed upon him from behind. It felt as if, should he stray from his path and fail to enter the city gates, that tyrannical assassin lord would leap forth in pursuit. In his heart, Tiangu held no respect for the newly appointed Lord Qin Shirliu, only fear. The reason was simple. Every movement and command issued by Qin Shirliu was beyond Tiangu's comprehension. Back in Tongzhou City, he had slain his mission leader, Tian Ming, yet upon encountering him, Qin Shirliu refrained from mentioning the incident. Not only did he not bring it up, but he also gasped in surprise at the sight of Tiangu, exclaiming, "Oh!" Even now, echoes of their past conversations occasionally resonate in Tiangu's ears. Despite Qin Shirliu's consistent demeanor over the past few days, Tiangu's anxiety remains unabated. Deep within his heart lies a notion he is nearly certain of yet dares not contemplate, that Qin Shirliu has already discerned his newly acquired status as a grandmaster, but chooses to remain silent about it. Just moments ago, as Lao Ba was about to unseal the box, Qin Shirliu exhibited an unexpected calmness, his gaze unwaveringly fixed upon him. Although Tiangu remains unaware of the reason behind Qin Shirliu's intense scrutiny at that moment, it undeniably stirred a tumult within his internal energy. To avert an uncontrollable surge of his internal force, Tiangu resolved to act preemptively. As he launched an assault on Lao Ba, he simultaneously alleviated his own tension and maximized the release of his murderous aura. The internal energy of a grandmaster does not arise from nothing. It requires a specific medium to be effectively harnessed. For instance, Yu Huaying channels his internal energy through the tiger's might derived from his practiced tiger break fist, while Qi Jiao invokes his internal energy through his sword's aura. Qin Shirliu, conversely, unleashes his bloodthirst by drawing upon the fury within his chest. Tiangu's internal energy is similarly activated by his murderous intent. Thus, when he exhausts his murderous aura to its fullest, the medium to channel his internal energy ceases to exist, alleviating any fears of losing control. After the assassins of the Dark Key Pavilion concluded their battle with the checkpoint guards, Tian-gu discovered, to his chagrin, that Qin Shilu had once more turned his attention towards him. As Tian-gu plunged into the throng, engaging with the soldiers, he sensed a faint yet persistent aura fixating upon him. However, at that moment, his murderous intent was palpable, and with enemies surrounding him, he could not afford to maintain his focus on Qin Shilu's movements. What he could not accept, however, was that after the battle had concluded and he had reigned in his presence, Qin Shilu was still observing him. Tian-gu was an assassin, one accustomed to operating under the cover of night. Confronting adversaries openly during the day was hardly the conduct of a killer, let alone brazenly intruding upon the enemy's stronghold. Yet, upon meeting the emotionless gaze of Qin Shilu, he found himself once again capitulating. He didn't even utter a request for an assassin's assistance from Qin Shilu, instead opting to dash directly toward the gates of Ruai City. After Tian-gu's departure, Cheng Zi and the Tian gang-level assassins present began to silently mourn for him. Unable to discern the underlying implications, they merely assumed that Qin Shilu was enraged by Tian-gu's reckless assault, hence assigning him an impossible task. The official road traversed by the Qing family's merchant convoy lay outside the eastern wall of Ruai City, a mere half a mile from the city gates. The terrain beyond the city was flat and open, and the guards within had long since noticed the bloodied figure of Tian-gu. Before he could reach the entrance, arrows began to rain down upon him from the walls. The guards within the city are still mustering, and the bustling east gate of Ruai City, once filled with merchants and common folk, now lies deserted. Witnessing such a gruesome scene of battle, the citizens and traders have long since scattered in fear. At this moment, the area outside the city gate is eerily vacant, with only small groups of guards forming a slow procession. Thus, Tian-gu stands out remarkably. Clad in the uniform of the Qing merchant convoy, his attire stained with blood as he strides boldly toward the gate. An act that can only be seen as a provocation to the guards of Ruai City. Tian-gu is acutely aware of his conspicuousness, yet feels utterly powerless. Qin Shilu's gaze persistently lingers upon him, even while he exerts pressure on Liang Guli. Qin Shilu multitasks with ease, berating Liang Guli while keeping a vigilant watch on Tian-gu's retreating figure, weighing the lesser of two evils. Tian-gu makes a swift comparison between the threat posed by Qin Shilu behind him and the guards of Ruai City before him. He concludes that Qin Shilu is the more formidable adversary, mounted on horseback, should Tian-gu attempt to flee. Qin Shilu could pursue him and cover the distance of half a mile in mere breaths. Although both he and Qin Shilu are grandmasters, Tian-gu is acutely aware of his own shortcomings as a fledgling practitioner, lacking even the foundational techniques to enhance his inner energy. He understands that he cannot be equated with a master of Qin Shilu's caliber, who stands at the pinnacle of the martial world. Thus, he has no choice but to confront the guards of Ruai City. While the might of a grandmaster is formidable, it remains finite, and there is no escaping the encirclement of a military force. However, the Rise defenders had yet to form a cohesive unit. They remained scattered. If he could dash through before they organized themselves, he could then blend into the city, relying on his years of experience as an assassin to remain undetected. Thus, Tian-gu, with a conflicted expression, evaded the rain of arrows against the wall, quickening his pace as he charged towards the eastern gate of Rai City. Along the way, he encountered small groups of soldiers but did not linger to fight. Channeling his internal energy into his sword, he cleaved through the leading soldier and took advantage of the ensuing chaos to slip past. For a moment, none could impede his advance. Chapter 51. The scheme. As Tian-gu neared the city, a cold smile crept across Qin Shilu's lips. He immediately spurred his horse towards the gate. Qin Shilu's sudden departure startled the members of the Qing merchant caravan, particularly as they witnessed him racing towards the entrance. Their hearts leapt into their throats, although they doubted Tian-gu's ability to claim a victory amidst the enemy ranks. They had to acknowledge that their opportunity to regroup their scattered allies and reorganize their goods was entirely thanks to Tian-gu's solitary distraction of the defenders. At this moment, Liang Guli also paused his work, narrowing his eyes as he fixed his gaze on Qin Shilu's retreating figure. If Qin Shilu indeed drew the defenders towards him, Liang could seize the chance to escape. For him, being pursued by an entire city's garrison was far safer than traveling alongside Qin Shilu and his group. With so many members in the caravan, there was bound to be someone who could evade capture when the defenders arrived. If Qin 16 were to seek his life, he would find himself devoid of any chance of survival. The distance between the Chung family's merchant convoy and the city gate was already minimal, and the guards stationed below, engaged in a fierce battle with Tian-gu, naturally took note of Qin 16's approach. The guards shared a similar sentiment. A merchant convoy that had attacked the checkpoint suddenly sent forth an individual, presumably to assist the beleaguered Tiangu. Consequently, numerous arrows were released from the arrow towers atop the city walls, aimed squarely at Qin 16. In stark contrast to the thoughts of those around him, Tiangu's expression darkened, his mind ringing with alarm. What was Qin 16's true intention in rushing towards him at this moment? Faced with the sporadic arrows released from the towers, Qin 16 could not be bothered to draw his blade. Instead, he allowed a trace of bloodthirst to envelop his arm, sweeping away the nearby arrows before taking an unexpected action that astonished everyone present. Upon hearing Qin 16's proclamation, Tiangu's face instantly darkened ominously. Qin 16's tactic of targeting the heart was executed with finesse. By publicly declaring that his mission was to eliminate the vice commander of the guards, Yin Kong, he ensured that as long as Tiangu remained alive, Yin Kong would have neither the energy nor the inclination to send troops in pursuit of the merchant convoy. Moreover, Qin 16 timed his declaration impeccably, almost simultaneously as Tiangu breached the city. The soldiers outside were already few in number, and Tiangu refrained from fleeing towards the exterior because Qin 16 loomed threateningly behind him. Once Tiangu entered the city, the soldiers swiftly surrounded the breach at the city gate, preventing any escape for the enemy, thus sealing Tiangu's fate within the city walls. At this moment, Qin 16 declared that Tiangu's target was Yin Kong, effectively severing the escape routes for both Tiangu and Yin Kong. Upon entering the city, Tiangu's primary objective was undoubtedly to extricate himself from the conflict. Once he evaded the pursuit of the defending forces, he possessed his own methods of swiftly concealing himself. However, Yin Kang's situation was different. He was acutely aware of his own transgressions and recognized that he had stumbled upon insurmountable adversity. The opposition had openly threatened retaliation, leaving him with no recourse. The crucial point was that the assassin dispatched by the enemy had managed to breach the encirclement of his troops and had even managed to eliminate several of them. While this was partly due to the hasty assembly and incomplete encirclement, the presence of such a skilled assassin lurking within the city, with the intent on taking his life, was something Yin Kong could not endure. Consequently, Yin Kong would undoubtedly mobilize all available forces to hunt down and eliminate Tiangu. This development would grant Qin 16 and his merchant convoy ample time to depart from the confines of Rui's city. Master. No, my lord, everything is prepared, Chengzi remarked, approaching Qin 16 and bowing respectfully. Having been fully involved in the plan to annihilate the lord of Tongzhou City, he had already grasped the entirety of the situation. During their time in Tongzhou City, the Anyao Pavilion had thoroughly investigated the details of the city's defending forces in order to deal with Kong Ji, even bribing some low-ranking soldiers to provide them with intelligence. The city's defending forces typically had 2 or 3 deputy commanders, and in an effort to disperse power, the city lord appointed deputies who were often not in sync with the commander, with their main tents established in different locations. Given that the main encampment of the defending forces at the East City Gate belonged to Yin Kong, it followed that the other commanders would not be in close proximity. At present, Yin Kong finds himself ensnared in a dire predicament. Even if the other commanders arrive with the intent to divide their forces and pursue the merchant convoy led by Qin Shilu, Yin Kong would resolutely obstruct them at all costs. He must concentrate the entire city's military strength to apprehend Tiangu, for otherwise, he would be unable to find a moment's rest. Although Tiangu's impulsive actions were motivated by concern for the merchant convoy, and his circumstances left him with no better alternatives, it remains a moot point now. Who would expend energy worrying over what has already transpired? Unperturbed by Chengzi's increasingly obsequious demeanor, Qin Shilu surveyed the merchant convoy's preparations and spoke in a measured tone. Let us depart. Inform Liang Guli that they should not rest tonight. We shall travel through the night until we have left the borders of Rui's. Understood, Chengzi replied, maintaining a respectful bow throughout. Given the recent skirmish, a night march was inevitable. The 5 ingots of gold promised to their aides were not a mere gift, and Liang Guli dared not resist. Chengzi found himself somewhat speechless. Even if Tiangu managed to survive, he would hardly return to seek out this fearsome lord. Though internally vexed, Chengzi maintained an impassive expression and quietly responded, "Yes, my lord." Chapter 52. Return to Wanglu in the days that followed. The group worked in unison to advance their journey, and as they drew ever closer to the royal capital of Tianqing, Qin Shilu's thoughts gradually shifted toward the situation concerning Sheng Xian. Right, Protector, do we have any news from the scouts? This marked Qin Shiliu's third inquiry of the day regarding Tianqing's status. Cheng Zi hurriedly approached, shaking his head as he replied, Lord, there is still no sign of activity beyond the city walls. Since the members of the caravan had already discerned that Qin Shiliu and Cheng Zi were not mere ordinary merchants. They no longer concealed their identities with titles such as Lord and Steward, instead addressing each other by their respective titles within the Shadow Key Pavilion. The employers of the Shadow Key Pavilion were scattered throughout the entire Xingxing Kingdom, possessing their own networks of communication. Although the spies within Tianqing City could no longer relay information, Cheng Zi had strategically placed numerous informants outside the city. Qin Shiliu waved his hand, prompting Cheng Zi to step back willingly. Having suffered a considerable setback, Tiangu was unlikely to relent easily. Wanglu City was the first city Qin Shiliu reached after departing from Tiansheng, and the most prominent family within that city was none other than the Shao family, the maternal lineage of Shao Muxue. Having abducted their daughter and subsequently abandoned her in the underground of Tongzhou City, Qin Shiliu found himself lacking the face to confront the Shao family, even though he now donned a human skin mask, rendering his embarrassment moot. Thus, throughout this journey, he maintained a considerable distance from Qin Shiliu, exuding an air of surrender to whatever fate might befall him. As the merchant convoy approached the foot of Wanglu City, the throngs on the official road grew increasingly dense. Being the nearest city to Tiansheng, it had become a hub for merchants from across the nation, with a significant portion remaining in Wanglu City. Once news of Tiansheng opening its gates spread, they would surge northward from Wanglu, eager to flood the royal capital with their goods. Unlike the Lord of Ruai City, who displayed a rather unsightly demeanor, the Shao family maintained a more dignified control over Wanglu. The city of Wanglu clearly supports the faction of King Li, and naturally, it would not establish any checkpoints under the pretense of searching for traitors. However, as the Cheng family caravan, led by Qin 16, approached, they discovered that the official road outside Wanglu City had been completely blocked. The congestion there surpassed even that of Ruai City, which had set up actual checkpoints. Cheng Zi hurriedly ran forward, and after a brief whispered conversation with Liang Guli, the two of them merged into the crowd to inquire about the situation. The small villages surrounding Tianqing City were already overflowing, forcing most of the caravans to concentrate within Wanglu City. Yet, for several days prior, the inns and hotels within the city had become overcrowded, leaving many caravans with no place to stay. Consequently, they set up tents along the roads within the city, severely disrupting normal traffic and order. Thus, early this morning, the guards of Wanglu expelled the excess caravans from the city, with nowhere else to go. These expelled caravans were left to crowd the sides of the official road. As more and more gathered, the situation escalated, ultimately leading to the complete occupation of the thoroughfare. Upon learning of the actual circumstances, Qin 16 found himself in a quandary. He was familiar with Wanglu City and had some knowledge of the Shao family's practices. Although the Lord of Wanglu was not a member of the Shao family by name, he was, in essence, a collateral relative, and the entire city was aligned with the Shao family's interests. Thus, unlike the Lord of Ruai City, who set up checkpoints to intercept caravans for short-term gains, the Shao family would not resort to such measures. However, this led to another dilemma. When such a phenomenon occurred outside the city, the authorities of Wanglu displayed an attitude of indifference, as if the situation did not concern them at all. Under the governance of the Shao family, Wanglu City places great emphasis on commerce and champions freedom. As long as the flow of merchants remains uninterrupted, their establishments such as hotels, inns, and casinos will thrive. And all they need to do is maintain order within the city. As for the congestion outside its walls, they choose to remain blissfully ignorant. At this moment, Cheng Zi found himself in a quandary. He was acutely aware of the wealth of the Dark Key Pavilion, but merely shook his head and said, I have already inquired with Liang Guli. He mentioned that the ground surrounding Wanglu City is too soft, making it easy for our heavy-laden carts to sink beneath the surface. Cheng Zi left the rest of his thoughts unspoken, as he knew Qin Shiliu understood him well. Right, Guardian. I entrust the merchant convoy to your care for the time being. I shall enter the city for a while. With a sense of resolve, Qin Shiliu furrowed his brow and instructed Cheng Zi. Time was of the essence, for the young princess remained underground in Tongzhou City, and Qin Shiliu was reluctant to face any further delays. While he was disinclined to associate with the Shao family, it was evident that only they held the capability to assist him at this juncture. Chapter 53. Shao Kuang. In stark contrast to the congestion on the official road outside the city, the gates of Wanglu City, under the vigilant watch of the guards, maintained an orderly appearance. Qin Shilu passed through the city gates without significant delay. Once within the city, he rode forth, swiftly locating the Shao family estate where he had previously taken refuge. Under the astonished gaze of the gatekeeper, he removed the human skin mask from his face and boldly walked inside. The young princess suddenly lost contact with her family, and naturally, the Shao family could not remain indifferent. On that day, Qin Shilu's display of prowess at Tongxiang Tower was rather conspicuous. It was evident to anyone with a modicum of intelligence that Qin Shilu was the one who rescued Xiao Muxue. After all, there was only one grandmaster enveloped in blood-red energy. Taking a delicate sip from his cup of tea, Qin Shilu slowly began to speak. The princess is quite safe with me. Given the current uncertain circumstances, it would be prudent, as per the prince's instructions, for the princess to remain in Tongho City, which is in closest proximity to Yuxiao Mountain. He emphasized the name Yuxiao Mountain, hoping to glean something from Xiao Kuang's expression. Unfortunately, Qin Shilu was met with disappointment. The young master of the Xiao family seemed to possess less knowledge about Yuxiao Mountain than he did. What does Muxue have to do with Yuxiao Mountain? Xiao Kuang asked, his face a mask of confusion. Nothing of consequence. This is merely the prince's arrangement. The princess herself concurs with this decision. She does not intend to leave Tongzhou City for the time being. Qin Shilu replied with an air of nonchalance, attributing everything to the Prince of Li. Upon hearing the title of the Prince of Li, a deeper frown creased Xiao Kuang's brow. The Xiao family was bound to the Prince of Li as allies, and now, with the city of Tianqing sealed for so long, there had been no news from him aside from the edict against the demonic cultivators. This silence placed immense pressure on the Xiao family, which had aligned itself with the Prince of Li. Is it true that Brother Qin has taken control of the Dark Key Pavilion? Xiao Kuang inquired, forcefully pushing aside his concerns for his family's future to voice his most pressing question. As one of the prominent local aristocratic families, the Xiao clan is no stranger to the reputation of the Dark Key Pavilion, having even engaged in transactions during the era of Qi Jiao. Qin Shilu displayed a non-committal expression and nodded, stating that it was merely a fortuitous coincidence, although he had already devised a plan in his heart. Upon hearing Qin Shilu's admission, Xiao Kuang couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. The Dark Key Pavilion is merely a force within the martial world. Despite the presence of the Grandmaster Qi Jiao, it remains inconsequential in the eyes of many powerful families. This is primarily due to the pavilion's history of only accepting vendetta assignments from smaller clans or martial factions, thus lacking prominence in the upper echelons of Xingxin Nation. Whenever tasks involving officials and nobles arose, Qi Jiao would invariably decline to take them on. The lord of Tongzhou City, Kong Ji, and his relative Kong Hohu had never even heard of such an organization. However, everything changed after Qin Shilu ascended to leadership of the Dark Key Pavilion. In the span of a single night, 500 guards were slaughtered, and the lord of Tongzhou was coerced into leaving the city gates wide open throughout the night, without arranging for any guards to stand watch. Such overwhelming power no longer resembled that of a mere martial faction. With the disappearance of the Xiao clan's princess in Tongzhou, and the lord's ostentatious efforts to seal the city in search of her, the Xiao family could not remain oblivious. Yet, given the unpredictable nature of the situation, cities across the region began amassing troops, leaving them with no choice but to discreetly send reinforcements. Eventually, Tongzhou opened its gates, and whispers spread through the martial world announcing a new development. The leadership of the Dark Key Pavilion had changed. A master-level expert named Qin Fun had succeeded Qi Jiao and successfully claimed the position. Qin Fun is a fugitive explicitly wanted by the Heavenly Master's house, with Qin Changsong publicly proclaiming that Qin Fun is merely a substitute and bodyguard arranged for Master Qin Shilu of the Qin family, a mere servant of the clan. Yet, this lowly servant has audaciously stolen the treasured Heavenly Master's order, prompting a nationwide bounty for his capture. As a member of Princely S faction, and having once sheltered Qin Shilu, Xiao Kuang harbored plans upon receiving the news from the Dark Key Pavilion regarding Qin Fun. Given Brother Qin's current influence, my sister is perhaps safer in your company, Xiao Kuang lamented, reflecting on the uncertainty of the future with the outcome of the struggle between Prince Li and the Emperor still undecided. Should Prince Li falter, the Xiao family would undoubtedly face dire consequences. Thus, Xiao Muxue's presence with Qin Shilu is arguably more secure than remaining within the Xiao household. I have come today with a request for Brother Zhao's assistance, Qin Shilu stated directly after their preliminary pleasantries. What is it? Speak freely, Brother Qin, Xiao Kuang replied, his expression turning earnest. Technically, Qin Shilu is also aligned with Prince Li, who had once saved his life. Now, with Qin Shilu rescuing Xiao Muxue, he has proven himself worthy of trust. Observers could easily discern the mutual affection between Qin Shilu and Xiao Muxue during their time together in Wanglu City. Should Prince Li's rebellion fail and he be executed in the capital, the Xiao clan would similarly face eradication. In such a scenario, as an elder brother, Xiao Kuang would indeed consider entrusting Xiao Muxue to Qin Shilu. As long as Qin 16's requests are not excessively demanding, Xiao Kuang will certainly acquiesce. It is not a significant matter. Qin 16 smiled broadly and began to speak softly, expressing that some of his goods and companions have temporarily found themselves without a place to go, and he wishes for Xiao to arrange a spot for them to settle within the city. Certainly. Xiao Kuang's teacup trembled slightly in his hand, a bead of cold sweat forming on his brow as he responded with a wry smile. Although Wanglu City is currently quite crowded, it is not beyond his capacity, as the young master of the Xiao family, to find accommodations for ordinary individuals. However, would those who follow Qin 16 be mere commoners? Chapter 54. The peculiar riding alone for several dozen miles. Qin 16 arrived at the foot of the majestic capital of Xingxin. From a distance, he observed the towering city walls, brimming with armed guards, exuding a solemnity that forbade intrusion. Maintaining a respectful distance from Tiansheng City, Qin 16 navigated the small forests outside the city, trotting his horse slowly as he surveyed the scene before him. The area surrounding the city walls was desolate, devoid of human presence. Even a few merchants waiting on the outskirts dared not approach too closely. The grim reminder of past events lay in the nearby corpses, marked by the distinctive falcon arrows of the Imperial Guard. During broad daylight, an attempt to breach the heavily fortified capital of Tiansheng would be an act only a fool would dare undertake. Fortunately, Qin 16 arrived at a fortuitous moment. After only a few hours of waiting, darkness enveloped the land. With a glint of determination in his eyes, he mounted the fine steed borrowed from the Xiao family and galloped once more toward the outskirts of Tiansheng, tethering his horse in the dense thicket beyond the city. Qin Shilu donned the stealth attire of the Dark Key Pavilion and stealthily approached the city wall. Unlike ordinary city fortifications, the walls of Tiansheng, being the royal capital, possessed a distinctive stature. Although Qin Shilu was born within the confines of Tiansheng, he had scarcely paid attention to the precise height of its walls. Only upon reaching the base of the wall, leaning against the ancient stones, did he realize that the fortifications of this royal capital towered over Tianjong, making effortless ascent a formidable challenge. Gazing up at the daunting elevation, Qin Shilu let out a soft sigh and retrieved two newly acquired daggers, exchanged just moments ago in Wanglu City. A faint aura of bloodlust was awakened, clinging to the blades, which emitted a subtle crimson glow, rendering them somewhat conspicuous in the darkness. The sound of iron meeting stone resonated faintly as the daggers, ensnared by the bloodlust, penetrated the solid wall as easily as piercing through tofu. Gripping the hilts firmly, with his legs dangling in the air, Qin Shilu confirmed the daggers could bear his weight. He then began to ascend, alternating between the two daggers as he drove them into the wall. After a quarter of an hour, beads of sweat adorned his brow, and upon glancing upward, he realized he had scarcely scaled half the distance. The impending task of descending the wall using the same method to infiltrate the city cast a shadow over his countenance. If Tiangu was a master of the wild, forged through unorthodox means, then Qin Shilu was a master who had emerged through sheer determination from the most arduous of paths. In the realm of martial arts, it is common for practitioners to possess some degree of lightness in their footwork. However, individuals like Qin Shilu, who possess immense inner strength yet lack any martial skills, relying solely on their prowess in assassination, are truly exceptional. He lamented to himself, wishing he had sought instruction from Cheng Zi and the others in the art of agility. Before embarking on his journey, he indeed contemplated learning some lightness techniques from the assassins of the Dark Key Pavilion, for when it comes to scaling walls and traversing rooftops, few are as adept as them. Even Cheng Zi, the right protector of the Dark Key Pavilion, though not particularly skilled in combat, could effortlessly leap over a few low walls to escape danger. Yet, Qin Shilu found it difficult to voice his request. As a distinguished grandmaster and the leader of the assassins, admitting his lack of agility to his subordinates was beyond his pride. Reluctantly, he resorted to the most primitive method, crawling. Regrettably, he underestimated the height of the city walls and overestimated the reach of his arms. Thus, a rather comical scene unfolded. The once feared leader of the Dark Key Pavilion appeared akin to a gecko, awkwardly clinging to the outer wall, inching his way upward. After nearly an incense stick's worth of time, Qin Shilu finally reached the top of the city wall, drenched in sweat. He peered over the edge for a moment, ensuring that the Imperial Guards had yet to patrol this area, before gracefully leaping onto the walkway atop the wall. His garments were entirely drenched in sweat, and the once efficient stealth attire from the Dark Key Pavilion had now become a burden. The soaked fabric reflected the moonlight incessantly, alerting the nearby Imperial Guards to the presence of a suspicious figure. The flickering light of torches drew closer, accompanied by the rhythmic sound of marching footsteps intermingled with the clanking of armor. Qin Shilu's hands trembled uncontrollably. A silent realization struck him. This was not good. His trembling was not born of fear, but rather from the exertion of climbing the wall. Unlike those warriors who had trained in martial arts since childhood, Qin Shilu had never truly enhanced his physical prowess. His uniqueness lay in the lethal mindset he had cultivated through countless brushes with death, coupled with the increasingly potent malevolence that festered within him. Although he had made a conscious effort to improve his physical fitness after leaving the Heavenly Prosperity, his condition had only marginally improved. He was still far from robust. Having scaled a Tinjiang High City wall in one go, his arms had naturally reached their limits. Despite feeling somewhat fatigued, he was still capable of contending with a mere 1 or 2 squads of city guards. His greatest strength did not lie in sheer physical force, but rather in his unparalleled mastery of internal energy and his acute understanding of his adversaries' mindsets, particularly the mindset of one facing death, which constituted the essence of his lethal techniques. As the footsteps grew ever closer, the flickering light of torches illuminated the corridors on either side. At this moment, Qin Shilu found himself with no avenue for retreat. Even if he were to leap out now, clinging to the city wall, his feeble arms would scarcely provide support. Should he fall, the commotion would be considerable. Regardless of whether it results in death or injury, Qin Shilu is unwilling to accept either outcome at this moment. Though he wishes to stealthily infiltrate the city and inquire with King Li about the whereabouts of Xiaomu Xue, the current circumstances do not permit him to follow his original plan. Taking a deep breath, he attempts to restore the excessive energy he has expended. After 3 breaths, the footsteps pause, and the torch of the Imperial Guards casts its light directly upon Qin Shilu's face. In that instant, his eyes suddenly widen, revealing a glimmer of sinister bloodlust. A malevolent aura envelopes him as a short dagger is swiftly brandished, poised to claim the life of the leading guard before him. However, just as Qin Shilu's murderous gaze fixates on the guard's visage, he abruptly halts, the dagger now mere inches from the guard's throat. Before him lies a gaunt face, skin stretched tightly over the bones, appearing so withered that it seems it might peel away with the slightest touch. The eye sockets are devoid of any white, presenting only a hollow abyss of darkness. Chapter 55. Ghost City. The sight before him sends a shiver down Qin Shilu's spine. Following the lead guard, he observes that all the soldiers exhibit this same eerie appearance. The night breeze carries a chilling, malevolent air. Sheathing his dagger, the soldiers pass by him, seemingly oblivious to his presence, their hollow eye sockets betraying no sign of awareness. As one squad of guards retreats, another approaches from a different direction, prompting Qin Shilu to turn his head. Before the dim silhouettes emerge, the faint glow of fire and the stench of decay precede them. Covering his mouth and nose with his sleeve, Qin Shilu fought against the wave of nausea as he fixated on the direction of the approaching footsteps. The flickering flames illuminated the scene, and the 2nd Battalion of the Imperial Guards finally came into view. A flash of crimson light passed by, and Qin Shilu brandished his dagger, positioning himself once more before the leading soldier. As before, the entire battalion came to a halt upon encountering his obstruction. The stench of decaying corpses was overwhelmingly pervasive, and the damp fabric of his sleeve offered no reprieve. Lowering his arm, he began to hold his breath. Although the foul odor was momentarily absent, the queasiness in his stomach intensified upon witnessing the soldiers' appearances. His endurance had reached its limits. Sidestepping, Qin Shilu leaned against the city wall and retched over the edge. With the obstruction removed, the battalion of guards resumed their orderly march, advancing onward. This was not a testament to his lack of fortitude. He had weathered the storms of bloodshed and carnage before. A mere whiff of repugnance and the ghastly stench of corpses should have been bearable. What truly unsettled Qin Shilu was the faint yet discernible breath emanating from the nearly lifeless bodies of the guards. Once again, the sound of marching footsteps echoed from afar. And unwilling to confront that chilling sight again, Qin Shilu steeled his resolve and leaped onto the inner wall of the city, beginning his descent. His arms trembled uncontrollably, and the acidity in his stomach had yet to settle. Qin Shiro's expression was as dark as the depths of water. His eyes filled with suspicion and dread at the horrifying scene unfolding in the capital of the Xingxin Kingdom. Had it not been for his concern for Xiao Muxue, trapped within Tongzhou City and unable to escape, he would have already leaped to the other side of the wall, fleeing in panic. For Qin 16, the pressing concern was to swiftly infiltrate the Li Wang mansion and ascertain the means to assist Xiao Muxue in extricating herself from the clutches of the Yuxiao mountain cultivators. As for the occurrences within the city, he had no desire to know, nor the courage to inquire. With a plan forming in his mind, Qin 16's movements became increasingly nimble. Before long, he had descended more than halfway down, wiping the beads of sweat from his brow with one hand. However, upon glancing downward, he abruptly halted. The unsettling sights on the city wall were profoundly disconcerting. Thus, Qin 16 had not taken the opportunity to observe the conditions within the city closely. Yet, this fleeting glimpse intensified his trembling hands as cold sweat began to seep from his palms, making it nearly impossible to maintain a firm grip on the dagger wedged into the wall's crevice. Below the city wall, the entirety of Tiansheng City lay shrouded in darkness, devoid of any glimmer of light. Straining to listen, he discerned no sounds in the wind. All noise and illumination emanated solely from the lifeless corpses atop the wall. Having grown up in Tiansheng, Qin 16 was intimately familiar with the city, where the vibrant nightlife of the royal capital was beyond the wildest imaginings of the denizens of smaller towns. A scene of revelry and merriment, where music and dance flourished, was the essence of a thriving Tiansheng. Although the city had been sealed off for quite some time due to the strife for imperial power, it was inconceivable for such a complete silence to pervade the city. Even the central imperial city was engulfed in an eerie stillness. Not only were his hands trembling, but his entire body began to quiver as well, not from physical exhaustion, but from a genuine fear that had gripped him. Inheriting the so-called lineage of the celestial master, Qin 16 indeed possessed the extraordinary ability to resurrect beyond the bounds of common sense. Transformed into a desiccated corpse, he would die, only to be revived as a dried cadaver once more, experiencing death again. Should matters truly unfold in such a manner, what awaited him would be a fate far worse than death itself. An intense inner struggle arose within Qin 16. Should he stay or depart? Ultimately, his obsession with Xiao Muxue eclipsed the fear that gripped his heart. Gritting his teeth, Qin 16 swiftly descended. His determination to remain was not solely rooted in his inability to part with the young princess. There was another compelling reason: Yu Huayin. The fact that news could emanate from within the city indicated the involvement of Yu Huayin. If Yu Huayin could traverse in and out of Tiansheng City with ease, then so could he. Although Qin 16 was no match for Yu Huayin in direct confrontation, he would not falter when it came to stealth. In truth, the messages relayed by Yu Huayin had emerged nearly 10 days prior. At that time, the situation within the city was perhaps not as dire as it was now. Yet, these objective factors were cast aside by Qin 16, for he lacked the courage to ponder deeply. Carefully scaling the city wall, his stealth attire became increasingly damp. Fortunately, the moon hung on the outer side of the city, allowing him to remain concealed in the shadows beneath the wall, rendering him less conspicuous. Leaning against the city wall, holding his breath, Qin 16 gazed ahead, where silence reigned. Not even the sound of barking dogs or scurrying rats could be heard. In this moment, the only sound he could discern was the frantic beating of his own heart. If death were to come, so be it. He was not one to fear death. Silently whispering a few encouraging words to himself, Qin 16 stealthily traversed the desolate streets. He dared not tread close to the curb, for he was uncertain of the lurking dangers within the houses that lined the way. Nor did he dare to harness his internal energy, for its blood-red hue would render him the sole beacon of light in this forsaken city. Do not perish, do not perish, do not perish. Qin 16 chanted fervently within, his thoughts not centered on his own survival, but rather on King Li. Should King Li, like the soldiers upon the city wall, become a lifeless husk, his journey would be in vain. Despite his efforts to avoid the houses flanking the street, maintaining his course down the center, he could not escape drawing near to a few of the residences at the corners. Yet, on those rare occasions of proximity, he sensed a faint vitality wafting from within, reminiscent of the desiccated soldiers on the wall. His pace quickened, a tear welling at the corner of his eye, and his lips began to tremble involuntarily. Finally uttering a barely audible whisper, "The royal residence is truly far beyond measure." Chapter 56. The corpse, though he had deliberately chosen the southern city wall. Conveniently close to King Li's estate, the vastness of Tianshang City led Qin 16 to wander aimlessly for nearly an hour before arriving at the king's abode. Drenched in sweat, the sight that greeted him was one of desolation. The grand entrance was riddled with cracks and stood ajar, clearly having been forcefully breached by siege engines. The courtyard was desolate, strewn with various debris. Armor, shattered swords, and bloodstains marked the surroundings, yet conspicuously absent were any corpses. A sense of alarm surged within Qin Shirlu, heightening his vigilance to its zenith. Throughout his journey, the houses he had passed were steeped in silence, but none had been ravaged to the extent of the Li royal residence. Recalling the layout, Qin Shirlu navigated swiftly within the mansion, harboring disbelief that the Prince of Li could have perished so easily. The intricate schemes of the Li royal family, meticulously crafted over 2 decades, were all entwined with the fate of the prince alone. How could he dare to die? In his previous stay at the royal mansion, Qin Shirlu had once faced an assassination attempt. After vanquishing the assailant, the prince had permitted him to reside in his chamber, not on the prince's own bed, but rather in a hidden room beneath the ground, bearing the weight of the rise and fall of the Li clan. The prince was unlikely to have left no contingency plans. Upon witnessing the dilapidated royal estate, Qin Shirlu did not turn away. He understood that within the Li mansion, numerous secret doors and passageways remained concealed. Though adept at navigating the intricacies of the royal estate, Qin Shirlu was not particularly skilled in locating hidden chambers. However, his companions were all experts, well-versed in the tasks of extermination and adept at handling clandestine affairs. Finding a hidden door would be no formidable challenge. Gently pushing open the prince's chamber door, he peered through the narrow opening, observing nothing amiss before stepping inside and slowly closing the door behind him. In a few swift strides, he approached the bed, lifting the curtain and peering beneath, intent on discovering the entrance to the underground passage. At the very moment when Qin Shirlu's head rested upon the ground, a pair of shadowy eyes suddenly emerged from beneath the bed, swaying slightly. In an instant, a flash of crimson appeared. Qin Shirlu pressed his hands against the floor, abruptly recoiling and retreating to the edge of the bedroom. Beads of sweat, as large as soybeans, cascaded down his cheek, his heart racing uncontrollably. The already taut nerves of Qin Shirlu were nearly shattered by the fright he had just experienced. His gaze flickered uncertainly, and he drew forth 2 daggers, gripping them tightly in his hands. His eyes fixated intently on the movement beneath the bed, while his mind incessantly devised strategies for confrontation. Something lurked beneath the bed. This was the sole certainty Qin Shirlu possessed at that moment. At such a close proximity, he felt no trace of life emanating from it, indicating that the entity was not a living creature. Yet, it moved nonetheless, its head swaying slightly as their gazes locked. A monster guarded the entrance to the underground passage, remaining vigilant even within the confines of the closed bedroom, suggesting it had likely accompanied someone here. The soldiers who had breached the Li royal residence should have been in their right minds, and the bloodstains on the ground served as irrefutable evidence. After all, how could a corpse bleed? As for the creature concealed beneath the bed, it might very well be a follower of the Li prince who ventured into the secret chamber, only to be transformed into this grotesque form just as he was about to unlock the hidden door due to some unforeseen anomaly. Speculation, however, remained mere conjecture. To unveil the truth, one must investigate with their own eyes. Qin Shirlu focused his energy into the blade, unleashing a crimson arc of knife energy that cleaved the bed in 2. The sudden impact caused the creature beneath to slowly rise to an upright position. Surrounded by a chilling aura of malevolence, Qin 16 resolutely steadied his mind, utilizing the faint bloodlight emanating from himself to gaze ahead. He had mentally prepared himself for this moment. Even if confronted with the desiccated form of the King of Li, he believed he could withstand it. However, when the true visage of the creature before him was finally revealed, he was taken aback. The figure illuminated by his bloodlight was none other than the illustrious master of the Tiger Split Fist, the leader of the horse gang, Yu Huayin. At this moment, Yu Huayin appeared slightly better than the corpses of the guards atop the city wall. His body was emaciated, yet not to an extreme degree. Whether this was due to a shorter duration of corpse-like transformation or the inherent robustness of a grandmaster's physique, his facial features remained somewhat recognizable. His body was covered in splinters from a shattered bed, and the corpse of Yu Huayin merely shifted its position, rising from a crouch to stand upright, his hollow eye sockets staring vacantly ahead, devoid of any further movement. The sight of Yu Huayin's countenance brought an unsettling feeling to Qin 16, prompting him to discreetly sidestep, evading the uncertain gaze of Yu Huayin. Yet, the moment Qin 16 took that step, the corpse of Yu Huayin stirred. His head tilted slightly, and the bones of his neck emitted a chilling crackle as he stepped forward, locking eyes with Qin 16 once more. In that instant, Qin 16's hair stood on end. The malevolent energy within him surged forth, and the dagger in his grasp glimmered with an intensified bloodlight, the dense aura almost materializing, causing the tiles beneath his feet to fracture under the pressure. Throughout his journey, Qin Shilu encountered numerous corpses, none of which exhibited any self-awareness or displayed aggressive behavior. They merely acted out their former actions instinctively. Thus, when he beheld Yu Huayin, Qin Shilu was astonished yet did not anticipate an attack from him. However, it soon became evident that this corpse, transformed from a Grand Master, was indeed distinct. With another stroke, the dense aura of blood malevolence coalesced into a blade, aimed directly at the throat of the corpse, Yu Huayin. With a resounding crack, thick black liquid gushed forth from the neck, and to Qin Shilu's astonishment, the head of the corpse simply detached without the slightest sign of resistance. Yet, the body below the head remained upright. Seeing that the corpse of Yu Huayin was so easily dispatched, Qin Shilu let out a rare sigh of relief, and the brilliance of the blood malevolence gradually faded. Although it felt unsettling, he had no desire to desecrate the body, so he stepped forward, intending to circumvent the corpse and investigate the entrance to the underground chamber. Unbeknownst to him, as Qin Shilu took another step, a series of cracking sounds echoed once more. The headless corpse, still standing on the ground, began to move slowly again, positioning itself directly in front of Qin Shilu. Even the withered head on the ground began to sway, struggling to gaze upon him. The overwhelming aura of blood spread throughout the chamber, overwhelming Qin Shilu's senses, and the tension he had maintained finally snapped. Chapter 57. The King of Li. The collapse of his psychological defenses caused the blood malevolence within Qin Shilu to surge uncontrollably. Before long, the entire room was ravaged by the dispersed malevolent energy, leaving it in a state of disarray. The walls and floor were marred with countless gashes, and even the lifeless form of Yu Huayin lay shattered amidst the relentless malevolence, torn into several pieces. The viscous remnants writhed upon the ground, while dark ichor seeped into the earth, rising in swirling tendrils of white smoke. Unlike his previous madness, this time Qin Shilu's loss of self was not born from the uncontrollable rage within his heart, but rather from a profound fear, the terror of the unknown. The dismembered Yu Huayin continued to struggle, each fragment writhing desperately in an attempt to draw closer to Qin Shilu. The black ichor flowed to Qin Shilu's feet, as a small piece of flesh, carried by the dark liquid, inched towards the edge of his boot, striving to ascend. Qin Shilu narrowed his eyes, a flash of crimson flickering within them. The piece of flesh on his boot shattered explosively, scattering before him, following a cacophony of primal screams. Qin Shilu's fortitude had significantly increased. He stifled the stench rising from the ground, stepped over the remnants, and cleared the debris that obscured the floor to reveal the entrance to the underground passage. He leaped down. After sealing the entrance behind him, Qin Shilu did not descend further. Instead, he paused to take a deep breath, clearing his mind of distractions, and began to compel himself to analyze the situation before him. The grotesque mass above was undoubtedly Yu Huayin. Since Yu Huayin had manifested here, it was highly probable that King Li was lurking below. However, the state of King Li in this underground lair remained a mystery to Qin Shilu. If a master-level expert like Yu Huayin, who was slightly stronger than himself, had met such a fate after prolonged exposure in this city of Tiansheng, what could possibly be said of King Li, who was no more than an ordinary martial artist? Shaking his head, Qin Shilu resolved to disregard everything else. He must delve into the underground chamber. Only by ascertaining the condition of King Li could he depart with a sense of peace. Having recently experienced a fright, his blood energy was nearly depleted, and now Qin Shilu could only emit a faint red glow from his fingertips to guide him through the tunnel. The light was dim, barely illuminating the stone steps beneath him. After an indeterminate descent, he finally emerged from the narrow passage into a hidden chamber. At the threshold between the chamber and the tunnel, Qin Shilu paused, sensing a murky aura of death looming before him. This presence was unlike that of the Imperial Guards or Yu Huayin, sending a jolt through his heart. In the flickering light, a figure emerged, huddled in the corner. With a swift thought, a small dagger shot from his sleeve, firmly grasped in his palm, while his other hand raised a torch to illuminate the shadowy figure. Before him sat a man clad in a python robe, slumped against the ground, his graying hair cascading untamed around him. His visage was one of age, marked by deep wrinkles, resembling a man on the brink of death. To his astonishment, the individual was none other than the lord of this estate, Jiang Li, the father of Xiao Mushui. Jiang Li's condition was peculiar. He appeared emaciated, teetering on the edge of life and death, yet devoid of any signs of desiccation. His head hung weakly toward the ground, and his murky eyes revealed a glimmer of death's grip. Swallowing hard, Qin Shilu cautiously approached, though uncertainty gnawed at him. For the sake of Xiao Mushui's safety, he mustered the courage to call out, "Your Highness? Your Highness?" Jiang Li remained unresponsive, and with a heavy sigh, Qin Shilu realized that this journey might have been in vain. As Qin Shilu drew closer to the King of Li, he discerned the source of the lifelessness. Indeed, the king's body had succumbed to death, albeit in an excruciatingly gradual manner. The king's demise resembled the slow process of aging in an ordinary person, creeping along at a glacial pace. Had there been no external disturbances, he would have continued in this state of perpetual dying. Having confirmed the king's condition, Qin Shilu had no intention of lingering, choosing instead to retreat quietly. Yet, at that very moment, a faint whisper emanated from the king's corpse. How absurd! The king's body remained motionless, save for the incessant movement of his lips, as he rasped in a parched and hoarse voice. "I have lost, from the very beginning. It is laughable, laughable. My lord, it is I?" Summoning his courage, Qin Shilu inquired once more, his posture still defensive. "Our Li clan has schemed for many years, only to realize that the plot we devised is nothing but a farce. I am a jest. And so is the Li clan." The king did not respond to Qin Shilu, but continued to mutter to himself. Although the king's body was dead, for some inexplicable reason, a flicker of awareness seemed to linger. Gritting his teeth, Qin Shilu stepped forward and spoke again. "My lord, the princess is in danger. The cultivators of Yuxiao Mountain will not allow her to leave Tongzhou City even a step." Upon hearing the term princess, the king's self-talk faltered momentarily, and within his murky eyes, a glimmer of brilliance began to emerge. Qin Shilu could even sense that, within the decaying body of the king, a spark of vitality had begun to flicker. Perceiving the transformation in Prince Li, Qin Shilu took a step closer, solemnly stating, "Your Highness, the princess is in peril." Upon the utterance of Qin Shilu's words, Prince Li fell silent, and a surge of energy began to emanate from within him, enveloping the chamber in a momentary stillness. After nearly a quarter of an hour, the prince's inner vitality finally subdued the deathly aura, and he laboriously raised his head, his eyes, heavy with despair, fixated intently on Qin Shilu, who, with a voice that was almost a hoarse roar, inquired, "What has happened to Mushui?" Qin Shilu bowed in respect, not merely acknowledging the royal lineage of Prince Li, but honoring him as the father of Xiao Mushui, and replied in a grave tone, "The princess is trapped within Tongzhou City, beset by the predatory gazes of the cultivators from Yuxiao Mountain. If she takes a single step outside the city, she will be captured." The prince's condition was precarious, and its duration was uncertain. Thus, Qin Shilu opted for brevity. Upon hearing this, a flicker of turmoil crossed Prince Li's face as he lamented, "It is my fault. I have brought about her demise with my own hands." "What?" Qin Shilu exclaimed in bewilderment, forcing a pained smile. "But the princess is still alive." "Indeed, she lives yet," Prince Li replied with a hollow chuckle, his gaze piercing into Qin Shilu's countenance as he solemnly remarked, "You did not flee. How then are you entangled with Mushui again?" Under the weight of the prince's scrutiny, Qin Shilu felt a shiver run down his spine and lowered his head, softly responding, "Your Highness, this is not the time for such discussions. What is the true nature of the relationship between the princess and Yuxiao Mountain?" Upon hearing this, a fleeting shadow of desolation crossed King Li's eyes as he let out a long sigh and said, "Mushui has become a member of the Yuxiao Mountain. She neither needs to leave Tongzhou City, nor can she. It is I who have brought ruin upon her, upon the entire Li clan." With a meaningful glance at Qin Shilu, King Li slowly continued, "Indeed, Li Qi is a practitioner of demonic arts, but he is also an ancestor of the Li clan. His return is for our salvation." With a sardonic chuckle, he lamented, "We have all been gravely mistaken. The royal lineage of the Li clan persists, yet we, in our hubris, cannot relinquish our obsession with power. The tale must begin from the moment the crown prince made his appearance. Some truths, long held in silence, yearn for expression. Now, as death approaches, King Li finds little concern in seeking someone to share his burdens and sorrows. A contemplative look settled in his eyes as Qin Shilu stood quietly by, attentively absorbing the royal secrets being unveiled. For generations, the emperors of the Shang Xian kingdom have been replaced every 30 years, with each crown prince seemingly emerging from thin air, impossible to overlook. To obscure the truth, the current emperor, Li Qi, orchestrated a massacre over 2 decades ago, compelling the former members of the Li royal family to forsake their old surname and adopt the surname Bai. It was during that tumultuous time that King Li's father was executed, and he could no longer identify himself as a member of the Li clan. For over 20 years, the seeds of hatred have been deeply embedded in the heart, and the Li clan, who changed their surname to Bai, has meticulously plotted for just as long. They have thoroughly investigated the emperor's roots, determined the timing for their uprising, and even replaced the commander of the Imperial Guard with one of their own. Yet, unexpectedly, the crown prince was born prematurely, by a full 6 months. The Li family, having invested so much effort into their plans, would not allow this sudden shift in timing to derail their intentions. The appearance of the crown prince coincided with the moment when the demonic cultivator Li Qi was at his most vulnerable. Only after the complete merging of the emperor's and the crown prince's souls could Li Qi achieve rebirth. However, should they become separated, his power would dwindle to a mere fraction of its former self. The one who revealed Li Qi's origins and vulnerabilities to the Li clan was none other than the cultivator from Yuxiao Mountain. To secure the cultivator's assistance, the Li family paid a considerable price. After all, who claims that cultivators are truly devoid of desires? They merely disdain the mundane. Although the reason for the crown prince's premature arrival remains unknown, they received credible information from eunuchs within the palace confirming the emperor's frailty, so weak that he could not even rise from his bed. Every 30 years, the demonic cultivator Li Qi must change his body to preserve his youth and maintain his grip on power. Naturally, King Li would not let this opportunity slip by. He promptly ordered the city to be sealed off, preparing to annihilate Li Qi and his new incarnation, the crown prince. Indeed, the decree to seal the city did not come from Emperor Li Qi, but from King Li himself. The commander of the Imperial Guard was already an ally of King Li, and with rebellion in mind, sealing off a city was of little consequence. The elite forces of the Li clan are dispersed across the nation. However, time is of the essence, and none can predict how long the fusion of Li Qi and the crown prince will endure. To seize the optimal moment, King Li opted to seal the city gates, ensuring that Li Qi and his doppelganger, the crown prince, would have no opportunity to escape. This tactic bore resemblance to that employed by Kong Ji, the lord of Tong'o City, who had previously confined the city in an effort to capture the young princess, only to fail and instead frighten himself senseless. In stark contrast to Kong Ji's predicament, King Li effortlessly breached the defenses of the imperial city to such a degree that even he found it hard to believe. Within the entire imperial city, no one organized a substantial resistance. The emperor's personal guards utterly failed to capitalize on the advantages of the inner city. After only 2 or 3 probing assaults from the imperial guards, they surrendered without a fight. With the support of the military and the high-ranking officials, King Li approached the emperor's dragon throne, where Li Qi lay on the brink of death, barely able to open his eyes. Enraged, King Li wasted no time in drawing the long blade of his personal guard and struck downwards. In an instant, blood stained the dragon curtain, and the aged emperor Xingxin, Li Qi, met his demise. Simultaneously, an unprecedented transformation occurred. Li Qi's lifeless body began to darken, subsequently decaying and emitting a foul stench of gray gas. King Li and his entourage hastily covered their mouths and noses, retreating from the chamber, witnessing the grotesque transformation of the emperor's corpse. The accompanying imperial guards were convinced of King Li's assertions. It became evident that the emperor was indeed a practitioner of the so-called demonic path. The practitioners of Yuxiao Mountain seldom descend from their lofty heights, and the Li royal family merely dispatched a representative to the mountain for the sake of trade. Indeed, the entirety of Li Qi's lineage and origins were initially known only to a single member of the Li clan, united by a common belief and mission. They naturally placed their trust in their kin. However, the vassals who followed the Li family were far less convinced. Rebellion was rebellion, and the so-called demonic cultivators were merely a convenient pretext. Almost all factions aligned with the Li royal family harbored such sentiments. They were indifferent to the reasons behind the Li family's insurrection. All they desired was to reap substantial rewards upon the rebellion's success, rewards that far exceeded their current gains. Yet, at this moment, the corpse of Li Qi underwent an extraordinary transformation, disintegrating into gray smoke before the eyes of all present. As Wang Li and his entourage departed from the emperor's chamber, the gray smoke continued to billow forth, seemingly inexhaustible. Accompanying Wang Li were not only the leaders of the imperial guards, but also numerous high-ranking officials loyal to the Li royal family. After witnessing the metamorphosis of the old emperor's body, none dared to question the legitimacy of Wang Li's rebellion any longer. The emperor had fallen, yet the whereabouts of the crown prince remained unknown, and Wang Li would not easily relent. The imperial city was vast, although surrounded by the imperial guards. Locating the crown prince was no simple task. Paying no heed to the smoke emanating from the emperor's remains, Wang Li commanded his soldiers to seal the door of the emperor's dragon chamber. He instructed the imperial guards that until the crown prince was found, not even a bird was to be allowed to escape, and he issued a proclamation to eradicate the demonic cultivators. Though the emperor has been slain and many bore witness to his identity as a practitioner of demonic arts, the notion of righteousness must first be proclaimed to the world. Otherwise, who can predict the nature of the rumors that may circulate among the common folk? Chapter 59. The Crown Prince. 2 days had elapsed since, and the ominous gray mist emanating from the emperor's dragon chamber showed no signs of abating. On the contrary, it continued to accumulate. This noxious vapor had enveloped the entire inner city of the imperial palace, creating an unbearable stench that rendered the area inhospitable to ordinary souls. Strangely enough, however, the gray mist, despite its relentless spread, would vanish without a trace once night fell, only to re-emerge from the depths with the dawn of a new day. By the 4th day, the imperial guards had undertaken extensive nocturnal efforts, prying up the very tiles of the palace's inner precincts, yet still, they could not uncover a trace of the crown prince, as if he had never existed at all. Among the soldiers tasked with the search, subtle signs of transformation began to manifest. They became indifferent to food and sustenance, yet remained inexplicably vigorous. Initially, this peculiar condition afflicted only a small contingent of soldiers, and after examination, the physicians found no discernible ailments, attributing it merely to an inversion of day and night, deeming it inconsequential. At this juncture, Prince Li began to grow increasingly anxious. Despite expending considerable effort, the whereabouts of the crown prince remained elusive. Should Li Ji, the practitioner of demonic arts, regain his strength, the entire Li royal lineage would face imminent catastrophe. The search within the palace persisted, while simultaneously, Prince Li commanded the imperial guards to allocate forces for a comprehensive search throughout the entirety of Tianqing City. Unlike the palace shrouded in gray mist, the grand city of Tianqing remains unaffected by such gloom, allowing searches to be conducted day and night. The presence of the imperial guards has begun to permeate the streets and alleys, intruding not only upon the homes and shops of commoners, but also repeatedly invading the residences of court ministers and noble families. The Prince of Li is resolute in his quest. He will not relent until he uncovers the whereabouts of the crown prince. At this moment, the Prince of Li has descended into a state of madness, while his intention to rebel is clear. He has conveniently overlooked the fact that a significant portion of the city's nobility and gentry have yet to align themselves with his cause. The commotion caused by the Imperial Guard's citywide manhunt is considerable, and nearly everyone is aware that the Prince of Li's target is none other than the Crown Prince. Those powerful figures who have allied with the Prince of Li are more amenable to cooperation during inspections. However, the neutral aristocrats and the unaware local gentry hold a different perspective. The noble families of Xingxin possess not merely wealth but also their own private armies. The Imperial Guards have effectively sealed off Tianqing City, preventing even a single messenger hawk from flying beyond its walls, and they frequently invade homes, rummaging through possessions. Some guards, lacking integrity, often seize small valuables during these searches. For those families that have cultivated a rapport with the Prince of Li, the commanders of the Imperial Guards provide special treatment. In contrast, for the smaller families that remain neutral or are entirely oblivious to the unfolding events, the soldiers of the Imperial Guards have grown increasingly brazen. As the search for the Crown Prince drags on, the atmosphere within the city begins to shift, and the news of the old emperor's death is no longer a secret. Gradually, some of the local gentry are beginning to unite. The ominous gray mist emanating from the deceased emperor's corpse has long overflowed the high walls of the palace, beginning to spread throughout the entirety of Tianqing City. Affected by the foul stench, the residents in the vicinity of the palace have commenced their exodus. However, at this moment, King Li is solely preoccupied with locating the crown prince, entirely indifferent to the governance of the city. To him, the execution of the crown prince is the only means through which Tiansheng City can genuinely become his dominion. Following several minor bloody incidents, the situation has taken a dramatic turn. As tensions escalated, several powerful families within the city unexpectedly united and, under the cover of night, launched an assault on King Li's residence. Most of the imperial guards were either indulging in revelry outside or scouring various corners of the city for the whereabouts of the crown prince, leaving King Li with scant protection. He had never anticipated that anyone would dare to attack him at such a time. The private soldiers amassed by the noble families were not numerous, numbering just over 1,000. In comparison to the tens of thousands of imperial guards, this was hardly significant. Outnumbered, the guards within the royal residence proved no match for the private soldiers, and soon, King Li's abode was breached. Yu Huai, who remained by King Li's side, suggested that the king take refuge underground while he went out to deliver the news. With his supreme mastery, escaping such a minor encirclement would be relatively effortless, provided he was not caught in a direct confrontation. The intruding private soldiers displayed peculiar behavior. Perhaps in an effort to vent their frustrations from being bullied by the imperial guards, they did not immediately seek out King Li. Instead, they commenced looting and wreaking havoc within the royal residence, with many individuals quietly departing after seizing a few treasures. Outside, the clamor of footsteps erupted, signaling that the mercenaries had located the chamber of King Li and were poised to ransack it. Yu Huayin, undeterred, resolved to push open the door and confront them head-on. However, at the very moment he stepped toward the entrance, an unforeseen anomaly occurred. A plume of gray smoke surged forth from beneath the tiles, coiling around Yu Huayin's ankles and spiraling up his legs, enveloping his entire being. The rapidity of the gray mist's emergence was such that even Yu, a master of his craft, could not react in time. Outside, a chorus of anguished screams echoed. In the distance, a faint glimmer of white light began to emerge on the horizon. On the 7th day of the sealed city of Tiansheng, the sun rose as it always did. The gray mist seemed to infiltrate every crevice, penetrating through his eyes, ears, mouth, and even his skin, seeping into Yu Huayin's very essence. The cacophony of screams outside began to subside, yet Yu's struggle was far from over. With a thunderous roar, he summoned a faint yellow glow that radiated from his body, causing tendrils of gray mist to escape from his nostrils, while the gas on the floor was dispersed by his force. Chapter 60. The royal family's grief. To evade the gray mist, Yu Huayin leapt down, seeking refuge in the secret chamber where I had concealed myself for an entire day. The presence of King Li began to wane, his speech slowing noticeably. It was at that moment that the crown prince made his entrance, seizing control of Yu Huayin's body. Just as Qin 16 was about to interrupt King Li again, cautioning him about the impending peril to the young princess, King Li fortuitously uttered the words Yuxiao Mountain. There was no need to search further. He had already ascended alongside Yu Huayin. The king of Li did not lift his gaze, lacking the strength to do so. He merely sensed the flickering lights around him, which prompted him to utter a word to Qin 16. Yuxiao Mountain is nothing but a cage, a prison designed specifically for my Shengxin royal lineage. The tremor in the king's voice revealed a hint of gritted teeth. I have been deceived. And so has the Li clan. We are mere livestock, nurtured by Yuxiao Mountain. Qin 16 was momentarily taken aback, but refrained from interrupting the king, understanding that time was of the essence, and he could only choose to listen in silence. Yuxiao Mountain serves as the gateway between the mortal realm and the realm of cultivation, and we, the imperial family of the mortal world, are but cattle divided among the various powers of the cultivation realm. They have allowed us to assume the mantle of mortal emperors solely to siphon off our imperial essence for their own cultivation. How absurd. How ludicrous it is that our ancestors fought tooth and nail for a throne that, in the eyes of others, is merely a plump lamb for the slaughter. Do you understand why, whenever Yuxiao Mountain openly recruits menial disciples, our royal family has never participated, instead yielding those opportunities to court ministers and powerful nobles? It is not that we disdain the chance. Rather, the Li royal lineage inherently possesses the qualifications to enter Yuxiao Mountain. However, such qualifications must be conferred upon those of legitimate royal blood. Furthermore, none of the past emperors have met a natural demise. Rather, they were seized by the cultivators of Yuxiao Mountain several years after ascending the throne, the timing of which depends solely on their whims. The most absurd aspect lies in the fact that each successive emperor believes that their father has embarked on a quest for immortality alongside the practitioners of the arcane, going to great lengths to assist this group in concealing the truth. Is this information relayed to the prince by the crown prince truly credible? Qin 16 furrowed his brow, unable to restrain himself from speaking. He perceived that the king of Li had lost his senses. Had the emperor of Xingxin been brazenly captured, the court would have descended into chaos long ago. How could it be that there has been no disturbance for centuries? Qin has never heard of any historical accounts in Xingxin of an emperor's disappearance. In the past, every emperor of Xingxin, upon being seized, was force-fed elixirs of longevity by the practitioners confined within a prison, subjected to the excruciating torment of bloodletting and skinning every few days. After suffering grave injuries, these practitioners would then administer miraculous pills to rejuvenate their bodies, only to subject them to further bloodletting and skinning. The ancestors, burdened beyond endurance, found existence more agonizing than death. Yet, the practitioners had placed constraints upon their minds, rendering them incapable of even contemplating suicide, forcing them to linger in torment and madness, awaiting the practitioner's humiliation. While I have no inclination to place my trust in Li Ji's words, he presented the blood writings of the former emperors. Over generations, the ancestors, unable to bear the torment and seeking death yet finding none, inscribed all their humiliations upon the prison walls. Over the course of many generations, these inscriptions covered the walls, and Li Ji used the blood of one of the ancestors to imprint the characters, thus validating his identity. In the prison, alongside the modern emperor, were some of my ancestors from the Li clan, who had been sent to Yuxiao Mountain as disciples, including the name and handwriting of my second royal uncle. Otherwise, how could I have been so easily deceived by my father's murderer? Qin Shilu became increasingly alarmed. The entanglement between Yuxiao Mountain and the Xingxin royal family was far more intricate than he had imagined. Most critically, the disciples sent to Yuxiao Mountain had become mere livestock for the cultivators. Hadn't the young princess just mentioned that she had been accepted as a disciple? What about the princess? Would she not also be reduced to a captive of the cultivators? Grabbing the collar of Prince Li, Qin Shilu shouted anxiously. Having deduced the reason behind the cultivator's actions towards Xiao Muxue, faced with Qin Shilu's rough shaking, Prince Li lacked the strength to resist, remaining silent and awaiting the outpouring of emotions. After a while, Qin Shilu managed to calm himself somewhat and looked at Prince Li with a face full of remorse. After such turmoil, Prince Li's anger had diminished considerably. He likely could not endure even a quarter of an hour longer. Once Qin Shilu had exhausted his agitation, Prince Li lowered his head again and spoke solemnly. Over 20 years ago, Li Ji committed a massacre of the royal bloodlines and ordered us to change our surnames, all to sever the ties between our Li clan and Yuxiao Mountain. My father's generation was mostly annihilated. From my generation onward, we are no longer members of the Li clan. Even if Yuxiao Mountain sought to find royal descendants among the common folk, they would likely only uncover a few ordinary citizens with the surname Li. Li Qi is the nemesis of my father, thus I harbor a deep-seated hatred for him. Yet, his actions were driven by a desire to liberate the descendants of the Li family from their confinement, which I find myself able to comprehend. My ire is now directed solely at myself, lamenting my own foolishness. For over a century, during which Li Qi has wielded absolute power, no young scion of the Li clan has been sent to the confines of the cultivator's prison. Yet, I foolishly sent my own daughter there, even going to great lengths to explain why she bears the surname Xiao rather than Li. The eyes of King Li turned crimson as he lifted his gaze to fixate on Qin Shilu, his expression one of madness as he exclaimed, I see it now. You have feelings for Muxue. Given your status, you were never worthy of my daughter. However, I now offer you a chance. If you can rescue her from the clutches of the cultivators on Mount Yuxiao, sparing her from that unimaginable suffering, I shall consent to betroth her to you. In Chapter 61, Trapped, Qin Shilu's excessive concern for Xiao Muxue did not go unnoticed by King Li. It was he who had sold his daughter, as Mount Yuxiao had not seen freshly blood for many years. Thus, when the Li royal family approached Mount Yuxiao, seeking assistance to eliminate Li Qi, one of the conditions they imposed was the delivery of several young scions of the Li family to the mountain, promising to nurture them well. At that time, King Li, uncertain of the success of his uprising, submitted Xiao Muxue's name and provided an explanation for her surname. Observing the almost deranged King Li, Qin Shilu felt a twinge of displeasure at his act of selling his daughter, yet, considering the imminent demise of the other, he gently nodded in agreement. My lord, I shall devote myself entirely to rescuing the princess. Time is of the essence. Please tell me more about Li Ji and Mount Yuxiao, Qin Shilu said as he seated himself before Lord Li, allowing him to avoid straining his neck to meet his gaze. According to Lord Li, although Yu Huayin was unafraid of the gray demonic energy, anyone touched by it would become a target for Li Ji's possession, rendering them susceptible to his influence at any moment. As it was still night, Li Ji's demonic presence could not manifest, making this the most opportune moment for Qin Shilu to escape from Tianqing. While he had yet to devise a plan to rescue the young princess, the immediate priority remained to vacate this haunted city. Within the expansive Tianqing city, Qin Shilu was sprinting desperately. In this forsaken place, he was utterly incapable of discerning the time. There were no crowing roosters, and even the watchmen seemed absent. As he ran, a sense of unease began to settle over him. Previously, he had sensed some animated corpses stirring within the buildings lining the streets, but now, no matter how close he drew to the adjacent structures, he felt not a trace of vitality. Preoccupied with his own survival, he lacked the luxury of investigating the houses, and he was too fearful to do so. 2 hours later, drenched in sweat, Qin Shilu finally stood beneath the southern city wall of Tianqing. He gazed up at the towering wall, which loomed 10 zhang high, swallowed hard, and began to tremble as he ascended. The relentless exertion had drained him of strength. His hands quaked uncontrollably, and even his legs shivered incessantly. After climbing less than a third of the height, he could no longer endure. The master of assassins from the Dark Key Pavilion met an unfortunate fate, plummeting to his demise while attempting to scale a wall. This is hardly an amusing jest. Utilizing his surroundings, Qin Shilu dangled precariously with a dagger in one hand, while retrieving a lethal lock from his sleeve with the other. With a simple adjustment, he threaded the chain beneath his armpits, securing the upper end to the hilt of the dagger, thus suspending himself haphazardly against the wall. Leaning against the city wall, Qin Shilu closed his eyes for a brief respite. Although this position was far from comfortable, it afforded him a momentary reprieve for his limbs. Suddenly, a series of disquieting sounds shattered the silence of the desolate city. Qin Shilu jolted awake, lowering his gaze to trace the source of the noise. Beneath the city wall, countless desiccated corpses of common folk had congregated, desperately attempting to ascend, inching closer to him. Unable to scale the smooth surface of the wall, the corpses resorted to forming a human wall, pressing against one another as they slowly climbed upward. The cacophony he had heard was the unsettling sound of their bones and flesh being crushed under the weight of their own kind. A chill ran down Qin Shilu's spine as he hastily stowed away the lethal lock from his dagger, trembling as he prepared to continue his ascent. Yet, at that very moment, a soldier clad in the armor of the Imperial Guards unexpectedly tumbled down beside him, almost colliding with him. Despite the terror that gripped his heart, Qin Shilu squinted upward. Within the corridor atop the wall, a multitude of Imperial Guards had also gathered, unable to leap over the barrier, and resorting to the same method of pressing their bloodied comrades downwards in a bid to knock Qin Shilu off his precarious perch. With wolves in front and tigers behind, and his own inner strength nearly depleted from the confrontation with Yu Huayin, Qin Shilu found himself utterly exhausted. The slightest collision with the decaying corpse above him would send him plummeting to his doom. As he fixed his gaze upon another corpse teetering on the edge of the wall, he noticed its position was misaligned with his own. He halted his movement, pondering a strategy. It was a vicious cycle. His time atop the city wall had already stretched to nearly half an hour. Even if he were to embrace death at this very moment, resurrecting half an hour prior would lead him to confront the same dire predicament. A bead of cold sweat trickled down his parched cheek as the situation he dreaded most unfolded before him. Death itself was not terrifying and pain could be endured. But how could one withstand the torment of endless demise? The thought of tumbling into that grotesque heap of corpses was especially harrowing. Such a cycle of death would shatter Qin Shilu's sanity, transforming him into a madman. At that moment, yet another decaying soldier was thrust downward. Qin Shilu released his left hand, swaying to the right to evade the impending impact. Grasping his dagger anew, he looked up to see several more corpses simultaneously being dislodged, descending towards him. With no avenue for escape, a glimmer of resolve shone in Qin Shilu's eyes. He clutched the deathly lock once more. As 4 gruesomely mangled corpses fell together, nearly sealing off all possible routes of evasion. Summoning the last vestiges of his bloodthirst, Qin Shilu furiously hurled the death lock, its chains colliding with the first of the undead soldiers. The tremendous force propelled it a considerable distance, causing 3 other corpses to be similarly displaced, perilously cascading from the right side of Qin Shilu's body. With his final trump card exhausted, he pondered what means he would employ to withstand the next onslaught. As if attuned to his soliloquy, the undead surrounding the city walls abruptly ceased their movements, the sound of bone and flesh grinding gradually receding, leaving the fortress enveloped in a profound silence. With a heart as desolate as ashes, Qin Shilu paid no heed. The dagger had already been drawn to his throat, and a self-deprecating remark escaped his lips. To inflict harm upon oneself is truly a daunting prospect. Suddenly, a bizarre cackle echoed from above. Little one, do not act rashly. This body, once deceased, loses its novelty. I still desire one that is alive. Who? The dagger nearly slipped from Qin Shilu's grasp as he instinctively looked up, only to behold a green-eyed undead soldier grinning sinisterly. Have you not discerned my identity despite our lengthy discourse? The green-eyed corpse fixed its unwavering gaze upon Qin Shilu, its parched lips rasping out words. Qin Shilu's eyelids twitched as he gripped the dagger even tighter, responding in a low voice. You are the Crown Prince? The Crown Prince? I suppose that's accurate. Centuries ago, I indeed held that title. The desiccated corpse regarded Qin Shilu, who was struggling to maintain his position on the city wall, with a peculiar interest. It seemed to have realized that even without the soldiers being pushed down to crush him, his endurance would not last much longer. Ah, my dear little one, do not be so hasty in seeking your demise. Come up here, and we shall have a proper discussion, the green-eyed corpse taunted. Naturally, Qin Shilu would not heed such words. To comply would surely mean the end of his life. In the concealed chamber below, the words of King Li regarding the control over Yu Huayan's body suggested a direct possession, much like his current predicament. With one hand gripping the wall, his arm nearly reaching its limit, Qin Shilu struggled to lift his head and offered a sardonic smile to the corpse above, declaring with a chilling tone. You must not understand. For me to take my own life is akin to child's play. In an instant, a flash of cold light sliced across his neck, and blood gushed forth, cascading down the wall. The green-eyed corpse displayed a look of astonishment, its emerald gaze flickering with a hint of exasperation. As Qin Shilu's body began to descend, a disdainful smirk adorned his face, just as he was about to make contact with the throng of corpses below. The bloodline of the Celestial Master activated, freezing time once more. The world turned askew, and time regressed. When Qin Shilu opened his eyes again, he found himself still trembling as he ascended the towering wall. Thankfully, it was not insurmountable. Casting a glance downward at his climbing height, he sighed in relief, murmuring to himself, I truly frightened myself. Since this is a city of the dead, why must I climb the wall? Surely, I could simply walk through the city gate. After a long absence, standing once again upon the earth, Qin 16 did not hasten to flee. Naturally, following the city wall would lead him to the city gate. Yet at this moment, he lacked the strength to open it. There should still be time. Raising his gaze to the half-moon above, the sky remained shrouded in an oppressive darkness. Qin 16 contemplated his strategy, murmuring to himself, I cannot muster the strength to lift the gates of Tiansheng. But being made of wood, there must be a way. Casting a glance around, he saw no signs of life and heard no sounds. Time was not on his side, and he had to resume his run. With a deep sigh, he rubbed his weary legs, nearly exhausted from use, and sprinted toward the inner streets of the city. Having lived in Tiansheng City for 2 decades, although the Qin family imposed many restrictions upon him, they had not truly curtailed his freedom, and thus he was intimately familiar with the streets within. Though time was of the essence, Qin 16 did not expend all his energy in this sprint. He deliberately conserved some strength to prepare for unforeseen circumstances. The green-eyed corpse perched upon the city wall was unmistakably the Crown Prince, a manifestation of Li Qi, whom even the Li King had failed to unearth. Given the current circumstances, it was evident that Li Qi could possess the corpse at will and command the undead within the city, targeting none other than Qin 16, the living being. Suddenly, Qin 16 halted his movements, straining his ears to absorb the sounds around him. A faint crackling noise approached, gradually growing nearer before fading away. Indeed, aside from the sounds he himself generated, there were distant stirrings, though those sounds dared not be too ostentatious. Only when he busied himself with picking up scattered items did they manifest a semblance of noise, blending into the cacophony created by others, thus masquerading as something significant. With a countenance as grim as water, Qin Shilu gently gathered the red sphere and the grayish-black stones from the ground, and in a sudden motion, he dashed toward the street. Everything transpired as he had anticipated. Li Qi was vigilantly observing his movements through the ubiquitous throngs of corpses within the city. Although lacking concrete evidence, Qin Shilu instinctively sensed that he was being encircled by an unending tide of the undead, though the vastness of this encirclement rendered it imperceptible for the time being. Yet, the numerous abandoned dwellings along his path spoke volumes. Highly attuned to the presence of vitality, Qin Shilu could not detect even a trace of life along Moonlight Street. While the soldiers on the city walls had transformed into corpses, the majority among them still retained their vitality. Upon entering the city, he had sprinted from the base of the wall to the residence of Prince Li, where the common folk in the houses lining the street remained alive. Though he dared not approach too closely, he could still perceive faint breaths wafting from within. However, upon exiting the prince's residence, he found that not a single dwelling along his route emitted any sound or sign of life. What could this signify? Either the citizens of the city had all lost their vitality, transforming into a state reminiscent of the initial Yuhaiyin, or they had vacated their homes, congregating in a location invisible to him. The latter was undoubtedly the case, after all. He had previously encountered a siege by the throng of cadavers and understood Li Qi's intentions and strategies. At this moment, the necromancer Li Qi, who was orchestrating the horde of corpses, remained oblivious to the fact that his scheme had been uncovered. This was one of the advantages of Qin Shilu's resurrection. He could discern the enemy's objectives and unveil their hidden cards ahead of time. Qin Shilu's plan was quite straightforward. As the encirclement of the cadaver horde was not yet complete, he darted out of Yuehua Street and navigated through several narrow alleys, eventually leaping onto Yuanqi Road. This particular path was noteworthy, lined with residences belonging to the prominent and distinguished families of the Xingxin Kingdom. In times past, even under the cloak of night, sentinels would be stationed outside these mansions in rotation. Yet now, it resembled any ordinary household, devoid of life, as the masters were besieging him from an unknown location. Chapter 63. The fire attack. This time, Qin Shilu's movements were subtle, but distant sounds audaciously reached his ears, as if, at this moment, they no longer cared about being detected. After a brief search, Qin Shilu gathered a few scraps of cloth to wrap the supplies he had procured. Instead of meandering through the alley, he made a series of agile leaps, landing atop the eaves. Standing tall and gazing afar, squinting in the moonlight, Qin Shilu could clearly discern the densely packed horde of undead several miles away. He had completely fallen into their encirclement. Such ordinary corpses posed no real threat to him. Even though his internal energy was nearly depleted, leaping across a few rooftops was not a formidable challenge. As long as he remained within a single block, he felt no fear of the corpses below. The only concern was how to traverse between blocks, for a broad and lengthy main street lay between them. To approach the city gate, Qin Shilu needed to cross at least 3 blocks. While his mind raced with thoughts, his feet remained agile. Amidst the throng of corpses, flickers of green light intermittently appeared, sometimes emerging from the eastern ranks, at other times from the southern clusters, making them quite conspicuous in the dark and desolate city. Qin Shilu understood that this was Li Ji observing him, watching his movements and intentions. Before long, Qin Shilu reached the junction of 2 blocks, and with a leap, he descended onto the main street. Fortunately, the horde in the distance had not yet converged here, allowing him to easily pass his first test. As Qin Shilu climbed onto the eaves of the second block, the undead army fortuitously arrived nearby. The tightly packed corpses formed an orderly line, blocking the roads on either side of the street, ceasing their advance and lifting their heads to gaze at Qin Shilu, who was nimbly traversing the rooftops. Qin Shilu moved swiftly, soon reaching the boundary between the second and third districts. The once broad main street was now choked with the bodies of the deceased. 2 faint green glimmers appeared upon the thoroughfare. It seems you anticipated my presence here. A corpse not far from Qin Shilu suddenly spoke, its green eyes flickering with a hint of excitement. Do not act recklessly. I would be pained if you were to injure yourself. Upon hearing this, the corpse possessed by Li Ji darkened its expression, its shriveled skin tightening in agitation, the green light in its eyes flickering incessantly. Ignoring Li Ji's words, Qin Shilu expressionlessly leaped over the rope he had set up and swiftly ascended to the rooftops of the third district. Li Ji did not depart. He remained at the junction of the second and third districts, eager to observe what contrivances Qin Shilu had prepared to counter his scheme. After retrieving the rope, Qin Shilu cast a meaningful glance at Li Ji, smirking coldly as he hastened forward. What a spirited young lad, a mortal possessing such audacity. Had I still been the naive Emperor Xingxin from over a century ago, I would surely have favored you. Alas, what a pity, Li Ji sighed, the green light in his eyes extinguishing as he fixated on Qin Shilu's retreating figure, which was now surrounded by the corpses lining the path. In no time, Qin Shilu arrived at the end of the 3rd district, the closest area to the city gate. By simply advancing along the main street for a mere 7 or 8 paces, one would reach the southern gate of Xingxin City. Li Qi reappeared at the feet of Qin Shilu, a sea of desiccated corpses sprawling behind him, filling every gap from the last block to the city gate. A cursory glance revealed that there were at least 30 to 40,000 dead before him. A chilling laughter echoed from the ground, as Li Qi, devoid of further words, fixated his gaze on Qin Shilu, awaiting his next move to escape the city of Tianxing. Perched atop the last rooftop of the 3rd block, Qin Shilu fell into deep contemplation. The distance to the city gate was too great, and the eaves were utterly unreachable. Even if he could grasp them, there was nothing upon which to anchor his hook. As Qin Shilu continued his reflections, the horde of corpses below grew increasingly restless. The densely packed dead surged forth, their bones and flesh crushed as they piled upon one another, forming a veritable pathway towards the rooftop from every direction of the 3rd block. The architectural style of the Xingxin kingdom favored courtyards, rendering the rooftops scarcely higher than the ground itself. For the corpses that dared to scale the city walls, the eaves of a mere block posed little challenge. As he observed the dead crawling atop the surrounding rooftops, Qin Shilu clenched his fists and sighed. "You are all still alive." Upon hearing Qin Shilu's voice and witnessing the unnatural expression on his face, Li Qi felt a sudden jolt of unease and inexplicable agitation. Having endured decades of torment from the cultivators of Yuxiao Mountain, he was acutely aware of the expression that manifests when a person descends into despair. On the face of Qin Shilu, although there was evident struggle and reluctance, there was utterly no trace of despair or fear. Amidst Li Ji's doubt and anxiety, Qin Shilu deftly produced several irregular stones and a few small spheres. After swallowing a packet of unknown powder, he withdrew a piece of black cloth from his clothing to cover his mouth and nose. Alarm surged within him as he observed Qin Shilu's actions. Li Ji quickly discerned the latter's intentions. The explosion reverberated with a flash of fire, engulfing the corpses strewn across the ground. The undead felt no pain and uttered no cries. They merely stood in silent anticipation of their demise. Qin Shilu had already leapt into the inferno, a faint bloodlight emanating from him, subtly shielding him from the searing flames. The crackling of burning echoed amidst the sharp gusts of wind generated by Qin Shilu's palms as he propelled himself forward, swiftly advancing towards the city gate. Li Ji crouched beside the corpses at the gate, squinting as he fixed his gaze on the approaching Qin Shilu, a flicker of nostalgia glimmering in his eyes. In his former days as the True Prince, he had personally led several minor campaigns against the Liang Kingdom, with his sole victory achieved through the use of fire tactics. Chapter 64. The Breach of the City Gate. The scorching flames roiled continuously, dispersing in all directions under the influence of Qin Shilu's palm winds. The corpses, devoid of moisture, were bound to ignite upon contact with the fierce fire. The flames surged with increasing ferocity, and Qin Shilu strained to utilize his malevolent energy to withstand the blaze as he trudged forward, beads of sweat evaporating from his skin, releasing wisps of vapor. At long last, after enduring the heat, Qin Shilu found himself near the city gate. Having lingered too long in the inferno, sparks erupted from his night attire, and his exposed skin began to show signs of scorching. 1 step, 2 steps. The once present corpses before the city gate had gradually dispersed, and a vacuum had formed on the main street to impede the spread of the flames. It seemed that Li Ji's spirit had also vanished without a trace. Gazing at the south city gate, which was less than a yard away, a glimmer of coldness flashed in Qin Shilu's eyes. A dense aura of blood and malevolence radiated from him, exuding tendrils of sanguine energy. He was incapable of producing even a single drop of sweat. In a desperate attempt to prevent his skin from igniting under the extreme heat, he forced the blood within him to circulate, barely moistening the air around him. As Qin Shilu staggered beneath the city gate, his internal blood energy was nearly depleted. He placed one hand upon the gate, concentrating the scant remaining malevolent energy into his palm. With a resounding crash, the wooden gate cracked under the force, and the serpentine flames that encircled him surged forward. Before long, under the guidance of his malevolent energy, the flames that had breached the gate intensified with ferocity. With another powerful strike, a shockwave reverberated through him, nearly toppling Qin Shilu. At this moment, He had exhausted all his vitality, relying solely on sheer willpower to sustain his form. The cracks on the city gate widened, flickering embers dancing within. Before long, flames surged outward, voraciously consuming the exterior paint of the gate. As the inferno gradually diminished, the remnants of burnt corpses on the ground became the last refuge for the flames. Qin Shilu leaned against the gate, poised to ignite the fire once more. Unperturbed by the prospect of the undead launching another assault, he surveyed the surroundings but found no flickers of eerie green among the horde of dry corpses. His vision blurred. Raising his right hand, he intended to rub his parched eye sockets, only to be confronted by a charred human hand. After a moment's hesitation, he abandoned the gesture. His eyes were devoid of moisture, and to rub soot into them would likely lead to blindness. Squinting, Qin Shilu conducted another inspection of his surroundings. The flames along the streets had entirely extinguished, leaving only the gate behind him ablaze. The undead stood motionless, refraining from any rash actions. The gate had been scorched beyond half its height, and the acrid smoke stung Qin Shilu's lungs, leaving him gasping for breath. After a few dry coughs, he felt his strength wane further. A wave of dizziness washed over him, causing him to stagger a couple of steps, nearly collapsing to the ground. Unable to ascertain Li Ji's whereabouts, an unsettling anxiety gnawed at his heart. He could not believe that his adversary would let him go so easily. Yet, now was not the time for such ponderings. If he did not depart soon, the opportunity would slip away. Bloodlust coiled around him once more, stifling a breath. Qin Shilu charged toward the charred city gate, facing minimal resistance as a shadowy figure breached the southern gate of Tianqing City. The force of the impact was rather fierce. It was nearly the last vestige of strength for Qin Shilu. After bursting through the city gates, he staggered a couple of steps before collapsing onto the ground, gasping for breath. His head swam as the dual afflictions of exhaustion and insufficient vitality assailed him, dragging Qin Shilu toward the abyss of slumber. Thud! A muffled sound echoed nearby, prompting Qin Shilu to muster the effort to open his eyes, only to be met by a pair of eyes gleaming with an eerie green light. A desiccated corpse had leapt down from the ramparts, landing beside him, with the malevolent cultivator Li Qi now inhabiting it. Child, don't be afraid, ah. The jaw of the corpse had been dislocated from the fall, rendering Li Qi's words fragmented and somewhat incoherent. The corpse struggled to rise, but having fallen from such a height, several parts of its body had shattered, and its nearly obliterated form attempted repeatedly, yet to no avail. Why did you run? Li Qi's voice incessantly echoed in his ears, gradually rekindling the flickering awareness within Qin Shilu. As the haze in his vision began to dissipate, upon perceiving the scene before him, he let out a low, guttural roar. Get away. The skeleton of the corpse, having been shattered, began to slither on the ground like a serpent after realizing it could not stand. It inched closer to Qin Shilu, the grotesque sight of a twisted, emaciated man, his eyes glowing, and a lewd grin plastered across his face as he crawled toward him, was utterly horrifying. Qin Shilu extended his forearm, propping himself against the ground in an attempt to rise. Yet, despite his exertions, he found it impossible to fully elevate his body. Earlier, while standing, he had contemplated fleeing to the woods beyond the city, hoping to escape on horseback. However, he now realized that once his strength had been sapped, rising again after falling was no trivial matter. As he observed Li Qi drawing ever closer, Qin Shilu gritted his teeth and, summoning his resolve, began to roll away with all his limbs. Tumbling in the muddy earth, his weathered face, once darkened by toil, now flushed with exertion. He reflected on the irony of having just urged his adversary to roll away, only to find himself in a similar predicament. The commotion at the gates of Tianqing City had inevitably roused the nearby villages and towns, prompting several merchant caravans residing in the vicinity to hastily investigate the situation. Should the internal strife among the royal family of Tianqing City have reached a decisive conclusion, they would eagerly swarm in, eager to profit from the chaos. Conversely, if conflict erupted within the city, they would need to ascertain the circumstances swiftly to ensure their caravans could retreat to safety. Chapter 65. Usurpation. Regardless of whether the newcomers would display benevolence and rescue him, Qin Shilu was largely indifferent. His only desire was to distance himself from the perverse demonic cultivator, Li Qi. Heaving. The footsteps of the approaching individuals grew steadily nearer, accompanied by fragmented conversations that reached Qin Shilu's ears. Manager Yang, could this be the onset of battle? Do you still have the strength to flee? What's happening? Why is this person upside down? Such severe burns. Ugh, it reeks. His chest still rises and falls. It seems he is still alive. Qin 16, exhausted to the point of being unable to open his eyes, feels his consciousness slowly sinking. Regardless of whether the two individuals beside him would rescue him, he remains indifferent. Although his body is marred by numerous burns, the injuries are not as grave as they appear. He listens to the fragmented conversation between Manager Yang and Zhou, sensing their harmlessness towards him. Thus, Qin 16 allows his awareness to drift further away. In his struggle against the flames, he has already depleted much of his mental strength. Zhou, come lend a hand. We cannot simply stand by and watch someone perish. A head? Whose head? Just as his consciousness teeters on the brink of slumber, a particular phrase from Zhou pierces through his nerves, jolting him awake. Qin 16 swiftly turns his head to the left, where a gaunt, diminutive head suddenly materializes. His abrupt awakening startles Manager Yang, who was about to approach, causing him and Zhou to take a step back, their eyes reflecting a flicker of apprehensive alarm. With no time to concern himself with their reactions, Qin 16 realizes that he must prioritize his own survival. The head's eyes glow faintly green, barely discernible against the backdrop of the grass. Sensing the gaze of others, the head with the green light slightly parts its lips, revealing a chilling grin. Wisps of gray smoke emerge from the head, steadily seeping into Qin 16's body. A cacophony erupted within Qin Shilu's mind as he instantaneously grasped the unfolding events. This Li Ji had audaciously twisted his own head off and had rolled along, undetected thus far. Little one, do you have any inkling of the monumental effort I exerted to capture you? The distance from Tianqing City is quite taxing, even for someone of my caliber. A shrill voice suddenly pierced the air, and a flicker of green light flashed across Qin Shilu's eyes, only to vanish moments later. At this juncture, Qin Shilu found himself utterly stripped of his five senses. He could neither articulate his thoughts nor perceive his surroundings, and even the slightest movement of his fingers eluded his control. Help me! Qin Shilu weakly cried out. There are truly demonic cultivators within the city. Hurry! Flee! Manager Yang was taken aback by his words. The proclamation against the demonic cultivators had emanated from the secluded Tianqing City, known far and wide. Yet, the common folk within Xingxin had little inclination to believe such claims, for the rationale behind the rebellion seemed rather implausible. In recent decades, the transition of the crown from the prince to the emperor had indeed been peculiar, though the populace might entertain wild speculations in private. Their most daring conjectures involved someone plotting for the throne or impersonating another. To them, the identity of the emperor bore little significance. As Qin Shilu's desperate pleas faded into unconsciousness, Manager Yang furrowed his brow. I say, Manager Yang, why would you bother saving such a person? Demonic cultivators, you say? How ludicrous. I must forewarn you, I shall not lay a finger on someone so unclean. After much hesitation, Yang sighed and ultimately could not refuse the request of a dying man. We cannot simply leave a living soul to collapse on the ground, can we? Zhou glanced at the barely alive Qin Shilu and chuckled. No need to rush. I am rather timid. Other merchant caravans are likely dispatching people as well, and I shall enter alongside them. Disregarding Zhou's frivolity, Yang supported Qin Shilu, almost dragging him as they trudged toward their caravan's camp. A bead of sweat trickled down his forehead, but he lacked the leisure to wipe it away. With a hint of resignation, Yang murmured to himself, Fortunately, our young family's caravan is the closest to the southern district. Otherwise, my old bones would not endure this. Within Qin Shilu, the crimson blood malice was being gradually purged by a faint green light. Slowly, the malevolent energy within him dissipated, transforming into a somber, deep green. Ha. Indeed, this is excellent material. It was worth the tremendous effort and the peril of losing my very soul to seize this body. In the shadowy realm where Qin Shilu resided, a raucous laughter echoed. Who would have thought that such a young Qi practitioner could emerge from the mundane world, and within the territory of my esteemed Xinqiao kingdom, no less. Chapter 66. The City of Sorrow. As we encountered the injured youth along the way, Zhou was unwilling to lend a hand, so I allowed him to venture alone to the city gate for information. Gently placing Qin Shilu on the ground, Yang gasped for breath. Accustomed to the domineering presence of the robust men, Yang, the steward, paid little heed and placed a kettle of water beside Qin Shilu before venturing into the village in search of the barefoot doctor. In the distance, flames surged skyward, engulfing the city gates in a fierce blaze, while merchant caravans stationed outside the walls to the east, west, and north began dispatching scouts. Before long, a gathering of around 100 individuals had formed outside the southern city gate, all observing from a safe distance, none daring to approach. A cacophony of voices erupted among the crowd, each person articulating their thoughts. With the fire raging so intensely and no sign of life, not even the sounds of conflict could be heard, something felt amiss. Hey, Xiao Laosi, do you dare to step forward and investigate? Pai Zhuju, are you trying to lead me to my doom? Do you think I'm blind? Approaching the gate? If I take just a few steps closer, I'd be within the range of the Falconess arrows, and the Imperial Guard's crossbows would turn me into a charred skewer. The clamor of arguments continued unabated until, under the guidance of several elder merchants' guards, a small team of 6 emerged. Each gathered individual contributed a few pieces of silver, serving as a form of life insurance. The southern gate had been nearly consumed by flames, the remaining embers slowly extinguishing. Led by their captain, the 5 young guards cautiously approached the city, wooden shields in hand. As they journeyed forth, unexpectedly, they encountered no assault from the guards atop the city walls. Not even a single arrow was sighted. At long last, the small party arrived at the city gate, where only a few flickering flames remained, yet thick smoke continued to billow, rendering close proximity nearly impossible. The leader of the escort hailed from the Chow family's merchant caravan in London City, marked by 3 distinctive scars on his left cheek. He was colloquially known as Scarface. Renowned for his ruthlessness in the mercantile trade, he was infamous for prioritizing wealth over life. Though many in the trade whispered that Scarface was a madman who valued money above all else, one must ponder, could a true lunatic have survived to this day? The guards trailing behind trembled, nodding in agreement, for they were men who cherished their lives, while their greed for riches was undeniable. None desired to risk their lives by venturing into the city. A silent consensus was quickly reached. They raised their wooden shields, maintaining their gaze toward the city gate, and began to retreat slowly. However, scarcely had they taken 2 steps back when an unusual sound broke the silence of the surroundings. Thirst, Scarface furrowed his brow, halting his steps. With a slight turn of his head, he spoke in a low, commanding voice, "Do not make a sound. If the guards are alerted, we shall all be in peril." Scarface's visage held a formidable presence, and the guards positioned behind him, witnessing his fearsome countenance directed their way, fervently shook their heads in denial. Seeing no one confess, Scarface chose not to pursue the matter further. Such warnings sufficed for the moment. Preserving their lives took precedence. For who could predict if a hidden arrow would suddenly strike from the walls? Thirst, hunger. The remaining guards displayed a look of bewilderment, shaking their heads in a manner that indicated the sounds did not originate from them. They even suspected that the one known as 3 Scars was merely feigning thirst and hunger to extort them. "I am so hungry, so very hungry. Thirst, I am parched. Ah, ah." Faint cries echoed around, while 3 Scars maintained a posture of turning his head, locking eyes with the 5 guards in a tense standoff. Upon hearing the commotion, a bead of cold sweat trickled down his forehead. The smoke at the city gate began to dissipate, revealing glimpses of the scene within the city. Yet 3 Scars was either unable to see it or too fearful to look. A cacophony erupted from the city gate as a small escort from a merchant caravan collapsed, with the remaining for not faring much better, trembling uncontrollably, their pupils dilated, and 2 of them had even soiled themselves. The cries grew increasingly distinct, accompanied by erratic footsteps. As something ominous approached, 3 Scars swallowed hard and made a swift decision. He thrust up his wooden shield to protect the back of his head, shoving aside the dazed young guards blocking his path, and sprinted back in the direction from whence he came. He disregarded any concerns about the noise. Survival took precedence. Throughout the ordeal, 3 Scars did not cast a single glance back at the city gate. Although the chaotic footsteps and haunting cries weighed heavily on his mind, he was not foolish enough to seek out danger when ensnared in perilous circumstances. "Ah, the food. I crave sustenance. Where are my hands?" The frantic dash of Sanba Z continues unabated. Initially, he clutched a wooden shield in one hand, guarding the back of his head. But now he has cast aside all caution, running with reckless abandon. His shield, once a means of protection against hidden arrows, long forgotten, discarded in the chaos. He realizes that although he is moving further from the city gates, the anguished screams around him grow ever clearer, an array of voices assailing his ears, chilling and sorrowful, as if thousands have gathered at the gates, wailing in unison. Chapter 67. Counterattack. In this mission, Sanba Z lacked the courage to proceed. I shall return the deposit received from the Chow family in full to the second steward. I humbly ask for your understanding regarding my discourtesy. The Chow family is a prominent clan in Lunan City, once thriving under the auspices of the Huayun gang. Their fortunes were not as formidable as the Shao family's monopoly in Wanglu City, yet they did not suffer significantly. However, with the demise of the Huayun gang at the hands of Qi now, the Chow family's business has plummeted. In just a few years, it has deteriorated to the point where even distant trade ventures require the family head's personal oversight. The middle-aged man clad in a flowing robe is named Chao Chongrui, a notable figure in the business circles of Shang Xi Nation. After losing the support of the Huayun gang, he has valiantly struggled to salvage the precarious state of the Chao family. Chao Chongrui rose to his feet, approached Senbatsi, and gently patted him on the shoulder. A hint of a smile gracing his face as he spoke softly, "Old Three, what do you mean by that? Though you are not a soldier of the Chao family, you are indeed one who has escorted our merchant convoy on numerous occasions. There is no need to speak of retreat. Such words are too formal." Upon hearing this, Senbatsi's face flushed with embarrassment. As the advanced scout, he had ventured to the city gate to assess the situation and had indeed accepted a fair amount of silver, thus profiting from this journey. "Master, Senbatsi turned to Chao Chongrui, clasping his hands respectfully. His head bowed as he gritted his teeth and said, "Master, what exactly has transpired within the city? It won't be long before the news spreads to the encampments of nearby merchant convoys. When you inquire, you shall know. There are quite a number of people gathered outside the South City Gate, and that thing has already scattered and fled. I truly do not dare to linger any longer, so I bid you farewell. Chao Rui, go and ask the other merchant convoys for information." Chao Chongrui commanded his attendant, his demeanor dark and foreboding. "The business in Tianxing City cannot afford any mishaps. Our Chao family cannot withstand any more turmoil." Meanwhile, within the body of Qin Shirlu, the demon cultivator Li Qi commenced his takeover. The meridians of Qin Shirlu had already been thoroughly refined by him, and the unique, bloodthirsty energy belonging to Qin Shirlu had been eradicated. Now his body was entirely suffused with Li Qi's distinctive, ghostly green energy. After the transformation of the meridians, the once dark and boundless sea of consciousness of Qin 16 slowly began to reveal specks of eerie green. A diminutive figure, resembling Qin 16 himself, curled up and lay in deep slumber at the darkest depths. Surrounding him, the flickering points of green light gradually encroached upon his being. As time passed, a significant portion of the sea of consciousness was consumed by the eerie green, and the likeness of Qin 16 began to fade. In stark contrast, a humanoid figure enveloped in a radiant green light emerged within the sea of consciousness, bearing a striking resemblance to the demonic cultivator Li Qi. Qin 16 remained in a deep sleep, and it seemed inevitable that he would never awaken again. The ethereal green light continued to solidify, with Li Qi's soul claiming dominion over 90% of the sea of consciousness. The entire expanse was filled with the eerie green that represented Li Qi, save for the faint, defiant silhouette of Qin 16, which persisted in exuding a dim black light. The diminutive figure, transformed from Li Qi's soul, was now able to navigate freely within the sea of consciousness. He drifted slowly to the depths, gazing at the dim and lifeless form of little Qin 16, his brow furrowing in confusion. "This should not be," he pondered. "Why can I not dispel this last remnant of true soul?" Surrounding the almost transparent essence of Qin 16, Li Qi found himself perplexed. This experience was utterly unlike his previous attempts at possession, deviating entirely from the common tenets of the cultivation world. Shaking his head in resignation, he decided to abandon the thought. Within the sea of consciousness, Li Qi raised a finger, from which a flicker of purple flame emerged, dancing like fire. This is a technique stolen by Li Ji from the hidden symbol sect, known as the Purple Extreme Nether Flame, specifically designed to target the souls of cultivators. It is Li Ji's ultimate trump card and the key to his escape from the hidden symbol sect. This violet flame, which seemed utterly discordant with Li Ji's aura, detached from his fingertips and began to dance wildly within the realm of consciousness, stealthily making its way toward the translucent figure of Qin Shirlu. At the moment it neared Qin Shirlu's form, it erupted violently, transforming into a raging purple blaze that scorched the heavens and seared the earth. Fiery serpents continuously slithered forth, entwining around Qin Shirlu's body, intent on devouring him entirely. In a state of disbelief, Li Ji's ghostly green hue faded slightly, revealing a pallid countenance. The consumption of his energy by the purple extreme nether flame was immense. After sustaining it for so long, without vanquishing Qin Shilu, he found himself nearing exhaustion, truly a case of losing more than he gained. Let the ancestor witness what kind of monstrosity you truly are. Li Ji's eyes shimmered with determination as his hands shifted, weaving an intricate array, which he pressed against Qin Shilu's forehead. The instant Li Ji's hands made contact with Qin Shilu's head, a cataclysmic surge of blood energy erupted, radiating outward from the center of Qin Shilu's translucent soul. The entire realm of consciousness was rent with fissures, resembling a shattered mirror. How is this possible? Li Qi's spirit was the first to be struck. Violently cast far away, as hundreds of fissures appeared upon his ethereal form, continuously spreading and extending. Chapter 68. In the dream, Qin 16 found himself immersed in a lengthy dream, wherein he assumed the role of the crown prince of the Shengxin kingdom, a dashing young man named Li Ji. That year, the Liang kingdom once again launched an incursion at the borders, and Li Ji voluntarily requested to be dispatched to the front lines to defend his homeland. The elderly emperor, pleased by his son's courage, granted his request. In the ensuing 3 years, the conflict between Shengxin and Liang descended into a stalemate, a protracted war between a great nation and a smaller one, where endurance and attrition became the primary measures of victory. The national strength of Shengxin dwindled drastically. With no progress on the battlefield, the able-bodied men of the nation were conscripted to the front, leaving the elderly, women, and children to suffer under the strain. Fields lay fallow, and famine spread like wildfire. As the crown prince, Li Ji remained stationed at the front for an extended period, deeply troubled by the state of affairs at home. Though the old emperor refrained from articulating certain truths, Li Ji was acutely aware that if the deadlock persisted, the Shengxin kingdom would inevitably face annihilation. The clash of nations was powerful enough to crush every individual. Even those of royal blood, including the emperor himself, were compelled to yield to the overwhelming tide of fate. A year passed, and the early spring arrived. The war raged on, while all able-bodied youths had gathered at the borders. Famine and plague began to ravage the land of Shengxin. Meanwhile, the valiant soldiers fighting fiercely against the enemy were oblivious to the plight of their families at home, where most had succumbed to starvation and illness. In the 5th year, as spring graced the land once more, Li Ji led a contingent of light cavalry deep into enemy territory, igniting a blaze that consumed the granary of a small city within the Liang Army's domain, momentarily stalling their large-scale offensive. This long-awaited victory indeed rejuvenated the morale of the troops. During that evening's celebratory feast, the generals incessantly clinked their cups with Li Ji, and under the influence of alcohol, the soldiers on the front lines momentarily forgot their suffering, casting aside thoughts of their families. "My prince, perhaps you should drink less and eat something," a guard implored softly, holding a basket of food and observing Li Ji's haggard visage. Ignoring his loyal attendant, Li Ji grasped the wine jug and once more poured the muddy, turbid liquor into his mouth, exhaling a belch as he drunkenly declared, "Distribute the food among the soldiers. Do not concern yourself with me. But, my prince, you have not eaten for 2 days. You must consume at least a little," the guard insisted, tightening his grip on the basket, forcing a semblance of a smile as he urged him again. Gulping down the murky wine, Li Ji ceased to respond, continuing to swallow greedily. It was only after the guard exited the tent that he finally set down the jug, lifting his swaying head to gaze hazily outside. Lost in thought, he did not glance at the food in the basket, yet he knew it contained only a few moldy white buns and some vegetable soup. It was not that Li Ji was disdainful of the meager fare. He could drink the muddy wine without hesitation, so how could he be picky about food? He understood that this was the best sustenance available to the army at present. If he had to subsist on such meager rations, what then would his soldiers consume? Dirt and tree roots, perhaps? After several days of sleepless toil, Li Ji collapsed, and as he fell, a long-awaited smile graced his face. For he believed he had finally succumbed to intoxication. When Li Ji awoke once more, a fortnight had passed, and he found himself reclined within his chambers. As he slowly opened his eyes, the startled exclamations of his maidservants filled the air. "His Majesty has awakened." Quickly summoned the imperial physician. "Hurry to inform Generals Wu and the Chancellor." Li Ji's head was heavy, and his limbs felt weak and unresponsive as he attempted to rise, only to discover he lacked the strength. With a bitter smile, he chose to remain still, listening to the cacophony of urgent voices around him, patiently awaiting further developments. It was not until he heard the sound of heavy footsteps approaching that the flustered maidservants remembered to assist their prince, hastily gathering around Li Ji to gently lift him. "Your Majesty, you are awake?" General Han Wei stood at the bedside, offering a military salute with utmost reverence. "Your Majesty?" It was then that Li Ji noticed the shift in address. Both the anxious maidservants and the imposing General Han referred to him as Your Majesty, rather than the familiar Your Highness. "The late Emperor has passed away." Han Wei suddenly knelt upon the ground, his voice grave. Upon hearing this, Li Ji felt a jolt of shock, as if the world were spinning around him. His stomach churned violently, and he retched, expelling a mouthful of congealed blood. "Your Majesty, where is the imperial physician? Quickly, summon the physician." Seeing this, Li Ji hurried forward, gently stroking Li Ji's back, his face awash with concern and remorse. The sight of Li Ji spitting blood and Han Wei's furious roar plunged the maids within the chamber into a state of utter disarray. They scrambled to escape the confines of the room, while those who were a beat too slow stood trembling in place, awaiting commands. Having long resided within the palace, they were acutely aware that during the transition of imperial power, it was not the princes or noble relatives who suffered the most, but rather themselves and the young eunuchs. For they were privy to far too many secrets. "Your Majesty need not worry. The Liang forces have retreated. This is the late Emperor's directive, explicitly entrusted to me." An old minister, to deliver to Your Majesty, announced a venerable scholar, his hair as white as snow, as he hobbled into the room, flanked by several attendants. This late-arriving elder was none other than the foremost statesman of the Shengxin dynasty, the current Prime Minister, Zhang Wenxing. However, Zhang Wenxing's countenance was grave as he shook his head and remarked, "The late Emperor's portrait is of great significance. Since Your Majesty has regained consciousness, it is imperative that you view it at the earliest opportunity. I shall ensure the imperial physician attends to your health shortly." What a pompous scholar. "Do you believe I won't cast you out this very moment?" Han Wei glared fiercely at Zhang Wenxing, his temper flaring after 5 years of relentless warfare at the borders. He had always held a low opinion of those court officials who merely dabbled in rhetoric. Li Ji had fought alongside these soldiers, shedding blood on the battlefield, and even led troops deep into enemy territory on several occasions, earning Han Wei's profound respect. At present, Li Ji is afflicted with illness, while Zhang Wenxing stands before him, incessantly prattling on about the ceremonial rights of sovereigns and subjects, as well as fathers and sons. Han Wei, however, will not indulge him with pleasantries. As the head of the military, he possesses ample confidence to refrain from courtesy. Chapter 69. The Secret Scroll. Cough. General Han, let the Chancellor speak. Observing the tense standoff between the two men, Li Ji reluctantly interjected, "My father has passed away, and the Liang kingdom has withdrawn its troops. What dire state does my realm, Shenzhen, find itself in at this moment? As a son and the newly appointed sovereign, how can I rest easy? Unaware of my father's funeral arrangements and the current condition of the empire?" Han Wei faltered, momentarily rendered speechless. Yet he continued to glare at Zhang Wenxing with an unfriendly expression. "Your Majesty is wise." Zhang Wenxing stepped forward, retrieving an exquisite Nanmu brocade box from his sleeve, bowing as he presented it to Li Ji. With great effort, Li Ji accepted the box, his expression grave. Upon opening it, he discovered a scroll of silk lying quietly within, sealed at the opening with firewax, bearing the imperial seal, a veritable edict from the late emperor. As Li Ji prepared to break the seal, Zhang Wenxing stepped back, bowing once more, and stated, "The late emperor decreed that this scroll is for Your Majesty's eyes alone and must be incinerated immediately after being read." With that, he took a brazier from the attendant and placed it beside the bed, lifting the lid to reveal several glowing coals within. "You." As he perceived that the other intended to command him, the left general, Han Wei was truly incensed and was about to unleash a tirade, deeming Zhang Wenxing, despite his position as chancellor, excessively audacious. Li Ji immediately waved his hand, signaling for the others to leave. "General Zhua, you may exit as well." "Yes." Han Wei suppressed his ire towards Zhang Wenxing, lowering his head in compliance before slowly retreating. Once everyone had been cleared out, Li Ji exhaled a deep breath, gradually unfurling the secret scroll in his hands and scrutinizing its contents. The scroll bore few words, merely 15 in total. Yuxiao Mountain, white-robed cultivator, tribute, royal bloodline. Retreat of troops. Li Ji furrowed his brow, closing his eyes in contemplation. After much hesitation, He resolved to heed the late emperor's wishes and cast the scroll into the fire pit beneath his bed. The open scroll covered the embers, emitting a series of crackling sounds, and soon after, flickers of flame emerged, igniting the parchment. He fixed his gaze on the scroll as it turned to ash, before finally averting his eyes and murmuring to himself, "Strange. Even after being consumed by fire, there remains no change. What, indeed, did my father wish to convey?" "Generals Wu, Chancellor." Li Ji turned slightly, calling out hoarsely, his voice tinged with weakness. The passing of the late emperor did not evoke a profound sense of sorrow within Li Ji. After all, the bonds of kinship within the imperial family were rather tenuous. His initial decision to volunteer for the front lines had also been influenced by a desire to distance himself from his father. Engaging in the battles at the frontier not only allowed him to evade the political tumult within Tianqing City, but also enabled him to accumulate prestige within the military, thereby paving the way for his eventual ascension to the throne. Yet, upon his return, he found the capital transformed, the familiar now unrecognizable. During his period of unconsciousness, he had inexplicably inherited the throne. Truly, the affairs of the world are ever so capricious. "Your Majesty, the imperial physician awaits outside." Just as Li Ji was lost in thought, a voice inquired from beyond the door. Upon hearing the voice of Zhang Wensheng, Li Ji mustered his strength and called out, "Enter." Fortunately, the individuals outside discerned the emperor's faint summons. As he gazed at the dry ashes in the brazier, Zhang Wensheng wore a contemplative expression, intrigued by the late emperor's edict. "First, bring me a cup of water," Li Ji said, casting a mournful glance at those present, speaking softly. Throughout the entire ordeal, Li Ji never divulged the contents of the late emperor's edict to anyone. Although Zhang Wensheng made several attempts to probe, Li Ji skillfully deflected his inquiries. Instead, he managed to extract a wealth of information from Zhang Wensheng, including details concerning Yuxiao Mountain. It turned out that the late emperor had passed away in Zhang Wensheng's presence. Before his demise, the late emperor penned 2 handwritten orders. One was sealed and entrusted to Zhang Wensheng for delivery to Li Ji, while the other was retained by Zhang Wensheng, serving as the final administrative decree of the late emperor during his reign. A month later, in accordance with the late emperor's final mandate, the Li royal family began sending several legitimate offspring, each over the age of 16, to Yuxiao Mountain annually, seeking the wisdom of the mountain's practitioners on the arts of longevity. This marked the first time Li Ji had heard the name Yuxiao Mountain, and it was also his first endeavor to ascertain its location, to facilitate the respite of the royal offspring prior to their ascent, as well as to ensure the provision of various supplies. Li Ji ordered the construction of a small town at the foot of Yuxiao Mountain, naming it Tongzhou City. Day after day, year after year, the number of royal offspring and elders taken away by Yuxiao Mountain continued to increase, yet none had returned after cultivating for longevity. Eventually, the matter of Yuxiao Mountain bestowing miraculous elixirs gradually came to the attention of many officials and nobles within the court. Dissatisfied with the royal family monopolizing the benefits of Yuxiao Mountain, they clamored for opportunities to ascend the mountain. Li Ji, unable to resist the demands of the ministers, dispatched envoys to inquire whether the cultivators would accept disciples from outside the royal lineage into the realm of cultivation. Ultimately, through mutual concession, Yuxiao Mountain agreed to accept a select number of servant disciples, who would also be granted elixirs. From that point onward, the royal family's interactions with Yuxiao Mountain became increasingly cautious, to the extent that in later years, the entire Xingxin realm believed the royal family had severed ties with Yuxiao Mountain, with all disciple quotas being allocated to the descendants of the nobility. During Li Ji's 23 years of reign, the Xingxin realm enjoyed bountiful harvests and peace. However, within his heart, there remained an unresolved knot. What exactly did the late emperor's edict intend to convey? Although he was not particularly close to the late emperor, the bond between father and son was undeniable. Each time he heard the late emperor's hasty handwriting, Li Ji felt an overwhelming sense of oppression and suffocation, as if he were experiencing the very mindset of the late emperor while penning that secret edict. Chapter 70. The Hidden Symbol Sect. Until that fateful day, a flash of white light pierced through the air, and suddenly, the atmosphere grew thick and viscous. Li Ji found himself immobilized within his study, his body unresponsive. Yet his consciousness remained alert. Dots of starlight inexplicably appeared in the room, forming a radiant star array, obscuring his vision with blinding brilliance. As the starlight waned, a young man clad in white appeared before Li Ji, his expression one of indifference as he fixed a gaze upon him. Arrange the affairs of the deceased and follow me. The words, icy and devoid of warmth, emanated from the cultivator, carrying an irresistible aura of authority that struck at the very core of Li Ji's being. Numbly nodding, Li Ji found himself ensnared by an enigmatic force, rendering him incapable of controlling his thoughts, as he focused solely on complying with the white-clad figure before him. Everything unfolded with remarkable ease. The new crown prince had already been established, and the court, both civil and military, had undergone a complete overhaul. Yet, the evergreen presence of Zhang Wensheng continued to dominate the position of prime minister, exhibiting a somewhat unwieldy momentum. The white-clad cultivator stood within Li Ji's study, observing with a detached demeanor as he summoned the civil and military officials to arrange the national affairs concerning Shengxian. A steady stream of court officials entered and exited, yet none seemed to notice the white-robed figure standing beside Li Ji. Eventually, after dismissing the officials, the crown prince entered the study, surrounded by a throng of royal kin. Li Ji spoke little, merely informing his legitimate son of his intention to seek longevity at Yuxiao Mountain, instructing him to prepare a substitute's corpse to facilitate a deception, thus evading the scrutiny of the court. As night fell and Li Ji finally concluded all matters, a beam of white light enveloped him, whisking him away from his palace. Upon regaining his senses, Li Ji discovered himself floating above the clouds, the expressionless white-clad cultivator grasping his shoulder with an icy gaze, as if transporting livestock, leading him towards the summit of Yuxiao Mountain. It was only now that he comprehended the imperial edict left behind by the late emperor. Yuxiao Mountain, the white-clad cultivator, tribute, royal bloodline, and the retreat of troops. He had always believed that the words left by the late emperor referred to two distinct matters. Firstly, each year a group of noble offspring with royal bloodlines would be dispatched to the peak of Yuxiao Mountain to cultivate the art of longevity, with the white-clad cultivators potentially serving as their instructors. Secondly, through the means of tribute, they would negotiate with the Liang kingdom, persuading them to withdraw their troops. It was only upon witnessing the so-called white-clad cultivators with his own eyes that he realized the true meaning behind the hurried and chaotic script left by the late emperor was entirely different from his understanding. The royal bloodline was to be treated as tribute, offered to Yuxiao Mountain, in exchange for the withdrawal of Liang's forces. And these white-clad cultivators were the ones to facilitate that transition. A fierce wind swept through, making it difficult for Li Ji to keep his eyes open. He felt a sharp pain in his fingers, and blood trickled down, as the nail on his right index finger had been worn away. In the confines of the palace study, his thoughts were firmly ensnared by the white-clad cultivators, compelled to obey their commands, all arranged under the premise of ensuring a smooth transition of imperial power. However, the mental control exerted by the white-clad cultivators was not absolute. There were moments when a slight lapse occurred. Seizing this rare opportunity of vulnerability, Li Ji etched a message into the surface of the desk and concealed it with a piece of paper. Yuxiao Mountain, white-clad cultivators, escape. He left his final message for his son, the sixth emperor of the Shengxian kingdom, upon that desk, which was accessible only to the emperor himself. Upon reaching the summit of Yuxiao Mountain, the white-clad cultivators did not linger there but continued to elevate Li Ji further, ultimately arriving in a new realm enveloped in a blanket of radiant white light. Li Ji's eyes narrowed slightly as he quietly surveyed the world around him. What met his gaze were towering ancient trees and lofty peaks that pierced the clouds. Ahead lay a vast array of light, enveloping a cluster of edifices nestled among the mountains, the destination of the white-clad cultivators. There, Li Ji encountered his father, the emperor, as well as the royal offspring who had been sent to Mount Yuxiao over the years. They were confined within a cave in the mountain, their expressions vacant and their silence profound. Approaching his aged father, Li Ji reached out to greet him, gently stroking the elder's back. Yet, the elder remained unresponsive. Resembling a mere shell of his former self, his eyes devoid of luster. Why was this so? Li Ji was perplexed. The cultivators had asserted that those who entered the realm of cultivation achieved immortality, and indeed, his father seemed to possess a youthfulness that surpassed his own. Yet, how could their spirits be so diminished, bordering on madness? It was not long before he learned the grim truth. When he too was violently restrained by the cultivators and taken to the apothecary, the reality unveiled itself. The torment of cramping, bone extraction, bloodletting, and skinning was a daily ordeal. The blood of these worldly royals served as the vital ingredient for the practitioners of Mount Yuxiao. This signified that the suffering they endured would persist for a century, particularly for those youth who, upon turning 16, were consigned to this harrowing fate. Their prime years would be spent within the confines of this alchemical prison. 20 years later, Li Ji's child, the sixth emperor of the Shengxin kingdom, entered the room. Upon seeing his father, his reaction mirrored that of Li Ji from the past. Similarly, Li Ji paid no heed to his child, his spirit having long since shattered. His body reduced to mere instinct. As the decades passed, Li Ji's lifespan began to wane. The kin who had preceded him into this realm had already exhausted their lifespans, serving as medicinal catalysts for their own existence, while Li Ji alone clung to life in a desperate struggle. At the age of 137, an unexpected spark of clarity flickered within his once broken spirit, allowing a glimmer of lucidity to return to his eyes, which had been drained of vitality in the alchemy chamber by the cultivators extracting his blood. It was akin to awakening from a protracted nightmare, one so lengthy that every part of his being had been replaced, yet his memories deepened within that dream. For the first time in the alchemy chamber, Li Ji began to attentively listen to the conversations of the cultivators, learning that he resided in the Lingzhou cultivation realm, and that his sect was known as the Hidden Symbol Sect. Not only the Li royal family, but the entirety of the mundane imperial households served as medicinal catalysts for the various sects of the cultivation world, for they amassed the thoughts and aspirations of the common people. From the cultivators' discourse, Li Ji also gleaned another narrative. They were originally descendants of immortals, once under the protection of celestial beings. However, those immortals were defeated by powerful cultivators known as heavenly lords, relegating them to subjects of study for the cultivators. Chapter 71. Awakening. In due course, Li Ji gradually came to comprehend certain fundamental truths of the cultivation realm in which he found himself, as well as the true purpose of his being brought here as a test subject. Between the mundane world and the realm of cultivation lies a barrier that directly restricts the arrival of cultivators. Mount Yuxiao is no ordinary mountain. It serves as a treasure for supreme cultivators, capable of momentarily subduing the laws of the mundane world, thus allowing those below the qi refining stage to descend briefly. Consequently, various sects within the Lingzhou cultivation realm have descended similar treasures akin to Mount Yuxiao, enabling their disciples to communicate with the mortal realm. On that fateful day, the Hidden Symbol Sect was besieged, and amidst the panicked utterances of the cultivators, Li Ji faintly discerned the term external path. The disciples in the alchemy chamber had all been summoned to maintain the formations across the various peaks, leaving no one to notice the flicker of brilliance in the eyes of the aged royal descendant. Li Ji's frail form lay sprawled upon the alchemical table, akin to a suspended painting, and the constraints of the formation that held him had stagnated due to the absence of a supervising cultivator. With trembling effort, he crawled to the ground, his eyes alight with urgency. Though he had perpetually worn a vacant expression during the numerous transports from the prison to the alchemy chamber, he had become intimately familiar with the surrounding terrain. Alongside him in the alchemy chamber were several other members of the Li royal family, all of whom were Li Ji's junior relatives. After enduring prolonged and harrowing years, they had long since lost their wits, yet at this moment, none had awakened as Li Ji had. Disregarding his kin, Li Ji swiftly gathered several small vials and a few medicinal tomes from the alchemy chamber. Relying solely on his memory, he pressed himself against the wall and stealthily exited the nightmarish confines of the Hidden Symbol Sect's apothecary. Outside lay a series of mountain peaks, upon which a pale blue dome of light emerged, emanating an overwhelming aura from the south. Narrowing his eyes, Li Ji faintly discerned several streaks of light colliding violently in the sky. Powerful gusts of wind swept through the area, causing the entire mountain to tremble, as a colossal phantom materialized in the firmament, unleashing thousands of talismans from its ethereal form. Due to the considerable distance, Li Ji was unable to ascertain the identity of the person targeted by the myriad of talismans. Yet he recognized that this moment presented the opportune chance to escape the alchemy chamber and perhaps even the Hidden Symbol Sect itself. The disciples of the Hidden Symbol Sect, positioned nearby, floated in the air, exerting their utmost efforts to control their life talismans, maintaining the defensive array of their small domain. The strength of these lower-tier disciples was insufficient to withstand the enemy's onslaught. Their sole purpose was to preserve the mountain peaks and pavilions behind them from the destructive aftershocks of the battle beyond the heavens. While the disciples remained utterly focused on safeguarding their homeland, Li Ji, having not moved his body for a considerable time, adeptly navigated the mountain crevices and ascended to a mid-slope position. The descent was a journey of both hands and feet, far smoother than Li Ji had anticipated. The crevices that appeared as sheer cliffs to an ordinary observer were effortlessly traversed by Li Ji, whose movements resembled those of an agile monkey. The blood coursed through his veins once more, and the obstructions in his meridians were cleared. This body, nourished by spiritual herbs for nearly a century within the mountain prison and pharmacy of the hidden symbol sect, had long transcended the ordinary human form. After acquiring martial skills and resources, Li Ji fled eastward for several hundred miles before finally calming his mind to prepare for the cultivation of the refining spirit technique. However, during his practice, an inexplicable phenomenon occurred. Another technique, titled Transcendent Immortal Sutra, suddenly emerged in his mind, completely superseding the refining spirit technique. This created an awkward predicament, as Li Ji found himself utterly incapable of cultivating the rudimentary refining spirit technique. Whenever he attempted to channel his energy according to its teachings, his focus would be disrupted by the sudden intrusion of the Transcendent Immortal Sutra. The origins of the Transcendent Immortal Sutra were shrouded in mystery, leaving Li Ji hesitant to practice it casually. After countless unsuccessful attempts to cultivate the refining spirit technique, he reluctantly steeled himself and began to diligently cultivate the Transcendent Immortal Sutra that resided within his mind. Following the Great Battle, the Hidden Symbol sect was compelled to seal its mountain for a century. When, after 100 years, the disciples of the Hidden Symbol sect emerged once more, they were astonished to find that their unique alchemical arts had become commonplace, even being sold at a meager price of half a spiritual crystal at street stalls. Ultimately, one cannot conceal a fire with mere paper. A century's passage has elevated Li Ji to the status of a Yuxiao-level cultivator, while simultaneously alerting the Hidden Symbol sect to the escape of the drug slave. The realms beyond Yuxiao are beyond Li Ji's comprehension, yet he is acutely aware that his movements are meticulously monitored, undoubtedly by an entity of higher caliber. The rank of the Nian Xianjing far surpasses that of the Lian Shenju, yet Li Ji, hailing from a humble background, remains no match for the elite Hidden Symbol sect of Lingzhou. 2 Yuxiao-level attendants were dispatched simultaneously, and in that confrontation, Li Ji's hard-earned body was utterly annihilated, leaving him incapable of inflicting significant damage upon his adversaries. With his physical form destroyed and his primordial spirit devoid of a vessel, his existence seemed to fade. Even Li Ji felt as though he had perished at that moment. Yet, paradoxically, he found himself alive. Revived, Li Ji was left with but a fragment of his soul, yet retained the majority of his memories. In an inexplicable manner, he understood that if he could usurp the body of a lower-tier Qi cultivator, he could rise again. Li Ji's possession was remarkably successful. Upon reopening his fleshly eyes, a few characters emerged in his mind, those of the formidable divine ability, Purple Extreme Nether Flame. Through the memories of the Qi cultivator from whom he had taken over, Li Ji regained insights into the secrets of the Hidden Symbol sect. It turned out he had never truly departed from the territory of the sect. The vast expanse of thousands of miles was entirely under its domain, and those scattered cultivators and mortals residing within the sphere of influence of the Hidden Symbol sect were utterly oblivious to the world beyond its borders. The supplementary knowledge of the cultivation realm is of secondary importance. What is truly pivotal is that the Qi refining practitioner, whose body was usurped by Li Ji, was appointed as the gatekeeper of Yuxiao Mountain every decade. To evade the suspicions of Yuxiao Mountain and the Hidden Symbol sect, he altered his name to Li Ji, retaining the same pronunciation but differing in characters. He successfully ascended to the throne as Emperor Xingxin, subsequently portraying several new princes thereafter. However, the Hidden Symbol sect, being what it is, soon exposed Li Ji's ruse. Yuxiao Mountain dispatched high-ranking Qi practitioners multiple times, only to be met with Li Ji's counterattacks. Even the resources they carried inadvertently aided in advancing Li Ji's physical cultivation. Yuxiao-level cultivators were unable to descend to the mortal realm, and the Qi practitioners were no match for a drug servant possessing a Yuxiao-level soul. The Hidden Symbol sect found themselves at a loss. Eventually, a tacit understanding was reached between Yuxiao Mountain and Li Ji, wherein they revealed their conditions and trump cards. The bloodline of the Xingxin royal family was something they deemed indispensable, leaving Li Ji with no room for negotiation. The Hidden Symbol sect, behind Yuxiao Mountain, was not entirely incapable of eliminating Li Ji. However, the cost was deemed excessive, making the assassination of a mere drug servant not worth the effort. Having usurped the body of a disciple from the Hidden Symbol sect and subsequently slaughtered numerous Qi practitioners, Li Ji consumed their memories through his divine abilities. harboring no doubts regarding Yuxiao Mountain's intentions. In order to fulfill his role as the emperor of the mortal realm, Li Ji ultimately conceded. The long-suspended tributes from Yuxiao Mountain were resumed, and although royal disciples were sent to the mountain in a continuous stream, Li Ji's schemes never ceased for a moment. For many years, he persistently curtailed the royal bloodline, even compelling the descendants of the family to change their surnames in a desperate attempt to evade the looming threat of Yuxiao Mountain. Although Li Ji was not a particularly benevolent individual concerned for the younger generation, he could not bear to witness Yuxiao Mountain incessantly devouring his kin. Thus arose the generation of the Li Wang, marked by the complete alteration of their surname. The origins and consequences of this situation were thus unveiled. Qin Shilu gradually opened his eyes, his charred lips moving feebly. The true weakness of Li Ji was not the 30-year cycle of body replacement. That was merely his own peculiar vice, a whimsical endeavor to appease the world. Grasping the water jug beside him, Qin Shilu took large gulps. A provision left by the amiable manager Yang, who had sought the barefoot physician during Qin Shilu's unconsciousness and had already administered the medicine. As he sat up and surveyed the small tent that served as his refuge, Qin Shilu's thoughts began to drift. The lifespan of a Qi cultivator rarely exceeded 200 years, whereas a Yuxiao-level cultivator could surpass a millennium. The reason for Li Ji's downfall was ultimately due to the expiration of his own lifespan, compounded by the treachery of a magical artifact bequeathed to Li Wang by Yuxiao Mountain, which had forced his spirit to depart from his body. Otherwise, how could a mere mortal like Li Wang hope to contend with his ancestors? Months ago, in the Shengxin Kingdom, within the city of Tianqing, these guards increasingly appeared to be unreliable. I had forewarned of potential conflicts, and now, with the principal still absent, they displayed nothing but cowardice. Within the hallowed halls of the Celestial Master's residence, a youthful Taoist, barely past his 20th year, reclined languidly upon the main seat. Attendants nearby vigilantly observed the entrance, as if anticipating the arrival of some formidable adversary. Before long, a retinue appeared beyond the threshold, led by a resplendently attired youth, bearing a striking resemblance to the figure upon the dais. The attendants' apprehension heightened, with perspiration beading upon their garments. "Brother," the approaching youth remarked, halting 3 feet from the doorway. "It has been some time since our last encounter. I trust your health has been." With a deferential gesture, he addressed the figure within. "Brother, may I be permitted to enter the hall with my guard?" The query hung in the air, devoid of any further courtesy. As if roused by the words, the Taoist within stirred, rising deliberately to meet his counterpart at the threshold. Both bore expressions of serene indifference, yet their respective retinues instinctively grasped the hilts of their swords. "From the moment of your arrival," the Taoist declared, halting at the threshold, "this Celestial Master's residence has been yours to command. Why seek my permission to enter? However, if you insist upon an answer, I would prefer that neither you nor your sycophants cross this threshold. I merely hold the Celestial Master's residence in trust for you, brother," the other replied. "Upon your recovery, I shall return it to you without reservation." The young man in splendid attire remained unfazed as he bowed once more. The boyish Taoist displayed an ambiguous expression, retrieving a token from his bosom and tossing it toward the young man in fine clothing. "A mere servant. Daring to turn the tables?" As their bodies brushed past each other, a whisper floated through the air. The young man in splendid robes, having received the token, still did not enter the hall. It was only after the Taoist departed with his entourage that he gradually retracted his calm facade, revealing a look of disdain. The young Taoist, named Qin 16, was more of a moniker than a true name. The Qin family of the Shengxin Kingdom had long held the title of Celestial Master, existing as an ethereal lineage above the common folk. Qin 16 was the 16th direct descendant of this illustrious family, the last of his line. No family in the mortal realm enjoys eternal prosperity. Even the royal lineage of the Shengxin Kingdom, after more than a century of succession, sees a current emperor who is not a direct descendant of the founding ancestor, though he still claims the same royal surname and asserts his legitimacy. The Celestial Master lineage of the Qin family has similarly dwindled after centuries, with Qin 16's parents having passed away long before his earliest memories. How pathetic. Qin 16 had not intended to depart in such a disheartened manner. However, the beads of cold sweat, akin to yellow beans, on the faces of the guards behind him shattered his resolve to resist. The bearers and attendants were unfamiliar faces, yet they maintained a steady pace. "Where, oh where, are my people?" Qin Shilu drew back the curtain of the sedan chair, gazing vacantly at the bustling stream of traffic, only to bemusedly discover that the bodyguards he had hired were being pushed to the periphery by the personnel from the Tianchi mansion. A commotion gradually arose from a distance, as a troop of cavalry galloped directly towards Qin Shirlio's sedan chair. The common folk along the roadside halted their tasks and began to retreat from the source of the disturbance, causing Qin Shirlio's heart to quicken with caution. The Prince of Li was on the move. All travelers should yield. A luxurious carriage closely followed the cavalry, adorned with dragon engravings and exquisite carvings, a hallmark of the royal family. As it was about to pass by the Tianchi mansion, a deep male voice resonated from within the carriage. Master Qin, it has been a long time. Would you care to visit my royal residence for a discussion? Qin Shirlu slowly pulled back the curtain, a warm smile gracing his face. Since it is His Highness the Prince of Li who has extended the invitation, I shall gladly oblige. Notably, the three bearers of the sedan were unfazed, maintaining the stability of the sedan, revealing them to be exceptionally skilled practitioners. Nonetheless, the Prince of Li's esteem far outweighed the importance of my own predicament. Qin Shirlio's smile widened, while the prince's guards subtly encircled the members of the Tianchi mansion, creating a palpable tension. The merchants and passers-by further down the road remained oblivious to the imminent confrontation, engrossed in their own affairs. For Qin Shirlu, the success of his scheme hinged entirely on whether the Prince of Li would adhere to their agreement and assist him in escaping his plight, rather than how he might extricate himself once the prince arrived. He understood that the moment the prince initiated conversation with him, he had already triumphed. At this moment, Qin Fan was seated in the esteemed position once occupied by Qin 16, experiencing the perspective reserved solely for the direct heirs of the Qin family over the past 260 years. Although Qin Fan was chosen by the family as a substitute for Qin 16, destined for a position of great honor, his origins were rather unremarkable. His father was an ordinary clansman responsible for training menial workers outside of Tianqing City, while his mother was the daughter of a rice merchant. Despite being backed by the illustrious Tianchi mansion, Qin Fan's family was only marginally better off than the average citizen. His selection as Qin 16's stand-in was merely due to their similar appearances. Thus, he was brought into the royal capital to receive the finest education, mastering all the knowledge and etiquette befitting a Tianchi. It can be said that the Qin family's nurturing of Qin Fan far surpassed that of Qin 16 by a significant margin. Was this the esteemed position the clan leader yearned for? It seemed rather ordinary, merely offering a broader vista. Ah, what is that rope above? The founding of Xingxin had surpassed 260 years, with the first Tianchi being one of the key contributors to the establishment of the Xingxin dynasty by its founding ancestor. Historical records describe the first Tianchi as a celestial being who descended to protect Xingxin in its founding endeavors. Thus, the Qin family has been granted the title of Tianchi for generations. In times of war, the Tianchi was responsible for beseeching the heavens for the righteousness to commence battle, while in peaceful times, their duties were reduced to overseeing royal sacrificial ceremonies. In the present day, the collateral branches of the Qin family emerged from various regions across the nation at the height of the first generation's celestial master's renown. Among them were some servants of the initial celestial master, who, due to their own merits, were bestowed with the Qin surname. It is evident that none of these peripheral descendants of the Qin family harbored any belief that their progenitor was a celestial being descended to the mortal realm. Otherwise, they would not dare to bully Qin 16 so brazenly. Even Qin 16 himself could not convince himself of his divine lineage. Otherwise, how could he endure such mistreatment? The celestial master's health was unexpectedly compromised. Wang Hai hastened to assist the celestial master into my carriage. The soft cushions lined with snow fox fur will surely alleviate some of his discomfort, commanded the Wang prince to his attendant, who was driving for him. As you command, replied the robust guard, leaping from the carriage and striding toward Qin 16's sedan chair, the clinking of his armor resonating with each step. Celestial master, we cannot afford to explain this to the steward, exclaimed the sedan bearer, his gaze fixed anxiously on the half-visible Qin 16, his countenance dark as the depths of water. Qin 16 feigned ignorance, awaiting the approach of the Wang prince's attendant to escort him away. Completely oblivious to the deadly intent reflected in the eyes of the sedan bearers and accompanying guards. Suddenly, a jarring noise shattered Qin 16's anticipation. Just as the guard named Wang lifted the sedan curtain, he was pierced through the chest by a sharp sword. The clash of blunt instruments against armor finally disrupted the equilibrium of the Celestial Master's sedan, compelling the remaining 3 sedan bearers to draw forth the concealed daggers hidden within their sleeves, simultaneously launching an assault upon the unsuspecting Qin 16 within the sedan. The sensation of being pierced by a blunt object was not as unbearable as one might imagine. Rather, the initial collision of my body against the ground left an indelible impression. Am I to perish? Collapsing onto the frigid, muddy path. Blood oozed slowly from the 3 gaping wounds in my chest. Qin Shilu felt a wave of weakness wash over him, as the clashing sounds of blades and weapons seemed to drift further away. Just before losing consciousness, Qin Shilu mustered the strength to open his eyes one last time to glimpse this unfamiliar world. To his dismay, what met his gaze was not only the scene of the King of Li's guards engaged in a fierce battle with the assassins of the Qin family, but also the sight of his own hired guards fleeing in a frantic panic. Such disgrace, and yet they dare to demand a mere 10 taels of silver for one person. Qin Shilu's lips quivered slightly as his final words were drowned out by the chaotic sounds of combat. Mo Earth. Remember this. The lineage of the Celestial Master is passed down through generations. As long as you refrain from seeking a wife, you shall enjoy a long life. Little Amoer is only 3 years old. Why speak of such things again? Madam, I fear if I do not speak now, it may be too late. I sense I may not survive this night. You have uttered this phrase for 3 years. I have grown weary of hearing it. Yet, is my name truly Qin Mo? Is this the voice of my parents? I have heard from the servants that before one meets their end, memories flood back like a revolving lantern. It appears to be true. Brother, may I bring the guards into the palace? Qinfen asked, somewhat anxious, as he directed his question once more at the youth within the hall, gazing at the familiar visage before him. The memories of Qin Shilu surged once more as he hovered on the brink of death. Do you run swiftly? How does the Master Celestial know? I am the fastest in our village. I see it now. Should the Master Celestial have any errands, they may be entrusted to me, though the fee will be calculated separately. Am I dreaming? Is this a nightmare? The incessant chatter of the guards had long ceased to penetrate Qin Shilu's consciousness, for his mind was utterly bewildered. Am I alive or dead? Is this a dream or reality? Qin Shilu resolved to employ the most rudimentary method to assess his current predicament. Slap. Does it hurt? No. No. No, it does. Does it hurt or not? Qin Shilu rolled up his sleeve, poised to strike again. It does not hurt. The guard, tall and imposing, glistened with tears in his eyes, prompting Qin Shilu to avert his gaze, as he felt that if he continued to look, the tears welling in his own eyes would surely cascade down. The little fellow is named Luan. A voice tinged with a sob reached him, leaving Qin Shilu somewhat speechless. Had the gentleman of this era become so fragile? With his emotions slightly steadied, Qin Shilu finally found the resolve to confront Qinfen before him. The bearers resembled those from that time. Perhaps this truly is not a dream. Father's words merit consideration. Does the celestial lineage harbor secrets? Though his heart brimmed with countless doubts, the deadlock before him remained unbroken. What is your name? Qin Shilu finally directed his gaze towards the assembly outside the hall. Qinfen, perhaps due to the prolonged wait. Qinfen now found himself disinclined to engage in further pretense with Qin 16. Please proceed, brother. Qinfen remained steadfast in his position, unperturbed by the notion of Qin 16 attempting to flee, for he had brought with him more than merely the few individuals before him. The area surrounding the Celestial Master's residence had long been encircled by disguised mercenaries posing as common folk, and the servants within the estate were also in league with him. At this moment, Qin 16 was not genuinely occupied with the task of gathering belongings. Rather, he sought to buy time to adequately prepare for the impending resolution of the crisis. After all, should everything reset to its origin, his chances of survival would significantly increase. The pivotal question was no longer whether King Li would extend his assistance, but rather how he would navigate through the encirclement of the Qin family. As Qin 16 slowly made his way to his study, his mind raced with strategies to break the deadlock. Along the path, the household servants and maidens stood in silent formation, watching him enter his study. Although Qin 16 was acutely aware that each of his actions was under scrutiny, he had never before experienced such overt surveillance without any semblance of disguise. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught sight of a rather peculiar maid, her ample figure straining against her attire, clearly a man masquerading as a woman. Upon closing the door to his study, Qin 16 finally exhaled a sigh of relief, his countenance turning serious. At least for this moment, no one could directly observe him. With his anxieties momentarily assuaged, he began to rummage through his equipment. Having been surrounded by predators for an extended period, how could Qin 16 possibly be unprepared? Before the official emergence of the substitute Qin Fun, Qin 16 had already attempted countless escapes, though most ended in failure. At that time, the substitute was still not sufficiently mature, which is why the Qin family refrained from delivering fatal blows each time they uncovered Qin 16's schemes. Recently, Qin 16 discovered that several past activities within the palace were not attended by him but were instead carried out by an impersonator, leading him to deduce the existence of Qin Fun. Furthermore, it appeared that those keeping an eye on him were not limited to the Qin family. After Qin Fun had substituted for Qin 16 on several occasions, Prince Li, a royal relative, approached Qin 16 during a sacrificial ceremony and candidly offered his assistance in escaping his predicament. While Qin 16 was aware that Prince Li's intentions were not rooted in benevolence, he could not ignore this solitary external support. Even if it meant transiting from the jaws of a wolf to those of a tiger, he accepted it. For Prince Li would certainly not act as Qin Changsong did, who had swiftly ended his own life. Qin 16 and Prince Li agreed that, in his time of need, he would release the red falcon tethered to the beam, signaling Prince Li's men to intervene upon their sighting of the falcon soaring from the Tianchi residence. Initially, Qin 16 intended to embark on this endeavor with minimal burden, placing all his bets on Prince Li. However, reflecting on his previous brush with death, he recognized that he must contribute to his own escape, otherwise he would perish before Prince Li could act. Fun, my brother, I am all set. Let us depart. With their equipment fully prepared, a newfound confidence surged within him, and even his attitude towards Qin Fun began to shift. Observing Qin Shilu, who appeared noticeably plumper due to the items stuffed within his clothing, Qin Fun could not help but find the situation amusing. Since his elder brother had adequately prepared himself, it was time to embark on their journey with a sense of assurance. Qin Fun's heart brimmed with disdain for this young master. After years of cultivation within the Qin family, his understanding of the Qin family's influence, particularly under the leadership of Qin Changsong, had deepened considerably. Although the Qin family in the Tianchi mansion ostensibly wielded no actual power, they stood as one of the most prosperous families since the founding of the Xingxin kingdom. The position of Tianchi was nominal, yet it commanded great respect. Like other esteemed aristocrats of Xingxin, the Qin family could freely expand their territory without the burden of taxation. Furthermore, due to the nature of their nominal position, the Qin family was never concerned about being adversely affected by the political reshuffling that plagued the officialdom. Especially since Qin Changsong had assumed the role of clan leader, the family's standing within the Xingxin kingdom had become increasingly secure. Numerous court nobles had forged alliances with the Qin family, and many officials across various regions had risen to prominence thanks to the family's wealth, an advantage that had never been enjoyed during the tenure of the direct line of the Qin family. At this moment, however, Qin Shilu was too preoccupied to consider the thoughts of his younger brother. Before entering the palanquin, he resolved to engage in something different from their previous encounter. Xiaoanzi, I am feeling somewhat weary. Please regale me with tales from your village along the way to alleviate my fatigue, Qin Shilu suddenly remarked as he settled comfortably within the palanquin. Due to Lu En's previous conduct, the Qin family harbored little suspicion towards him. Moreover, when Qin 16 employed this group of guards, the Qin family had thoroughly investigated their backgrounds. They were merely rustic fellows hailing from the same village, possessing little more than physical robustness, and had even taken advantage of the Navi Qin 16 in terms of remuneration. All right, my lord, but please do not strike me again. Luan, who only realized he was being called after a moment of daze, approached the palanquin with a look of grievance, cautiously observing Qin 16's expression, fearful of receiving unwarranted blows once more. Elder brother, may I inquire, where's the Tianchi? Although Qin 16 had already settled into his seat, the palanquin remained stationary as the person in charge, Qin Fun, had yet to speak. Let us depart. Qin Fun waved his hand in irritation. He certainly did not genuinely care for the Tianchi, considering it merely a relic handed down through the generations of the Qin family. The official palanquin of the Tianchi mansion progressed slowly through Tianqing City, and the incessant chatter emanating from Lu and became the greatest solace for Qin 16 at that moment. Despite having been granted a chance to turn the tide, Qin 16's heart remained heavy with unease. The merchants by the roadside appeared somewhat different from the last time. Perhaps it was simply because I had departed from the Tianchi mansion later than usual. Suppressing his worries and blocking out the surrounding clamor, Qin 16 began to carefully assess the circumstances around him. Not far past that apothecary, he would soon encounter Prince Li. He hoped there would be no significant upheavals. Master Tian, you have scarcely acknowledged me since earlier. Have I bored you with my words? Luan's innocent smile intruded upon Qin Shiluo's line of sight. Seemingly oblivious to the earlier slap, as he pressed his face closer to the curtain of the palanquin, Qin Shiluo abruptly raised his right hand. Luan immediately recoiled like a turtle, his small eyes brimming with vigilance and fear. No worries, do continue, Qin Shiluo remarked, scratching his head. Thus, Luan resumed his tale, while Qin Shiluo lowered the curtain and began to fidget with the concealed arrows in his sleeve. The initial assailant on the soldiers of the Li King was the palanquin bearer positioned in front on the right. Therefore, Qin Shiluo intended to eliminate the palanquin bearer behind on the right side. Seizing the opportunity to break through amidst the chaos of the Qin family's entourage clashing with the Li King's soldiers, the small arrows concealed within his sleeve could be discharged only once, yet they would unleash 3 bolts simultaneously, which ought to suffice to take down a single adversary. As for how to breach the outer line before the other 3 palanquin bearers could react, that would depend on Luan, the swiftest man from Zima village. In his previous brush with death, Qin Shiluo had witnessed Luan, undeterred by his injuries, charge headlong into the fray, forcefully creating a significant gap in the encirclement. His Highness the Li King is departing. Make way. The familiar voice finally resonated, and Qin Shiluo's focus intensified. Nonetheless, his plan remained unchanged. Master Qin, it has been quite some time. Today, let us indulge in merriment at my residence until we are thoroughly inebriated. Not only have the changes transcended the passage of time, but even the words spoken by Prince Li have diverged from their original form. Fortunately, the essence remains unchanged. Qin 16 gently drew back the curtain of the palanquin, a warm smile gracing her face. Since it is His Highness Prince Li who extends the invitation, I shall gladly oblige. The bearers, with their menacing expressions, exuded an aura of intimidation. However, I cannot dare to defy the demands of Lord Li. Offending the royal family would not bode well for the Qin clan, would it? Qin 16 displayed a guileless demeanor, entirely mimicking Luan's earlier mannerisms. Commander Fong, please fetch the Celestial Master. As Qin 16 and the bearers reached an impasse, Prince Li had already sensed something amiss. At your command, Commander Fong began to approach Qin 16. Celestial Master, I know an exceptional physician who specializes in hemorrhoids. He cured my uncle's affliction. I can take you to him. His methods are effective, though the fees can be a bit steep. Luan interjected at an inopportune moment. You must take me to see him. I have suffered from this hemorrhoid for many years, tormenting me to the point of sleepless nights. It is unbearable. Qin 16 surprisingly engaged with Luan's remark, asserting that money was no object, for the Qin family is affluent, right, dear bearers? As Commander Fong drew nearer, the bearers' expressions darkened like a stormy sea, and the remaining 3 began to relinquish their strength, causing the palanquin to descend slowly. Qin Shiluo's face still bore an innocuous smile, yet his hands trembled uncontrollably. Sometimes, the more one knows, the greater the fear, particularly after having experienced such a revelation. Master Qin, please. The leader of the Fong family barely uttered his words when a flash of steel sliced through the air, and a massive head tumbled to the ground. At the very moment the bearers turned to attack, Qin Shiluo sprang into action. Though gripped by fear, he was never one to hesitate. 3 small crossbow bolts pierced the side of the bearer's body, and Qin Shiluo leapt from the palanquin. Ah! Ugh! Wah! They've killed. Luan, splattered with warm blood, began to scream. Run! Qin Shiluo shouted at Luan. The guards of the Li royal residence finally reacted, astonished that anyone would dare to assault the royal family in Tianqing City. The expressions of the guards, filled with rage, indicated that this Fong leader was quite popular among the people. Protect Master Qin. The Li prince, enraged at the loss of a trusted aide, commanded merciless retribution. Hurry and run. Qin Shiluo angrily kicked Luan and threw a thunderbolt pellet at the approaching assassins from the Qin family. Luan, in pain, stifled his tears and crouched down, clutching his head. What on earth? Qin Shiluo was utterly speechless, though plans often fall prey to unforeseen changes. The efficacy of the thunderbolt pills surpassed all expectations. The air was filled with the incessant roar of explosions, and the ground was pockmarked with numerous craters. For a moment, the assassins of the Qin family found themselves unable to approach Qin 16. Despite the formidable power of the thunderbolt pills, Qin 16's aim left much to be desired. In mere moments, he exhausted the supply of pills in his possession. Among the Qin family's assassins, aside from a few valiantly defending against the guards of King Li, 2 others, disregarding their injuries, launched an attack on Qin 16 simultaneously. As he faced them head-on, protected only by his breastplate, Qin 16 did his utmost to confront the adversaries directly. Yet, his arms, face, and back bore numerous lacerations, and he had even lost half of his right ear. The strain was becoming unbearable. Qin 16's movements grew increasingly sluggish. As an untrained, ordinary individual confronting 2 highly skilled assassins, it was a remarkable feat for him to have lasted this long, having maximized every ounce of his potential. Was this the end? Would there be no chance for a new beginning? Another blade struck his back, and the fresh wound on his left hand was deep enough to expose bone. His consciousness began to fade. I cannot go on. It is about to end. Suddenly, he thought that the guards of King Li had finally reached him. But upon closer inspection, he was astonished to see Luin, who had been lurking in the shadows, erupting into action. He seized one of the assassins by the thigh and, wielding him like a hammer, unleashed a frenzied assault on another. Ouch, it hurts. Who struck me? Ah. I had thought Luin had finally awakened to his responsibilities as a guardian, only to discover the long, foot-long wound on his back. It was then that Qin 16 realized this coward had merely exploded in rage due to his own pain. Had I known this beforehand, I would have struck him first. Qin 16 chuckled bitterly, relieved at the realization. The guards of King Li finally broke through, and the 2 assassins restrained by Luin were unsurprisingly cut down by the furious soldiers of King Li. The expression of King Li was grave and uncertain. With the situation escalating to such a degree, it was likely to end poorly. Your Highness, please lend your aid, Qin, he began. But before he could finish his words of gratitude, a loud clang echoed as a piece of his golden armor was knocked off and fell to the ground, struck by an arrow that descended from the heavens. My back, there's an assassin. Protect the king. The clamor erupted once more. It should match. Qin 16's mouth opened weakly. There's an assassin on the roof, one to the left. Protect his highness. Ah. The cacophony of the guards and Lu and screams pierced through Qin 16's mind, urging him to utter his final words. Match. A few pieces of armor. Brother, it has been long since we last met. How have you been of late? My body is generally in good health, though I have recently been troubled by hemorrhoids. Qin D, do you happen to know of any esteemed physicians who could provide assistance? Qin Shilu's reactions this time were markedly swifter than before. He even interrupted Lu, and just as the latter was eager to speak, exclaiming, Luin, this matter does not concern you. Remain silent for now. In the face of such inquiries, the self-proclaimed dashing gentleman, Qin Fin, naturally refrained from responding. If my brother is prepared, we should set out sooner rather than later, he remarked, striding directly into the grand hall. Now, what changes must I implement to extricate myself from this deadlock? Qin Shilu regarded Qin Fin with a semblance of a smile, pondering new strategies for this journey. Regardless, I must first don the armor upon my back. Yes, that shall be my course of action. Fendi, grant me a moment to gather some provisions, so I may embark with peace of mind. Certainly. Currently, I am engaged in manual composition. Please hold for a moment. After the content is updated, kindly refresh the page to access the latest updates. The novel The Supreme of All features a captivating narrative. The one who dominates the world offers an intriguing introduction. The female supporting role in cultivation aims for greatness presents an enthralling premise. The path of light unfolds a compelling journey. The great desolation devouring the heavens technique reveals an extraordinary tale. The Zodiac Guardian introduces a fascinating storyline. Tattoo Awakening. The beginning with the dragon on the left and the tiger on the right, engraved with Azura, embarks on an exciting adventure.